him by the simplistic criterion of whether or not he was prepared to observe the earlier agreement between them to the letter. 214. Jewish military predispositions. After the hazardous journey back from Amman, Mrs. Meir proceeded from Naharaim directly to the MAPE headquarters in Tel Aviv, where a meeting of the party's Central Committee was in session. To Ben-Gurion, who had been anxiously awaiting her return, she scribbled a note: "We met amicably. He is very worried and looks distraught. He did not deny that there had been talks and understanding between us about a desirable arrangement, namely, that he would take the Arab part, but now he is only one among five. This is the plan. He proposed a unitary state with autonomy for the Jewish parts, and after 1 year this would be one country under his rule." If Ben-Gurion had any shred of a hope left that Transjordan would stay out of the war, this note destroyed it finally and irrevocably. The conclusion he drew was instantaneous and unequivocal. He walked out of the meeting, rushed to the Haganah headquarters, summoned Israel Galili, the head of the National Command, and Ugail Yadin, the acting chief of staff, and demanded that they prepare all their units to advance, press on with the recapture of the road to Jerusalem and the Arab enclaves in Jewish areas, and prepare a plan to meet a general Arab invasion. Yadin wanted to know whether they would still be bound by the partition borders if the Arabs launched a general invasion in disregard of these borders. Should they fight Abdullah if he crossed the borders of mandatory Palestine, or only if he crossed the borders of the Jewish state? He also wanted to know with regard to Beersheba, which was included in the Arab state, whether they should try and capture it immediately or not. Ben-Gurion's reply was evasive: only the Provisional State Council could decide. To Gen. David Shultiel, the Haganah commander in Jerusalem, wanting to mount an offensive at the end of the mandate, Ben-Gurion replied that this too was a political question. It was clear that they had to attack along the entire front on 0 day, but Jerusalem was a special case. An attack there was liable to antagonize the Christian world. In the evening, at another meeting to discuss the anticipated invasion, Yadin once more raised the key question: when and where should they meet Abdullah's forces? Only inside their own state, anywhere in Palestine, or perhaps in Transjordan? Once again, however, Ben-Gurion declined to commit himself to a particular line of policy in advance of the meeting of the State Council. 24 Ben-Gurion's belief in the inevitability of a full-scale invasion of Palestine spearheaded by Transjordan seemed to be confirmed when Arab Legion detachments opened an all-out attack with armored cars and cannons on the Jewish settlement of Kfar Etzion on the morning of May 12. Such a ferocious attack aimed at destroying a Jewish settlement could not indeed be reconciled either with Abdullah's earlier protestations of friendship or Glub's professed interest in avoiding serious fighting. A number of factors, however, should be recalled to help place the attack in its proper political context. First and foremost, the Etzion block with its 4 Jewish settlements astride the Jerusalem-Hebron road was in the middle of a purely Arab area and had been assigned to the Arab state by the United Nations. Secondly, on orders from above, the soldiers and settlers of Kfar Etzion had ambushed passing vehicles and cut the road to stop the Arab Legion reinforcements from reaching Jerusalem during the Palmach offensive in Kataman. Thirdly, despite their proximity to the Legion's supply line from the Suez Canal zone to Amman, Glub had no wish to tangle with the Jewish forces in Kfar Etzion and had even called off an earlier attack led by Abdullah al-Tal on May 4, ordering him to return to base. Vowing to liquidate this troublesome Jewish enclave, Major Tal secretly ordered a subordinate to provoke a clash with Kfar Etzion and appeal to the commander of the Legion for help. On May 12 Tal received the expected call from Glub to rush reinforcements to the unit, which was falsely reported to have been trapped in a Jewish ambush. He personally led the column which crushed the 4 Jewish settlements, inflicted heavy casualties, and took 350 prisoners to Amman. 25 For all these reasons it is misleading to regard the attack on the Etzion block as part of a premeditated plan on the part of either the king or Glub Pasha to engage the Jewish forces in battle before the expiry of the British mandate over Palestine. News of the fall of the Etzion bloc reached Ben-Gurion in the middle of a crucial meeting of the State Council, which was called upon to decide whether to accept the proposal for an armistice and postpone the Declaration of Independence or carry out the original plan of proclaiming the establishment of a Jewish state despite all the dangers, uncertainties, and international pressures. It was at this meeting that Golda Meir reported on her talk with King Abdullah, and Moshe Sharett conveyed the warning he had received from General Marshall in Washington. Yadin and Galili presented a rather pessimistic appraisal of the military situation and warned that the chances of victory and defeat were equally balanced. Yadin's estimate that the Yishuv had only a 50-50 chance of survival was based on the assumption that the Yishuv would have to withstand an attack by all the Arab armies, including the Arab Legion. He totally discounted any possibility that the Legion would stay out of the war. He did not even know, he was later to claim, that there were political contacts with Transjordan. The fact that Ben-Gurion did not tell him about these contacts was in Yadin's view conclusive proof that Ben-Gurion himself did not believe that there was any possibility of an understanding with Abdullah. Such an understanding would have had important operational implications, and Ben-Gurion therefore would have been bound to inform Yadin. In actual fact, they did not even discuss this possibility. According to Yadin, Ben-Gurion's estimate was that the clash with the Legion was inescapable. 26 Ben-Gurion was absolutely convinced that they should proclaim independence without delay lest they miss a historic opportunity, but he had the problem of convincing the waverers on the State Council. The real question, as he formulated it, was whether they had a realistic chance of resisting invasion, and his assessment was that they had every prospect of success. The Etzion disaster did not shake Ben-Gurion's confidence. "I expected such reverses 5, he said, and I fear we shall have even greater ordeals. The matter will be settled when we destroy the greater part of the Arab Legion. Then they will fall. Destruction of the enemy forces is always the determining factor in war, not the occupation of this or that point." Ben-Gurion also argued that the attack on the Etzion bloc constituted an invasion and made the question of a truce largely academic. 27 When the vote was taken on whether to accept the truce, 6 voted against and 4 voted for. Sharett cast the deciding vote in favor of proclaiming the establishment of a Jewish state. It was 26 Interview with Gen. Yugal Yadin. 27 Isa, Provisional State Council, Protocols. Also decided, following Ben-Gurion's strongly expressed preference, not to indicate the borders of the new state in the Declaration of Independence so as to leave open the possibility of expansion beyond the United Nations borders. The name of the new state was to be Israel. Once the historic decision had been made, attention shifted towards the operational problems of repulsing the anticipated Arab invasion. First, there was a question of whether to attack the Arab Legion detachments on their way back from the Etzion bloc. The military experts were fairly evenly divided into those who favored such an attack and those who thought it would be too risky. Ben-Gurion argued that it would be a fatal mistake to allow the Legion to leave the country or to roam freely inside it, especially as it could endanger the Jewish position in Jerusalem, and it was agreed to launch an attack from Jerusalem if adequate reinforcements could be mobilized. 28 At 4 o'clock in the afternoon of May 14, Ben-Gurion read out the Declaration of Independence and proclaimed the establishment of the State of Israel. "Its fate," he wrote laconically in his diary, "sits in the hands of the defense forces." The fundamental differences between Ben-Gurion and the chiefs of the defense forces on the strategy to be adopted for dealing with the invasion persisted. Ben-Gurion pressed for an offensive strategy to capture various areas round the Tel Aviv-Jerusalem road in order to secure Israel's hold on Jerusalem. But he met with resistance from the General Staff on the grounds that they did not have sufficient strength to dislodge the Transjordanian forces and did not know the enemy's plans. 29 Whereas the General Staff saw the southern front as the critical one, Ben-Gurion was convinced that it was the Jerusalem front that might well determine the result of the entire campaign. On Jerusalem there was certainly no understanding with Transjordan, nor had the subject been raised by Golda Meir at her first or second meeting with Abdullah. Under the UN plan, Jerusalem was to be an international zone, so there was no compelling reason to try and reach an understanding. Each side kept its thoughts and its hopes to itself. but with the collapse of the secret plan for a peaceful partition, the future of Jerusalem became a burning concern to both sides. Because he considered Jerusalem to be so vital to the Yeshuv's prospects of surviving the Arab invasion, Ben-Gurion pressed for concentrating massive resources there, even at the cost of exposing the other fronts. A senior member of the general staff calculated that a third of their forces were deployed in and around Jerusalem. Had there been an understanding with Transjordan, they would not have done that. On the contrary, they would have sent more forces to the southern front. In fact, on May 15, they did the reverse, moving troops from the south for the battles in Latrun, to wrench control of the northeastern approaches to Jerusalem from the Arab Legion. 30. Britain and the Arab Legion. There had been many ups and downs in the relations between the Zionist movement and King Abdullah over the previous 6 months, but by mid-May 1948 they had hit rock bottom. Among the reasons for this estrangement was the persistent Zionist distortion of Britain's intentions. The intelligence experts, working with very inadequate sources of information about policy making in Whitehall, perpetuated the mistrust felt by the political echelon towards Britain. It was widely believed that there was a British plot against the Yishuv and that Abdullah was the tool of British imperialism, and that even if he wanted to come to terms with them, the British would not let him. Ben-Gurion's great mistake, sustained by an obsessive hatred of Bevin, was in believing for so long that Britain was the main enemy. All the signals pointing to Britain's acceptance of a Jewish state, notably those conveyed by Creech Jones and Colonel Goldie, and, indeed, the desire that the Jews should coordinate their strategy with Abdullah, left Ben-Gurion unmoved. Glub too was perceived as an implacable enemy and hence a willing accomplice in Bevin's machinations to frustrate the establishment of a Jewish state. All these fears, suspicions, and misperceptions not only poisoned Zionist-British relations but rendered difficult in the extreme the task of preserving the accord with King Abdullah. The real indictment of British policy was that it refused to hand over authority in Palestine to the United Nations and to effect an orderly transfer of power. This, as Sir Alec Kirkbride was later to admit, was inexcusable. 31 The manner in which the withdrawal from Palestine took place was unprecedented in the history of the British Empire. But the contradictions in British policy and the doubts to which these contradictions gave rise in the minds of those most directly affected were better appreciated by British officials who served in the Middle East than by the politicians at home. A diary entry made by Sir Henry Gurney, the tough-minded chief secretary to the British administration in Palestine, was symptomatic of the frustration felt by British officials as the mandate was nearing its unhappy end. In fact, the last 30 years in this country have seen nothing but fluctuations of policy, hesitations, or no policy at all. When Monty asked me here last year what was really wrong with Palestine, I said, merely a lack of policy with which nobody agrees. It is this continual surrender to pressure of one sort or another, American Jewry or Arab rebellion, that has made British policy in Palestine, with all its first-class administrative achievements, unintelligible and mistrusted by both sides. 32 Sir Henry, who was once described by a member of UNSCOP as having a strong sense of superiority concealed under an icy courtesy, gave what was perhaps the supreme example of the breakdown of government in his diary entry for May 14. The police locked up the stores, worth over £1 million, and brought the keys to the UN, who refused to receive them. I had to point out that the UN would be responsible for the administration of Palestine in a few hours' time, in accordance with the November resolution, and that we should leave the keys on their doorstep whether they accepted them or not, which they did. 33 Confusion was compounded in the last days of the mandate by the long-standing conflict between the Palestine administration and the British diplomatic mission in Amman. Until Transjordan received its independence, Kirkbride had been subordinated to the Colonial Office in London and the High Commissioner in Jerusalem, but the High Commissioner continued to treat him as an underling even after his elevation to the rank of minister. Kirkbride did not give in. Both Cunningham and Gurney seemed to find it difficult to accept me as a genuine head of a diplomatic mission, and tended to give me instructions, which they had no right to do and which I had no intention of obeying unless I happened to agree with them. 5 Moreover, they were on the way out and did not care if the edifice of government was on the point of collapse, but I was to stay on and I was anxious to save something from the wreck. 34 The Foreign Secretary in London bore a large share of the blame for the elephantine clumsiness and for the sheer bloody-mindedness which characterized the British withdrawal from Palestine and which left such an unpleasant taste in the mouths of Arabs as well as Jews. Bevin was personally guilty of duplicity in pretending to favor the last-minute American efforts to secure a truce while working for partition and the enlargement of Transjordan at the expense of the Palestinian Arabs. But there is precious little evidence in the official British documents of this period to support the Zionist charge that Britain deliberately engineered disorder and chaos in order to frustrate partition and permit the Arabs to crush the Jews upon withdrawal of the British forces. Arthur Creech Jones, who as colonial secretary had worked very closely with Ernest Bevin over Palestine, insisted most emphatically that we had absolutely no desire to create chaos in Palestine on our withdrawal in the hope that the Arabs would win the struggle. It is an evil suspicion on the part of those who have made it. 35 Indeed, whatever the faults of the manner in which Britain surrendered the mandate, and they are many, the historian who examines the documentary record is bound to conclude that the theory of an officially instigated Operation Chaos remains unproven. Machiavellism in British policy there emphatically was, but Machiavellism of a different kind from that usually attributed to Britain by her critics. The real Machiavellism consisted of conspiring directly with Abdullah and indirectly with the Jews to abort the birth of a Palestinian Arab state. Although the Zionists habitually accused Britain of partisanship in favor of the Arabs, the Palestine Arabs firmly believed that Britain's sympathies lay with the Zionists and saw the creation of the State of Israel as the culmination of the process that had begun with the Balfour Declaration. Particularly sinister in the eyes of the Palestinians was the combination of the United Nations Partition Resolution of November 1947 and the British withdrawal 6 months later. As Walid Khalidi has argued, since the UN had not provided for an international force to implement its resolution, the British decision to withdraw was an invitation to both sides to fight it out. Given the balance of power inside Palestine, which was crushingly in favor of the Zionists, a fact of which all parties were well aware, the British withdrawal was an open invitation for a Zionist military takeover of the country. Moreover, British presence in the remaining 6 months of the mandate acted virtually as a shield against external Arab help behind which the Zionist military forces could conduct their business. Even the pattern of British withdrawal, argues Khalidi, increased the fragmentation of the Arab scene while it furthered the cumulative consolidation and extension of Jewish power. 36 The real aim behind British policy, however, was the consolidation and extension of Abdullah's power. Ernest Bevin had never accepted the case for creating a separate Palestinian Arab state. Time and again he returned to the idea that if Palestine had to be partitioned, the Arab area should not be left to stand on its own but should be united with Transjordan. 37 British hostility to Hajj Amin al-Husseini and to the idea of an independent Palestinian state was a constant and important feature of British policy during the period 1947–9. In official British circles, such a state was almost invariably referred to as a mufti state and as such met with resistance and even revulsion. On the other hand, in those same circles, Abdullah, as we have seen, occupied a special position as Mr. Bevin's little king. With varying degrees of enthusiasm, the makers of British imperial policy concluded that the annexation of the Arab part of Palestine to Abdullah's kingdom was, from their point of view, the best available option for filling the power vacuum they were about to leave behind them. Their dilemma was that if this born land grabber, as Sir John Troutbeck had called him, cast his beady eye on Jewish territory and used the Arab Legion to grab it, Britain herself would be held to account at the United Nations. Conversely, if Abdullah stopped at the borders of the Jewish state, Britain's prestige and influence in the rest of the Arab world would suffer and she would be accused of selling out Palestine to the Jews. Of the two scenarios, the former was more worrying, especially in its implications for Anglo-American cooperation, hence the hope that Abdullah would not fall foul of the United Nations. To this end an understanding between Abdullah and the Jews was in fact highly desirable. On May 8, Kirkbride was guardedly optimistic that open warfare between the Arab Legion and the Jews could be avoided. For Bevin's top-secret information, he added that there have been recent Transjordan contacts with the Jewish Agency and Haganah which indicate that the Jews too do not wish to clash with the Arab Legion. The danger is that some unforeseen incident will at the crucial moment bring about a general battle which neither side wants. Unless and until open warfare broke out, Kirkbride thought it would be a mistake to take any action to deprive the Arab Legion of its British officers. He suggested that combat officers must accompany their units into the Arab areas of Palestine. Only departure from the scheme put by Abul Huda to Bevin in London that there should be no aggression against the Jewish areas could justify, in Kirkbride's view, the withdrawal of British officers. Clearly, such a departure was considered improbable. In spite of statements made for publicity purposes, the intentions of both King and the Prime Minister remain basically as explained to you. It is not possible, however, in the present circumstances for them to indicate to the Arab world that they propose in effect to accept Partition 38. Bevin attached great importance to the recent contacts between the Transjordanian authorities and the Jews. He brought Kirkbride's report to the attention of the Minister of Defense on May 13, adding in confirmation that the Jewish Agency had informed Marshall that there had been negotiations between the Arab Legion and the Haganah which had been conducted by a British officer of the Arab Legion. It is understood, continued Bevin, that the object of these top-secret negotiations is to define the areas of Palestine to be occupied by the two forces. In a highly revealing passage Bevin added, I am reluctant to do anything which might prejudice the success of these negotiations which appear to aim at avoiding actual hostilities between the Arabs and the Jews. Since their conduct, and no doubt also their implementation, seem to depend to a considerable extent on British officers serving with the Arab Legion, I feel we ought not to withdraw the latter prematurely. For this reason Bevin agreed with Kirkbride that they should wait on events, in the event of hostilities breaking out between the Arab Legion and the Jewish state, as a result of a Transjordanian attack on the Jewish state within the frontiers laid down by the Assembly. We shall of course have to order all regular British officers to withdraw from and remain outside Palestine, but if hostilities do not in fact occur, there seems actually to be advantage in leaving these officers in their present positions. Bevin felt, however, that they should be able to act quickly in the event of hostilities. So while agreeing to let the British officers remain, he asked Kirkbride to make arrangements for such instructions to reach all officers concerned with the least possible delay, should it become necessary to issue them. 40 Not only was Bevin resigned to the establishment of a Jewish state, but, ironically, he did what he could to ensure that it would not be attacked by Transjordan. Far from plotting to unleash the Arab Legion against the Jewish state, Bevin took some pains to ensure that hostilities would not break out. Bevin's motives for deciding to keep the British officers at their posts and allowing them to accompany their units into the Arab parts of Palestine were in fact the exact reverse of the motives attributed to him by his Zionist and pro-Zionist opponents. It was not in order to lead the Transjordanian forces into battle that Bevin needed the British officers, but in order to restrain them and, more particularly, in order to reach and enforce an accord with the Haganah. If there was no follow-up to Colonel Goldie's approach to the Haganah, it was not due to lack of interest on the part of Bevin but to ineptitude or indifference on the part of the Haganah. The Zionist charge that Bevin wanted a war and gave the Arabs encouragement and arms to attack Israel represents the exact opposite of the historical truth. The crisis in Palestine coincided with the start of the European recovery program under the Marshall Plan, which depended on a steady flow of oil from the Middle East to Europe. It also coincided with the Western confrontation with the Soviets in Berlin, which threatened to turn the Cold War into a hot war. To encourage hostilities in the Middle East at such a critical juncture in East-West relations would have been sheer madness on Bevin's part. 41 Glubb Pasha, out of a realistic appraisal of the balance of forces, was fully committed to the policy of restraint. He was in no mood to roll the dice and risk losing everything in a fight to the finish with the Haganah. The gradual slide to chaos underlined to him the importance of preserving his tiny force for subduing the Palestinians on the West Bank and as an adjunct in future negotiations with the other side. As the message he had sent with Goldie to the Haganah demonstrated, Glubb was anxious to avoid an appeal to arms. but Glubb had his own contacts on the other side and he used them to explore the possibility of negotiations. His contacts were Jewish businessmen connected with the Palestine Potash Company who were anxious to ensure that their works on the north end of the Dead Sea would not be wrecked by war. Although he had few illusions, he was willing to clutch at any straw. 42 On May 13, the day after the Arab Legion reduced the Etzion block to rubble, Glubb met Moshe Novomeisky, the director of the company, and offered a truce covering the works and nearby hotel and to guarantee their protection provided all the Haganah personnel were withdrawn and only sufficient guards retained to prevent pilfering. Novomeisky said he would welcome such an arrangement, but he would have to obtain the assent of certain unspecified Jewish authorities. No reply came from Novomeisky, but on May 21 the works were abandoned with some storehouses in flames and some of the machinery damaged. 43 As Novomeisky had told Glubb, the men with the guns were now in control. Even more revealing of Glubb's determination to avoid war was his refusal to make any serious preparations for the defense of Jerusalem. Appalled by the low level of military preparations on the Arab side regarding arms, ammunition, and training, Abdullah al-Tal contacted Glubb repeatedly and sought permission to leave at least one company of the Arab Legion in Jerusalem in order to hold strategically important bases, encourage and help the Palestinian irregulars, and deter the Jews from trying to break into the Arab quarters. Glubb resisted these requests, saying that His Majesty did not agree to leave any soldiers in Jerusalem because the Arab League wanted to spare the city and had excluded it from its plans for operations by the Arab armies. In reply, Tal suggested that they leave one company dressed like the Palestinian irregulars so as to avoid detection by the British and the Americans. But Glubb did not yield and on the evening of May 13 removed the last soldier from Jerusalem, leaving the city at the mercy of the Zionist gangs. The reason given by Glubb for withdrawing the army from Palestine was that the British government had ordered the withdrawal before May 15 in accordance with the promise of the High Commissioner to the Security Council. Tal recalls this fact as evidence for his claim that the Arab Legion was a British division stationed in the heart of the Arab world. The Arab Legion was withdrawn from Palestine or, more precisely, from the important and sensitive parts of Palestine. Some units remained in the parts allotted to the Arabs in the Partition resolution, and this fact is adduced by Tal as further evidence of the plot hatched by Britain to attach the Arab parts of Palestine to Transjordan. Tal gives a detailed list of the location of all the units of the Arab Legion on the evening of May 13. From this list it is evident that Glubb did not leave any Arab Legion troops in Palestine, except in those areas allotted to the Arabs by the United Nations. 44 Glubb Pasha was really an imperial proconsul, for all his insistence on having served not Britain but the Hashemite dynasty. This is not to say that he was disloyal to King Abdullah, but his primary loyalty was to Britain. Odd as it may seem, on most important political matters, the Arab potentate and his British general held similar views, and when differences arose, they were rarely pressed to the point of an open rift. Regarding Palestine, the two men were united by a common purpose, by a common strategy, and by a secret agreement that bound both to the British Foreign Secretary. With perfect sincerity, Glubb could therefore argue that by accepting the partition of Palestine and seeking to avoid a bloody war, he was not furthering the interests of the British Empire at the expense of Transjordan but acting in the best interest of both countries. On the brink. While sharing the general Arab feeling of moral outrage over Jewish encroachment in Palestine, Glubb contrasted the realism of Abdullah with the irresponsibility and incompetence of the other Arab leaders. The Arabs had to a great extent been deluded by their own enthusiasm. Fond of studying and retailing in public the story of the Arab conquests 13 centuries ago, they believed themselves to be a great military people, and regarded the Jews as a nation of shopkeepers. The Arab governments did immense harm to the cause of the Palestine Arabs, because they encouraged them to be defiant, and when it came to violence, they failed. Only King Abdullah and Jordan were in a position to take a balanced view. They were near enough to know the extent and thoroughness of the Jewish preparations. They were in sufficiently close touch with the Arabs to know their inefficiency. One of the major causes of the Arab failure in 1948 was their unwillingness to face facts. Not only did they fail to study the potential military strengths of both sides, but they accused of treachery any man with the courage to speak the unpalatable truth. King Abdullah always possessed the moral courage to say what he thought. He deprecated the idea of fighting and was immediately covered with bitter reproaches, and charged with treachery in the most opprobrious terms. 45 Given his low opinion of the Arab politicians and of the combatability of the other Arab armies, Glubb was troubled by the growing militancy exhibited by King Abdullah in his public statements. To a large extent this militancy was inspired by universal Arab clamor for immediate military action and by the appeals for help from the Palestinian Arabs. To cover up his own fears, Abdullah resorted to increasingly bellicose public statements which were interpreted by the Jewish Agency as a declaration of war. But to some extent Abdullah was the victim of his own rhetoric. He came to see himself as the protector of the Palestine Arabs and was overcome by a sense of mission to uphold Arab honor by meeting the Zionist challenge head-on. If he were to evade the challenge, to disappoint the widespread hopes that had come to rest on him personally, he was sure to be denounced as a traitor and might end up by losing his throne. The risks of resorting to military action to defend Arab land and honor were great, but the risks of inaction seemed scarcely less so. Arab pressures on King Abdullah to fight the Jews were mounting at an alarming pace. The center of gravity of Arab policy in Palestine had shifted decisively from the Palestine Arabs under the Mufti of Jerusalem to the Arab states loosely gathered in the League under the leadership of an Egyptian Secretary General. On May 12, Abdullah's foreign minister returned from Cairo with a message from King Farouk promising Egyptian intervention in Palestine after the end of the mandate and offering to send Egyptian staff officers to Amman to coordinate a plan. This message temporarily dispelled Abdullah's caution, and the politicians in Amman started wildly discussing plans for action after the end of the mandate. 46. This message from Cairo amounted to a reversal of Egypt's and the Arab League's decision not to send regular armies into Palestine but confine themselves to concentrating troops on the border and extending help to the Arab Liberation Army and Palestinian guerrilla forces. King Farouk personally took this decision, which upset the Arab League's strategic consensus and forced the other Arab states to follow suit by sending their regular armies into Palestine. The decision arose out of a growing realization that King Abdullah was determined to send his army into Palestine at the end of the mandate, whether the Arab states agreed or resisted, and whether they participated in the invasion or remained on the sidelines. It was also clear to the Egyptian and the other Arab leaders that whatever the reason given for the entry of the Arab Legion into Palestine, the ultimate intention would be to obtain new territory for King Abdullah. Many suspected that Abdullah would not try to conquer the whole of Palestine by force of arms but would try to reach, and had perhaps already reached, an agreement with the Jews for sharing the spoils. Here lies one of the principal reasons for the reversal of Egypt's earlier stand and the decision taken against the advice of the military experts to send the Egyptian army into Palestine. An invasion by Abdullah and the partition of Palestine between him and the emergent Jewish state, regardless of whether accomplished peacefully or as a result of armed conflict, would have dealt a death blow to the vision of Arab unity, to Egypt's hegemonial aspirations, and to Egypt's prestige in the Islamic world. A desire to prevent a unilateral invasion and the conquest and annexation of Palestine was accordingly one of Egypt's primary war aims and a major factor in forcing her government to decide at the last minute on the dispatch of the Egyptian army to Palestine. 47 Azam Pasha had his own suspicions that the imminent redeployment of the Arab Legion in Palestine was intended to serve Abdullah's private interests rather than pan-Arab ones. On May 13, Azam arrived in Amman to see if the Transjordanian authorities could be induced to play the part assigned to them by the Arab League planners. He informed the authorities that the Arab League had decided to fight and that the Egyptian army would invade Palestine. This announcement, Glubb was later to claim, destroyed King Abdullah's plan of an agreement with the Jewish state on the lines of the partition plan. In the course of discussions with Glubb Pasha, it emerged that the Secretary-General's concept of war was hopelessly naive and impractical. Glubb could not be impressed by the fact that the Arab League had decided to fight without even asking how many men they had and how many constituted the enemy. According to him, the forces engaged by the Arab League comprised 10,000 soldiers from Egypt, 4,500 Arab Legion troops, and 3,000 each from Syria and Iraq, giving a total of 20,500. The enemy forces were estimated by Glubb at 6,000.48. Azam surprised Glubb even more by offering him the post of commander-in-chief of all the Arab armies in Palestine. Both Glubb and Kirkbride were convinced that the offer was made in bad faith and that none of the other Arab governments would consent to place their troops under the command of a British officer, even if he was technically the servant of the Transjordanian government. They suspected that the hidden idea behind the offer was to prepare a scapegoat for future failures. A British commander-in-chief could be disregarded if the operations went well but would provide a ready-made scapegoat if the war ended in defeat. Anyway, Glubb politely declined the honor. The only positive result of Azam's visit was the payment of a sum of £250,000 to the Transjordanian government out of an Arab League war chest of nearly £4 million. Azam presented the payment as the first installment of a larger sum of up to £3 million from the same source, but in the event he did not honor the promise to pay the balance. Having been rebuffed when he asked the Transjordanian Prime Minister for supplementary financial allocations to meet the cost of fighting a war, Glubb was obviously grateful for small mercies. 49 Azam's extraordinary conduct reflected the inability of the Arab League to choose between war and its sacrifices or peace and its compromises. The utterly irresponsible and unprofessional manner in which Azam approached the conflict over Palestine emerged again during his meeting with Kirkbride. When they had met 5 days earlier, his mood had been more subdued and he had said that it was necessary to do something to re-establish the prestige of the Arab world and to bring the Jews to a reasonable state of mind after which the negotiation of a settlement might be possible. He even hinted that a reduced Jewish state might be accepted if it took the form of an act of generosity on the part of the Arabs after they had re-established their position. 50 This was a remarkable change from the earlier objective of occupying the whole of Palestine and making it an independent Arab state. Now, however, after much havering, Azam stood up, struck a pose and said dramatically, "It is my duty to announce to you the intention of the Arab armies to march in Palestine tomorrow at midnight." 5 Kirkbride retorted that the news did not surprise him. Azam went on to enumerate the strengths of the various Arab armies available for the invasion. When asked for the size of the Jewish forces, he waved his hands and said, "It does not matter how many there are. We will sweep them into the sea." On being told that when considering a military problem it was normal to take into account the courses open to the enemy as well as those open to oneself, Azam became peevish and the meeting ended on a frosty note. To Kirkbride, Azam seemed to be suffering from acute anxiety, though in public, like other Arab politicians, he affected to be utterly confident about the outcome of the pending conflict. To Kirkbride's dismay, Transjordanian politicians were also infected by the sudden surge of Arab war psychosis. He experienced a feeling of helpless horror in much the same way as a bystander watching an impending motor accident knows he can do nothing to prevent it. 51 King Abdullah was thrown off balance by the cacophony of Arab voices clamoring for the liberation of Palestine. Even the sensible and level-headed Prime Minister, who rarely took a step unless it had the blessing of the British, appeared to throw all caution to the winds and to be resigned to letting events take their own course. On May 15, the day after the mandate ended, Kirkbride reported to London that for no better reason than that which existed for the recent collapse of morale, the Arabs were now full of optimism and in no mood to listen to advice. A reverse in the operations now being undertaken by the regular Arab armies would doubtless dispel this feeling in a matter of hours, and advantage should be taken of such an occasion to preach moderation. The present is not the moment. In an informal talk with Abdullah, Kirkbride warned him that if Transjordan went beyond the plan regarding the Arab areas of Palestine, His Majesty's government would have to reconsider their subsidy and the loan of British officers to the Arab Legion. Abdullah gave him an opening by forecasting total Jewish defeat within a fortnight. Abdullah took the warning in good part and said that while he and the king adhered basically to their original intentions, it would be impossible for Transjordan to stop at the frontier of the Jewish state if the other Arab armies were sweeping all before them. In such an event, which Kirkbride interposed was unlikely, Abdullah promised he would spare them the embarrassment by releasing the British officers concerned beforehand. If the subsidy was withheld, Transjordan would just have to beg for funds from the other Arab states. 52 In his memoirs, Sir Alec Kirkbride, who had himself played a role alongside the legendary T.E. Lawrence in instigating the Arab revolt against the Ottoman Empire and had recorded with considerable literary grace his early experiences in A Crackle of Toms 53, gives a colorful eyewitness account of the opening shot in the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, at a few minutes before the hour of midnight on May 14 to 15, 1948, King Abdullah and members of his personal staff stood at the eastern end of the Allenby Bridge across the River Jordan waiting for the mandate to expire officially. They need not have waited because the British personnel had already gone. At 12 o'clock precisely the king drew his revolver, fired a symbolical shot into the air and shouted the word, "Forward." The long column of Jordanian troops which stretched down the road behind the bridge, already had the engines of their cars ticking over and, as they moved off at the word of command, the hum of their motors rose to a roar. They passed through Jericho and went up the ridgeway which had been prepared for them and, when daylight came, the 1st Regiment was in position on the Ramallah Ridge which was their objective in the Judean highlands. Other units moved up the Wadi Farah into the heart of the Samaria district. 54 As the troops marched into Palestine, the politicians of the Arab League continued their backstage maneuvers, labyrinthine intrigues, and sordid attempts to stab each other in the back, all in the name of the highest pan-Arab ideals. Politics did not end when war started but was inextricably mixed with it from the moment the first shot was fired until the guns finally fell silent and beyond. On May 15 an event took place which presaged much of what was to follow and exposed the lengths to which Arab politicians were prepared to go in their attempts to outwit their partners. King Abdullah, whose own skills lay decidedly in the realm of politics rather than that of warfare, received a phone call from Damascus. The conversation which ensued is described by the king in his memoirs. Damascus called Amman, saying that it was doing so because of certain thoughts which President al-Khawalti, who at the time was being visited by Arab League Secretary General Azam Pasha, wished to express. The message referred to the necessity of refraining from advancing into Palestine and of providing the Palestinians with all possible arms and funds, and promised that if the Arab uprising actually got underway and needed effective assistance, such aid would then be given. Because of Azam Pasha's presence in Damascus, I was not sure at the time whether this really had been suggested to Damascus by Egypt or whether it was due to some distrust of me which had arisen in their minds and aroused a desire to discover my true intentions. At any rate, it was a moment that touched my soul with apprehension and anxiety, for the Arab Legion was engaged in a violent struggle for Jerusalem and had advanced to the coastal plain in the vicinity of Bab al-Wad, Lydda, and al-Ramla on one hand, and Tulkarm and Al-Afila on the other. My answer was a flat rejection of this strange proposal, and I requested to speak to the Secretary General of the League himself, who protested that my suspicions were entirely unfounded. They naturally agreed with me immediately as to the necessity of persevering in our course, but added by way of excuse that the state of preparation did not permit assistance to other fronts. 53 The die was cast. It was too late for second thoughts. Once the invasion had been set in motion, it could not be reversed by a mere telephone call from one Arab capital to another. If King Abdullah's relations with his fellow Arab leaders had sunk to one of their lowest points, his contact with the Jewish agency had been severed altogether. At this critical juncture, when Britain had finally relinquished the mandate over Palestine, the secret agreement which Abdullah had concluded with Ernest Bevin through the good offices of his Palestinian-born Prime Minister seemed at the point of being overwhelmed by the momentum of the invasion and by the popular Arab clamour for doing battle with the Zionists and liberating the whole of Palestine. The Jews were in a similarly truculent and uncompromising mood. They had proclaimed their independent state and they were determined to fight for it, come what may. It was an ultimatum that Mrs. Meir had gone to give King Abdullah, not sympathy or help in overcoming his inter-Arab problems. After Golda Meir's return from her mission, the Jewish agency used its contacts in Washington to induce President Truman, who had already decided to recognize the Jewish state as soon as it was proclaimed, to warn Abdullah against invasion. 56 The Hashemite Zionist Accord, which had been 30 years in the making, abruptly dissolved in bitter recriminations. 5 Arab armies were on the move, dashing the hope of the peaceful partition of Palestine that lay at the heart of that accord. Popular sentiment throughout the Arab world proved more powerful than either the assurances conveyed to Mr. Bevan or the royal promises that had earlier been expressed to Mrs. Meir. As the soldiers took charge on both sides, the prospects for salvaging anything from the ruins of the Hashemite Zionist accord looked at best uncertain. Ben-Gurion's grand strategy. There have been countless studies of the military operations of the 1948 Arab-Israeli War, but very few writers have studied seriously the politics of that war. One notable exception to the general tendency to dwell on the military course of events in 1948 while paying insufficient attention to the political objectives of the principal participants is a book written by a highly controversial Israeli expert on strategy, Dr. Israel Burr. Burr was born in Austria, studied literature and philosophy at the University of Vienna, fought with the International Brigade during the Civil War in Spain and joined the Haganah in 1940. With the outbreak of war in 1948, he became one of the principal aides to the head of the operations branch of the Israel Defense Forces, IDF, General Yadin. After the war, as a lieutenant colonel, he was placed at the head of the Planning and Operations Division of the IDF General Staff. But when thwarted in his ambition to become Deputy Chief of Staff, he left the army and joined the left-wing party MAPAM, which was pro-Soviet in those days. In 1953 Burr switched his political allegiance from MAPAM to MAPA and began to extol the leadership of David Ben-Gurion, of whom he had been highly critical in the past. With Ben-Gurion's support he became the semi-official historian of the IDF. He had a secretary and an office in the Ministry of Defense and a free access to the IDF archives. In the late 1950s he once again became critical of Ben-Gurion's leadership and particularly of his close alliance with the West. He began to meet with Soviet diplomats and to give them information about the situation in Israel as well as extracts from Ben-Gurion's diary to which he had access in connection with his historical work on the War of Independence. In 1961 Burr was arrested and sentenced to 15 years imprisonment for his contacts with the agents of a foreign power. It was in prison that Burr wrote his book Israel's Security, Yesterday, Today, Tomorrow, and it was in prison that he died in 1966. My actions in the years 1957–1961, wrote Burr in the preface, were guided by the conviction that if Israel's foreign and defense policy is not changed, another historic catastrophe would be inescapable. His chapter on the 1948 war is thus part of a more comprehensive, and polemical, critique of Ben-Gurion's foreign and defense policy. Burr's own controversial career certainly casts some doubt on the objectivity and intellectual integrity of his analysis. But the fact that he had a personal and an ideological axe to grind does not entirely invalidate his analysis. His book is biased and inaccurate, but it contains many original ideas and penetrating insights. Burr argues that the final balance sheet of the Jewish side in the 1948 war was determined not by the military capability of the IDF but by the political objectives of the man who directed the Jewish forces, David Ben-Gurion. Burr dwells at great length on the contrast between Ben-Gurion's declared political objectives and his actual objectives as they emerge from his direction of the war effort. In his speeches Ben-Gurion consistently called for resistance to imperialism, peaceful accommodation between Israel and the Arabs, an orientation on the progressive and revolutionary forces in the Arab world, and neutrality on the international stage. But his actions and the ideas that determine the strategy of the war are said to have their roots in the policy of the Jewish Agency during the decade from 1936 to 1946, striving for an alliance with Britain, joining the Western camp, and an orientation on Arab feudalism. Ben-Gurion's big plan, as Burr calls it, was based on the assumption that the British Empire in the Middle East would survive and that if it could be demonstrated that Zionism could not be destroyed, the pragmatists in Whitehall would try to turn the existence of the Jewish state to their advantage. Israel's war leader was prepared to facilitate Britain's continuing rule over the Middle East but on his own terms, which included modification of the original partition plan and, above all, firm control over Jewish Jerusalem and the approaches to it. In exchange, Ben-Gurion was ready to reach an agreement with Britain's chief agent among the Arabs, King Abdullah, and give the latter part of the area allotted by the United Nations to the Arabs as his reward for the deal. From the outset, claims Burr, the big plan reconciliation with Britain through an agreement with Abdullah constituted Ben-Gurion's real objective rather than his pronouncements in favor of non-alignment, solidarity with the Arab Revolution against imperialism, and peace in the Semitic region. Once the Jewish state carried as an accomplished fact and the conditions for realizing his big plan developed in the course of the first truce, Ben-Gurion adopted two different lines of action, a limited strategy towards his rival partner Abdullah, and a strategy of defeating the rest of the Arab countries, especially Egypt to Abdullah. Burr similarly attributes two different strategies, one towards his official Arab allies who were in fact his rivals and one towards the official opponent who gradually became an ally Israel. Abdullah's principal objective in the context of the first strategy was to prevent the Egyptians and the Syrians from establishing a permanent presence in Palestine. To this end he changed the invasion plan worked out by the Arab League in Damascus, did his best to disrupt any attempt at a coordinated Arab war effort, and took steps to disband Khashoggi's Arab Liberation Army. The evolution of Abdullah's strategy towards his allies' rivals was linked to the second strategy of trying to coordinate his plans with those of the Jewish leader. Burr identifies four distinct phases in the relations between the two rulers. First, there were the contacts in April and May 1948 that nearly led to a complete and prior understanding between the two sides. But the dialectics of the situation produced exactly the opposite result. The danger of an agreement between Tel Aviv and Amman, and of Hashemite expansion resulting from this agreement, pushed the reluctant Arab countries along the adventurous path of invasion. This created another paradoxical constellation. The Israeli and Transjordanian war leaders threw their forces into bloody battles for the sake of objectives that they could have attained, and indeed planned to attain, round the conference table. It was a phase of tension and mistrust between the two war leaders, with each suspecting the other of an all-out strategy instead of a strategy of deliberate restraint. A new phase, the third, was opened with the renewal of hostilities after the first truce. During this phase both sides supplied convincing proof that these suspicions were unfounded and turned their mutual restraint increasingly into a complementary strategy. This situation lasted until the end of 1948.2. In short, Burr puts forward a double thesis: collusion between Abdullah and Ben-Gurion in a limited strategy for the Eastern Front of the Jewish state, and, secondly, the presentation of this collusion as a form of partnership within a British imperial framework. According to Burr, the principal actors in the drama of 1947-9, the Zionist labor leader and the Bedouin Sharif, grasped the crucial importance of the holy city of Jerusalem for their respective big plans. On the one hand, no Jewish state would be viable, from either the geopolitical or the moral point of view, without Jerusalem as its capital. On the other hand, Abdullah was convinced that the prestige of being Ibid 125-35, the guardian of the holy places of Jerusalem, was essential for realizing his Hashemite dreams. Consequently, from the very start the two parties had a supreme interest in common: opposition to the UN internationalization plan. Both were sufficiently shrewd to realize that total victory in the battle for Jerusalem could only bring in its wake a total political defeat. Ben-Gurion understood that forces in the Christian world would oppose Jewish sovereignty over the Holy Sepulchre, the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, just as Abdullah understood that he could neither destroy nor include in his kingdom the 100,000 Jews of Jerusalem. The only alternative to the internationalization of Jerusalem to which both sides could agree was partition. In the context of partition, the logical aim for the Jews was to secure the new city and a firm corridor linking it to the coastal plain, while the Transjordanian aim was to secure the old city inside the walls and complete control over the routes leading to it: the Jericho Road in the east, the Ramallah Road in the north, the Bethlehem-Hebron Road in the south. Had the early assumptions about a comprehensive settlement by peaceful means proved realistic, these aims could have been attained by negotiations. But since the course of events, according to Burr, imposed on Ben-Gurion and Abdullah an armed conflict against their will, the Jerusalem front became the touchstone of the limited and then complementary strategy of the two rivals. Point 3. The part of Burr's thesis that can most swiftly be disposed of concerns the place of the British Empire in Ben-Gurion's putative big plan. Burr's repeated assertions that Ben-Gurion was willing to offer concessions and privileges to the British so that Israel might be fitted into the imperial order in the Middle East are no substitute for evidence. All the available evidence suggests that Ben-Gurion was not prepared to even consider the extension of the mandate by 10 days, that he jealously guarded Israel's independence when it was finally achieved, and that he was to remain totally uncompromising on the subject of Israeli sovereignty. It is true that Ben-Gurion underestimated the speed with which British power was declining after the war, not least in the Middle East. It is also true that he was anxious to avoid an armed clash with British forces and was indeed to lay it down as one of the basic tenets of his security doctrine that Israel should only go to war against an Arab country when assured of the backing of a great power. Equally, Ben-Gurion had no ideological inhibitions about collaboration with imperialist powers against progressive Arab regimes, as the Suez Affair was to demonstrate. But in 1948 Ben-Gurion was bent on consolidating Israel's independence, defending it against real and imagined British machinations and preventing Britain's re-entry through the back door. The part of Burr's thesis that deserves to be taken more seriously concerns the complex and paradoxical relationship, the adversary partnership between Israel and Transjordan in 1948. Here again Burr spoils a good case by overstating it. He rightly emphasizes the limited nature of the strategy pursued by both Ben-Gurion and Abdullah after the first truce, but he errs in attributing it to collusion between them. There was no collusion between the socialist leader and the feudal warlord. The contact was severed in May and it was not renewed until 4 months later. Hence, the most that can be claimed is that during the latter part of this period there was a tacit understanding between the two rulers to avert a major collision between their armed forces. This tacit understanding was based on perceived interests that the two had in common and which neither shared with their Arab partners' opponents. And it was this perceived interdependence or overlap of interests that led each ruler independently to exercise a measure of self-restraint in relation to the other. The distinction is not purely semantic. Collusion presupposes a direct and explicit agreement and it carries the connotation of a shabby and secret deal. Tacit understanding, on the other hand, can issue from mutual mind-reading, leading to awareness that cooperation between adversaries can work to their mutual advantage but without any direct contact or explicitly formulated plan of action. The difference between the two is small but significant. For if there had been collusion between the Zionist leader and the Hashemite monarch, how is one to account for the fierce fighting that took place between their respective armies in the Central Front? Surely the whole point about collusion is that it enables politicians to avert a head-on clash and limit the bloodshed. A tacit understanding, by contrast, is much more vulnerable to miscalculation by the policy-makers and confusion on the part of their subordinates. Some of the aspects of the 1948 war, at any rate, can be understood in terms of plain military realities, without resorting to elaborate conspiracy theories. At various stages in the war there were military considerations rather than political ones that led the Israeli side to avoid a clash with the Arab Legion. But if Ben-Gurion's conduct of the war was dictated by an overall political conception, the men serving under him were not aware of it. Many of his senior military advisors were later to testify that he did not impose operational restrictions on them, and some specifically rejected the charge of collusion with Transjordan. Ugail Yadin, the chief of operations who dominated the general staff and was the Prime Minister's principal military advisor throughout the war, dismissed collusion as a myth. Contrary to the view of many historians, I do not believe that there was an agreement or even an understanding between Ben-Gurion and Abdullah. He may have had wishful thoughts, Sasson may have planted hopes in his heart, but until May 15, 1948, he did not build on it and did not assume that an agreement with Abdullah would neutralize the Arab Legion. On the contrary, his estimate was that the clash with the Legion was inevitable. Even if Ben-Gurion had an understanding or hopes, they evaporated the moment Abdullah marched on Jerusalem. First there was the assault on Kfar Etzion, then the capture of positions in Latrun in order to dominate the road to Jerusalem, and then there was the entry into Jerusalem. From these moves it was clear that Abdullah intended to capture Jerusalem. If there had indeed been an agreement between Ben-Gurion and Abdullah, it was violated, and it was Abdullah who violated it. That was the turning point in Abdullah's policy. He cancelled any agreement and any understanding. His armies entered the battle and the clash was unavoidable. The contact with Abdullah was severed and it was not renewed at any level until September. After May 15, Ben-Gurion saw the Legion as the number one enemy. He strove towards a showdown with the Legion. For Ben-Gurion, Jerusalem was the focal point of the entire War of Independence, and he concentrated all the forces in order to gain the upper hand over the Legion in Jerusalem. I, for military reasons, saw Egypt as the number one enemy. But Ben-Gurion did not want to clash with Egypt. It was with difficulty that he was persuaded to divert forces to the southern front when the war broke out. 4 Equally categorical in denying any collusion or preferential treatment of Transjordan was the commander of the northern front, Major Gen. Moshe Carmel. According to General Carmel, the link with Transjordan had no influence whatever on the military side of the War of Independence. The assumption was that we were facing all the Arab states and that Transjordan, like the others, was poised to invade. And, indeed, the Transjordanians were the first to invade. On Shlomo Shamir's meeting with Colonel Goldie I did not hear. I did not participate in the political moves, nor was I alert to the political side. I knew that Golda had met Abdullah, but that did not concern us. We were in charge of the military side. Politically, Ben-Gurion had a tendency, a predilection, to reach an understanding with Abdullah, but when the invasion started and there was war, Ben-Gurion had no inhibitions about the actions of our forces against the Arabs, including Transjordan. I say categorically that from the moment of the invasion to the end of the war I did not hear about any political constraints regarding Transjordan. Everything we were capable of doing we did, and all the authorizations we requested were granted. From the time I was appointed commander of the Northern Front in June and carried the responsibility for repelling the Arab invasion into Israel by the forces of Lebanon, Syria, Transjordan, and Iraq, I did not experience any political constraints in the way of military operations against the forces of Transjordan or the Iraqi forces that were stationed in Transjordan. All of us felt that Allah guerre come Allah guerre, and that we had to act against all the Arab forces that had invaded the country. 5 But perhaps the best guide to Ben-Gurion's thinking is to be found in his own diary rather than in the retrospective interpretation offered by his generals. There are a number of different entries on the subject of war aims in the diary, reflecting changes in the military balance of forces as seen by the writer, but the first and most comprehensive statement appears on May 24, 10 days after the Declaration of Independence. On that day, Ben-Gurion suggested to the General Staff that they prepare an offensive directed at crushing Lebanon, Transjordan, and Syria. We have to hold on in the Negev, and the plan for this week, the liberation of Jerusalem and the area around it. To this end we have to add forces, especially heavy arms, because it should be assumed that large reinforcements will be sent to Jerusalem. The battle for Jerusalem is the crucial one from a moral political point of view and to some extent also from a military point of view. With the arrival of the cannons we should destroy Rami and Lydda. We have to organize immediately the division, which would be directed against Jenin and towards the Jordan Valley. Makelf should get reinforcements and his task the capture of southern Lebanon with the aid of aerial bombardment of Tyre, Sidon, and Beirut. Beirut we should bomb from the sea too. Ugal Alon should be charged with hitting Syria from the east and from the north. Our air force should bomb and destroy Amman. The weak link in the Arab coalition is Lebanon. Muslim rule is artificial and easy to undermine. A Christian state should be established whose southern border should be the Litany. We shall sign a treaty with it. By breaking the power of the Legion and bombing Amman we shall also finish off Transjordan, and then Syria will fall. If Egypt dares to fight we shall bomb Port Said, Alexandria, and Cairo. 6 A number of conclusions may be drawn from this early presentation by Ben-Gurion of his strategic objectives before the General Staff. First, he had a clear order of priorities: Jerusalem, Galilee, and the Negev. Second, he favored an offensive rather than a defensive strategy and saw air power, and especially the bombardment of Arab capitals, as the key to destroying the enemy's will to fight. Third, his method for dealing with the hostile Arab coalition, and one which was to be a central tenet in Israel's security doctrine, was to pick off the Arabs one by one, to attack in one front at a time while holding on in the other fronts. Fourth and most important, it shows that Ben-Gurion did indeed regard the Arab Legion as the number one enemy and that he wanted to force a showdown with it in the belief that once the mighty Legion had been defeated all the other Arab armies would rapidly collapse. It would appear, therefore, that Ben-Gurion did have an overall strategic plan for winning the war, but it was not the big plan attributed to him by Dr. Burr. The most decisive proof that the Zionist leader did not aim at sustaining the British imperial order in the Middle East through a partnership with Abdullah is available in that very same diary from which Dr. Burr thoughtfully copied extracts for his Soviet associates. The hope, however faint, of an understanding with Abdullah was there all along in Ben-Gurion's mind, but once the Legion invaded, there was no holding back, at least not initially. Later in the war, Ben-Gurion and Abdullah did appear to be pursuing a more limited strategy towards one another, but the reasons behind these strategies are far too complex to be explained in terms of plots, collusions, and big plans. 3. The importance of Burr's book lies in the attempt to relate strategy to the political context in which it was formulated. One may, therefore, discount Burr's specific charges of collusion but follow his example in probing the political as well as the military considerations that shaped the strategy of the principal actors in the 1948 war. 238. The Battle for Jerusalem, May 1948. Jerusalem was the principal battleground and the most coveted prize in the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. The Holy City was of profound spiritual and religious importance to Muslims, Jews, and Christians throughout the world. It was also the strategic key to the whole of Palestine, being perched on the mountain ridge at the junction of the main roads from Tel Aviv to Jericho and from Nablus to Hebron. The future of Jerusalem was therefore uppermost in the minds of both Ben-Gurion and Abdullah as their armies went into battle. Under the United Nations Partition Plan, Jerusalem was to be an enclave under an international regime inside the Arab state, a separate body or corpus separatum. If the Jewish Agency or the Transjordanian government had objections to this plan, they failed to communicate them to the United Nations. Both behaved as if they accepted the plan to internationalize Jerusalem. In the unwritten agreement between the Jewish Agency and King Abdullah there were no provisions for Jerusalem. The king undertook not to interfere with the establishment of a Jewish state within the partition borders, while the Jews undertook not to interfere with his invasion into the Arab parts of Palestine. Jerusalem was not even mentioned in the talks because it was tacitly assumed that it would constitute a separate body under an international regime. The fighting broke out in Jerusalem precisely because it was not covered by any kind of agreement or understanding between the two sides. Everywhere else, as we shall see, the Arab Legion respected the partition borders and made no attempt to seize Jewish territory. Glubb's original plan for the deployment of his 4 regiments in Palestine did not cater for the occupation or even the defense of Jerusalem. As he later explained, the Arab Legion had crossed the Jordan on May 15, with the approval of the British government, to help the Arabs defend the area of Judea and Samaria allotted to them. We were strictly forbidden to enter Jerusalem, which had been declared by the United Nations to be an enclave, or to enter any area allotted to the Jewish state in the partition plan. Our plans were therefore strictly in accordance with the orders of the United Nations and the approval of the British government. 7 None of Glubb's own orders to his officers was more categoric than that which warned them against getting involved in fighting in Jerusalem. The wishes of the British government and resolutions of the United Nations were important considerations. The small size of his army in relation to the 260-kilometer front from Hebron to Nablus which he wanted to hold also made Glubb reluctant to assume any additional responsibilities. Moreover, his Bedouin soldiers were not trained for town fighting, it was not their natural habitat. Fighting in Jerusalem's narrow lanes and cramped bazaars was likely to be very costly in casualties, and Glubb did not want to see his life's work torn apart in street fighting. Finally, even at this late hour, Glubb had lingering hopes of limiting hostilities to a semblance of war, a few skirmishes, a few token forays, and then allowing the dust to settle. For all these reasons he laid down a strict policy of non-involvement in Jerusalem, leaving the defense of the city to the various bands of Palestinian irregulars. There was no parallel restraint on the Israeli side. The truce covering Jerusalem was broken immediately the mandate ended. Hardly had the British evacuated the town when a well-planned and vigorous Israeli offensive, Operation Pitchfork, was launched to seize all the Arab and mixed zones of the new city and form a solid Jewish area, going all the way up to the old city walls. Another objective of the operation was to capture the Arab quarter of Sheikh Jarrah and establish a secure link with the Jewish enclave containing the Hadassah Hospital and the Hebrew University on Mount Scopus. The Jewish quarter inside the old city represented a particularly difficult problem for the Israeli command. It occupied an area of 450 by 325 meters and had a non-combatant population of 1,700 and a garrison force of 150 lightly armed men. Surrounded by 20,000 hostile Arabs, this small enclave was virtually indefensible. The Israelis had the option of taking the fighters out and leaving the Jewish quarter under a Red Cross flag. But David Schultiel, the commander of the Jerusalem Front and a loyal supporter of Ben-Gurion, declined the offer of voluntary evacuation. Instead, he planned to hold on to the Jewish quarter and use it as a springboard for capturing the entire Old City. 8. The first task was to break through the massive 16th-century stone ramparts that enclosed the Old City and effect contact with the forces defending the Jewish quarter. A first attempt was made on the night of May 16 to break into the Old City through the Jaffa Gate, but the attack was repelled by the Arab defenders. A second attempt was made to break in at the same point the following night, but this too failed. At the third attempt, on May 19, a Palmach unit succeeded in forcing its way through the Zion Gate and linking up with the Jewish quarter. But instead of keeping up the offensive to complete the capture of the Old City, as Schultiel expected, the Palmach handed over to another unit, which relapsed into a static defense of the Jewish quarter. Such defense was doomed to failure from the start. Daily attempts were made to breach the massive city walls in order to reinforce the beleaguered garrison, but on May 28 the Jewish quarter finally and formally surrendered to the Arab Legion. The Israeli attempt to capture the Old City triggered off a chain of events that ended up by overturning Glubb's careful policy of non-involvement. The king and his ministers were inundated with desperate appeals for help from the Arabs in the Old City. A national committee had been elected and entrusted, belatedly, with organizing the defense of Jerusalem in face of the accelerating violence. Anwar Nusiaba, a prominent member of the committee, recalled that a delegation was sent to see King Abdullah to tell him that we needed support and we badly needed arms. We were supposed to be the radicals from Jerusalem, the seat of the Mufti. Abdullah rebuked us for not having listened to his advice. Even then he was concerned to carry Palestinian opinion with him, and seek a solution through means other than violence. 9. Ahmed Hilmi, the leader of Arab Jerusalem, cabled the government in Amman, "Unless you rescue us immediately, Jerusalem will fall finally into the hands of the Jews." 10. Glubb held out against the mounting pressure to commit his troops to the defense of the Old City for as long as he could. He suspected that the likelihood of an imminent fall into Jewish hands was exaggerated, and he clung to the hope that the Consular Truce Commission would succeed in its efforts to arrange a ceasefire in Jerusalem. King Abdullah, whose father was buried in the precincts of the Great Mosque, was torn between carrying out his duty as a Muslim and a Hashemite and going to the rescue on the one hand and displeasing his British allies on the other. As the calls for help from Jerusalem became more frantic, he decided to act. At 11:30 in the morning of May 17, Glubb received the following message: His Majesty the King orders an advance towards Jerusalem from the direction of Ramallah. He intends by this action to threaten the Jews, in order that they may accept a truce in Jerusalem. Half an hour later Glubb received another and longer telegram from the defense minister. It read as follows: His Majesty the King is extremely anxious and indeed insists that a force from Ramallah with artillery be sent to attack the Jewish quarters of Jerusalem. The Jews are attacking the gates of the Old City in order to break into it. An attack on the Jews would ease the pressure on the Arabs and would incline the Jews to accept the truce for Jerusalem. The Belgian consul has been here and His Majesty has gathered from him that such action on our part might frighten the Jews and make them less obstinate. His Majesty is awaiting swift action. Report quickly that the operation has commenced. 11 The King realized that he had embarked on an enterprise that could carry him beyond the original scheme for which he had secured Bevan's agreement. To limit the damage to his relations with Britain, he followed up his orders to Glubb with a letter of explanation to Kirkbride. Kirkbride proposed to tell him that any departure from the original scheme would necessitate a reconsideration of Britain's own position. 12 But by the time Kirkbride received instructions from London to warn Abdullah against a full-scale Arab Legion attack on Jerusalem, the die was cast. The King's unusually insistent orders to Glubb could not be lightly ignored. For 48 hours Glubb had been opposing both the King and the government for reasons that were partly political and partly military. Now the situation had become too critical to permit any further delay. On May 18 Glubb gave the orders to an infantry company of about 100 men stationed on the Mount of Olives to go into the Old City. The following day, to prevent the Old City being cut off, Glubb ordered a force of 300 men to break into Jerusalem from the north, clear Sheikh Jarrah, and establish contact with the Old City, see Map 5. There were also political reasons for Glubb's decision to intervene in Jerusalem. As Kirkbride noted in his report to London, Glubb had the choice of turning outwards on an operation which might ultimately lead him into a Jewish area or inwards to relieve the Arab areas of Jerusalem. He chose the latter, I think wisely. To have saved the holy places of Jerusalem would give Transjordan great merit in the Arab world, and the troops can be given the battle for which they are clamoring without the risk of being involved in what might be described as an act of aggression against the Jewish state. 14 The Arab Legion's effective intervention to save the Old City raised Abdullah's prestige in the Arab world, but it also exposed him to growing pressure to nullify the partition plan. At a meeting of Arab statesmen and military commanders at Dirah, in southern Syria, on May 19, it soon became clear to Abdullah that the real purpose of his allies was to involve the Arab Legion still further, and in particular to get it to move against the Jewish state. Lieutenant Gen. Taha al-Hashimi, the head of the Arab League's military committee, touched off an explosion of royal wrath by insisting that the Arab armies should not be used for political purposes. The King retorted that after the deplorable shows put up by the Syrian and Lebanese forces they were in no position to criticize the Arab Legion, and that no one with any sense would propose attacking the Jewish state. 15 President al-Quwatli of Syria demanded that they implement the Arab League plan for the Syrian army to move through Bent Jabal in southern Lebanon towards Nazareth and from there to capture Afuli in order to link up with the Iraqi army in Jenin and cut off the Jewish settlements in the Jordan Valley. Abdullah, however, was opposed to this plan and insisted that the Syrian army should move westward through Samak towards Tiberias. This was the route that the Syrian army took, but after capturing Samak it was stopped in Degania and in effect lost the battle for the Jordan Valley. 16 Of his nephew, Abd al-Ilah, the regent of Iraq, Abdullah asked that the Iraqi forces be moved into Samaria in order to defend the new Hashemite conquests and relieve the Arab Legion for other missions in the Jerusalem area. The Jewish offensive in Jerusalem having been halted, the focal point of the battle moved to Latron, a hill spur with fortifications that dominated the main route from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. That road was the lifeline of Jerusalem's 100,000 Jews, and Latron was its most vulnerable point. From this towering position the new city Jewish Jerusalem could be blockaded and its population starved into submission. Yet despite the immense strategic importance of Latron, Khashoggi's troops withdrew on May 15 without handing it over properly or even notifying the Arab Legion. Because of poor intelligence and the need to transfer forces to the Negev to deal with the invading Egyptian forces, the Israeli command made no attempt to move into the positions vacated by the Arab Liberation Army. Thus Latron remained unmanned by either side for 3 days until Glubb ordered the 4th Regiment to occupy it, Only with the arrival of the Iraqi troops to the Nablus-Jenin-Tulkarem triangle could the 4th Regiment be spared to assume this vital mission on the road to Jerusalem. The deployment of the 4th Regiment in Latrun was typical of Glob's entire strategy. Having only 4 infantry regiments at his disposal, no strategic reserves, and little prospect of recruiting and training additional reinforcements, he opted for a defensive deployment of his forces in key Arab areas. His objective was to gain control over the Arab areas of Palestine in order to prevent their capture by the Israelis and ultimately to annex them to Transjordan. This defensive strategy was contrary to the Arab League's wish to create a unitary Arab state over the whole of Palestine, but it accorded with Britain's preferences and Abdullah's territorial ambitions. Latrun was well within the zone allotted to the Arabs, so the Transjordanian occupation of it could be regarded as legitimate. Whereas a direct attack to conquer the new city of Jerusalem would have constituted a violation of the UN plan, blockading it from inside Arab territory did not. Glob did not occupy Latrun in order to expand westward into Jewish territory, although it was potentially a good springboard for attack. Had he wanted to break through the lines of the new state, an even better route would have been from Qaqiliyah to Kfar Saba, 40 kilometers north of Latrun. But he made no attempt to expand. His order to the 4th Regiment was to do nothing to disturb the peace, but be prepared to repel an Israeli attack. 17 The bloody battles fought in Latrun were not the result of offensive operations by the Legion but of Israeli attempts to capture it so as to break the stranglehold on Jerusalem. Ben-Gurion was determined to meet the challenge head-on because to his way of thinking the fate of Jerusalem and therefore the fate of the entire state hung in the balance. Fearing that Jerusalem might fall or that the United Nations would impose a truce before the siege was broken, he pressed remorselessly for an immediate frontal attack on Latrun. Yadin wanted time to prepare his forces and presented an ingenious plan based on Liddell Hart's strategy of the indirect approach, but he was overruled. 3 frontal attacks were mounted on Latrun, all of which failed, see Map 6. Shlomo Shamir's hastily improvised 7th Brigade was badly mauled in the process. The Arab Legion beat off all the attacks, inflicted very heavy casualties on the attacking forces and retained control of the battlefield throughout. Shamir must have regretted that there was no follow-up to his meeting with Colonel Goldie and that his own side did not take more seriously Glob's offer to keep out of each other's way or fight only mock battles. But it was too late for second thoughts. Having failed to dislodge the Arab Legion from its heavily fortified position at Latrun, he improvised an alternative route to Jerusalem, the so-called Burma Road, which was completed just before the United Nations truce put an end to the first round of fighting. 245. Britain reigns in the Arab Legion. The battle for Jerusalem threatened the United Nations internationalization plan, to which Britain remained strongly committed. As the battle unfolded, the relations between London and Amman became seriously strained. London recognized that the Arab Legion could not stand idly by a few miles away while the Israeli truce breakers tried to overrun the third most holy shrine of Islam. London could not, however, tolerate an attempt by the Legion to capture the whole city, because such an action would have involved Britain herself in an open rift with the United Nations. Maj. Abdullah al-Tal sought the king's permission to mount a major counter-offensive designed to liberate the whole of Jerusalem, but Glob exerted countervailing pressure. Only one attempt was made, by the 3rd Regiment on May 24, to penetrate into the Jewish quarters in the north of the city. When this attempt was checked in the monastery of Notre Dame, it was not repeated. Because of the British subsidy, the loan of British officers, and the supply of war material, Britain was generally held to be responsible for the actions of the Arab Legion. The British government was therefore subjected to growing international pressure to bring to an end the fighting in Jerusalem. Particularly worrying was the American threat to lift the embargo on the supply of war materials to the Israelis unless the British cut off supplies to the Arab armies and joined in the United Nations efforts to impose a truce in Palestine. Since by now Britain was utterly dependent on American aid for her economic recovery and for securing Western Europe against Soviet domination, the British government could not afford to fall out with the Truman administration over Palestine. Bevan, for whom the alliance with the United States took precedence over all other considerations, took immediate steps to persuade his opposite number that British policy in Palestine was in conformity with the decisions of the United Nations. In a top-secret message to Marshall on May 24, Bevin revealed that the British officers on secondment to the Arab Legion had been instructed to withdraw to Transjordan if the Legion became involved in hostilities with the Jewish state as a result of an attack on that state within the frontiers recommended by the General Assembly. Bevin confirmed the information previously given by the Jewish Agency to Marshall that contact was being maintained between the Jews and the Arab Legion through the intermediary of a British officer. Without naming Colonel Goldie, Bevin made the point that the British had always favored giving the Haganah and the Arab Legion responsibility for maintaining law and order in different areas. The Arab Legion, he emphasized, had not entered any part of the area recommended for the Jewish state by the Assembly. The Legion's attack on parts of Jerusalem was presented by Bevin as the direct consequence of the Jews breaking the ceasefire. He was confident that the attack would not have taken place if the Jews had accepted a truce in Jerusalem. Bevin's latest information was that henceforth the Arab Legion would be mainly on the defensive in Jerusalem. 18 At the same time, Bevin took steps to ensure that the Arab Legion would indeed remain on the defensive, and he began to exert the strongest possible pressure on the Arab leaders to accept the ceasefire resolution that Britain tabled before the Security Council. King Abdullah was reminded of the assurances he had sent with Abul Huda to enter only the Arab parts of Palestine and not to cause difficulties for Britain by getting involved in large-scale hostilities. Now that the stated objectives had been achieved and the Muslim holy places in Jerusalem had been protected, there was nothing to be lost by agreeing to a ceasefire. Refusal by King Abdullah would imply that he had other objectives in mind, in which case the British government would be forced to reconsider her entire position with regard to the Arab Legion. 19 Faced with this thinly veiled threat, Abdullah not only agreed but promised to do his best to get the other Arab leaders to accept the British-sponsored ceasefire. When the Arab League's political committee met in Amman on May 25, there was strong resistance from the Egyptian and Syrian representatives to the ceasefire proposal. Acceptance of a ceasefire was thought to signify an admission of defeat for which the Arab public, fed with false accounts of Arab military successes, was totally unprepared. Only Abul Huda spoke in favor of the British proposal and threatened that the Arab Legion would not continue to carry the main burden if the fighting continued. In the end, the committee rejected the Security Council's request that both sides should observe a ceasefire order but asked the Council to make new proposals for a solution to the Palestine problem. For Transjordan to accept the ceasefire alone would have been too risky. Politically, Abul Huda could not survive such an action, nor could the Hashemites in either Iraq or Transjordan. 20 The Arab rejection, following an Israeli acceptance of the British proposal, placed Bevin in an awkward position. Pressure for withdrawing the British officers and subsidy was building up both at home and in the United States. As Bevin explained to the cabinet, it had originally been assumed that no difficulty would arise if these officers accompanied the Legion into those parts of Palestine which were to remain in Arab hands under the Partition plan, and it was thought that their presence would have a restraining effect on the Arab legionaries. A different situation had arisen now that the Legion had become engaged in military operations against the Jews, and it was necessary to make a further statement on British policy. 21 To enable Bevin to make his speech, orders were given to the Transjordanian authorities to withdraw all the regular British officers from Palestine within 48 hours. This decision was supposed to indicate the lengths to which Britain would go to uphold United Nations resolutions. But once Bevin had made his speech, the British officers were allowed to recross the Jordan and join their units in Palestine. King Abdullah and his Prime Minister helpfully played the role assigned to them in this British charade and even promised that they would continue, as in the past, to get the other Arab states to follow Bevin's advice. 22 Having had its first resolution turned down by the Arab League, Britain put before the Security Council another resolution which called for a cessation of all acts of armed force for a period of 4 weeks, with a ban on the introduction of fighting men and war material into Palestine. Indirectly, this resolution carried the threat of sanctions against the Arab states. Like the withdrawal of the British officers, however, it was a hollow gesture designed to restore Britain's credibility in the eyes of the United Nations. The cabinet noted that compliance with the embargo on the movement of war material might involve some breach of Britain's contracts for the supply of arms to the Arab state, but Bevin assured his colleagues that there was no intention of modifying Britain's long-term obligations under the Treaty of Alliance with Transjordan. 23 The Security Council adopted the British resolution on May 29 and the task of implementing it was entrusted to the United Nations mediator for Palestine, Count Folke Bernadotte. The British had supported the appointment of Count Bernadotte as the mediator for Palestine. He was a member of the Swedish royal family, president of the Swedish Red Cross, and had saved thousands of Jews from extermination by negotiating with the Nazis during the Second World War. Another qualification, as far as Britain was concerned, was his privately held opinion that the United Nations Partition resolution had been a mistake. The British considered it unrealistic, as they repeatedly told their Arab allies, to propose the abolition of the Jewish state in favor of a unitary Arab state over the whole of Palestine. But they did not consider it unrealistic to try and change the boundaries recommended by the General Assembly, and they had reason to believe that Bernadotte would be amenable to their suggestions. British thinking proceeded on the assumption that the Arab governments would in fact prefer not to set up a separate Arab state in Palestine but to appropriate the Arab areas to themselves. The British expected Transjordan to annex the Central Arab area and hoped that Egypt and Transjordan would share the Negev between them, even if it meant that the Western Galilee would have to be ceded to the Jewish state in compensation for the loss of the Negev. An arrangement along these lines, it was believed, would create a strong barrier against Jewish and communist expansion south and would provide Britain with an extended area of friendly Arab country in which she would have strategic facilities, whereas a separate Arab state in Palestine would be so small and weak that it might well succumb at some stage to Jewish pressure. Before putting these ideas to Bernadotte, Bevin wanted Kirkbride to have a frank discussion with Abdullah. 24 A preliminary discussion with the Prime Minister revealed that the Egyptian Carrot government, probably at the insistence of the Mufti, had recently put forward a suggestion that the Arabs set up and recognize a unitary state over the whole of Palestine. This suggestion was opposed by Transjordan and Iraq, and it was decided to maintain the original decision of the Arab League that whatever part of Palestine was rescued should be placed under military rule until its inhabitants were in a position to choose their future status for themselves. Abul Huda felt that any other decision would have provoked a dispute between the Arab states while they were still in combat with the Jews. This dispute was bound to arise later, but he was confident that by then the inhabitants in the areas controlled by the Legion would be unanimous in asking for union with Transjordan. Steps to secure that were being taken. Abul Huda personally saw no objection to Egypt acquiring the Negev provided Transjordan acquired access to the sea in the Gaza area. But he urged Kirkbride not to suggest any other course of action to King Abdullah so as to avoid creating an open breach among the Arab states at a critical time. 25 Count Bernadotte flew to the Middle East at the end of May and worked tirelessly to secure a ceasefire. King Abdullah informed him that his country would accept the ceasefire. The political committee of the Arab League reconvened in Amman to discuss the latest proposals. Egypt and Transjordan pressed for acceptance and were soon joined by Iraq. Syria, Lebanon, and Saudi Arabia were more difficult to convince because of their concern for local public opinion, but they finally voted for acceptance. After adopting this resolution, the Syrian, Lebanese, and Saudi Arabian delegates proposed an additional resolution stating that all Arab states rejected a Jewish state and that anybody entertaining contrary ideas was a traitor to the Arab cause. Tawfiq Abul Huda told the three delegates that this matter was entirely outside the scope of the meeting and that the proposed resolution was a direct attack on the Hashemites. He abruptly declared the meeting closed and walked out. 26 An American official confirmed that there was a widespread desire in Amman to see an end to the war if an honorable way out could be found for Transjordan. King Abdullah told him that he did not hate the Jews, that he had never wished to make a war on them, that it had been forced on him by the Arab League and that he would be glad to see it come to an end. Sharif Hussein Nasser, Abdullah's son-in-law and chief of the royal court, told the American official that the king realized the strength of the Jews and did not wish to risk losing his army as this would undermine his strong position vis-a-vis the other Arab states. Sharif Nasser spoke almost pleadingly for a solution that would save the king's honor. Further talks with the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, Kirkbride, Glubb, and others in and out of the government revealed a consensus of opinion that the war had gone on long enough, that it could not possibly end in victory for the Arabs, and that time worked in favor of the Jews. Various persons pointed out that the Arab Legion had not yet attempted any large-scale operation against the Jews in Jewish territory. The operation in Jerusalem was relatively small and limited. Operations in Latrun had resulted in no gains by either side, although the Tel Aviv-Jerusalem road remained closed. British officers in the Arab Legion appeared to be proceeding very cautiously to avoid any major engagement with the Jews. 27. The Battle for the Triangle, June 1948. While British officers were holding back the Transjordanian forces in the Jerusalem front and British diplomats were pressing for an Arab acceptance of a ceasefire, a major battle was fought in Samaria between the Hashemite army of Iraq and the Israeli army. The battle was for control of the triangle defined by the large Arab cities of Jenin in the north, Nablus in the east, and Tulkarem in the west. From this hilly area an attack launched in the direction of the Mediterranean could cut the state of Israel in two. To the Israeli military planners, this seemed to be the objective of the Iraqi expeditionary force which advanced along the Tulkarem-Netanya road to within only 6 miles of the Mediterranean coast. To defend Israel's narrow waistline, the Israeli command ordered its first large-scale offensive operation of the war. The plan called for a coordinated attack by the Golani and Karmeli brigades on the northern flank of the Iraqi army in Jenin and a diversionary attack to be mounted on Tulkarem from the south by the Alexandroni brigade. Between June 1 and 3, Moshe Carmel, the commander of the Northern Front, staged an attack which led to the capture of Jenin, but the Alexandroni brigade, commanded by Gen. Dan Even, unaccountably failed to mount the attack on Tulkarem. All the power of the Iraqi forces was then turned against the northern spearhead which suffered heavy casualties and was forced to withdraw from Jenin. The two-pronged Israeli strategy thus failed to make a dent in the Arab positions overlooking the coastal plain. A major opportunity to widen Israel's narrow waist was lost. Israel Burr has suggested that the passivity of the Alexandroni brigade during the battle for the Triangle may have been partly inspired by political considerations. He dismisses Dan Even's explanation that his brigade did not have sufficient firepower and ammunition to carry out its orders, and declines to comment on the extent to which Even's behavior was determined by objective conditions, by military incompetence, or by political intention. The important point, according to Burr, is that, whether deliberately or inadvertently, Even's behavior saved Ben-Gurion's big plan from a serious complication. Since Jenin could not be maintained as the only foothold in the triangle, an initial penetration would have necessitated consolidation and expansion which would have eventually entailed a major engagement with the Iraqis and possibly the conquest of the whole of this purely Arab area. What began as a defensive step could thus have ended up by endangering Ben-Gurion's plan for partitioning Palestine with Abdullah and accommodation to the British imperial order in the area. Thus, whatever the reason for Dan Even's passivity in the first week of June, concludes Burr, it had far-reaching consequences. 28 Moshe Carmel disputes Burr's claim that Israel's strategy in the battle for the Triangle was not pursued more vigorously because Ben-Gurion hoped for an accommodation with the Hashemites. It was not political reservations on the part of Ben-Gurion or the general staff but objective military factors that determined the course and outcome of the battle, says Carmel. It is obvious that if the attack on Jenin had succeeded, we would have stationed our forces in Jenin itself and on the hills east of Jenin. This would have changed our position in Judea and Samaria, it would have secured the valley of Jezreel. But there were no political inhibitions here. The plan was that when we attacked Jenin, Dan Even was to attack in Tulkarem in order to cause a diversion and force the enemy to disperse his forces. We took Jenin and captured the police station and were then subjected to a serious counter-offensive mounted by the Iraqis. It became clear that the Alexandroni brigade was doing nothing and all the Arab forces turned against us. Burr's claim that there were political reasons for Dan Even's passivity is baseless. The reason was not political but the nature of the brigade and its order of priorities. Alexandroni was not an aggressive brigade, it was organized for defense and it could not muster enough forces for an operation in Tulkarem. The best proof that no political constraints were imposed on us is that on the night of the Iraqi counter-offensive I contacted Ugail Yadin and reported that our position was precarious and that we had carried out a partial withdrawal. I said that if Alexandroni could attack Tulkarem in accordance with yesterday's plan, I was for holding on to the territories and continuing the operation, but if this could not be done, we would have no choice but to withdraw and establish ourselves in a line north of Yunan. Ugail said he would find out. 2 hours later he called and said, I am sorry, an attack on Tulkarem is not possible, and if you have to retreat, then so be it. There was no political element whatsoever in this decision. There was only one consideration, to fight the war and repel the attack. 29 Political considerations of a different kind interfered in the Hashemite involvement in the battle for the Triangle. According to the Iraqi Chief of Staff, Saleh Saib al-Jabari, it was the failure of the Arab Legion to carry out the mission assigned to it in the overall Arab invasion plan that exposed his own army to attacks from the Israelis and prevented it from achieving its aims. Although there was one headquarters for all the invading armies, headed by an Iraqi general, Nur al-Din Mahmud, it had no effective control over those armies, and the military operations did not follow the agreed plan. Only the Iraqi army, Jabari claims, obeyed the HQ. The Legion acted independently throughout, with terrible results for the general Arab war effort. 30 On May 14, specific instructions were issued by the HQ to the Arab Legion to reinforce the small unit it had already sent to guard the Allenby Bridge and to send one infantry regiment to Nablus and one armored regiment to Ramallah. The Legion did nothing on either count. This provided the opportunity for the Israelis to move against the Iraqi forces in this area and to send reinforcements to Gesher, along the Jordan, to help the local settlers repel the Iraqi offensive. In view of the situation of the Iraqi and Syrian armies, on May 16 HQ asked the Legion to send a force to Jinan and from there proceed to attack Afuli. The reply was that they would study the situation but no action was taken. So 2 days later General Mahmud went to Ramallah to see Glub in a vain attempt to discover the reasons for the Arab Legion's inaction. Jabari, Glub, and senior Egyptian, Syrian, and Lebanese officers went to the palace in Amman on May 20 for a meeting with King Abdullah, Abd Allah, and Azam Pasha. The king opened the meeting with a general survey and made some favorable remarks on Glub's energetic contribution to their common objectives. Azam added that everybody was grateful to Glub for his loyal and distinguished service to the Arab cause over a long period of time. Behind this flattery, Jabari detected a desire to elicit a more cooperative attitude, but he himself was convinced that Glub was not the kind of man who would allow Arab flattery to deflect him from carrying out the orders of the British government. At the time Jabari had no knowledge of the secret meeting between Bevan, Glub, and Abul Huda, but when he learned about it after the war it confirmed his suspicions that Glub's direction of the operations of the Arab Legion in 1948 conformed to a plan that had previously been settled in London. At the meeting in the palace there was some discussion of the reasons that had compelled the Arab armies to depart from the invasion plan that had been agreed in the joint HQ. Glub suggested that some units of the Iraqi army remain at the Majami Bridge to guard the frontier while other units be moved to occupy Nablus. Jabari resisted this suggestion on the grounds that it would split the Iraqi army into two parts operating in two widely separated areas. He wanted the Iraqi army to stay as one unit so that it could operate more effectively in an offensive capacity. The Egyptian representative, General Sabur, agreed with Jabari. To forestall an open rift between the military and to deprive Glub of the excuse for acting independently, some of the politicians suggested that it be left to Glub and Mahmud to work out jointly a new operational plan. Just as the Iraqi army was preparing to launch another offensive in Gesher, it received the instruction from the joint HQ to move to Nablus. Consequently, it had to abandon Gesher and proceed to Nablus where it confronted the enemy single-handed in the battle for the Triangle. 31 As we have seen, the Iraqi army fought tenaciously in the Triangle, held the line against Israeli advances, and succeeded in forcing the Israelis to retreat from Jenin under heavy fire. Nevertheless, there is some strength in Jabari's argument that had the Arab Legion followed the instructions of the Joint HQ and had it not exposed the southern flank of the Iraqi force to encirclement by the enemy, better results overall could have been secured for the Arab side. Jabari's analysis is particularly noteworthy for highlighting the discord and mistrust between the Iraqi and the Transjordanian commanders who, of all the Arab commanders, were supposed to be collaborating in the service of the Hashemite dynasty. Whether the result of the lack of Transjordanian cooperation or the objective balance of forces, by the end of the first week in June a clear stalemate had developed on the Central Front and a similarly inconclusive situation prevailed on all the other fronts. Recognition by the opposing parties that from the military point of view they had reached a stalemate, at least temporarily, facilitated Count Bernadotte's task in arranging a truce. On June 7 he notified the parties that the truce would begin on June 11 and gave them 2 days to communicate their unconditional acceptance. The Israelis were first to announce their acceptance, and this time the Arab League followed suit. To the Israelis the truce came, in Moshe Carmel's words, like dew from heaven. Though they had succeeded in halting the Arab invasion, their fighting forces were stretched to the limit and badly needed a respite to rest, to reorganize, to bring in arms from abroad, and to train 40,000 new recruits. Despite all their efforts, the main road to Jerusalem remained blocked. At Ben-Gurion IV's insistence, a further attempt was made to take Latrun on June 9 but the Israeli attack broke up in disarray just before the truce came into effect. Ben-Gurion himself had no faith in the United Nations' ability either to arrange or to enforce a truce, and on June n, as the soldiers were laying down their arms, he formulated his own strategy for continuing the fight. As he saw it, there were 3 fronts, the Jerusalem and Central Front, including the Triangle, where our task is to destroy the Legion and capture the Triangle, the Southern Front, including the Negev, and the Galilee Front, including Haifa. In the Galilee, the principal enemy is Lebanon and Syria, and our target is to hit Beirut, Tyre and Sidon, and bring about a Christian uprising, and, on the other hand, Konaitra and Damascus. In the south we would have to stand mainly against Egypt, and her turn will come after we break the power of the Legion and take Lebanon out of the game. 32 Clearly, Ben-Gurion expected only a temporary lull in the fighting, and he continued to view the Arab Legion as the prime enemy. In contrast to Ben-Gurion, Abdullah was immensely satisfied with the achievements of his army in the first round and determined to do what he could to prevent the outbreak of a second round. His own star was in the ascendant as a result of the Legion's intervention in Jerusalem and staunch resistance in Latrun. But his army needed a respite to replenish its dangerously depleted stocks of ammunition and to recruit and train new fighters to replace those who had died in battle. It also needed time in order to consolidate its position for an eventual takeover of the West Bank. International pressure provided Abdullah with an honorable way of bringing the fighting to an end. The continuation of hostilities could only wear out the small army, which was also his principal defense against his Arab antagonists. Count Bernadotte's proposals for a settlement Amman became increasingly a center for Arab political and military decisions as a result of its successes in the first round of fighting. From the military point of view, however, the 4 weeks truce was largely wasted by the Arab side. No serious preparations were made by any of the Arab countries to reorganize and re-equip their armies so that they would be better placed in the event of the war being resumed. When Glubb explained the precarious position to Abul Huda and asked him to sanction further enlistments in the Arab Legion, he was firmly told that there will be no more fighting and no more money for soldiers. King Abdullah went on a tour of Arab capitals to consolidate his leadership and to achieve greater unity on the fundamental questions of war and peace in Palestine. He made no secret of his view that the resumption of the war would be disastrous to the Arabs, and the real purpose of his visit was to generate what goodwill he could for his plan to incorporate parts of Palestine in his kingdom. Knowing that Count Bernadotte was about to propose a territorial settlement that would be favorable to Transjordan, Abdullah visited King Farouk of Egypt and King Abdul Aziz ibn Saud of Saudi Arabia in an effort to allay their anxieties. The visit was successful in creating the outward impression that the Arabs were united, particularly on the Palestine issue, but politically it achieved very little. 1 Abdullah fared rather better in his search for international support for the enlargement of his kingdom. The Americans began to appreciate his pragmatism and to favor a settlement based on a rapprochement between Transjordan and Israel. The main lines of the new American thinking were to redraw the frontiers of Israel so as to make it more compact and homogeneous, the remainder of Palestine to go largely to Transjordan with appropriate transfer of populations, Jerusalem to remain an international entity with free access to the outside world, the boundaries of Israel and the enlarged Transjordan to be guaranteed mutually between themselves and the United Nations, and a customs union between the two countries to enhance their economic prosperity. 1 Muhafaza, Jordanian-British Relations, 187-90. In discussions between American and British officials, Abdullah was even described as the trump card for persuading the Arab states to accept a Jewish state as a permanent feature of the Middle Eastern landscape. 2 Count Bernadotte was strongly influenced by Anglo-American thinking on how to bring about a peaceful adjustment of the Palestine conflict. He also realized that the fate of any proposals he might make would depend to a large extent on the attitude of the great powers. The Palestine problem was complicated by the fact that there were so many countries and groups with different interests involved. The position of the Arabs was particularly confused and confusing. It was axiomatic that no solution of the Palestine problem could satisfy both Jews and Arabs, but no solution could satisfy all the Arabs either. Bernadotte's knowledge of the Middle East was rather slight. His assistants told him that the Palestine Arabs had not developed any distinctively Palestinian nationalism, that the demand for a separate Arab state in Palestine was consequently weak, and that in the existing circumstances most of the Palestine Arabs would be quite content to be joined with Transjordan. King Abdullah, on the other hand, had more at stake in the Palestine conflict than any of the other interested parties. He succeeds in incorporating the Arab parts of Palestine in his dominions, he will expand his country's economic resources and make himself more independent of his British protectors. That will also be the case if he brings about a political and economic agreement with the Jews. Syria's attitude was thought to be determined by considerations of home policy and by her relations with Transjordan. The Syrian government regards an Arab Palestine as a useful counterbalance to King Abdullah's empire. Abdullah has been dallying for years with a plan to unite Syria, Lebanon, and his own country into Greater Syria, to be ruled from Amman. Abdullah's Arab Legion is consequently regarded in Damascus as a permanent threat. In formulating his suggestions for a settlement, Bernadotte tried to bear in mind the aspirations of the Jews, the political difficulties and differences of opinion of the Arab leaders, and the strategic interests of the great powers. 3 The deeper he delved, the more convinced he became that the United Nations resolution of November 29, 1947 did not constitute a sound basis for a settlement. Bernadotte's suggestions for a settlement, issued on 27 Juillet 1948, omitted all reference to the UN plan for an independent Arab state in part of Palestine. Instead, he proposed that the whole of Palestine as defined in the original mandate, that is, including Transjordan, might form a union comprising two members, one Arab and one Jewish. The functions of the union would be to promote the common economic interests, operate the common services, and coordinate foreign policy and measures for common defense. Attached to the proposals there was an annex dealing with territorial matters in which Bernadotte suggested the inclusion of the whole or part of the Negev in the Arab territory and the inclusion of the whole or part of Western Galilee in the Jewish territory. He further proposed that Jerusalem should be Arab, that Haifa be a free seaport, and Lydda a free airport. 4 One of the surprising features of Bernadotte's plan was that he looked at Transjordan and Palestine as a single unit and proposed that this entire area be repartitioned on the principle that the Arab part of Palestine should be annexed to Transjordan. This proposal was reminiscent of what the Peel Commission had recommended in 1937, namely, that a Jewish state be established in the western part of Palestine and the rest attached to Transjordan. The difference between the Peel plan and the Bernadotte plan was that the former envisaged two sovereign states, while the latter included both states in a union with economic and political powers. Bernadotte's suggestions were angrily rejected by both sides. In Israel he was generally regarded as a British stooge. On reading his suggestions, Ben-Gurion remarked that the suspicion that the Count was Bevin's agent was not entirely unjustified. 5 In Israeli eyes the suggestions represented complete capitulation to Anglo-Arab pressure, a disastrous blunder. One of the Hebrew papers called it an attempt to harness our defense and foreign policy to the chariot of Abdullah's master, Britain. Bevin was said to be trying to squeeze Israel into boundaries the size of a coffin. 6 In its official reply, the Israeli government excoriated Bernadotte for ignoring the resolution of the General Assembly of November 29, 1947. It rejected any infringement of Israel's sovereignty. It stated that it would never acquiesce in the imposition of Arab domination over Jerusalem, and it advised him to reconsider his whole approach to the problem. 7 The Arabs rejected the suggestions out of hand and condemned Bernadotte for denying them everything they sought while giving the Jews everything they were seeking. The Arab reply was accompanied by a counter-proposal which amounted to a repetition of the old Arab demand that Palestine should be constituted as a unitary state with protection for the Jewish minority. The Arabs objected to Bernadotte's suggestions not only because they ratified the existence of an independent Jewish state but also because they would have increased the threat posed by King Abdullah. Jamil Mardam, the Syrian prime minister, declared that the proposed union was worse than partition since, if accepted, it would make Transjordan a Jewish colony and constitute an even greater menace to the Arab world. 8 Great disappointment was felt in Amman that the other Arab capitals refused to accept Bernadotte's proposals even as a basis for negotiations. King Abdullah must have been surprised by the mediator's extraordinary partiality towards him. Not only was he to receive the areas of Palestine previously earmarked for the Arab state but the Negev and the whole of Jerusalem as well. Had Britain herself drafted the proposals they could have scarcely been more favorable. Britain, after all, accepted the internationalization of Jerusalem, whereas Bernadotte proposed to give it to Abdullah as his capital. Yet, since both Israel and the Arab League rejected the proposals, it would have been pointless for Abdullah to accept them. To avoid being denounced as a traitor to the Arab cause, he reluctantly toed the official Arab League line. Bernadotte's first attempt at a political settlement of the Palestine problem was thus an unmitigated failure. It damaged his own prestige and left behind a legacy of suspicion and mistrust of the United Nations. Fawzi al-Qawqji, whose Arab Liberation Army controlled the Western Galilee, was bound to resent the suggestion to turn it over to Israel just as much as the Egyptians were bound to resent the suggestion that the part of the Negev that they had captured should be given to Abdullah on a silver salver. There was a belief among the Arab states that Britain was manipulating international diplomacy for the benefit of Abdullah and a consequent fear that even if they were to step up their military involvement, they would be robbed of the fruits of their victory. Rather than try to preserve a united Arab front, each country therefore increasingly looked after its own interests. In Israel, too, Bernadotte's failure undermined the authority of the United Nations and encouraged the tendency to act unilaterally. It was with great reluctance that Israel had accepted the 1947 provision for the internationalization of Jerusalem as part of the UN package that offered independent statehood. Now that the UN's own representative himself had violated that provision by offering to place Jerusalem, with its 100,000 Jewish inhabitants, under Arab rule, Israel no longer felt herself bound by it. Ben-Gurion had already concluded that the 1947 partition resolution was a dead letter since the UN had failed to enforce it. On June 24 he told the other 12 members of the State Council that the problem of Jerusalem was no longer a political question but essentially one of military capability and that, like any area that was under the control of the IDF, it formed part of the State of Israel. 9 Bernadotte's proposal only reinforced Ben-Gurion in his view that Israel must capture the Old City, remove the danger of encirclement by the Arab Legion, and establish a wide and safe corridor to link Jerusalem to the rest of the state. Having failed to promote a settlement of the Palestine problem, Bernadotte proposed an extension of the truce which was due to expire on July 9. Abdullah came under strong pressure from Britain to agree to the proposal. Glubb impressed upon the government that the Arab armies had lost the momentum and were running short of ammunition and equipment. Tawfiq Abdullah was sent to the Arab League meeting in Cairo with clear instructions to work for the prolongation of the truce, but in Cairo he found himself in a minority of one. Mukrashi Pasha, on whom Abdullah had counted for support, made a speech in favor of renewing the fighting, a gesture designed to appease the belligerent Egyptian public. All the Arab military leaders pointed to the gravity of their supply position, but the politicians voted unanimously not to renew the truce. To deal with the difficulty of resuming hostilities when their arsenals were depleted, the Arab politicians settled on a defensive strategy of holding on to existing positions. Abdullah suspected that the Cairo decision was taken with the sinister intention of undermining his diplomatic strategy and embroiling his army in a potentially disastrous war with the Israelis. He therefore summoned Count Bernadotte to Amman to express his extreme uneasiness at the prospect of war breaking out afresh and to urge him to use the full power of the United Nations to bring about a reversal of the Arab League's warlike decision. 10 But the Egyptians preempted by attacking on July 8, thereby ending the truce and committing the Arab side irreversibly to a second round of fighting. The 10 days fighting, 8–18 July 1948. The Arab leaders' decision to renew the war for political reasons but remain on the defensive for military reasons left the initiative in the hands of the enemy. Whereas the Arab leaders had frittered away the first truce in sterile political wrangles, the Israelis had used it to retrain and reorganize their forces and to bring in volunteers and large quantities of modern weapons, including tanks and aircraft, mostly from the Soviet bloc, thus tipping the military balance decisively in their favor. They also had very detailed operational plans for the deployment of their newly, and illicitly, acquired military capability. In contrast to the divisions that existed between the political and the military echelons at the outbreak of the war, there was now a general consensus that Israel must open the second round with an offensive on the Central Front against the Arab Legion. Ben-Gurion summed up the agreed strategy at a meeting with the General Staff on June 18: "If the war is renewed, our task will be to stabilize as far as possible the two fronts in the north and in the south and to prepare a force and a plan for breaking the Legion and capturing Nablus. This calls for a unified command over the area of the entire triangle, Jenin, Tulkarem, Latron, etc., with its headquarters in Jerusalem. The war for Jerusalem and its environs, sentimental considerations apart, is the war for the country. If we win there, we will have won altogether." When hostilities were resumed, the IDF quickly seized the initiative on the Central Front with Operation Dani. In the first phase the objective was to eliminate the littoral wedge which threatened Tel Aviv as well as the road to Jerusalem. The second phase called for opening a wide corridor to Jerusalem by capturing Latron and Ramallah. All these places, Lydda, Rami, Latron, and Ramallah, had been assigned to the Arabs and fell within the perimeter held by the Arab Legion. Glubb was faced with a difficult choice. If he spread his forces thinly across the entire front, Latron, the real objective of the Israeli attack, might be overrun. If he concentrated his forces at Latron, Lydda, and Rami would have to be sacrificed. Glubb had 2 battalions at Latron and he came under pressure to send one of them to reinforce the garrisons in Lydda and Rami, but he feared that it would be cut off and surrounded by the Israelis, who would then move against the remaining battalion at Latron. Latron commanded not only the main road to Jerusalem but also the road leading to Ramallah. Consequently, if Latron fell, the Israelis would march on Ramallah and from there overrun the Transjordanian forces north of Jerusalem and attack the Iraqi forces in the triangle from the rear. Latron was thus the key to the whole front, and Glubb decided, with the agreement of the king and the prime minister, to sacrifice Lydda and Rami in order to defend it. 12 While Glubb prepared to meet the Israeli offensive, Abdullah made a last bid to restore the truce. He sent a telegram to the other Arab states saying that the Arab Legion was short of ammunition and that, unless they undertook an immediate and victorious offensive, they would be defeated in a long defensive war. He went on to say that unless his government could be assured of such an offensive, they would with regret have to withdraw their troops from the fight. The Arab League was thrown into utter confusion and indignation. It was not understood how Abdullah could say this a few hours after the declaration that the cannon must now speak. The lack of ammunition was therefore simply not believed, and Abdullah's intention to stop fighting was put down to treachery. 13 When the Israeli forces, meeting with little resistance, captured Lydda and Rami on July 12 and forced their inhabitants to flee across the Jordan, it was Glubb's turn to be accused of treachery by the Arabs. The fact that he had repeatedly warned both the king and the government that these towns could not possibly be held in the event of fighting being resumed, was considered in some quarters as evidence that the British commander had deliberately lost them on orders from London designed to ensure that Transjordan accepted a truce at all costs. Demonstrations against the Arab Legion took place in Nablus and Salt, and Glubb was summoned to attend an unpleasant interview with the king and council of ministers, during which it was made clear to him that his stories of ammunition shortages were not believed. The king took the opportunity to tell him that if he did not want to serve the country loyally, there was no need for him to stay. To deflect public criticisms from themselves, some of the ministers put it about that Glubb and the British officers were purposely leading the Arab Legion to destruction to further Bevan's wicked intrigues. 14 Following the fall of Lydda and Rami, Glubb visited the Arab Legion positions in Palestine and reported to the government that if Israeli pressure were to continue, the position would become critical in a few days owing to exhaustion of supplies of artillery and mortar shells. He expressed the opinion that the Arab Legion should begin to fall back while it still had ammunition to extricate its units intact. The government, however, rejected this advice and ordered him to hold on at all costs. The Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister went to Kirkbride to plead for supplies. They pointed out that the Arab Legion had nowhere departed from the policy which the Prime Minister had described to Bevan and that its activities had been limited to the Arab areas of Palestine. They had no desire to continue the fight but could not act independently of the rest of the Arab League except to the extent of ordering the Arab Legion to stay on the defensive if more ammunition was forthcoming. They felt it inconceivable that Bevan should allow the Arab Legion to be destroyed and so endanger the existence of the Arab state most closely bound to Britain. 15 Glubb approached the Iraqi Chief of Staff, Saleh Saib al-Jabari, with a request for shells but was told that the Iraqi army, with its supplies cut off by Britain, had none to spare. Pointing out that to carry on fighting in these conditions was bound to end in disaster for their side, Glubb suggested that both of them should resign. Jabari, suspecting Glubb of playing a double game and of trying to involve him in it, replied that Glubb was free to resign as he was a foreigner but he himself had his national duty to perform. Military defeat, added Jabari, was likely to provoke political unrest and revolutions throughout the Arab world. From the Iraqi regent, Jabari heard that Glubb had sent a report to Abdullah suggesting the withdrawal of the Arab Legion from Palestine and that the king's answer, written on the report, said, "If I want to withdraw, I will go to lead the army. Thank you for your service until now." Abdullah also informed Jabari that there was a suggestion that Iraqi officers might be appointed to lead the Arab Legion instead of the British officers. 16 King Abdullah took the initiative in arranging a further session of the political committee to reconsider the situation in Palestine and to discuss ways and means of making good the legion's deficit. Azam arrived in Amman on July 12, representing not only himself but the Egyptian government, full of suspicions as to what plots Abdullah might have been making with Bernadotte and determined to ensure that the good work done in Cairo was not reversed in a moment of panic. Jamil Mardam, the Syrian Prime Minister, and Riyad al-Sulh, the Lebanese Prime Minister, duly joined the party the next day. Among the questions discussed at the meeting were Glubb's position and his suggestion for the withdrawal of the Arab Legion from Palestine. The possibility that Transjordan would back out of the war evoked anxiety on the part of all the other participants. General Jabari, who accompanied Abdullah to the meeting, bitterly criticized Transjordan for abandoning Lydda and Rami without considering the effect of this action on the other Arab armies. The meeting ended somewhat inconclusively. Syria and Egypt having made vague promises to provide the ammunition required by the Arab Legion, it was resolved to continue with the fighting, and the committee dispersed pending receipt of some communication from the Security Council. 17. The Israeli army, having successfully carried out the first phase of Operation Dani, made a determined effort to outflank Latron from the north and cut it off from Ramallah. To forestall the danger of encirclement, the Legion committed its only reserve regiment to Latron and mounted there some of its fiercest counterattacks of the entire war. Both sides fought bravely and tenaciously, but in the end the Israeli offensive was repulsed. The fighting in Latron used up the dwindling supplies of ammunition at the Legion's disposal at an alarming rate, and the Syrians and Egyptians failed to deliver the supplies they had promised. On July 17, Glubb estimated that he had sufficient artillery ammunition to hold the front until the evening of the following day. As he had written orders from the king in no circumstances to retreat, only a truce could save his forces from total isolation in the area of Bab el-Wad. 18 While maintaining the pressure in this area, the Israelis also made a last-minute attempt to capture the old city of Jerusalem. With the renewal of the fighting, they took the Malha and Ein Karam quarters and thus succeeded in widening the southern part of the corridor. On the eve of the second truce, they mounted a further attack with a view to capturing the old city. The order of the GHQ of July 16 called for two simultaneous attacks, one on Sheikh Jarrah and the other to establish a bridgehead inside the old city. Although the order stated that if only one operation was possible that evening, priority should be given to Sheikh Jarrah, the local commander, David Shultiel, chose to mount the other attack, codenamed Operation Qidem. It ended in total failure and the old city remained in the hands of the Arab Legion during the second truce. Israel Burr has argued that Shultiel deliberately staged the abortive operation in order to further Ben-Gurion's aim of reconciliation with Abdullah. But it appears much more likely that the mission was not accomplished because of failings in the manner in which it was planned, coordinated, and executed. In other words, it was not political intrigues or political constraints but the military incompetence of the local command that caused the failure of Operation Qidem. In his letter of July 23 accepting Shaltiel's resignation, Ben-Gurion specifically mentioned his disappointment at Shaltiel's failure to liberate the entire old city and to capture Sheikh Jarrah. 19 To replace Shultiel, Ben-Gurion appointed a much more aggressive commander with combat experience, a young major named Moshe Dayan, who had won his spurs by leading the daring commando raid into Lydda and Rami. On July 15 the Security Council passed a resolution calling for a ceasefire. In contrast to the first truce, this time the Security Council did not wait for the combatants' reply but took a strong line, threatening to resort to sanctions against any party that failed to issue a ceasefire order within 3 days. Moreover, no time limit was fixed for the duration of the truce, it was to continue until the mediator came up with proposals for a permanent settlement. The Arab League's Political Committee assembled in Aili, Lebanon, to consider the order. With the exception of the Arab Legion, all the Arab armies had lost ground during the previous 10 days, and continuation of the fighting carried the risk of even greater disasters. Arab politicians were anxious to find an excuse to stop but needed some scapegoat on whom to lay the blame. By supporting the American call for sanctions and threatening the Arabs with serious political and military consequences if they defied the Security Council, Britain presented herself as a convenient scapegoat. Britain had reversed her policy, it was claimed, and joined the United States and the Jews in opposing the Arabs. The fact that the Syrians, Iraqis, and Egyptians had all suffered reverses was brushed aside. The extremists could not eradicate the impression that the Arab Legion was the most efficient army, but they hastened to point out that such an army was of no value to an Arab state because its operations would be controlled from London and not by its Arab chiefs. 20 The British not only pressed the Arabs to accept the truce but also advised the Israelis to re-establish contact with Abdullah. Hector McNeill, the Minister of State at the Foreign Office, told Dr. Nahum Goldman that they were encouraging Abdullah to get ready for a settlement with Israel. 21 The more urgent task was to bring the fighting to an end. Abdullah needed no convincing of the gravity of the military situation. He assured Christopher Peary Gordon, First Secretary in the British legation in Amman, that he was doing all he could. This consisted of sending a telegram to his Prime Minister in Aili regularly every hour urging him to insist on the acceptance of the truce. He sent an extra one in Peary Gordon's presence as a make-weight and sign of good faith. Despite Iraqi and Syrian opposition, On July 18 the political committee decided to accept the truce. Since the military reports did not encourage the continuation of fighting, the motives for this opposition must have been largely political. In any case, it had no practical effects because the following day the fighting ceased on all fronts. To the embattled Transjordanian forces the truce arrived just in time. They had maintained their positions in the Old City, Latran, and Ramallah, but they could not have continued to do so as their ammunition was almost exhausted. Besides, the troops were needed at home to deal with the influx of refugees, anti-British protests, and the indignation of thwarted patriotism sparked off by the fall of Lydda and Rami. 22 Israel's position improved immeasurably as a result of the 10 days fighting. She seized the initiative and was to retain it until the end of the war. See Map 8. 267. Recriminations and reforms. The Arab coalition was torn by discord and mutual recriminations after the guns fell silent. The line that the Arab Legion was being prevented from using its full strength against the Jews, both through the treachery of the British officers and the withholding of supplies by the British government, was actively propagated by the Syrian and Iraqi authorities and by Azam Pasha. Iraqi army officers operating in Transjordan were particularly hostile to both the British and the Arab Legion. 23 Iraqi politicians joined in the general condemnation of Abdullah for the failure of the campaign in Palestine and for acceptance of the truce. The Iraqi parliament sent a delegation to the front to investigate and report on the causes of the disaster. The delegation headed for Amman on July 28 and was received by King Abdullah soon after its arrival. The king described his country's desperate plight and claimed that it had been let down by the other Arab states and by the Arab League. As for the Palestine Arabs, he felt that they had not done enough to defend themselves and that it was therefore their own fault that they had ended up as refugees like the Hashemites before them. The Arabs, he said, made a mistake in sending their armies to Palestine without preparing them for war against the Jews, and they did not heed my advice that we should settle this matter without war. Muhammad Quba, the leader of the Iraqi Independence Party, challenged the royal version of events. He revealed that he had seen the telegram that the king had sent to the Iraqi prime minister urging him to dispatch his army to Palestine and threatening to intervene unilaterally if the other Arab governments delayed sending their armies. Looking embarrassed and then angry, Abdullah admitted that he had done this but returned to the charge that the Arab governments did not send sufficient forces to confront the powerful Jewish army. When Quba remarked that his country had sent all the forces requested by the Arab League's military committee, the king retorted that the committee had made a wrong estimate of what the situation required. 245 The Iraqis accorded prime responsibility for the failure to prosecute the war against the Jews more vigorously to Glub. They believed that King Abdullah had no real control over the operations of the Arab Legion and that Glub was playing a double game in pretending to serve the Arabs but secretly working to impose on them London's policy of partition. The suspicion about Glub and the other British officers accounted for the virtual breakdown of relations between the two Hashemite armies and for the Iraqi branch jealously guarding its freedom of action. Glub explained to one member of the Iraqi parliamentary delegation that in his view they could not destroy the Jewish state by force because the Jews enjoyed superior resources, international support, and commitment to their cause. On the other hand, the Jewish state was surrounded by Arab states on all fronts and it could not survive in the long run if denied a regional outlet for her economy. It followed that the best Arab strategy for dealing with the Zionist danger was economic blockade and containment. To the suspicious Iraqis, however, this sounded like an excuse for running away from the fight. Glub was even suspected of collaboration with the enemy, and the surrender of Lydda and Rami was widely attributed to a secret deal between him and the Zionists. On one occasion during their tour of the front, the Iraqi parliamentarians, led by the regent, visited Colonel Goldie at his headquarters in Ramallah. Just before they entered the tent, the regent's ADC whispered in Goldie's ear to watch what he said about liaison with the Jews. During the subsequent discussion, the parliamentarians questioned Goldie about any form of liaison between the Arab Legion and the Jews. Goldie realized that what they were really looking for was evidence that Glub Pasha had indeed betrayed the Arab cause and that any revelations about his own meeting with the Haganah officers would be political dynamite. In the face of persistent probing, Goldie therefore remained persistently evasive. There were a number of tense moments, but he managed not to trip up. 26 In the first week in August, talks were held in Amman between Iraqi ministers and King Abdullah on the subject of withdrawing the British officers and placing the two Hashemite armies under a unified command. It was rumored that the purpose of the talks was to break British control over the Arab Legion by replacing the British subsidy with an Iraqi subsidy and requiring all the British officers of the Arab Legion to take long leave or to resign. The withdrawal of the British personnel, it was said, would remove the brakes which had hitherto checked the effectiveness of the Arab Legion and would enable that force to operate under higher Iraqi command, free from any foreign interference. Abdullah, however, lost interest in the idea when it was made clear to him that Iraq was in no position to help Transjordan financially. The upshot of the discussions was that both sides adhered in principle to a unified operational command but decided that their armies would act as independent units. In short, the earlier arrangement, which had left each force free to act as it saw fit, remained undisturbed. 27 Following the loss of Lida and Rami, King Abdullah and his ministers did consider removing the British officers from positions of executive authority and retaining their services in the form of a military mission. So as not to offend Britain, it was thought best to adopt the alternative of forming a separate Ministry of Defence and of concentrating all authority in the hands of the minister, thus reducing the Chief of Staff to the position of advisor. Until that time the normal practice had been for the Prime Minister also to hold the defence portfolio. A new ministry was duly formed under Fawzi el-Mulki as Defence Minister, and Glubb was granted a month's leave in England. During Glubb's absence a reaction set in and the hostility towards the British officers began to dissipate. Nevertheless, the Council of Ministers persisted in their desire to exercise closer control over the actions of the Arab Legion than they had done hitherto. Kirkbride felt that this desire was only natural and indeed welcomed the change. The free hand exercised by Glubb meant that the British government was blamed for any failure or unpopular action taken by the Legion. Under the new arrangement, the Council of Ministers could not avoid responsibility in the eyes of the Arab world for the actions of their troops. 28 Before his departure, Abdullah had given Glubb a letter to convey to the British Foreign Secretary. "The Jewish question," wrote Abdullah, "which has given both you and us so much trouble, will not be solved through the Arab League. All concerned must understand and appreciate the dangers inherent in this problem and seek for a remedy. I think that we have reached at least a partial understanding with you on this subject, according to the information submitted to me by my Prime Minister, who actually met Your Excellency and discussed this problem. This gentle reminder of Bevan's complicity in the Transjordanian design to partition Palestine was followed by the claim that behind the Jewish movement lay a wider Soviet design and a request for material assistance to help Transjordan resist Soviet expansion. The letter was brief, but it promised that Glubb Pasha would explain to Bevan all the activities which our jealous Arab rivals have engaged in against us, with even more alacrity than our enemies the Jews." During his month-long stay in England, Glubb Pasha did indeed elaborate on the activities of Transjordan's Arab rivals and painted in the process a most alarming picture of the political situation, of the state of the Arab Legion, and of the British influence there. In his first comprehensive report, Glubb claimed that the more extreme members of the Arab League, aided and abetted by Azam Pasha, were straining every nerve in propaganda against Transjordan in the hope of destroying her once and for all and dividing up her territory. Nothing less than the continued existence of the kingdom lay in the balance. Transjordan herself was presented by Glubb as the victim of circumstances beyond her control. The original Transjordan plan was based on the supposition that, at the end of the British Mandate, the Jews would proclaim a Jewish state within the boundaries laid down by the UNO partition scheme. The Arab areas of Palestine would remain vacant, except possibly for bands of irregulars. The Arab Legion would march in and occupy these areas, pending a decision on their final disposal. There would be no conflict between the Arab Legion and the Jewish forces. The proposed occupation was to be no more than a police operation. The British government were aware of this plan. It was the fiasco of the Arab Liberation Army and the tragedy of the Arab refugees that made the intervention of the Arab armies inevitable. Claimed Glub. Transjordan still hoped to occupy the hill areas of Hebron, Ramallah, and Nablus without serious fighting. But as a result of Jewish maneuvers, the whole of the Arab Legion became engaged in the Jerusalem operations. Meanwhile, the operations of the Arab armies were obviously ineffective. The Iraqi, Syrian, and Lebanese armies had scarcely succeeded in crossing the frontier. The Egyptian army caused the Jews some anxiety at first, but after 15 days of operations the Egyptians took up a static position on the coast, north of Maghdal. As a result, the real struggle of the war became more and more a duel between the Arab Legion and the Jewish forces for possession of Jerusalem. Again and again Glub returned to his central point: the Transjordan government had never intended to involve itself in any serious military operations at all, and it was fully aware from the first that partition was inevitable. I missed no opportunity to inform them that Jordan had not sufficient resources to wage war on the Jewish state, and the Prime Minister assured me frequently that he understood this. Transjordan's friendship and loyalty to Great Britain was considered by Glub the principal reason for the suspicion and hatred with which she was viewed by the politicians of certain other Arab countries. In the first month of fighting in Palestine, tiny Transjordan, with a total population of 500,000, had done more than any other to fight the Jews, more than Egypt, which was 36 times bigger in population and revenue, more than Iraq, which was 10 times as large, and more than Syria, which was 8 times as strong. The conclusion was said to be only too obvious: a treaty with Britain had resulted in making the weakest Arab country into militarily the most effective. At the end of the mandate, Azam Pasha gave the Transjordanian Prime Minister £250,000 out of a central fund of several million pounds set up by the Arab League, and promised a further £500,000. At the end, however, Azam refused to pay the balance on the grounds that Transjordan had betrayed the Arab cause by her subservience to Great Britain. As a result, Transjordan was some £500,000 in debt. The British subsidy of £500,000 for the July-September quarter was first withheld, then released after the truce, but the whole amount was written off against outstanding bills. Unless extra cash was provided to pay for the Arab Legion for August, September, and October, warned Glub, the force would disband and the Arab front would collapse. Nor would this be the end of the matter. The crushing of the Arab Legion in Palestine would expose the flank and communications of the Iraqi army and necessitate a hasty withdrawal. Transjordan would be invaded by some 12,000 Arab soldiers of doubtful loyalty and discipline, and collapse into anarchy would ensue. After a period of anarchy, the country would probably be divided between Syria, Iraq, and Saudi Arabia. The collapse of Transjordan, concluded Glub, would inflict irreparable damage on the policy of Anglo-Arab friendship and allow the Jews to get the whole of Palestine. If we hang on a little longer, Transjordan may receive a substantial increase in territory, which will make her a more valuable ally. If we abandon her now and she collapses, the solution to the Palestine problem itself will be rendered more difficult. 30 a week later, on August 19, Glub circulated in Whitehall another long and alarmist report on the precariousness of Transjordan's position and the threat of renewed Jewish aggression. During the previous 15 days, claimed Glub, the Jews had been constantly advancing, seizing fresh territory and attacking one or other of the Arab Legion's positions. They were defying the UN observers and playing power politics as crudely as the Russians on a smaller scale. The Jewish attempt to occupy the government house ridge, south of Jerusalem, signaled to Glub that they might try to capture the whole of Jerusalem by cutting off the road to Transjordan east of the city. Should they succeed in reaching the Jerusalem-Jericho road, the Arab Legion would either have to evacuate Palestine or risk being cut off. The Transjordanian government, whose ideas about strategy were said by Glub to be peculiar, had already made it clear to him that it would not sanction evacuation, and would prefer the whole Arab Legion to be cut off and destroyed in Palestine. The Iraqi army, too, would be cut off should the Jews reach Jericho, and this would either mean a disorganized and demoralized retreat into Transjordan by 12,000 undisciplined Iraqi soldiers, or that the Iraqi army would be surrounded and destroyed in Palestine. This could cause a revolution in Iraq, and probably result in a republican regime allied to Russia. The effect on British prestige would be disastrous, argued Glubb, if fighting in Palestine were to recommence and Transjordan were to collapse. Britain's only friend in the Middle East would be the first to disappear. Transjordan did not have the resources to take on the Jewish state single-handed while the other Arab states looked on. For example, she had no aircraft and virtually no anti-aircraft defense, while the Jews were believed to possess some 5 squadrons of aircraft with which they could destroy Amman in a couple of days. Moreover, there were now nearly 400,000 destitute Arab refugees, half of them in Transjordan or being supported by her. A further Jewish offensive might produce another 300,000 Arab refugees, and it would take many years and millions of pounds to resettle these wretched people. To supply the Arab Legion with ammunition was therefore no longer enough, though it was badly needed. Only strong diplomatic action to prevent the Jews recommencing the fighting could save Transjordan. Economic sanctions, Glubb believed, would quickly be fatal to the Jewish state because it depended entirely on trade and supplies from overseas and on funds from America. But, he said, he had the impression that the Security Council would in practice never take action against the Jews. The time had therefore come to face the likelihood of an Arab collapse in Palestine due to Jewish infringement of the truce, leading probably to the downfall of Transjordan and revolution in Iraq. Before Glubb left Amman, King Abdullah asked him to inquire in London whether and how Great Britain would carry out her treaty obligation to defend Transjordan in the event of the Arab Legion being overwhelmed in Palestine and the Jews reaching the Jordan River. Glubb's recommendations were that the Security Council issue a strong warning to both sides before adjourning, that 4 Dakota loads of ammunition be flown by the RAF to Amman, and that the British minister be instructed to assure the government there that Britain would fulfill her obligations should Transjordan be attacked. 31 The Chiefs of Staff were not oblivious to the repercussions that a military reverse in Transjordan could have on Britain's whole position in the Middle East. Before Glubb's arrival in London they had received a report from Sir Alec Kirkbride in which he registered his growing conviction that if a disaster overtakes Transjordan whilst we are withholding supplies and ammunition, we might as well abandon the present policy of building defensive alliances in the Middle East. 32 These sentiments coincided all too closely with the forebodings of the Chiefs of Staff. They felt that it was not only the goodwill of the Arab states but of the whole Muslim world that was at stake. In their report to the Minister of Defense, A.V. Alexander, they pointed out that the treaty with Transjordan seemed to be unequivocal and that if Israel attacked Transjordan, Britain would be bound to be at war with the Jews. They suggested that a clear statement to this effect might forestall such an attack. They also emphasized the urgency of sending the necessary equipment and ammunition to RAF stations in Transjordan and Iraq. A more tentative suggestion made by the Chiefs of Staff was that Britain should offer to guarantee the frontiers of the Arab states generally against Jewish aggression. 33 Bevan was not prepared to go as far as the Chiefs of Staff in responding to the urgent pleas for help from King Abdullah, Sir Alec Kirkbride, and Glubb Pasha. As Foreign Secretary he had to consider the implications of any help in the light of Britain's position at the United Nations and her relations with the United States. And he tended to take rather personally the charges that Britain had let down her Arab allies. Bevan gave Glubb a personal interview but the latter, according to Kirkbride's recollections, got no satisfaction from the occasion. Mr. Bevan indulged in a long tirade on the subject of the behavior of the Arabs who had, he said, rewarded his many attempts to assist them with abuse and ingratitude. He admitted that the Jordanians were not as bad as some of the others but could not give them preferential treatment. He did not send a written reply to the King's letter 34. There is no reason to doubt that at his meeting with Glubb, Bevan gave vent to his despair of the Arabs and that the general atmosphere was distinctly less cordial than the one which prevailed during the February meeting to which Glubb had accompanied Abul Huda. But Bevan's contemporary report to Kirkbride is a rather more accurate guide to the meeting that took place in the Foreign Secretary's private flat on August 19. Bevin read the two memoranda by Glubb, and at their meeting he gave him a non-committal but friendly letter to take back to King Abdullah. Whereas the king had referred to a partial understanding, Bevin reminded his emissary that we had never urged the Transjordan government to take action in Palestine. They had told us beforehand that they intended to do this, and we had mentioned the difficulties that might arise for us with the United Nations. We had not even been told beforehand that the Arab Legion would go into Jerusalem. As regards help, Bevin said that it would be too provocative to move war material into the RAF base in Amman, but they could keep aircraft and the necessary supplies ready in the canal zone so that material could be moved quickly if necessary. Secondly, Bevin gave an assurance that the subsidy to the Arab Legion would continue to be paid to meet recurring expenditure, and a solution will be found to the problem of the accumulated debts. Glubb said that this appeared to be satisfactory. In addition to these two lines of action, Bevin emphasized the efforts he was making to enlighten the U.S. government and public opinion on the aggressiveness of the Jews. It was important, therefore, that the forces under Glubb's command should continue to adopt a non-provocative attitude, and that maximum publicity should be given to any infringement of the truce by the Jews. Glubb emphasized the need for speed in sending assistance, as the Legion could only hold out for a few days if fighting was resumed. Finally, Glubb said, King Abdullah had also requested him to ask what Britain would do if the Jews, after resuming hostilities, reached the Jordan. Bevin replied that this question ought not to be asked. We had our treaty and we would not go back on it. We would not abandon Transjordan or give up Transjordan territory. But Transjordan must not rely on the treaty or this assurance to create an incident. Glubb said there was no danger of this. The only risk was an airgun attack on the Arab Legion. Bevin instructed Kirkbride to inform King Abdullah very confidentially of the gist of this conversation, and add that, in their discussions with the Americans on the Palestine situation, they were carefully bearing in mind Transjordan's interests. He was expected to make the king see that Britain continued to attach considerable importance to the existence and integrity of Transjordan, to the maintenance and development of our close relations with Transjordan, and to the continued existence of the Arab Legion as an effective fighting force in close relations with the British Army. 35 Glubb thus had every reason to be satisfied with the meeting and with the generally sympathetic hearing he was accorded in Whitehall. When he went to see Field Marshal Montgomery, the chief of the Imperial General Staff, the latter said he hoped they would give Transjordan a guarantee that they would go to her help if she was attacked, and that they would inform the Jews that this assurance had been given. While Glubb was naturally all in favor of such an assurance, he was strongly against the idea of informing the Jews that it had been given. He felt that this would make it more difficult for the Jews to accept the absorption of Arab Palestine into Transjordan, and would also be likely to make the Jews think that they could occupy the whole of Palestine with impunity provided they did not actually threaten Transjordanian territory. Glubb's view was confidentially relayed back to Bevin, so when the latter saw Montgomery, he was able to discourage him from pursuing this idea and to urge him to concentrate on ensuring readiness to carry out Britain's treaty obligations. 36 Glubb may not have been as good a soldier as Montgomery, but he was immeasurably more subtle as a politician. For a man on holiday, at any rate, he had accomplished a great deal during his visit to England. One of Glubb's achievements lay in steering British thinking on the future of Palestine in a direction favourable to King Abdullah. In the final settlement in Palestine, Britain left the fate of the Arab areas to be decided by the Arabs themselves. He pointed out to Bernard Burroughs, this was unlikely to result in a large part going to Transjordan and the rest to Egypt or other Arab states. A more likely result, given Transjordan's unpopularity, would be the setting up of a separate Arab state, presumably under the influence of the Mufti. The disadvantages of a separate Arab state under the Mufti, minuted the head of the Eastern Department afterwards, needed no elaboration, but he elaborated them all the same. It would be a hotbed of ineffectual Arab fanaticism, and after causing maximum disturbances to our relations with the Arabs, would very likely fall in the end under Jewish influence and be finally absorbed in the Jewish state, thereby increasing the area of possible Russian influence and excluding the possibility of our obtaining strategic requirements in any part of Palestine. 37 Bevin acted on the advice of his Foreign Office officials and obtained the cabinet's approval for advising the UN mediator that the setting up of a separate Arab state on the territory occupied by the Arab states in Palestine was unlikely to provide a permanent solution and that this territory should therefore be incorporated in Transjordan, subject to frontier modifications that might be desired by the Egyptian government. Bevin told the cabinet that any attempt to make further progress through direct discussions between the Arabs and Jews themselves would fail and that the only hope lay in the imposition of a settlement by the United Nations. The cabinet decided that if agreement could be reached with the US government and with the mediator on the scheme proposed by Bevin, Britain's influence should be used to obtain support for it from the other members of the United Nations. 38 The implication of this decision was that the mediator should not try to mediate between the parties to the Palestine dispute but should use the UN's authority instead to impose on them a solution devised by the Anglo-Saxon powers. But no one in the cabinet challenged this curious Foreign Office conception of the mediator's role. The Foreign Office found itself competing with the Israeli representative in Washington for the ear of the State Department on the question of procedure. Whereas the Foreign Office pressed the view that only an externally imposed solution could settle the Palestine problem, Eliyahu Epstein persuaded Robert Lovett, the Undersecretary of State, that the best chance of reaching a settlement in Palestine would be if the Israelis and Arabs could get together themselves, independently of the mediator. Epstein suggested to Lovett that if only King Abdullah and one or two of the more moderate Israeli leaders could meet quietly, it should not be difficult for them to come to terms. Lovett was impressed by what Epstein told him, and he himself became increasingly convinced that the best course for the United States and the United Kingdom to adopt was to make a determined effort to stage a meeting between the Arabs and the Israelis in the near future. Lovett thought that King Abdullah ought to take the lead because he was the only Arab leader who could be relied upon to take a sensible and constructive view of things, and if some agreement emerged out of such a meeting, the frontiers between the Jewish and Arab states should then be guaranteed by the United Nations. 39. The Foreign Office reacted very strongly against the suggestion that Transjordan should enter into direct negotiations with the Provisional Government of Israel. The Foreign Office believed that if Transjordan were to do this, it would lose the last vestige of respect accorded to it by the other Arab states and the net result might be the disappearance from the scene of the most moderate and cooperative Arab League state along with the Arab Legion. 40 Support for the British approach came from Tawfiq Abul Huda, who expressed the hope that the United Nations would make a final decision on Palestine without any prior consultation of the Arab states. Concert international pressure involving Britain and America, he argued, would make it easier for the Arab leaders to abandon their earlier stands. It would be dangerous. 5, underlined Kirkbride, to suggest bilateral negotiations between Transjordan and the Jews to King Abdullah. He is already flirting with ideas of this kind, but both I and the Prime Minister, with whom I discussed the tendency some time ago, feel that he is not really in a strong enough position to ride out the storm which such action would cause in the Arab world. 541. The renewal of Israeli contact with Abdullah. During the lull in the storm that followed the 10 days whirlwind, King Abdullah kept flirting with the idea of bilateral negotiations with Israel even though he got no encouragement from either his ministers or his British friends. He was reported to be in good spirits following the cessation of hostilities, and the prospect of a large kingdom seemed to agree with him. 1 Though it did not go as planned, the war had served its basic purpose in enabling him to occupy the central areas of Arab Palestine. Not only was there nothing further to be gained from an appeal to arms, but such an appeal could jeopardize both his territorial gains and his army, the mainstay of his regime and his only defense against his Arab opponents. Accordingly, the king shifted his attention from the military to the political arena. He now desired a restoration of peace and understanding with the Israelis, and he was ready for the resumption of direct contact with them. For the Israeli leaders, too, the center of gravity began to shift from war to politics as they picked their way through the maze of negotiations, trying to keep clear of all the pitfalls. They regarded the truce as a thinly disguised continuation of the war since it did not permit them to demobilize the population under arms, thus imposing an unbearable economic burden. To them an indefinite truce was equivalent to a death sentence to be executed at the convenience of the Arabs. Prompt and direct negotiations with the Arab states were, from their point of view, the only practicable way out of the impasse. .2 The Israeli leaders remained deeply suspicious of the British and therefore anxious to exclude them as far as possible from any peace negotiations. Count Bernadotte was viewed as Britain's poodle, hence the attempts to undermine his credibility, isolate him, and bypass him. In a major speech before the Provisional State Council on July 22, Prime Minister Ben-Gurion declared that the time had come for a solution of the Palestinian problem by direct negotiations and not through the good offices of the mediator. Foreign Minister Shertok, who had marked the establishment of the State of Israel by adopting the Hebrew name Sherod, cunningly used the mediator's good offices to convey to the Arab governments an invitation to hold direct talks. 3 Apart from limiting British influence, there were two other advantages that the Israelis expected to realize through direct talks. First, the obvious disunity in the Arab camp gave Israel considerable room for maneuver. The Arabs had marched into Palestine together, but as they sustained blows and military reverses, each country looked increasingly to her own needs. Within 10 days the position of the Arab states changed fundamentally, from being the attacker to being attacked. Each country was licking its wounds and was in no position and in no mood to help the others or subordinate her interests to the common cause. Under these circumstances, anyone looking for cracks in the wall of Arab unity could easily find them. Israel, with the memory of her military victories still fresh in everybody's mind, was well placed to play off the Arab states against one another. Secondly, it was a propitious time to engage in exploratory talks because the positions of both sides were still rather fluid. The Arab demands on borders and refugees had not crystallized yet, nor had Israel's response to these demands. The Israeli aim was therefore to seize the diplomatic initiative, to establish direct contact with Arab leaders, to sound out opinion, and to exploit opportunities. Elias Sasson, Israel's greatest ever practitioner of the art of Oriental diplomacy and now head of the Middle East Department in the Israeli Foreign Ministry, was sent to Paris in early July in order to set the process in motion. Two Arabic-speaking assistants, Shmuel Divan and Tuvia Areza, accompanied him to Paris to set up a base for their diplomatic and intelligence operations. His deputy, Yaakov Shimoni, stayed at home to run the department and help coordinate the activities of the Paris-based unit with local efforts to initiate talks with local Arab figures. Sasson set himself the task of contacting as many Arab representatives as possible in Paris, both official and unofficial, in order to exchange views about ways and means of settling the Arab-Israeli conflict. These conversations were conducted in the most general terms and rarely progressed to the brass tacks level. Sasson's brief was to emphasize Israel's readiness to conclude close alliances with her neighbors and establish mutually beneficial economic relations. He contacted, for example, several prominent Egyptians whose attitude was not unfriendly but who could not contribute anything concrete. Sasson also wrote personally to Riyad al-Sulh, the Prime Minister of Lebanon, to Lutfi al-Hafar, the prominent Nationalist Party politician in Syria, and many others, telling each he knew him to be a distinguished Arab personality and he would like to renew his acquaintance. 4 Lutfi al-Hafar took the letters he received to Prime Minister Mardam and President Qiwatli, who decided to ignore them. So there was no Syrian response to Sasson's overtures. 5 Sasson was not constrained to pursue any particular political orientation, either Egyptian, or Syrian or Hashemite or specifically Transjordanian. He was left a free hand to follow his hunches and contact anyone he chose to. There was no agenda for negotiations, remarked Shimoni. Sasson's role, and Sasson's forte, lay in maintaining contact, in serving as a sounding board and communicating ideas. He was like an octopus with 1,000 tentacles looking for catch. And we were very Catholic in those days. We had contact with the Sudanese, with Egypt, with Azam and, indirectly, with Qiwatli and Mardam. We even had contact with the Iraqis. It was a process of probing and exploration on the part of both sides, an endless chain of forging links with just about anybody. 6. We had no orientation, neither Egyptian nor Transjordanian, commented another Israeli official. We were prepared to talk to anyone who came along. The term orientation in the Zionist context is a misnomer. It is used to cover up something which is much more practical and self-serving. Abdullah was ready, we went with him. Had the Egyptians been ready, we would have gone with them. Yet it was not entirely fortuitous that Sassan reserved much of his skill and energy for the task of restoring the severed link with King Abdullah. Nor is it accidental that of all Sassan's efforts this was the one that was most quickly crowned with success. The two sides had reached agreement on the partition of Palestine in November 1947, and despite all the subsequent misunderstandings and the war, the basis for that agreement had not entirely disappeared. The king was not responsible for severing the link with the Zionists. At his last meeting with Golda Meir, he expressed his readiness to meet with them even if they found themselves at war. The personal element was very important in Abdullah's relationship with his environment. He was a cautious man who never put all his eggs in one basket. Towards Sassan his attitude was one of great respect and trust based on long-standing acquaintance. A letter from Sassan had considerable weight in Abdullah's eyes. Of all the Israeli diplomats, Sassan was the only one who knew how to approach Abdullah and how to win his cooperation. 8. Sassan wrote to Dr. Shokat Es-Sathi, the king's personal physician and confidant, and invited him to talks in Paris. Instead of Dr. Sathi, the Transjordanian minister in London, Amir Abdul Majid Hyder, arrived in Paris, saying he had been sent by the king to exchange views and examine the possibilities for an understanding. 5. The first meeting, on August 3, was friendly and lasted 4 hours. Hyder wanted to know Israel's final aim and her attitude to Bernadotte, to the refugee problem, and to the annexation of Arab Palestine to Transjordan. 9. Since Hyder promised to send a copy of Israel's reply to the king, Sharett cabled Sassan detailed guidelines and answers. Sassan was to preface his answer by saying that Transjordan's aggression caused them to revise their whole attitude to the king, leading to serious doubts as to whether it would not be preferable for Arab Palestine to stand alone. Nevertheless, in view of their past friendship, they were prepared to make a renewed attempt to reach an understanding, but the fact that aggression had been committed would naturally influence their attitude. They had no confidence in Bernadotte and preferred direct dealings to his mediation. More specifically, Sassan was to propose a solution based on the UN partition plan with substantial changes in Israel's favor, the balance to be joined to Transjordan, the resettlement of the refugees in the enlarged kingdom with the king's political assistance and Israeli financial support, an economic alliance that would benefit Transjordan, Israeli assistance in getting an American development loan for the king and in securing Transjordan's recognition by the United States and admission to the United Nations. The king could have an unspecified part of Jerusalem, with the Israelis keeping New Jerusalem and the corridor to Tel Aviv, while the Old City would be administered jointly with an international umpire. 10. Abdullah did not wait to hear the outcome of the Paris talks before embarking on an initiative of his own. The Belgian consul general in Jerusalem, Jean Nieuwenhuis, had sent the king his greetings for the fast of Ramadan and concluded with a hope for peace. Abdullah seized on this last sentence of the letter to ask Nieuwenhuis to visit him urgently. During the visit, on August 8, the king referred several times to my friend Shertok and asked the consul to propose to him that their representatives should meet informally in Cyprus. Regarding the refugees, the king said he would keep all the Mufti's supporters in Transjordan and asked that Israel should readmit the others. Sharett asked the consul to tell Abdullah that they agreed to meet but preferred Paris to Cyprus. When no word came back from Amman, Sharett suspected that the British had got wind of the king's move and advised him not to carry it through. 11. In fact, the Belgian consul did not convey Sharett's reply until August. Abdelghani al-Karmi, who had frequently served as a secret emissary between the court and the Jewish agency. The king said he had stopped the London-Paris talks because of press leaks, but that he would send another representative to meet Sassan in the near future. He was hopeful of positive results despite the fact that Sharett had to contend with the right-wing extremists while he himself had to contend with the Arab League. If agreement was reached, said Abdullah, he would be prepared to go ahead without the League. 12 At his next visit to the palace, on September 9, the Belgian consul, at Sharrat's behest, assured the king that the leak to the press had occurred in Tel Aviv and that Sasson was completely innocent. The king stated that Fawzi el-Mulki, the Minister of Defense, and Said al-Mufti, the Minister of Trade, would proceed to Paris as observers to the General Assembly and would be available for working out a peace settlement with Sasson. To enhance his prestige in the Arab League, the king requested that Israel readmit the refugees from Lydda and Rami, whose distress was particularly acute, but if a peace program including this measure of repatriation was to be rejected by the League, he would go ahead regardless. He reported that he was taking steps to check the increase in Husseini activity in Palestine by sending contingents to the affected areas. He pressed the consul to revisit him in Irbid after seeing Sharrat. Sensing Abdullah's impatience, Sharrat resorted to the usual diplomatic ploy of feigning indifference. He told the consul to say that he was in a very cautious mood and that with reports that the Arab armies in Palestine had doubled their strength during the truce, Israel would have to strengthen her positions along the entire front and could not possibly spare the troops to deal with the massive repatriation of the people of the two towns. Sharrat said they would treat any Transjordanian proposals on their merits but urged Abdullah to start thinking seriously about the resettlement of the bulk of the refugees in her zone, and hoped that Israel might prevail on the United States to give him a loan for this purpose. 13 UN Huis visited Abdullah in Irbid on September 14 to convey Sharrat's comments. The king said that the Egyptian and Iraqi armies had received scant reinforcement. The legion had received more substantial reinforcements, but the Israelis had no need to worry as it was firmly in hand. He again insisted on the readmission of the non-Husainists to Lydda and Rami as a gesture that would enhance his prestige, defeat the intrigues of Nukrashi and the Mufti, deal a blow to the League as a whole, and serve as a basis for a population exchange between Palestine and Transjordan. Sharrat told the consul that repatriation of refugees, even partial, was out of the question for the present, but he would formulate his reply within a couple of days so that the thread would not snap. 14 In short, Sharrat had correctly identified the refugee problem as the most critical and burning issue in Israeli-Transjordanian relations, but he was stalling in the hope that a solution would emerge without any substantial Israeli concessions. Sharrat's stand reflected a rapidly evolving Israeli consensus against permitting any Arab refugees to return to their homes. 15 The new official line was that as long as the war continued, no refugees would be allowed to return, and that after the war Israel would consider schemes for a solution, but only within the framework of a comprehensive peace settlement. Sasson was one of the very few officials who dared challenge the official line against repatriation. He was moved not so much by humanitarian concern for the plight of the refugees but by an enlightened conception of Israel's self-interest, and above all her interest in peaceful coexistence with her neighbors. Sasson urged his colleagues to reconsider whether it would not be worth exploiting the refugee problem to finish the war, win over Arab public opinion, establish contacts with Arab statesmen, remove Bernadotte and his British and American supporters, and modify the country's borders so that they could turn their attention to solving the country's internal problems. 16 Sasson pointed out that Israeli propaganda on the refugee question was counterproductive. The intention behind it was to turn the refugees and their anger against the Arab leaders, whereas Israel's true interest lay in promoting the absorption of these refugees in the Arab countries. The only Arab leader who could be counted on to adopt a reasonable and cooperative attitude was Abdullah. Logic suggested, therefore, that Israel's effort should be directed not at undermining him but at making him popular with the refugees so that he in turn would be able to negotiate the fate of the refugees without fear from his rivals and appear as the savior of the Palestine Arabs, not as a traitor to the Palestine cause. 17 From his isolated outpost in the French capital, Sasson fired off a barrage of angry letters at his colleagues. The indiscretion of the officials in Tel Aviv in revealing to the press that secret peace talks were underway, he charged, had aborted his contact with Amir Abdul Majid Haidar. In vain Sasson waited for the two Transjordanian ministers to contact him and, for a while it looked as if he had lost the thread to Amman altogether. but it was on the broad questions of policy towards the Arab world that Sasson found himself most out of accord with the official line. He urged his colleagues at home not to remain within the confines of a parochial and blinkered view on such questions as the future of the refugees and the renewal of the war, but to widen their horizons and impress on the policy makers the need for a broader international perspective. In a letter to his deputy, Sasson recalled that he himself had asserted, when the war started, that they could not subdue the Arabs by force alone. He continued, "If the war is renewed, I have no doubt that it would be possible for us to capture Tulkarem, Nablus, and more. It would also be possible for us to strike blows at the armies of Egypt, Syria, etc. But we can only move the Arabs from one place to another, and that is all. The tension will not subside. Tranquility will not prevail, and the peace will not come any nearer. And the question is, do we want this? I regret that these days I am not near you or near the leadership, because I would not have been deterred from swimming against the current for the common good." 18 Shimoni denied that there was any substantive difference between Sasson and the other officials in the Middle East Department except on the refugee question. They too were of the opinion that if hostilities recommenced, Israel would score victories and capture further territories, but this would not be sufficient to compel the Arabs to accept a settlement. What might lead to a settlement, in the department's view, was either progress in the secret explorations that Sasson had embarked on, or a dictate by the United Nations and the great powers, or an internal uprising in one of the Arab states that would divert attention away from the Palestine conflict. Efforts to create such a diversion revolved round Syria and were given a boost by the establishment of a contact with Zayd al-Atrash, the tribal chief from Jebel Druze in southeast Syria. Like his older brother Sultan al-Atrash, Zayd was a supporter of Abdullah and of the Greater Syria scheme, and had played a part in the revolt that started in Jebel Druze in 1925 and developed into a national uprising. Shimoni and his colleagues were encouraged to think that a link-up with the potential rebel forces in Syria, and above all, of course, with the Druze, to create a major diversion and insert a poisoned dagger in the back of the Arab unity that is fighting us, is one of the ways which might help to bring about the desired solution. 5. An alliance with the Druze and with other forces in Syria and Lebanon would obviously involve a major financial investment as well as concrete help and cooperation from the IDF. The foreign minister, however, told his subordinates that in view of the government's weak financial position, a major plan of this kind was out of the question. Nevertheless, he gave them permission to continue to explore possibilities for action on a more modest scale. Apart from the moves to activate the Druze of Jebel Druze, efforts were to continue to encourage the defection of further Druze and Circassian units from the Syrian army to the Israeli side. Here the Druze and Circassian units already serving in the IDF were to provide the connecting link. Shimoni also informed his boss that there would be a chance to renew the contact with Transjordan through emissaries who were leaving from the Bison area. At first Shimoni was doubtful about this prospect because he did not want to get in the way of Sasson's operations. But Sharad ruled that it was important to try and win over Muhammad Zubidi, not for the purpose of conducting parallel negotiations or shifting the center of gravity from Paris to Tel Aviv, but solely in order to be able to steer the king in the right direction and monitor his actions and his thoughts. 19. Count Bernadotte's last will and testament. Count Bernadotte was aware of the efforts being made by the Israelis to dispense with his mediation and establish direct contact with the Arabs. But he also had Azam Pasha's assurance that all the members of the Arab League took the view that it would be a mistake to open direct negotiations with the Jews, and that any discussions on a proposal for a final settlement should be conducted through the offices of the United Nations mediator. 20 During the summer of 1948, Bernadotte continued to hold the center of the stage, and he stepped up his activities in search of a settlement. Yet even members of his own staff could not help wondering whether he was really equal to the task. "The Count gives me the impression," recorded one of them in his diary, "of a man who is lost in a labyrinth, who yet continues walking with great speed and decision as if he knew exactly where he is going." 21 Having had his first set of suggestions rejected by all local parties to the Palestine dispute, Bernadotte increasingly looked to the great powers for guidance and support. He was not eager to offer suggestions until he was assured that the British and American governments were in agreement with him. He realized that the Israelis would make exorbitant demands and that the Arabs would refuse to countenance officially the existence of a Jewish state. Nevertheless, he felt that if the two governments lined up behind him, both Israelis and Arabs would move protestingly towards an eventual settlement. 22 Discussions between the Foreign Office and the State Department in the course of August and early September revealed a remarkable measure of agreement on the outlines of a settlement. The main feature of this consensus, as of Bernadotte's tentative ideas, was the partition of Palestine into two geographically compact territories instead of the enclaves, corridors, and complicated lines recommended by the General Assembly in November 1947. This involved the inclusion of the whole of the Galilee in the Jewish state in exchange for the allocation of the Negev to the Arabs. 23 The gap between what the British, the Americans, and the Swedish mediator considered an equitable settlement and what the Arabs and Israelis were prepared to agree to remained unbridgeable. Nearly all the Arab politicians consulted by the mediator said they would not be coerced by the United Nations into recognizing Israel or making peace with her. Nukrashi Pasha said that he realized that the hope of preventing the emergence of an independent Jewish state had been crushed, but the Arabs would nevertheless continue to regard Palestine as Arab territory and the Jews as rebels, and in his view the wisest course would be to constitute the Arab part of Palestine as a separate and independent state supported by the Arab League. Nukrashi did not wish to see Palestine united with Transjordan because that would upset the balance of power in the Arab world. Nor could he agree to the partition of Arab Palestine among a number of Arab countries because that would only be grist to the mill of those who claimed that Egypt had entered the war in order to make territorial conquests. Only the Transjordanian Prime Minister shared the mediator's view that there was no getting away from the fact that the Jewish state existed and would continue to exist, and that the best solution would be the partition of Palestine. 24 At his meeting with the Israeli Foreign Minister, Bernadotte outlined three theoretical possibilities for the future of the Arab part of Palestine: a separate state, annexation to Transjordan, and a division of the territory between the neighboring states. Sharad said that his government would probably prefer the creation of a separate Arab state, while the breaking up of the territory into fragments would be the worst eventuality which they would in all probability even fight to prevent. He did not exclude the possibility of annexation to Transjordan, seeing that the latter was at least administratively, if not financially, a going concern, while Arab Palestine was, in Metternich's phrase about Italy, merely a geographical expression. It was not a political entity and had no leadership. Still, efforts might be made to find out whether a group of people could not be welded together to serve as a center for a separate state. While the Israelis would not fight to prevent the joining of Arab Palestine with Transjordan, said Sharad, they were very much disillusioned with King Abdullah's misguided truculence, and anyhow a smaller and a weaker neighbor was preferable to a bigger and stronger one. Transjordan and Iraq belonged to the same dynasty and might, in the course of time, be united together under a common crown. The prospect of having an Iraqi empire right on their doorstep was not one they could relish. The Americans, like Bernadotte, felt that the State of Israel should have boundaries that would make it more homogeneous and well integrated than the hourglass frontiers drawn on the map of the November 29 resolution. They wondered whether a settlement between Israel and Transjordan could be worked out which would materially simplify the boundary problem by allowing Israel to expand into the fertile area of the Galilee in return for relinquishing a large portion of the desert land of the Negev to her eastern neighbor. Jerusalem, the Americans thought, should be an international enclave, but they were prepared to consider any other arrangement satisfactory to Israel and the Arab states provided the safety and access to the holy places were guaranteed. Finally, the Americans urged Israel to consider some constructive measures for alleviating the distress of the Arab refugees. James MacDonald, the special representative of the United States in Israel, was asked to make it clear to Ben-Gurion and Sharad that although tentative and in the nature of trying on for size, these suggestions were offered in an earnest desire to assist Israel in becoming a permanent force for the maintenance of peace and economic development of the Middle East. If the Provisional Government of Israel could show any constructive response to these suggestions, the Americans would commend them to the mediator and also to the British government, which could be expected to exert considerable pressure on the Arab governments. 26 Ben-Gurion's response was definitely negative but also inquisitive. He wanted to know the reason behind the suggestion for taking away from Israel the desert that she alone was prepared to develop and giving it to Transjordan, which already had enormous uninhabited areas of desert land. He also asked what was meant by the fertile portion of occupied West Galilee, stating that all the Galilee could be made fertile by Jewish effort. Regarding Jerusalem, Ben-Gurion conceded that the U.S. suggestions admitted some flexibility but wondered whether they envisaged a Jewish corridor to the city, which he declared to be absolutely vital. On the Arab refugees, he was willing to consider constructive proposals but offered no plan of his own. Ben-Gurion observed that the people of Israel had a right to all of western Palestine, but that personally, if given the choice, he would choose a small area in order to get a Jewish-Arab peace rather than the entire area without Arab consent. Finally, Ben-Gurion expressed surprise that the American government proposed to mediate between Israel and the mediator and the British government. There was no dispute, he said, between Israel and the mediator. Consequently, if the U.S. government wished to mediate, she should mediate directly between Israel and the Arabs. 27 Sherritt informed MacDonald at a separate meeting that they had a favorable though tentative response from Transjordan to their feeler and that they also had an approach from King Abdullah on his own initiative. But to Sherritt it appeared that the king's anxiety to explore peace bilaterally was curbed by the British, who sought to achieve through the indefinite second truce what they had failed to achieve through war, namely, a reduction of Israel's territory and sovereignty. 28 Despite all the objections raised by Arabs and Israelis to their suggestions, the mediator, the State Department, and the Foreign Office remained convinced that the solution they favored could be enforced. The Foreign Office remained strongly wedded to a solution based on the present lines of force. Sir Hugh Dow, the Consul General in Jerusalem, was one of the very few officials who saw through this spurious realism. The main obstacle to a settlement based on the lines of force and worked out by the United Nations, he observed, was the conviction that in no circumstances would the United Nations dispatch an adequate force to compel respect for their decisions. This conviction was held by both Jews and Arabs, and though it elated one and depressed the other, in each case it had the effect of encouraging the more extreme elements. Whereas the Assembly resolution of November 29 was at least accepted by one party, neither party accepted the mediator's proposals, which the Foreign Office now endorsed as the new basis for a settlement. The Jews are frankly expansionist and refuse to put forward any terms, for fear they should ask for less than changing circumstances and the inefficiency of the United Nations may enable them to grab. The Arabs see little hope of practical help, either from us or from the United Nations, and in consequence the in for a penny, in for a pound school of thought tends to prevail. In one of the earlier chapters of Don Quixote, it is related that the knight, before setting out on his adventures, made for himself a helmet of pasteboard, and in order to test its strength, gave it several good blows with his broadsword, and thereby demolished his whole month's labor. The facility with which it was dissolved liked him nothing. I am quoting as nearly as I can remember from Pierce Motlux's translation, whereupon he fashioned it anew, placing within it certain iron bars in so cunning and artificial a manner, that he rested content both with the solidity of his handiwork and with the excellence of his invention, and without exposing it to the further hazard of a blow, held it in estimation for a most excellent beaver. Dow did not wish to press the analogy between Count Bernadotte and Don Quixote too far, but he hoped that the unfavorable reception given to the Count's first proposals by both Jew and Arab would not lead him to suppose that his next would necessarily be better, or that it could be produced at like success without first ascertaining whether it was likely to be acceptable in the Middle East. Both Nukrashi Pasha and Moshe Sherritt expressed to the mediator their preference for an Arab-Palestinian state rather than either of the two other solutions put to them. Dow hoped that the mediator would perceive the ulterior motive behind this specious agreement. Egypt does not want any other Arab state to increase in relative power and importance, and an Arab-Palestinian state would be a hopeless proposition and render the next step in Jewish expansion a very easy one. And it would, of course, play directly into the hands of the Mufti. 293 Dow's penetrating observations did not command the attention they deserved in London. The attention of Bevan and his advisers was focused on the problem of getting the Arabs to agree among themselves on the disposal of the Arab areas of Palestine. This rather than the Arab refusal to accept the permanence of a Jewish state or the lack of trust in the efficacy of the United Nations was viewed in London as the chief obstacle to a Palestine settlement. Various ideas were therefore circulated round the British legations in the Middle East on action that Transjordan might take to lessen Arab opposition to its acquisition of this territory. One idea was that King Abdullah should renounce his claims to the Hijaz. Another idea was that he should issue a public disclaimer of any hostile intention towards Syria and possibly even renounce altogether his Greater Syria scheme. The response to these ideas was not encouraging. From the British Middle East office in Cairo it was pointed out that Abdullah's difficulties with the other Arab states derived not merely from his particular disputes with Ibn Saud and Syria but also from the not wholly unfounded suspicion that he would be prepared to do a deal over Palestine behind their backs. Those, like Azam Pasha, who felt passionately about the Palestine problem were always likely to distill poison into the minds of other Arabs about Abdullah's political probity. It could therefore be no easy task to persuade the rest of the Arab states to agree to Transjordan being territorially enlarged as a result of the Palestine crisis. 31 British diplomats in Damascus doubted whether any action by King Abdullah could allay fears of his future intentions towards Syria. They predicted that any increase of his territory or importance would be resented by the Syrians, and the British government would be blamed for it. 32 Sir Alec Kirkbride was likewise convinced that no amount of political manoeuvring could secure Arab approval for the incorporation in Transjordan of the Arab part of Palestine. The Transjordanian authorities were under no illusion on this subject, but given international approval, they were prepared to disregard any reactions which their expansion was liable to cause in the rest of the Arab world. The only suggestion which Abul Huda could make for decreasing jealous opposition was to arrange for both Egypt and Syria to receive parts of Palestine also. 33 The Prime Minister and the King were determined to avoid for as long as they could any commitment on the subject of Bernadotte's emergent proposals because anything they said was immediately misrepresented and used against them. The attempt by the Lebanese Prime Minister to provoke Abdullah into making an announcement which could only commit Transjordan to refusing the plan or alternatively damn the king for accepting it was typical. Kirkbride's own view was that nothing said or done by the Transjordanian authorities would affect the attitude of the other Arab governments regarding Palestine in the slightest, and that in the circumstances it was best for them to say nothing and be able later to acquiesce in a position by the United Nations which they were in no position to oppose. 34 The officials in London feared that U.S. recognition of Transjordan before the Arabs had acquiesced to Bernadotte's proposals would greatly weaken Transjordan's already shaky position in the eyes of its Arab neighbors, who would be quick to allege that it was evidence of a deal by which the United States paid Transjordan with recognition for selling out the Arab cause in Palestine. The Foreign Office officials had no doubt that the Arab press and public would roundly denounce any proposals put forward by Bernadotte, even though they believed that the acquiescence of the Arab states could be secured eventually. However, the vigor of these denunciations, they warned the American ambassador to London, would be greatly increased if a local scapegoat wearing the horns of perfidy were available. The United Nations had the advantage of being an intangible villain, but Rabbi Abdullah, upon whom we will have to rely so heavily at a later stage, is already on the spot and would be in an even worse one if he were to appear prior to UN action as party to a deal. If Transjordan was to be useful in achieving a lasting settlement, it was essential in the Foreign Office view that Abdullah should seem just as outraged as the other Arab leaders with whom it was expedient that he should display every sign of solidarity. In essence, the Foreign Office view was that the timing of US de jure recognition of both Transjordan and the Provisional Government of Israel should be decided on the basis of progress actually made with regard to Bernadotte's proposals. 35 Bernadotte himself was at his headquarters in Rhodes working frantically on the proposals he was due to submit to the General Assembly. On September 13, Sir John Troutbeck, the director of Britain's Middle Eastern office in Cairo, and Robert McClintock of the State Department arrived secretly in Rhodes to confer with Bernadotte. Previously there had been complete identity of views that the best solution of the Palestine problem would be along the lines of the mediators' previous proposals minus the idea of union between the two states and including some form of international responsibility for Jerusalem. But the contacts were kept secret because the British officials felt that the proposals would have a better chance of success if they carried the Made in Sweden label. 36 The conversations on the island were devoted more to the perfection of Bernadotte's first draft of the conclusions than to matters of substance, on which all three were in agreement. McClintock did suggest that Israel should be given a token salient in the Negev by projecting Israeli territory south to the Beersheba-Gaza road. Troutbeck, however, wanted to draw Israel's border much further north, along the Maghdal-Fallujah line which was then occupied by Egyptian forces. Bernadotte firmly supported the British position with the argument that strict justice demanded that the Jews, who were to receive the whole of the Galilee, should not have even a token holding in the Negev. 37 McClintock drew attention to the mystical attachment of the Jews to the Negev. While he himself was willing to recommend to the State Department that they should support the mediator's suggestion to give the whole of the Negev to the Arabs, he thought it quite possible that the White House would intervene in defense of the Jewish claim. 389-3 On September 16, just before the opening of the General Assembly in Paris, Bernadotte submitted his report to the Secretary-General of the United Nations, Trigavly. Bernadotte's premises were that the 1947 UN partition plan was no longer workable, that the Jewish state was a living, solidly entrenched and vigorous reality, and that the Arab dream of a unitary Arab state was, therefore, no longer realistic. His principal recommendations were to give the whole of the Galilee to the Jews, the whole of the Negev to the Arabs, to attach all the Arab parts of Palestine to Transjordan, to accord Jerusalem a special status under UN supervision, and to ensure the right of the Arab refugees to return to their homes, with adequate compensation for any who might choose not to return. The day after Bernadotte issued his report, 4 Stern Gang terrorists ambushed his car in Jerusalem and murdered him. It was a senseless and utterly superfluous act of political violence. The intention behind it was to change the course of history by signaling to the outside world that the Israeli people would not allow any foreigners to dictate their borders and to compel the Israeli government to display greater resolution in asserting Israel's rights. The outside world, however, was shocked by this brutal manifestation of Zionist fanaticism, and the failure of the Provisional Government of Israel to apprehend the suspects dealt a blow to its authority and credibility abroad. Yitzhak Yzernetsky, Shamir, one of the chief architects of the assassination, remained at large. At the time of writing he is Israel's prime minister. Yehoshua Cohen, widely believed to have been the man who pulled the trigger, became a personal friend of Ben-Gurion following the latter's retreat to Kibbutz Sde Boker in the Negev. At the time, the cold-blooded murder of the man of peace made it considerably more difficult for the Israeli government to stave off the attempt to deprive the country of the Negev. Bernadotte became a martyr in the cause of peace, a UN soldier who had given his life in the service of international morality. Bernadotte's report, which in the normal course of events would have been the subject of bargaining and modifications, acquired the quality of a sacred political testament that had to be honored as it stood and carried out to the letter. Following a pre-agreed strategy, George Marshall and Ernest Bevin issued statements establishing the positions of their respective governments firmly behind the Bernadotte plan as a whole. 40 Marshall recommended that the General Assembly in Paris accept the proposals contained in the final report in their entirety as the best possible basis for bringing peace to a distracted land. 5.41 Bevin believed that if a prompt declaration in favor of Bernadotte's proposals were made by the British government, the Arab states would be less likely to oppose them. On the other hand, the text of his speech had been drafted with great trepidation because it would once and for all put His Majesty's government flatly on record as favoring partition as a permanent solution for Palestine and thus burn His Majesty's government's boats with the Arabs. 42 In the House of Commons, Bevin singled out for praise Bernadotte's proposal that the Arab parts of Palestine should be incorporated in Transjordan. The British government had always considered that the Arab parts of Palestine by themselves, being an infertile area, would not form a viable state, and Bevin accordingly stated his belief that the United Nations should avoid the risk of creating a state which could not support itself and should endorse the mediator's arguments in this matter. Point 43 In Paris, Hector McNeill summoned Abba, Aubrey, Eben, Israel's representative to the United Nations, and told him in Bevin's name that the British government not only supported the settlement advocated by the mediator but that it would demand the strongest resolution of the Security Council against any side that tried to set aside an assembly recommendation by military force. He added that acceptance of a settlement along these lines would be immediately followed by British de jure recognition of Israel and advice to other powers to act similarly. Ben-Gurion viewed McNeill's statement as important and worrying, yet he went ahead with the issuing of an official statement rejecting the proposals of the mediator. Point 44 Sharett went to Paris to present Israel's case before the General Assembly and to direct the diplomatic campaign for retaining the Negev as part of the Jewish state. Point 45 There was no need for Britain to exert any pressure on Abdullah to secure his acquiescence in the settlement advocated by the late mediator. On the contrary, Britain felt she had to restrain Abdullah from playing his hand too forcibly. Her own critics had long been saying that the end of Britain's policy was to enlarge the territory of her satellite, Transjordan, so that she might continue to exercise paramount influence in an area which was strategically important to herself. Such suspicions were likely to be fanned if Britain became too blatant in her advocacy of the enlargement of Transjordan, or if Abdullah appeared too eager to fall in with Bernadotte's wishes. Point 46 Kirkbride impressed upon the king that as Transjordan was a beneficiary, he should not complicate Britain's task by making any statement on the subject until it became clear how the other Arab states were reacting. Point 47 On this occasion Abdullah was all too painfully aware of the delicacy of his position. As he explained to Wells Stabler, the American vice-consul in Jerusalem, he was surrounded by hostile elements in Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, and to a certain degree in Iraq who were seeking to destroy him and who criticized every step he made which they considered not in concert with Arab League's decisions. There, as an Arab leader, he was obliged to concur in any decisions made by a majority of the Arab leaders. So far the strength of the Arab Legion had served as a deterrent to any overt conspiracy. Nevertheless, Abdullah feared that any forthright acceptance of the mediator's plan would make his position untenable and that in the storm that such acceptance would cause, he might lose all he had struggled for. There could be no doubt that the king generally favored Bernadotte's conclusions since he was the principal beneficiary. It could therefore be assumed that Transjordan would be among the first, if not the first, to urge acquiescence by the Arab states to an unimposed solution based on the mediator's conclusions. Point 48 None of the other Arab states was prepared to accept or acquiesce in a settlement based on Bernadotte's report. Azam Pasha said flatly that the report was unacceptable to the Arabs. When asked whether a guarantee of international frontiers would not constitute a gain for the Arabs, he responded that guarantee of the frontiers of a state not recognized by the Arabs was of no interest. In any case, UN guarantees meant nothing since the Zionists were defying the UN and would continue to do so. Azam said he could understand how ambition swayed Abdullah as the tool of the British, but he could not understand the attitude of Britain or the United States. Both maintained that they backed the report in the interest of peace and out of friendship for the Arabs. Yet peace was impossible under Bernadotte's plan. The Arabs, he asserted, would continue to resist. If Britain and the United States wished to impose the plan on the Arabs, they would have to send men, planes, and battleships. In no other way could Bernadotte's plan be enforced. Point 49. The British delegation in Paris continued to do their utmost to persuade the General Assembly to endorse Bernadotte's plan. They were faced, however, not only by the determined opposition of both Arabs and Jews, but also, after Truman's re-election, by the withdrawal of the U.S. government from the position it had previously taken on the territorial aspects of a peace settlement for Palestine. While recognizing that there should be some compensation to the Arabs for the territory which the Jews had occupied over and above that awarded to them in November 1947, the White House declined to support any resolution involving modification of the November frontiers without Jewish consent. Point 50 As McClintock had warned, the White House was quite capable of intervening to keep the Negev in Jewish hands. Once again the pro-Jewish White House had pulled the rug from under the feet of the pro-Arab State Department. In the end the Assembly's action was confined to the appointment, on December 11, of a conciliation commission for Palestine, consisting of the representatives of the United States, France, and Turkey. Britain's elaborate diplomatic strategy for making the Negev part of Abdullah's kingdom was soundly defeated by Arab defiance, unexpectedly effective Jewish resistance, and the peculiarities of the American electoral process. 296. The All-Palestine Government. Britain's efforts to turn the United Nations into executor of Bernadotte's last will and testament aroused Arab hostility towards her and the other principal beneficiary King Abdullah. Britain's selective emphasis on Bernadotte's recommendation for the merger of the Arab part of Palestine with Transjordan rather than on his statement that the disposition of the Arab part might be left to the Arab states was regarded as evidence of her desire to enlarge her own sphere of influence. Many Arab leaders, including some of her friends, became convinced that it was her policy to create an equilibrium between Jews and Arabs in order to bolster her own position in the Middle East. Abdullah's loyalty to Britain was increasingly equated with disloyalty to the Arab cause. A second major cause for Arab disillusionment with Abdullah was the knowledge that he had been in contact with Jewish leaders and that he would be prepared to compromise the Arab claim to the whole of Palestine as long as he could acquire part of Palestine for himself. The international debate over Bernadotte's proposals was thus accompanied by a noticeable increase in the tension between the Arabs themselves. The internecine struggles of the Arabs reported Globe, are more in the minds of the Arab politicians than the struggle against the Jews. Azam Pasha, the Mufti, and the Syrian government would sooner see the Jews get the whole of Palestine than that King Abdullah should benefit. 551 To thwart Abdullah's ambition, the other members of the Arab League, led by Egypt, began to maneuver for the creation of an Arab government for Palestine. This idea was at the top of the agenda for the meeting of the Arab League's political committee, which opened in Alexandria on September 6 and lasted 10 days. Transjordan was represented by its defense minister, Fawzi al-Mulki, and the Minister of the Interior, Said al-Mufti. Before their departure for Alexandria, Mulki and Mufti were instructed to oppose any move for resuming hostilities in Palestine and any change from the existing arrangement whereby each Arab army was responsible for the administration of that part of Palestine which it occupied. Transjordan had no objection in principle to the formation of a Palestine Arab army, but no units of that army would be permitted to be stationed or to operate in areas of Palestine occupied by the Arab Legion. If any member of the committee was to attack Transjordan, as was the case at the last meeting, her representatives were to withdraw. 5215 Though no open attack was made on Transjordan, the political committee decided to approve the establishment of an Arab government of Palestine. The motives for this decision were diverse and contradictory, but, in more than one way, they were antagonistic to Transjordan. The desire to placate Arab public opinion, critical of the governments for failing to protect the Palestinians, was one consideration. Another was the determination to safeguard the Arab claim to sovereignty over the whole of Palestine by providing an alternative to international recognition of Israel and by preventing any Arab government from recognizing the Jewish state or taking over Arab areas. In addition, there was a desire to demonstrate the Arab world's commitment to continue the fight against the Jewish state. But at the same time, the decision to form an Arab government of Palestine and the attempt to create armed forces under its control furnished the members of the Arab League with the means for divesting themselves of direct responsibility for the prosecution of the war and of withdrawing their armies from Palestine with some protection against popular outcry. 53 Whatever the long-term future of the proposed Arab government of Palestine, its immediate purpose, as conceived by its Egyptian sponsors, was to provide a focal point of opposition to Abdullah and serve as an instrument for frustrating his ambition to federate the Arab regions with Transjordan. In view of the conflict between the Arab League's plan and the British plan of Greater Transjordan, the Foreign Office made an attempt to abort the former. Abdullah was reminded that Britain was working for a solution to the Palestine problem that would favor his country and that he could help in this process by doing everything to prevent the proclamation of an Arab government of Palestine. 54 Other Arab leaders were warned that Britain would regard any attempt to set up such a government as ill-timed and likely to serve the interests of the Mufti. The claim by such a government to the whole of Palestine, it was added, would inevitably precipitate a claim by the Jewish government to the whole of Palestine and possibly Transjordan as well. In other words, it would force the Jewish authorities to adopt the extreme program of the revisionists, which they had not done hitherto. 55 Disregarding Britain's warning, the Arab League, on September 22, announced the formation of an all-Palestine government with its seat in Gaza. Word was sent round to the supporters of the Mufti to rally in Gaza, and Egyptian troops were sent to Bethlehem to distribute small arms to anti-Hashemite elements. The new administration was headed by Ahmed Hilmi Pasha, who had recently been appointed by Abdullah as military governor of Jerusalem. Hilmi's cabinet consisted largely of followers of the Mufti, but it also included a number of prominent Palestinians who had previously supported Abdullah. On September 30, a Palestinian National Council, with 75 representatives, convened in Gaza. Haj Amin al-Husseini, returning to Palestine after an absence of 11 years, was elected president, while Ahmed Hilmi was confirmed as prime minister. On the following day, a declaration of independence was issued for an independent, sovereign, and democratic state with borders defined as Syria and Lebanon in the north, Syria and Transjordan in the east, the Mediterranean in the west, and Egypt *T in the south. 56 The contrast between the pretensions of the all-Palestine government and its capability reduced it to the level of a farce. It claimed jurisdiction over the whole of Palestine, yet it had no civil service, no money, and no army of its own. Even in the small enclave round the town of Gaza, its writ ran only by the grace of the Egyptian authorities. Taking advantage of the new government's dependence on them for funds and protection, the Egyptian paymasters manipulated it to undermine Abdullah's claim to represent the Palestinian Arabs in the Arab League and in international forums. Ostensibly the embryo for an independent Palestinian state, the new government, from the moment of its inception, was thus reduced to the unhappy role of a shuttlecock in the ongoing power struggle between Cairo and Amman. Despite the weakness and geographical isolation of the all-Palestine government, Abdullah took the challenge very seriously. When the government was proclaimed, he refused to recognize it and announced that it would not be permitted to operate in any of the areas occupied by the Arab Legion. He also took steps to formalize his authority over these areas and to organize his own Palestinian supporters in opposition to the government in Gaza. On the very same day that the Palestinian National Council issued its declaration of independence in Gaza, the first Palestinian Congresses convened in Amman, its several thousand participants swearing allegiance to the Hashemite monarch. The Amman Congress denounced the formation of the Gaza government as being contrary to the wishes and interests of the Arabs and resolved that no Arab government should be set up for Palestine until the entire country had been liberated. Popular support for the high-sounding but largely illusory all-Palestine government was never extensive, and it began to dwindle after the two rival congresses had been held. Many of the Arab towns and villages in Palestine sent delegations to Amman to pledge their loyalty to the king and to give him power of attorney to solve the Palestinian problem as he saw fit. In some cases these delegations were the result of local political initiative. In others it was the Transjordanian military governors who helped in collecting the signatures and dispatching the delegations to Amman. 57 The Transjordanian regime also used bribery to induce the supporters of the Mufti's government to transfer their loyalty to King Abdullah. Even members of that government gradually moved to Amman in response to royal gestures of pardon or to take up offers of lucrative positions. 58 Initially, the formation of the all-Palestine government revived the Mufti's forces known as the Holy War Army, al-Jihad al-Muqaddas. They carried out attacks on UN observers and Israeli troops designed to embroil the Arab Legion in fighting and gave the impression of attempting to create disturbances in the areas occupied by Transjordan, especially in and around Jerusalem. Glubb Pasha and King Abdullah feared that these subversive activities would endanger their own control in Arab Palestine, and they decided to nip in the bud the growth of this army. Hebron had been the scene of very acrimonious disputes between the Transjordanian and the Egyptian forces. The Transjordanians hoisted their own flag over the police station and prevented the Muslim Brothers, who volunteered to fight for the Palestinians alongside the Egyptian army, from putting up their own flag, claiming that the Arab Legion was responsible for the entire region. The dispute between the two sides spread to the local population, which became divided into two camps. Glubb exploited this dispute in order to discredit Egypt and the Muslim Brothers. 59 Towards the end of September he wrote to Abdullah al-Tal that he was concerned about the activities of the Holy War Army in Hebron because these activities aroused hostility towards Transjordan and sympathy for Egypt. Accordingly, with the king's agreement, Glubb instructed Tal, a. to confiscate the arms of the Holy War fighters in Jerusalem and Hebron, b. to draw public attention to the value of having the protection of the Arab Legion and the sympathy of King Abdullah and thereby erode the popularity of the Egyptian forces, and, c. to spread rumors that the departure of the Egyptian forces from Palestine was imminent and that the fate of the country was bound up with the future of Transjordan. 60 The king himself had on several occasions since June 1948 expressed to Tal the intention of disbanding the Holy War units and seizing their arms. Tal was opposed to this plot for a number of reasons. First, the Jerusalem area was in a state of war with the Jews. Secondly, they needed every man who could bear arms for the defense of the Holy City. Thirdly, the Holy War Army consisted of Palestinians who had defended their country before the entry of the Arab armies. How could they be demobilized and disarmed when the Arab states had failed to save their country? Fourthly, there was the need for cooperation between all the armed forces in Palestine against the common enemy. Last but not least, Tal was absolutely convinced that the originator of this idea was Glubb Pasha, unable to see weapons in the hands of any Palestinian Arab not under his command. 61 Glubb's diary entry for October 3 reveals that he indeed regarded the Holy War Army as a potential threat rather than a potential asset. The position of Transjordan is extremely awkward. We are still in action against the Jews, the Jerusalem truce is only partially effective, and we have daily casualties in killed and wounded. Yet behind our front line, the Mufti's emissaries are raising armed forces, which are drilling and training, but not taking part in holding the line. Now that the Arab League has declared a number of the Mufti's henchmen to be the sole legal government of all Palestine, his retainers in the Jerusalem area have become distinctly hostile to us. Our situation is more like Alice in Wonderland or perhaps Dante's Inferno than real life. 62 Since the Mufti's men were not only menacingly positioned across the Arab Legion's communications but also started actively canvassing for the All-Palestine government, the Transjordanian government decided to act. On October 3, Glubb received a written order from the Minister of Defense, laying down that all Armakj bodies operating in the areas controlled by the Arab Legion were either to be under its orders or to be disbanded. 63 Glubb carried out this order promptly and ruthlessly. Because his Arab officers were likely to balk at carrying out such an unpatriotic task, he sent British officers to surround and forcibly disarm the various units of the Holy War Army. The operation brought the Arabs to the brink of internecine war when they were supposed to be cooperating against the common enemy. But it effectively neutralized the military power of Abdullah's Palestinian rivals and checked the growth of public sentiment in favor of an autonomous Palestine state. Outside Palestine, the Gaza government was largely unsuccessful in its efforts to gain international recognition as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. London, of course, had no intention of recognizing this so-called government, and most other members of the United Nations followed the British example and British advice in ignoring it. Among the Arab League members, Egypt was predictably the first to grant formal recognition. Iraq's position was particularly crucial because it held the northern half of central Palestine. Iraqi cooperation with the Egyptian-sponsored body would have made Transjordan's position very difficult. Abdullah called the regent in Baghdad to ensure that this did not happen but was not given a clear reply. 64 Iraq eventually recognized the All-Palestine government and, 3 days later, Syria, Lebanon, and Saudi Arabia followed suit. Israel was content to see the rift develop inside the Arab League but prudently refrained from voicing any opinion for or against the all-Palestine government. The Israeli position regarding the future of the Arab part of Palestine was fluid and ambivalent. In his address to the Provisional State Council, on September 23, Sharett described this part as a geographical expression rather than a political entity. He could detect no process of integration round one political center which could provide the foundation for an independent regime. One candidate for ruling over this geographical area was the Transjordanian government. Sharett described Transjordan as a country with a governmental apparatus that was quite developed by local standards, enjoying British support, but also possessing intentions of its own that did not always coincide with Britain's intentions. The desire manifested by Transjordan to reach agreement with the Jewish side was cited by Sharett as an example of this yearning for independence. He added that this desire was not in accordance with British advice but entirely contrary to it. This phenomenon, Sharett believed, reflected Transjordan's struggle to liberate herself from the humiliating status of being Britain's tool, and to attain a measure of independence and self-respect. The other candidate for ruling the Arab part of Palestine was the Mufti who, through the provisional government in Gaza, was trying to establish for himself a forward position in one corner of the country. Sharett described this government as utterly dependent on the attitude of the Arab states since it had no international status, no control over territory, and no effectively organized army. In principle, said Sharett, he and his colleagues preferred a separate government in the Arab part of Palestine to a merger with Transjordan. Such a government would be dependent on Israel, it would preserve the unity of Western Palestine, and it would be a barrier to Iraqi penetration. Annexation to Transjordan, on the other hand, carried the risk, in the event of a Transjordanian-Iraqi merger, of a large and powerful Arab neighbor bearing down on Israel. Nor was Transjordan's alliance with Britain a recommendation for allowing her to expand. Yet, if these things were stated in public, it would be inferred that Israel favored the rule of the Mufti over Western Palestine. On the other hand, a clear statement of opposition to the all-Palestine government would be taken to imply Israeli support for the annexation of the Arab part to Transjordan. For the time being, concluded Sharett, it was best not to say anything but to follow events with a vigilant eye and be prepared to act, when the opportunity arose, to further Israel's own interests. 65 Israel's official posture of neutrality at the declaratory level as between the option of an independent Palestinian state and annexation to Transjordan was merely a diplomatic ploy to conceal her real preference. As Yaakov Shimoni, the deputy head of the Middle East Department at the Foreign Ministry, explained, there are two separate points here, both of which must be understood very clearly. If we talked about a Palestinian Arab state, we most emphatically did not mean the government in Gaza. That one was totally disqualified in our eyes for a number of reasons. First of all, this was a so-called government. It was not a real government. This was a government under Egyptian occupation with no authority or even a leg to stand on. Furthermore, it was a government with no control over the principal part of Arab Palestine but only over one remote corner of it. We did not see it as related at all to the problem or question of a Palestinian state. It was not a Palestinian state. Thirdly, this was a state which was established by our sworn enemies, and the most extreme among them, the Husainists, the leaders of the Arab gangs, etc. It was certainly not to these men that Sharett referred if he talked about a Palestinian state. Fourthly, Sharett knew that we had agreed with Abdullah that he will take and annex the Arab part of Palestine, and Sharett could not support this ludicrous, impotent, and abortive attempt made by the Egyptians against Abdullah. This attempt had nothing to do with us. It was a tactical move by Abdullah's enemies to interject something against his creeping annexation. At that time there was no annexation. Formal annexation only occurred in April 1950. But he had started taking and preparing for annexation. So they tried, without any success, to build a countervailing force. The second point is that at that time Sharett and our men knew what the powerful state of Israel has forgotten in recent years. He understood the meaning of diplomacy and knew how to conduct it. Sharad was definitely aware that publicly we were obliged to accept the Palestinian Arab state and could not say that we are opposed to the establishment of such a state. In the first place, we had accepted the UN resolution which included a Palestinian Arab state. And secondly, this was the right, fair, and decent course, and we were obliged to agree to it. The fact that below the surface, behind the curtain, by diplomatic efforts we reached an agreement with Abdullah, an agreement which had not been uncovered but was kept secret at that time, was entirely legitimate, but we did not have to talk about it. Sharad knew that our official line must be in favor of a Palestinian state if the Palestinians could create it. We could not create it for them. But if they could create it, certainly, by all means, we would agree. The fact that he made a deal with Abdullah on the side to prevent the creation of such a state, that is diplomacy, that is all right. Sharad behaved in accordance with the rules of diplomacy and politics that are accepted throughout the world. 66. Israeli war plans and 6 missed opportunities. 3. The rivalries among the Arab states that gave rise to the so-called All-Palestine government complicated Israel's diplomacy but simplified its strategy. David Ben-Gurion, the man in charge of Israel's strategy, was anxious to exploit the divisions and fissures in the enemy camp in order to extend Israel's gains. He had his own internal difficulties with the right-wing and militantly nationalistic branch of the Zionist movement. The revisionists laid a claim to the entire territory held under the original British mandate, including Transjordan, but they were serious about liberating the whole land of Israel, which stretched from the Mediterranean Sea to the Jordan River. The Irgun, under the leadership of Menachem Begin, brought a ship loaded with arms, the Altalina, during the truce, in open defiance of the provisional government. Even after the Altalina was sunk by troops loyal to the government in an incident that brought the country to the brink of civil war, the Irgun and Stern Gang units in Jerusalem continued to pursue independent policies in a city over which Jewish sovereignty had not been officially proclaimed. They rejected the truce and planned to fight on in order to establish a Judea outside the state of Israel. The assassination of Count Bernadotte by members of the Stern Gang calling themselves the Fatherland Front forced the government to crack down on the dissident organizations. Although these dissidents complied with the government order to surrender their arms and join the IDF rather than risk bloodshed, Ben-Gurion knew that there was widespread support in the IDF and in the country for proclaiming Jewish sovereignty over Jerusalem. 67 Internal pressures were not the only factor in leading Ben-Gurion to adopt a more aggressive strategy. He had long been critical of the second truce for the unbearable political and financial burdens it entailed. He saw it as a British device for breaking the will of the new state and undermining its international standing. Our most dangerous enemy now, he observed, is a truce without an end. It places a question mark over the existence of the state in the consciousness of the world, it places UN officials over us, and it enables the Arabs to prepare and choose their own time for an offensive against us. 68 Bernadotte's report hovered over Israel's head like Damocles' sword. Jerusalem and the Negev were the most vulnerable targets. Military force, in Ben-Gurion's view, would be decisive in settling the borders of the Jewish state and the future of Jerusalem. Unlike Sharad, he was not content to wait on events and limit Israel's struggle against the unlimited truce and Bernadotte's plan to a diplomatic campaign at the United Nations. In a speech before the Provisional State Council on September 27, Ben-Gurion clarified some of the basic assumptions on which his strategy was based. First of all, we are in the midst of a combined political and military campaign, and we should not consider one phase without taking the other into consideration. Neither will be decisive on its own. Secondly, 2 groups of interests are involved, those of the Arabs and Jews of the Middle East on the one hand, and those of the great powers on the other. If only the interests of the Jews and Arabs were involved, the military factor would be decisive. The Arabs believed that their military strength would settle the issue, but they were wrong. They lost the military struggle. Indeed, were military factors in the Middle East to determine the outcome, then we could speak in terms not only of the November 29 resolution, but perhaps also of the Biltmore program for a Jewish Commonwealth over the whole of Palestine. but developments in the Middle East will not be decisive on their own. The larger world arena, with friendly and hostile forces, is also involved. In the present period, our military position is stronger than our political position, for not all the great powers are supporting us. Therefore, it seems to me, we cannot depend solely on the political struggle. At the same time, the military struggle alone, even if it develops to our advantage, will not be decisive. There are forces in the world that will see to it that it is not decisive. Theoretically, Ben-Gurion saw three possible means for solving the Palestine problem: an agreement between Jews and Arabs, a UN decision, or a military decision in a struggle between Jews and Arabs. There was scarcely any chance of an agreement between Jews and Arabs at that time. The UN, while ready to concede more than the Arabs, was unlikely to adopt a resolution, and even more unlikely to enforce a resolution that would meet Israel's requirements with respect to the Galilee, the road to Jerusalem, and the Negev. If Israel did not take measures herself to make territorial adjustments, or at least the most vital ones, they would not be made at all. The conclusion from all this was clear: we cannot depend solely on political activity, or on political decisions, even if the decisions are desirable from our point of view. We must be ready to exploit the military factor whenever and wherever necessary. 69. In the undoctored Hebrew version of his speech, Ben-Gurion gives a less nuanced and more frank assessment of the outcome of a military contest in Palestine. In my view, it is not unlikely that, in the event of a military decision, we would succeed in capturing the roads to the Negev, Eilat, and the Dead Sea, and secure the Negev in our hands, in enlarging the corridor to Jerusalem from the north and the south, in liberating the rest of New Jerusalem, Sheikh Jarrah, and the University area and Hadassah, in capturing the Old City, in seizing the entire central and western Galilee, and in enlarging the frontiers of the state in a number of other directions. 70. The blowing up of the pumping station near Latron that had helped to bring water from Rosh Ha'ayin to Jerusalem provided an excuse for action. The Israelis laid a second pipeline not dependent upon the Latron pumping station, but this did not justify its destruction. Under the terms of the truce, neither side had the right to carry out hostile acts. Knowing that the IDF had grown stronger, Ben-Gurion concluded that they should react militarily to this open violation of the truce by the Arab Legion, the alleged purpose of which was to make the Jews of Jerusalem die of thirst. 1. Ironically, it was nationalistic elements inside the Arab Legion who committed this act in order to subvert the growing cooperation they suspected between Tel Aviv and Amman. The violation of the truce occurred not on orders from Amman but on the initiative of the officers of the 2nd Regiment stationed in Latron. According to Abdullah al-Talb's account, when these officers heard that Glub Pasha had granted Bernadotte's request to permit the supply of water to the Jews of Jerusalem, they decided unanimously to blow up the pumping station in Latron. On the night of August 12, volunteers from the 2 PD regiment carried explosives and blew up the station, thereby discontinuing the supply of water to Jerusalem. 5 days later, Lieutenant Col. Moshe Dayan, who had been selected by Ben-Gurion to replace David Shultiel as military commander of Jerusalem, ordered an attack to capture Government House. Had it succeeded, this operation would have helped the IDF to encircle the Old City as a prelude to its capture. But Tal's Arab Legion units, assisted by some Holy War Army fighters, repelled the attack and dashed the hopes of the energetic new commander. 72. On September 24, local Arab fighters, apparently with the encouragement of Arab Legion officers, attacked and captured an IDF position in Modin but were later dislodged by a counterattack. Ben-Gurion wanted to use the incident as a pretext for launching a major offensive on the Eastern Front. He called a meeting of the General Staff and suggested that they storm Latron and then push on to Ramallah, Jericho, and the Dead Sea, as well as moving south of Jerusalem to capture Bethlehem and the Hebron region. Ugail Yadin said that it would take some time to prepare for an attack on Latron and questioned the feasibility of the proposed plan. The General Staff backed Yadin in opposing a frontal attack to storm Latron and put forward instead an alternative plan for attacking the Iraqi forces in the northern part of the West Bank. 73 The old differences between the military experts and the Prime Minister thus reasserted themselves because of his continuing obsession with Jerusalem. They were agreed on the need for seizing the initiative, but they could not agree on a target. The Prime Minister was convinced that the road to Jerusalem would not be secure unless they captured Latron. The military experts, having made 5 abortive and costly attempts against their own better judgment, were extremely reluctant to attempt another frontal attack on the fortress of Latron, preferring the strategy of the indirect approach. Their plan was to attack the Iraqi army in the triangle from the direction of Jenin and from the north simultaneously. 74 And they could have probably captured the whole of the West Bank by sending a column down from Bison to move along the Jordan River, cut off the lines of communication of the Hashemite armies, and link up with Jerusalem from the north. Despite the reservations of the military experts, Ben-Gurion brought his plan for attacking the Arab Legion before the cabinet on September 26. As he recalled, the plan was to destroy the Legion's fortified positions in Latron and to proceed to the point where the Jordan flowed into the Dead Sea, south of Ramallah, and to capture the whole of Jerusalem and the southern pocket containing Bethlehem and Hebron, where some 100,000 Arabs lived. I assumed that most of the Arabs of Jerusalem, Bethlehem, and Hebron would run away, like the Arabs of Lydda, Jaffa, Haifa, Tiberias, and Safed, and that we would control the entire breadth of the country up to the Jordan, and that all of the western part of the Dead Sea would be in our hands. I confess that in those days I did not attach any decisive weight to the decisions of the General Assembly except those concerning the old city of Jerusalem, where the holy places of the Christian and the Muslim worlds are located, but that did not require Arab rule, and they would have been content with international supervision, and that is what I proposed to the Cabinet. 75 At the meeting, which was attended by all 13 members of the cabinet, Ben-Gurion proposed that they give the General Staff an order to prepare a plan of action for capturing Latron and contingency plans in case this operation should touch off hostilities throughout the country. Jerusalem's fate, he stated, would not be settled inside Jerusalem itself but outside, in Latron. Latron was stuck like a bone in their throat, and it was imperative to remove it and secure the road to Jerusalem. Much blood had been shed in the earlier attempts to take Latron, but their failures in the past did not mean that the task was impossible. There was a definite possibility, continued Ben-Gurion, that the United Nations would call on Israel to cease fire and withdraw, but verbal or written protests could be shrugged off. It was also possible, though less likely, that an attempt would be made to restrain Israel by military force. If an American-European force was dispatched, Israel would be compelled to retreat, but Ben-Gurion did not expect the United Nations to back up its protests by force. And in any case it was not a disgrace to submit to force. A third possibility of the renewal of the war on all fronts was not unwelcome to Ben-Gurion, for it would have provided the IDF with the opportunity to capture the whole of the Galilee, break the Egyptian blockade of the Negev, defeat the Iraqi forces in the triangle and move the border further east to the mountains of Samaria, and widen the corridor to Jerusalem. 76 The cabinet debate was very heated, with the majority of the ministers, including Ben-Gurion's party colleagues, opposing his proposal. Those who opposed it emphasized the fact that the recent assassination of Count Bernadotte had stirred up enmity towards Israel, and they feared that, in such an atmosphere, a fresh military initiative would undermine their country's international position. There was also concern about the reaction of the General Assembly, which was scheduled to discuss the Bernadotte plan at its next meeting in Paris. Strong objections were voiced against a military campaign that involved a violation of the truce and the frustration of the mediator's plan while Israel had his blood on her hands. David Remé, who was the Minister of Communications and Transportation, thought that to murder Bernadotte and to rebel against UN decisions would be going too far, and that it could unleash a violent Arab reaction both in the field and in Greece. He reminded his colleagues that they had called their army the Israel Defense Forces because they saw it as precisely that, a defense force. For his part, he thought that the IDF should remain a defense force and the war a defensive war. Another MAPE representative, Eliezer Kaplan, disputed the desirability of a general conflagration at a time when they were planning to wage a diplomatic campaign in Paris. If forced to, they would enter a military campaign, but they must not be the ones to start it. Sharett was opposed to a general offensive which he would find difficult to justify, but he did not specifically rule out an attack on Latron that could be presented as a response to Transjordanian provocations. As he had to leave before the end of the meeting, he handed the cabinet secretary, Ziv Sharef, a note stating he wished to vote against any action that was bound to be seen as provocation on their part. 77 The proposal was eventually defeated by 7 votes against 6. When Sharef reported the vote to Sharett, the latter remarked that had he known that this would be the outcome, he would have voted differently. Sharef brought this remark to Ben-Gurion's attention, but the prime minister did not choose to exercise his right to call another vote on his proposal at the next cabinet meeting. He asked Sharef to contact Yadin and instruct him to recall immediately the IDF unit that had set off from the south of the Dead Sea on the way to the Transjordanian held north, whence it was due to proceed to Jerusalem via Jericho. 78 In his diary, Ben-Gurion recorded how every minister voted, adding caustically, "Fortunately for us, it was not this lot who had to vote on and carry out most of the operations we launched this year." 79 In later years, Ben-Gurion described this vote as the greatest missed opportunity of the 1948 war. He lamented the decision of his own cabinet as a cause for mourning for generations to come, because it left Transjordan in possession of the Judean mountains, of the roads to Jerusalem, and of the Old City itself. He presented himself as the bold and far-sighted statesman intent on enlarging the borders of his country, but, being also a democratic leader, had no choice but to bow to the will of the pusillanimous and misguided majority. That Ben-Gurion's plan was bold and far-reaching cannot be doubted. The defeat of the Legion would have forced the Iraqi army to retreat behind the Jordan and to leave the whole of the West Bank in Israeli hands. But for Israel to undertake such a plan would have struck at the very heart of the accord with Abdullah and would have left no possible basis for future cooperation between the two countries. So clearly there was much more at stake, strategically and politically, than Israeli posse's Zion of Latron. But if there was indeed so much at stake, and if the cabinet was guilty of a major strategic and political blunder, why did Ben-Gurion not mobilize Sharett and their party colleagues in order to reverse this decision? And why did he put his plan to a vote in the cabinet in the first place when, by his own admission, most of the military operations of 1948 had been launched without reference to the cabinet? And what is one to make of his insistence on a frontal attack on Latron only 2 days after the General Staff had advised him that this would be tantamount to knocking their heads against a brick wall when plans for an indirect approach from the north were in existence? The answer must surely be that Ben-Gurion himself had second thoughts, not least about the timing, and that he was not fully committed to carrying through his original plan to its logical conclusion. Fear of Britain was the only logical explanation Ziv Sharef could offer for Ben-Gurion's failure to keep up the pressure for the adoption of his proposal to attack the Arab Legion. It was Ben-Gurion, after all, who had laid down the rule that Israel should not go to war against the army of a foreign power. 80 Yugal Yadin also underlined Ben-Gurion's sensitivity to the attitudes of the great powers and thought that Britain's support for Abdullah may have subtly influenced Ben-Gurion's calculations. 81 Moshe Carmel formed the more definite impression that Ben-Gurion was not afraid of Transjordan but only of Britain, and that it was for this reason that he opposed the General Staff's plan. Towards the end of the war, from about October onwards, our forces were perfectly capable of reaching the Jordan and staying there. We were riding high while the Arabs were beaten. There would not have been any problem about moving our forces to the Jordan and taking up positions there. The army of course wanted to do that. From a military point of view, it was obvious that the Jordan River represented the best line of defense. The army wanted to reach the Jordan first, before the start of the negotiations to draw the permanent borders. Ben-Gurion, however, had inhibitions in this matter. He did not agree to our plan. As far as I can remember, his main argument was that Jordan had an alliance with Britain and such a move on our part could draw us into a conflict with Britain, and it was even possible that Britain would send forces to fight us. Ben-Gurion had a conception that we should fight the Arabs alone and not get involved in fighting with the regular armies of Western powers. 82 The decision against attempting to capture the southern part of the West Bank has to be seen against the background of the psychological climate of the time. Israel had accepted the partition plan and in the course of the fighting had acquired additional territory. There was no strong or pervasive sense among politicians that she must have the whole of Western Palestine. Ben-Gurion's subsequent attribution of faint-heartedness to his cabinet colleagues is therefore as unjustified as his account of his own role is misleading. If the decision has to be seen in terms of heroes and cowards, then Ben-Gurion himself must be counted among the cowards. It was his own highly exaggerated fears of British military intervention that was chiefly responsible for letting the matter rest after only one inconclusive vote in the cabinet. The reservations voiced by Ben-Gurion's contemporaries against his plan appear amply justified in retrospect. His plan was unsound from both the military and the political point of view, it was ill-timed and it carried the risk of incalculable damage to the international position of the new state. In short, the plan had very little to recommend it, and those who voted against it showed a better understanding of the international political repercussions of military action than did its author. The cabinet decision did not reflect a contest between heroes and cowards but varying degrees of caution and different appraisals of the wisdom of initiating a war against Transjordan. Israel found herself in the position of a person who goes to lift a heavy weight and discovers that it is as light as a feather. The weak resistance of the Arabs permitted Israel, almost compelled her, to advance faster and further than she had planned to go. The question then arose as to whether it would be best to extend her territory all the way to the Jordan River, and on this question there were different approaches. There were those who realized the military advantages of having more depth and more room for maneuver. And there were those who were content with the existing borders because they contained a much smaller Arab population. Ben-Gurion's assumption that the Arabs of the West Bank would run away was almost certainly mistaken, as events in Galilee were soon to show. The high mobilization ratio of Israeli society left the economy denuded of vital manpower. Under these circumstances, further territorial expansion would have placed additional strain on Israel's limited financial, economic, and manpower resources. So quite apart from the damage to relations with Transjordan and adverse international reactions, there were sound domestic reasons against attempting to capture the West Bank. The decision not to capture either part or all of the West Bank thus made very good sense in the prevailing circumstances. The tactics that led to this decision are less important. So untypical was it of Ben-Gurion to bow to the will of the majority when he was convinced that he was in the right that some observers have concluded that he deliberately brought his plan before the cabinet in the knowledge that it would be defeated and in order to have it on the record that he was in favor. In this particular instance, however, this cynical explanation is not warranted by the facts. The most that can be claimed is that the cabinet decision provided a convenient way out once Ben-Gurion had realized the folly of his own proposal. Ben-Gurion was certainly conscious of his place in Jewish history and anxious to go down as an audacious and far-sighted leader. Consequently, when there were inglorious decisions to be made, as in this instance, it suited him well to have it on record that he was restrained or overruled by the majority of his ministers and that it was therefore they, not he, who were guilty of failing to grasp a historic opportunity. Interview with Yehoshua Palman. Israeli war plans and Egyptian peace feelers. After the defeat of his plan for an operation against the Arab Legion in the Jerusalem-Hebron area, Ben-Gurion showed growing interest in the idea of a military offensive against the Egyptian forces in the Negev. The situation in the Negev was worrying. A 15,000-strong Egyptian force was deployed in two heavily fortified defensive lines running from Rafah to Asdod along the Mediterranean coast and northeastward from El Ajah in the south through Beersheba and the hills of Hebron to Bethlehem. Below the Egyptian front line, which stretched in a wide arc from Rafah to the outskirts of Jerusalem, there were 26 Israeli settlements in the northern part of the Negev. The Israeli lines of communication from north to south thus crossed with Egyptian lines from west to east. Under the terms of the second truce, the UN mediator prescribed that the crossroads west of Fallujah be used in 6-hour shifts, by the Israelis to send supplies south to their isolated settlements and by the Egyptians to move convoys east. The Egyptians, however, placed the Israeli settlements under siege by preventing the passage of Israeli convoys through their territory. Beyond the immediate problem of supplying the settlements loomed the much greater danger that lack of effective control over the Negev would be used, as Bernadotte had proposed in his last testament, for detaching the Negev altogether from the State of Israel. Yigael Yadin as chief of operations and some other members of the general staff had all along regarded Egypt, not Transjordan, as the principal enemy and were now strongly in favor of a large-scale operation to expel the Egyptian invaders from the Negev. Persuading Ben-Gurion to give top priority to a campaign in the south proved easier than Yadin expected. Yigael Allon, who was well aware of Ben-Gurion's obsession with Jerusalem, suggested a two-stage plan of action to the Prime Minister when the latter visited him at his headquarters in Southern Command on October 5. The objective of the first stage was to force a way through the Egyptian lines to the besieged settlements in the Negev and bring about the collapse of the Egyptian front. Once this was achieved, part of the striking force would branch off to capture Hebron and Bethlehem, cut off the Jerusalem-Jericho road, and link up with the Israeli enclave in Mount Scopus. 1 Allon's plan won Ben-Gurion's wholehearted approval, although this time Ben-Gurion considered it necessary to enlist the support of his party colleagues before presenting the new proposal to the cabinet. Egyptian violations of the undecreed truce provided the pretext for the proposed Israeli offensive in the Negev, but the basic motive behind the offensive was in fact to establish effective control over the Negev before the UN could decree that Israel should not have it. Time was therefore a crucial consideration. Ben-Gurion opened the General Staff meeting on October 6 by asking an innocuous enough question: if a fight breaks out in the south between Israel and Egypt, and if it is assumed that Transjordan and Iraq do not intervene, how large a force would be needed to defeat swiftly the Egyptian invaders and improve the position around Jerusalem without clashing with the Legion or the Iraqis? Allon, the youthful and assertive commander of the PAL match, unfolded his plan, and it formed the basis of the ensuing discussion. Yadin, suspecting that Ben-Gurion still hoped to shift the center of gravity from the Negev to Jerusalem, raised objections. He doubted whether a fight could take place with Egypt without the other Arab countries intervening. There was no possibility, he said, of reaching the Mount Scopus enclave from the south without clashing with the Arab Legion. He admitted that it would be easier to defend the corridor to Jerusalem from the south, but added that by the same token it would be easier for the Legion to attack the corridor from the north. If the 8th Brigade was pressed into action against Egypt, the central front would be dangerously exposed. Transjordan and Iraq would then attack in the center of the country along a 50-kilometer front, which could not be defended without mounting an attack on the entire triangle. Some of the front commanders also doubted the wisdom of approaching Jerusalem from the south. Moshe Carmel thought that their first priority should be to break the strength of the Iraqi army, and he was confident that, with the 8th Brigade in reserve, they could capture the whole triangle. Ben-Gurion, however, remained unconvinced by this military logic. He disliked the idea of a war on two fronts and feared that an unprovoked attack on the Hashemite armies would lead to intervention by their British ally. He pointed out to the assembled generals that relations between Egypt and other Arab states were very tense and that it was unlikely, therefore, that a battle with Egypt would bring about fighting on all the fronts. 2 On the afternoon of the same day, the cabinet met to discuss Ben-Gurion's proposal to force open the road to the Negev. Ben-Gurion described the serious situation that had developed in the south as a result of the Egyptian blockade and his plan for breaking the siege. It was possible, he observed, that the fighting would spread to the other fronts, though not likely in view of the worsening relations between Egypt and Abdullah. Abdullah did not recognize the government established by the Egyptians in the Gaza Strip since it consisted of supporters of the Mufti. Nevertheless, Arab rivalry could conceivably be overcome by a decision of the Arab League, for example, that all the Arab armies must fight. If the fighting remained confined to the south, continued Ben-Gurion, they would be able to gain control of the entire Negev as far as the Dead Sea and thence down to the Red Sea. It might also be possible to capture Hebron and Bethlehem and improve the Israeli position round Jerusalem if Arab forces did not come down from the north. The government endorsed the plan subject to approval by Foreign Minister Sherrod, who had departed in the meantime for the General Assembly session in Paris. The date for the operation was fixed for October 14.3. In his diary, Ben-Gurion recorded, "We took in the cabinet today the most serious decision since we decided to proclaim the establishment of the state." Even after the decision was taken, Ben-Gurion remained troubled by the uncertainty surrounding the reaction of the other Arab states. Contrary to what he had said to both his generals and his ministers, he concluded on a pessimistic note, "Had it not been for the Iraqis, it would have been possible to assume that Abdullah will not intervene if we do not harm him, but it is difficult to assume that the Iraqis will not react immediately and drag Abdullah with them." For on the following day, October 7, Ben-Gurion reverted to his more optimistic forecast of Arab reactions. At a meeting with the Chief of Staff and Chief of Operations, he said that two factors had to be taken into consideration. First, the fighting would probably not last more than 4 or 5 days, 7 days at the very most, for the Security Council would intervene immediately. Second, it was reasonable to assume that under these circumstances the Iraqis and Transjordanians would not have time to intervene. Abdullah was at odds with the Egyptians, and the others would not intervene unless the Egyptians asked them to do so. Even if there were such an Egyptian request, the fighting might be halted by the Security Council before they had a chance to weigh in. From these assumptions, Ben-Gurion drew two operational conclusions. First, the largest possible force had to be concentrated in the south so that a great ifel might be accomplished in a very short time, even if this did not include the destruction of the entire Egyptian army. Second, they had to hasten to capture the railway station in the south and clear the southern sector of Jerusalem of enemy forces. He therefore suggested that another brigade from the north be sent south. Yadin objected strongly, considering it certain that once fighting broke out in the south the war would start again along all the other fronts. Nevertheless, additional men, supplies, and weapons immediately began streaming south. 5 At a meeting on October 10, Ben-Gurion informed the cabinet that Sherrod had approved the plan and that all the necessary preparations were being made so that the operation could commence at the appointed hour. By a fortunate coincidence, the Egyptians had stepped up their operations in the south and were opening fire from time to time. 6 What the Prime Minister omitted to mention was that he had also had word from Sherrod about an Egyptian peace feeler. The Egyptian peace feeler was the product of Elias Sassoon's assiduous letter writing and indefatigable efforts in search of an understanding with the ruling classes of the Arab countries. In the case of Egypt, disillusion in political circles with the war in Palestine ensured that Sassoon's persistent pleas for a political settlement did not fall on deaf ears. The usually well-informed weekly Akhbar El-Yom reported on August 14 that some Egyptian statesmen considered a unitary Jewish-Arab state in Palestine to be more dangerous than the Jewish state. This was one of the first open indications of the tendency in Egyptian political circles to distance themselves from the oft-repeated and uncompromising opposition to any form of partition. Differences of opinion persisted, however, between the government and the royal court. King Farouk, it should be remembered, had decided personally to go to war in May 1948 against strong opposition from the government and the army. Dynastic ambitions and the desire to limit Abdullah's territorial gains featured prominently in the decision to intervene. Now, however, Farouk was looking for a way out of a war in which the Egyptian army had not distinguished itself. The government headed by Mahmoud Nukrashi realized that the existence of the State of Israel would have to be accepted sooner or later, but it was not ready to say so publicly yet. Nor could it accept any portion of Palestine without betraying the declared purpose of the intervention, which was to secure Palestine for the Palestinians. King Farouk, on the other hand, was interested in acquiring a portion of Arab Palestine, either in exchange for acquiescing in the Bernadotte plan or even by means of a bilateral deal with the Zionist enemy. Kamal Riyad, a representative of the Egyptian court, called on Sassoon in his Paris hotel on September 21. He had been sent very suddenly by order of King Farouk to examine the possibility of a separate settlement between Egypt and Israel. The basic conflict between the ambitions and the outlook of the Egyptians and Transjordanians that had surfaced during the recent Arab League meeting in Alexandria apparently persuaded the king and his supporters that Egypt's good required an independent foreign policy, outside the framework of the Arab League. Riyadh did not deny that the Egyptian government maintained the Mufti and supported his political plans. But it had no illusions about the effectiveness of this move, which had been taken, he claimed, not to upset Israel but to settle accounts with the Hashemite bloc, whose superiority over all the other Arab armies had been demonstrated in the course of the war with Israel. If this bloc was to acquire the Arab part of Palestine and the Negev, it would be able to threaten Egypt's independence, a situation that would have been inconceivable a few months previously. At the end of the meeting, Riyadh asked whether Israel would be interested in a separate agreement with Egypt. In his view, the time was ripe, but the basis for such an agreement should be proposed by Israel, not by Egypt, and that was the purpose of his visit. 7 An elated Sasson immediately set about drafting in French a 14-point peace treaty on the basis of general guidelines he had received from Sharad previously. The draft peace treaty declared that Egypt considers the establishment of the State of Israel as a fait accompli and undertook to withdraw its troops from all parts of Palestine. Israel, for its part, undertook not to occupy the evacuated areas and to accept the decision of the Palestinian Arabs about their future, whether they were to decide to establish an independent state in the Arab part of Palestine or to seek to be annexed by one or other of the neighboring Arab states. Israel further agreed to join the Arab League if its name could be changed to the Oriental League. 8 The draft treaty was transmitted to Riyadh, who, after informing the court and consulting 3 political and military advisors of the Egyptian delegation to the United Nations, submitted written elucidations and observations. During Riyadh's next meeting with Sasson, on October 2, it emerged more clearly that the Egyptians were thinking seriously about the annexation of the southern part of Palestine to Egypt. This area was allegedly needed for 2 reasons, so that in the event of an armed clash with Israel they would be able to fight on Palestinian land and not on their own territory, and, secondly, to prevent the annexation of this area to Transjordan and its conversion into a British base. It was for this reason, explained Riyadh, that the Egyptian government supported the All-Palestine government. He requested detailed assurances to dispel the triple Egyptian fear generated by the establishment of the State of Israel of territorial expansion, economic domination, and communist infiltration. Sharad sent a copy of all this important material, including his own reply to the points raised in the Egyptian paper, to the Director General of the Foreign Ministry, Walter Eiten. Sharad noted that implicit in the Egyptian paper there was recognition of Israel, agreement not to subvert it, to evacuate Israel territory, not to demand the return of the refugees, and to consider changing the name of the Arab League to the Oriental League. Much more explicit was the Egyptian desire to annex the coastal strip and a strip of territory in the south and in the Negev. Sharad refrained from giving a clear-cut reply on this sensitive point. He tried to steer a middle course between an irreversible commitment and a complete rejection that might scuttle the negotiations. For him this was the crucial point on which largely hinged the possibility of talking to the Egyptians in defiance of both the British and the Transjordanians. Sharad was inclined to give a qualified agreement because this was the only real reward they could offer Egypt, all the talk about economic cooperation being empty rhetoric. He instructed that the whole matter be brought before Ben-Gurion urgently. 9 The senior officials in the foreign ministry, Walter Eiten, Reuven Chiloa, and Leo Cohen, all looked favorably on the talks with Egypt. 10 The prime minister, however, did not seem to appreciate this diversion from the task of preparing for the war against Egypt. His rejection of the Egyptian request, at any rate, was emphatic and uncompromising. He cabled Sharad to say that although he appreciated the importance of friendly relations with Egypt and the continuation of the negotiations, they should under no circumstances agree to the annexation of the coastal strip by Egypt. Egypt, he wrote, was Israel's only large and densely populated neighbor, and it was good that desert should separate them. Annexation of the coastal strip by Egypt would also create a dangerous precedent for the annexation of the Galilee by Lebanon. The scheme would also antagonize Britain and Abdullah unnecessarily. If Egypt was genuinely interested in excluding Abdullah and the British from central Palestine and the Negev, she should cooperate with Israel in creating an independent Arab state in Palestine which would join them as a member of an Oriental League. For Ben-Gurion this was the end of the matter. He had no positive suggestions for furthering the negotiations with the representative of the Egyptian court. Instead he urged Sharad to give his observations on the government decision of October 6 regarding the offensive in the south. 11 It seems that Ben-Gurion did not take the Egyptian peace feeler seriously because he did not even report it to the cabinet. He may have also feared that this indication that the royal court was open to the idea of peaceful coexistence with Israel might lead some of the hesitant members of his cabinet to reconsider their support for the imminent war against Egypt. At the cabinet meeting on September 26 there had been some discussion of grand strategy, something which Ben-Gurion usually preferred to keep in his own hands. Mordecai Bentov, a representative of the left-wing Mapam, asserted that military operations should be planned by defining first the political aim and not the other way round because war after all was policy pursued by other means. Bentov thought it wrong to allow purely military considerations to dictate their war strategy, attacking Egypt first if that was easier or Abdullah first if that was easier. Political considerations ought to be paramount, and if the fighting was renewed the objective should be to bring part of the Arab coalition to the conference table. To this end some forward planning was called for. The government had to ask itself whether its orientation was on seeking to cooperate with Egypt, which was anti-British, against Abdullah, or, conversely, on seeking a point of contact with Abdullah against Egypt. 12 Bentov touched on a fundamental point which Ben-Gurion did not wish to bring out into the open, the existence of two latent orientations within the Zionist camp, one on Egypt and one on the Hashemites. Bentov was not alone in perceiving the basis for cooperation between Israel and Egypt. It was generally recognized that Egypt was both the main enemy and the main partner for peace. An understanding with any Arab party was to be welcomed, but Egypt was the key to peaceful coexistence between the Arab world and Israel. The territorial dispute between Egypt and Israel was not nearly as serious as the conflict with Transjordan over central Palestine. And the fact that the Egyptians, like the Israelis, aspired to full independence and the ending of British presence on their soil provided another important basis for cooperation that Israel did not share with Transjordan. On the other hand, there were some questions, notably the Palestinian question, where Israeli interests coincided more closely with those of Transjordan than they did with those of Egypt. Towards the end of 1948 an alliance developed, as witnessed by the All-Palestine government, between the Egyptian government and the Palestinians of the Mufti. Correspondingly, on Palestinian matters, it became easier for Israel to cooperate with Abdullah because he worked with Israel's friends among the Palestinians whilst his enemies collaborated with the Egyptians. On Palestinian matters, therefore, Israel had no common language with Egypt. 13 There was one other consideration which worked against an agreement with Egypt, namely, the effect that such an agreement could have on Israel's relations with Abdullah. This consideration must have appeared more relevant to Ben-Gurion when the first signals were received that an agreement with Egypt might be possible. As one of his advisors explained in connection with the Egyptian peace initiative of September 1948, if we were going to make peace, then it had to be with Transjordan. Why? Because Transjordan dominated the center of the country from the north, the south, and opposite Tel Aviv. The position was that if you made peace with Egypt, it would place you in bad odor with Abdullah. Perhaps the Egyptians wanted peace with Israel in order to gain a free hand to strike at Abdullah, who had achieved much more with his policy of annexation than they did with the government of Ahmed Hilmi. Our calculation was that by making peace with a mouse, we would enrage a lion. In Palestine, at any rate, Egypt was small. For peace with her we would have had to pay with land at a time when there was a pretty substantial Arab bloc sitting in Judea and Samaria. Not until 1952 did either Ben-Gurion or Sharad waver in their conviction that the important bloc with which it was worthwhile to make peace was the Hashemite bloc, which included Iraq. When we talked with Abdullah, we knew that this included Iraq. Until 1952 we looked to the Hashemites first and foremost. In 1952, following the revolution in Egypt, we said to ourselves that now we have an ideologically compatible partner. But when the relationship with Egypt did not work, we returned to our original orientation and persisted in it until the Hashemite force was decimated by the Iraqi Revolution in 1958.14. The interesting fact about these two orientations is that they were hardly ever discussed openly, let alone clearly articulated. Ben-Gurion did not encourage a free debate of these big issues, preferring to concentrate on the conduct of the war with as little interference as possible from his ministers or party colleagues. Political power in a sense consists of being able to determine the agenda of the national debate, of deciding what are the big issues and what are the non-issues. And it was a mark of Ben-Gurion's success in manipulating the political agenda that no serious debate took place in 1948 on whether Israel ought to have a Hashemite or an Egyptian orientation, not in the provisional government, not in the Provisional State Council, and not in the Political Committee of MAPE.15. Ben-Gurion himself was inclined to favor an agreement with Abdullah, but he was not firmly or unswervingly committed to a Hashemite orientation. Sharad, by contrast, was much more open to the possibility of an agreement with Egypt. It was Sharad who cultivated the link with Abdullah before the war, during the war, and after the war. These efforts were rooted in the knowledge that under existing circumstances Abdullah was the only Arab head of state who acknowledged Israel's right to independence and was prepared to live with her in peace. Yet all along, Sharad recognized that ultimately it was Egypt that held the key to Israel's acceptance or rejection by the rest of the Arab world. That is why he took so seriously the tentative Egyptian peace feeler of September 1948. The talks in Paris between Elias Sasson and Kamal Riyad were fraught with uncertainties, not least in view of the rivalry between the government and the court in Cairo. They were in the nature of preliminary reconnaissance rather than substantive peace negotiations, a beginning rather than a breakthrough. Sharad's approach to these talks was realistic. His main concern was to maintain the dialogue with Egypt. Ben-Gurion, on the other hand, wrote them off from the very start. He may have been right in thinking that nothing of substance would come out of these talks. But he surely owed his cabinet colleagues at least a report on what had taken place so that they could review their decision to go to war against Egypt on the basis of all the relevant information. No such report was made to the cabinet by Ben-Gurion or anyone else. Preparations for the offensive in the south, named Operation Yoav, continued without interruption. The first and essential objective of this large operation, in the words of the official history of the War of Independence, was to cure the Negev once and for all of the disease of being cut off. By contrast to previous operations, the objective this time was not to be content with blasting a corridor and holding onto it, but to destroy the Egyptian forces. The estimate was that the destruction of the enemy would in itself yield control over the territory. Capability to carry out this operation depended to a large extent on how large a force could be allocated to it, and the answer to this question depended, inter alia, on the answer to another question: what would the other Arab armies do during the IDF operation against the Egyptians? From information we possessed about the friction between the Arab states, friction which increased as their successes on the battlefield diminished, there was room for supposing that they would stand aside and not intervene, but military planning has to take into account the worst possible scenario. It was therefore decided, after prolonged discussions, to keep sufficient forces on the other fronts. 2:16 On October 15, following a pre-arranged plan, a military supply convoy put to the test Israel's right of passage to the settlements in the northern Negev. The plan was to draw Egyptian fire on the convoy and thereby to implicate Egypt in a violation of the agreement worked out by the UN mediator. But on this occasion, for whatever reason, the Egyptians failed to rise to the bait and held their fire. Undeterred by this deplorable show of Egyptian passivity, the Israeli soldiers fired on one of their own trucks and immobilized it. UN observers were promptly called to the scene and, seeing the bullet-ridden truck, declared the Egyptian forces guilty of breaking the ceasefire. 17 This ruling gave Israel the pretext she needed for launching a general offensive along the entire front. The fighting lasted 7 days, ending when the Security Council ceasefire resolution entered into force. At the end of this fighting, the road to the Negev was open, Israel extended its control to Beersheba and beyond, the Egyptians suffered heavy losses and an Egyptian brigade was trapped in the Fallujah enclave inside the new Israeli front line, see Map 9. Arab discord over the future of Palestine. In his polemical and frequently inaccurate account of the tragedy of Palestine, Abdullah al-Tal makes the claim that King Abdullah knew and approved in advance the Israeli plan to go to war with Egypt. According to Tal, Abdel Ghani al-Karmi, an official of the royal court who enjoyed the king's trust, was sent to Paris specifically for the purpose of maintaining contact with the Israeli delegation to the General Assembly. The other participants in these talks were the Transjordanian ministers to Paris and London. The Jewish delegation was headed by the king's old friend, Elias Sasson. The talks lasted 6 weeks, through which period the king and his government received regular reports from Paris. From Paris came the first hint about the possibility of a Jewish attack on the Egyptians in the Negev. And from Amman was conveyed the promise to Paris that Transjordan would adopt a neutral stand and would not intervene in the war against the Jews. Tal's account is based on what Karmi allegedly told him in private after the event. 18 No evidence can be found in any Israeli sources to corroborate this charge of a deliberate war plot against Egypt. Yet, as we have just seen, the Israelis were oblivious neither to the tension between Transjordan and Egypt nor to the strategic luxury it might yield of a war only on one front. Abba Eban, the Israeli representative to the United Nations, told a British delegate that the Israeli government had recently held conversations with the representatives of Egypt and Transjordan, but they had come to the conclusion that relations between the two countries were like those of enemies on the brink of war, and he could not see how they could come to any agreement. 19 Rising tension between Transjordan and Egypt led Glubb Pasha to radically revise his views on the future of the Negev. During his visit to London, he advised everybody that the best solution would be to give Beersheba and Gaza to Egypt, and Hebron, Ramallah and Nablus to Transjordan. He made this recommendation under the influence of what he had heard from the Prime Minister and the Defense Minister, whose policy was to cooperate with Egypt. The Egyptians, however, it now appeared to Glubb, could not be trusted to cooperate with them, and in consequence he became critical of Tawfiq Abul-Huda's desire to buy off the Egyptians. I am now inclined to think, Glubb confessed in a secret and personal letter to Kirkbride, that both Tawfiq and Fawzah spend too much time in the Arab League. Their thought is almost entirely formed by what Azam, Nakrashi, or Jamil Mardam will say about them in the political committee, and they are more influenced by this than by public opinion. A 2-day visit to Palestine persuaded Glubb that the majority of Palestinians tended to regard union with Transjordan as the least unpleasant of all possible solutions, but on condition that Transjordan took the whole of Arab Palestine. He found widespread opposition among the Palestinians against any further partition of the Arab areas of Palestine after the formation of the Jewish state. Under these circumstances, any scheme of partition between Egypt and Transjordan could only strengthen the cause of the Mufti and his party. In short, Glubb now felt that he had advised the British government wrongly, and he asked Kirkbride to inform them of his modified views. He realized that the other Arabs might object if Transjordan tried to enforce the annexation of the whole of Arab Palestine, but felt that they could weather the storm as they had done in the past. 20 Arab politics generally were at a very low ebb, and Arab leaders almost without exception appeared to be prepared for purely local ends to sacrifice Arab interests in Palestine. The Lebanese, the Syrians, and the Saudis did not care much what happened to the Arab parts of Palestine provided they did not go to Abdullah. Abdullah's stock slumped partly because he was suspected of being only too ready to do a direct deal with the Jews, but partly because it became fashionable in Arab League circles to denigrate him as being generally untrustworthy. Abdullah's role in the saving of Jerusalem and his army's brave stand at Latrun had been forgotten amidst a deliberate campaign by the Arab leaders to turn him into a scapegoat for the failure of their Palestine policy. Riyad al-Sulh, the Lebanese prime minister, expressed a horror of King Abdullah and played a leading role in pressing the political committee to give its blessing to the all-Palestine government. He seemed prepared to go to any length, including a slanderous exposure of Abdullah, rather than retreat. 2 Even the regent of Iraq joined in the general campaign of vilification against his uncle. His criticisms were heartily reciprocated, and the relationship between them became so sour that they could no longer have a sensible discussion about Palestine. 22 The Iraq government did not help matters by recognizing the Gaza government and encouraging the Mufti to extend his influence to the rest of Palestine while withholding support from his numerous opponents. In order to get Iraqi support for the Palestinian Arab government, Jamal Husseini, the vice president of the Arab Higher Committee, on a visit to Baghdad, promised that the Mufti would be kept out and that, if Palestine were saved for the Arabs, its throne would be offered to King Abdullah. 23 Shortly afterwards the regent lunched with Abdullah in Amman, but the matter was not thrashed out. There was no serious discussion of Palestine, and Abdullah, who was usually criticized by his nephew for talking too much, only threw out a word now and then to keep the conversation going. 24 The Iraqi Prime Minister, Muzahem al-Pachachi, felt unable to declare open antagonism towards the Mufti and considered that Abdullah would be better advised to go slowly. 25 Whilst in Amman on his way back to Iraq from Egypt, Pachachi, with the tacit support of the regent, did his utmost to induce King Abdullah to agree to recognize temporarily the All-Palestine government, using the argument that the government would fail and Arab Palestine would be bound to come to Transjordan ultimately. The king countered that recognition would merely implement the partition of Palestine before it was known what the United Nations was going to decide. 26 Sir Henry Mack was perturbed by the strength of the criticism of Abdullah that the Prime Minister and the Regent constantly expressed to him. And it was Mack who was given the task by the Foreign Office of educating them about the dangers of going along with Egypt in encouraging the Mufti to extend his influence in Palestine. To the Regent in particular it was pointed out that any growth of the Mufti's influence would necessarily be dangerous to the Hashemite house. The Regent was told, in what amounted to a rebuke, that he could not sit back and allow attacks on the position of King Abdullah without any danger to himself. Whatever the Regent's own views in the matter, the British view was that a strong and enlarged Transjordan was in the interest of the maintenance of stability in Iraq and of the position of the Regent and the royal family. 27 So overwhelming was the Arab resistance to Transjordan's enlargement, that the British argument that a weak Palestinian government would enable the Jews to gain control over the whole country made no impression. A major stumbling block in the way of the British policy of using the Bernadotte Plan to secure the lion's share of Palestine for Abdullah, was thus Arab opposition to frontier adjustments that would reduce Arab Palestine to nothing. Paradoxically, as one British official observed, although the primary Arab objection to the Bernadotte Plan is that its acceptance would involve partition, there are clear signs that, in their hearts, all but the most rabid fanatics, like Haj Amin, realize that the existence of the State of Israel will have to be accepted sooner or later. What the Arabs could never agree upon was the partition of Arab Palestine. Preventing the expansion of Abdullah's kingdom was one of the few goals behind which they could all rally. Various reasons can be assigned for this attitude: jealousy of Transjordan, antipathy to King Abdullah, mistrust of his reliability in an anti-Zionist sense, disbelief in the suitability of the Transjordan administration to the parts of Palestine to be taken over, fear of an extension of British influence, none of them objections having any foundation on a statesmanlike appreciation of the facts. 28 Statesmanlike or not, these were the attitudes that militate against any Arab agreement on the division of Palestine, and especially one between King Abdullah and King Farouk on a common approach to the Negev. Britain had urged Abdullah to make a direct approach to Farouk and try to reach a prior agreement with him on the division of the Arab areas while the UN was considering the Bernadotte Plan. 29 Abdullah however disagreed with this suggestion for two reasons. The first was that Egypt would immediately use the démarche against him, producing the usual accusations that he was accepting partition, betraying the Arab cause, and bargaining away the rights of the Palestine Arabs to decide their own future. The second was that Egypt had sponsored the new All-Palestine government in order to be able to control Palestine indirectly while publicly announcing that Egypt had no territorial ambitions and had acted throughout solely in the interests of the Palestine Arabs. 30 Accusations of bad faith flying in the opposite direction made a further dent in the prospects of mediation. Egyptian diplomats urged Britain to abandon the idea that it might be possible for Transjordan to be given the Negev. Abdullah, it was alleged, was not capable of administering it, and his army could not be relied on. The British were told that if Abdullah came to an agreement with them whereby the Negev would be ceded to Transjordan, he would be branded as a traitor by all the Arab states and his action would probably result in a war between Egypt and Transjordan. 31 Ibn Saud was incensed with Britain not so much for supporting Bernadotte's conclusions of agreeing to a Zionist state but for going even further in the advocacy of a greater Transjordan. Ibn Saud had always suspected that there was a secret understanding between Britain and Abdullah with the object of enlarging the dominions of the latter. The Saudi monarch did not object to Egypt having the Negev but made it clear that he would never agree to Abdullah having it, and that if Britain persisted she would forfeit his friendship. 32 Abdullah's position in the Arab world was not helped by the mismanagement which characterized his handling of the Palestinian population who came under his control. For the most part the Arabs of Palestine evinced little desire to be incorporated in Transjordan. The most sophisticated among them saw little attraction in the political despotism of Transjordan, dependent as it was on the volatile temper of the king. They were also aware of the economic non-viability of Transjordan and realized that Arab Palestine and Transjordan together would be even less of a going concern. Hence their opposition to Transjordanian rule and insistence on a unitary state. 33 From being a hero a few months previously for heeding their calls and going to the rescue, Abdullah had sunk almost to the level of a pariah among his brother Arabs. So bitter was the enmity and jealousy of the surrounding Arab countries and the apparent dislike of Palestinians for Transjordanian rule that Abdullah thought they might give rise to internecine violence, and his government felt compelled to reconsider their membership of the Arab League and their cooperation with the Arab powers in Palestine. Tawfiq Abul Huda mentioned the alternatives of leaving the Arab League and withdrawing the Arab Legion from Palestine, or of merely withdrawing the Legion and staying in the League. He was inclined to think that as all the Arabs were opposing Transjordan and the United Nations was unable to enforce a decision favoring Transjordan, it would be best to write off the Palestine adventure and get the Arab Legion back lest it become embroiled in a military disaster. He was also worried by the fact that the only military formation left in Transjordan was the Iraqi army, which could get out of hand if things went badly. 34 Awareness that the withdrawal of the Arab Legion would lead to the defeat of the other Arab armies and the occupation of the whole of Palestine by the Jewish forces prompted the British to urge Abdullah to refrain from doing anything precipitate in the way of breaking the Arab front and to assure him that they would stand by the Anglo-Transjordanian treaty even in the unlikely event of Transjordan being attacked by another Arab state. 35 At the same time the British were forced to recognize that by their outspoken insistence on giving the Arab areas to Transjordan they were spoiling their relations with the other Arabs. Some British representatives argued that the key to the situation in the Arab world lies in Egypt. It may be a poor key but it is the only one there is. 36 Doubts were cast on the wisdom of basing Britain's policy in Palestine and in the Middle East generally to such a large extent on maintaining the stability of Transjordan. TT is sometimes suggested, reported the head of the Eastern Department to the minister in Amman, that we are putting all our eggs into one basket and leaning too heavily on one individual, and a very old one at that. 37 The suggestion, replied Kirkbride, was not unjustified, but what else are we to do when the other baskets available seem to be so unwilling to accommodate our eggs? So long as the other Arab states continue to protest their friendship for Great Britain and, at the same time, consistently disregard our advice and, in some cases, frustrate our policy, it seems worthwhile taking some trouble to keep Transjordan alive and on our side. As for the eventuality of the king's death, Kirkbride felt that it would certainly leave a gap, but he was not pessimistic about Transjordan's ability to survive the loss. 38. 328. Transjordan and the Israeli-Egyptian War. Abdullah's own attitude towards Israel was somewhat paradoxical during this delicate phase in his relations with the Arab League. On the one hand, he feared a major Israeli offensive which the Arab armies were in no position to contain. On the other hand, an Israeli offensive could be of some benefit if directed solely against the Egyptian forces in the south. Recognition of the All-Palestine government by Egypt and the other members of the Arab League placed both Israel and Transjordan in a peculiar position. Abdullah watched the activities of the Egyptian army closely, believing them to be related to the formation of the puppet government in Gaza. As the American representative reported from Tel Aviv, there was a good chance that if war resumed in the south, Abdullah might stand by and let the Israeli army maul the Egyptian forces in order to eliminate both the Gaza government and the potential Egyptian menace to his territory. The Israelis estimated that they could defeat the Egyptians soundly, provided Abdullah held his legion back. This unhappy situation could also open up an avenue for a political settlement between Israel and Transjordan. 9 Glubb Pasha had few qualms about reaping the political benefits of an Egyptian defeat at the hands of the Israelis. As we have seen, Abdullah al-Tal went as far as to claim that the Israelis had actually informed Amman of their intention to attack Egypt, and Amman responded by promising not to intervene if the war in the south were resumed. According to Tal, Glubb visited Jerusalem on October 12, gathered all the Arab and British officers, gave them a lecture on the history of the Palestine problem, and warned them not to open fire so as not to upset the truce because that would put the Arab Legion in an awkward position, not least as ammunition was in short supply. The timing and content of this talk led Tal to suspect that his British commander knew in advance of the impending Israeli attack against the Egyptian army. 40 No firm evidence, however, is adduced to substantiate the charge of high-level Transjordanian involvement in a war plot against an allied Arab army. Yet, whether or not there had been any collusion, Glubb could barely conceal his excitement when the Israeli offensive opened on October 15. In a letter he wrote to Col. Desmond Goldie, the commander of the 1st Brigade, Glubb gave his frank assessment of the significance of this development and of the political and military dividends it could be made to yield for their side. Interestingly, the responsibility for starting this war is laid by Glubb at the door of the Mufti. The Mufti's government in Gaza wanted to increase its prestige by starting a fight. For the past week, supported by the Egyptians, the Mufti's irregulars have been shooting at the Jews. The Jews have now got cross and are going to see them off. Secondly, the Jews are going to try at UNO to get both Galilee and the Nejeb. The Mufti and the Gyppies Sikh have given them just the chance they wanted. They can now break through to Beersheba and occupy both the Nejeb and Galilee. How are UNO going to get them out? It looks as if the Gaza government have given the Jews just the chance they wanted. Now if the Jews break through to Gaza and Beersheba, the Egyptians in Hebron will be cut off. We don't want the Jews to capture Hebron too. If we step in and occupy Hebron, we shall have no further political complications in the Hebron area. We shall appear as saviors, to rescue Hebron from the Jews when the Egyptians have run away. This Jewish offensive may have good and bad sides. It may finally knock out the Gaza government and give the Gyppies a lesson. On the other hand, it will make the Jews even more arrogant, and if they knock out the Egyptians, they may turn on us. Anyway, if we do send someone to Hebron, I don't think we can send the 8th Regiment. This may well mean business, and not be a mere political demonstration. Presumably the Gyppies cut off in Hebron would cooperate for what they are worth. I don't see how we could let the Jews occupy Hebron if we could prevent it. At the same time, if the Jews are going to have a private war with the Egyptians and the Gaza government, we do not want to get involved. The Gyppies and the Gaza government are almost as hostile to us as the Jews. The situation therefore is a bit delicate. I wonder whether it would be worthwhile mentioning it very privately to the top UNO man? I imagine that UNO will not want the Jews to occupy Hebron either. If so, perhaps we could send a regiment to Hebron and UNO at the same time drop a hint to the Gypsies not to go to Hebron. We want to save Hebron, but we do not want to break the truce. However, if you do talk to UNO, Do not let anyone else know you have done so. 41. Small wonder that the recipient of this letter came to regard his commanding officer as a politician first and foremost, as a man whose love and aptitude for politics far outstripped his knowledge of the technical aspects of warfare. 42. Obliquely the Pasha rebutted this charge in his memoirs by arguing that the 1948 Arab-Israeli war was not covered by the normal rules of strategy. It is an axiom of war that the object of all military operations is to destroy the enemy's forces. Once this task has been accomplished, the victor can dictate such terms as he wishes. The seizure or evacuation of territory is irrelevant, except in so far as it assists or hampers the main objective, namely, the destruction of the enemy's forces. But the war in Palestine was different, because there was no chance of it being fought to a finish. It was not a straight military war, but a combination of politics and war. Standing, as it were, on the touchline were the great powers, all immensely stronger than the combatants. They were almost certain to intervene and stop the fighting in a few days. Moreover, the United Nations showed a lamentable tendency to acquiesce in every fait accompli. The only thing that really interested them was to stop the fighting, and in order to do so, they were prepared to acquiesce in everything that had happened. This was indeed a comfortable creed for petty conquerors. The art was obviously to seize whatever territory you could, and then, when the Security Council ordered you to cease fighting, to obey with protestations of devotion. It was certainly safe to assume that you would be able to keep what you had snatched. 43. This admirably lucid exposition of the peculiar rules that govern the Palestine war says as much about the author's strategy as it does about the conduct of the Israeli petty conquerors. While undoubtedly proceeding with faits accomplis, the Israelis could at least claim that they were expelling the Egyptian invaders from territory that had been allocated to them by the United Nations. No such claim could be used to justify Glob's action in snatching Hebron from the hands of the Egyptians. The Israeli blitzkrieg of October 15 pulverized the Egyptian front and cut off the Egyptian forces in Hebron and Bethlehem from the rest of the army that was retreating southwards into Sinai. Two courses of action were considered in Amman when the magnitude of the Egyptian defeat had become apparent. One was to initiate a diversionary attack in the Jerusalem or Latron areas in order to draw Israeli forces away from the south. The other was to send reinforcements round the east side of Jerusalem down to Bethlehem and Hebron and thereby secure this area against a possible Israeli advance. Glob preferred the second course of action, but some of his Arab subordinates in Jerusalem preempted by launching an attack on October 18. The purpose of this local attack instigated by Abdullah al-Tal was to deceive the Israelis into thinking that the Arab Legion had embarked on a major offensive in Jerusalem and force them to divert some of their forces from the Negev to Jerusalem. Though Glob was told that the enemy started the fight, his intelligence service informed him of the deliberate provocation on the part of the 6th Regiment and of the immediate counter-attack launched by the Israelis. On October 20 Glob convened the officers serving in Jerusalem and warned them not to provoke the Israelis and not to listen to the advice of certain individuals, meaning Abdullah al-Tal. The officers chose this very individual to present their complaints to the Minister of Defense and to urge the deployment of the Transjordanian and Iraqi units held in reserve to launch a major operation in Jerusalem. On hearing this advice, the minister simply smiled and told Tal to relax because the Jews would simply not attack the legion and that their best course was to leave the matter to the discretion of their king. 44 The action of the hotheads of the legion's 6th Regiment came near to overturning the restraint that by now had been built into the strategy of the top policy makers on both sides. For Ben-Gurion acceded to the request of Lieutenant Col. Moshe Dayan to send 2 battalions on the night of October 19 to capture the Beit Jala Ridge, south of Jerusalem, overlooking Bethlehem and the road to Hebron. Dayan, whose strongest suit was politics rather than military organization and planning, botched the operation, and his men retreated from Beit Jala in some disarray at the first sign of resistance from local snipers. Ugail Yadin, the IDF chief of operations, has singled out this episode as conclusive proof that Ben-Gurion was not bound by any understanding, whether explicit or implicit, with King Abdullah. Though the action was an operational failure, argued Yadin, The most significant fact about it was that it had been explicitly authorized by Ben-Gurion. The capture of Beit Jala, Yadin continued, would have inescapably led to the capture of Bethlehem and Hebron, and that in turn would have rendered it impossible to partition Palestine because it would have deprived Abdullah of a full and important third of the territory he wanted. All this only went to prove, in Yadin's view, that Ben-Gurion had no political conception of restricting military operations against the Arab Legion, at least not at this stage, and that he had no agreement of any kind with King Abdullah. 45 The weakness of Yadin's case stems from the fact that Dayan had not been given a free hand but restricted to one specific objective by Jala and given only 1 day for carrying out the operation. Moreover, when Dayan pressed to be given another chance to capture the villages south of Jerusalem all the way to Beit Jala and put their inhabitants to flight, and a majority on the general staff supported this plan, Ben-Gurion ruled against it. The reasons given by Ben-Gurion for this negative decision were predominantly political in character and amounted to unmistakable restraint in relation to the Arab Legion. 1. Such an operation after a truce has been declared will create a bad impression in the world. 2. If we do succeed in capturing the place we would have to cede it under UN pressure and it would not be worth the life of even one man. 3. Harm to Beit Jala, and Bethlehem, will annoy the Christian world. 4. We have no interest at present in provoking the legion which did not help the Egyptians. 5. This attack is liable to draw the legion and the Iraqis into the battle and to counteract the impression of Egyptian isolation and of a rift in the League. 6. Such an attack would make it more difficult to hold the position that we are not going to withdraw from the points we have seized. 46 Similar considerations prompted Ben-Gurion to veto Yugal Alon's plan to extend the gains made in the first stage of Operation Yoav by sending a force to capture or at least encircle Hebron and advance towards Jerusalem from the south. That such an expedition was feasible from the military point of view, no one doubted. Ben-Gurion and his army commanders also knew, from monitoring enemy radio communications, that the Arab Legion units in the Jerusalem area were under clear instructions not to intervene on the side of the Egyptians. 47 So small were those units that even if they had been ordered to intervene, they would have been no match for the Palmach fighters who were champing at the bit. So the only conceivable reason for the veto of an exceptionally promising military plan is that there were overriding political considerations, chief among which was Ben-Gurion's desire to preserve Transjordan's neutrality in the war between Israel and Egypt. And there can be little doubt that by pulling back his forces from Mount Hebron, Ben-Gurion helped indirectly to reinforce Abdullah's and Glub's inclination to stay out of the private war between the Israelis and the Egyptians. Having overcome the little local difficulty he had with the officers of the 6th Regiment in the Old City of Jerusalem, Glub proceeded, on October 21, to reinforcements to hold Beit Jala and Bethlehem and a hastily improvised column, consisting of 2 companies of infantry and a squadron of armored cars, to Hebron. The thinking behind this move, as he explained in another long letter to Colonel Goldie, was a compound of military, political, and economic calculations. If the enemy were to take Bethlehem and Beit Jala, our troops in the south would be cut off. Kirkbride also sent for me today and told me that he thought that for political and economic reasons, it was essential not to let the Jews take Bethlehem or Hebron. Politically we should have another Lydda and Ramla, especially as the king ordered me to send a regiment there 2 days ago. It would again be me who had betrayed the Arab cause. Economically it would mean another 50,000 to 100,000 refugees. Would you therefore please send the armored cars? It looks from the news as though the Jews will accept a ceasefire in another 2 or 3 days, so that they can get the maximum advantage of their victory first. It is really essential to hold Bethlehem and if possible Hebron for those 3 days. Please arrange accordingly even if you have to send a company from 8th Regiment or anywhere else, or weaken your front temporarily. 8 Small as was the force sent into Hebron, in belated compliance with the king's orders, it was adequate to the task of seizing effective control of the area from the hands of the Egyptian soldiers who rejoined the main body of their army in Sinai by way of Aqaba or Amman. Thus, by the time the UN order to cease fire became effective, on October 22, Hebron had been absorbed into the Transjordanian sphere of occupation, and any Israeli move to capture it carried the risk not only of international condemnation but the flare-up of the entire Transjordanian Iraqi front. To forestall such a move, Abdullah asked Wells Stabler, an American member of the Truce Commission, to request his government to inform the Jewish authorities that he had been forced by circumstances to take part in hostilities and that he was now ready to come to some reasonable settlement in regard to Palestine. In his report to the State Department, Stabler listed the points that the king urged him to convey to the Jews. 1. Prior to May 14 he had favored partition and had informally undertaken with Jews to occupy Arab areas of Palestine only, provided Jews remained in their areas. 2. Massacre at Deir Yassin and other provocations had incited all Arabs including himself, and he had entered war with serious intent, which he still holds. Arab Legion alone among Arab armies still strong. 3. However, he now desires restoration, peace and understanding with Jews with whom he believes he could have close relations. He realizes Jews and Arabs can only live peacefully in separate areas with defined boundaries. 4. Palestine question now under jurisdiction and discussion UNGA UN General Assembly, and all parties must contribute to finding solution in that body. 5. In meantime he hopes Jews will appreciate his sincere desire find solution and refrain from attacking Arab Legion and area occupied by them. Such attacks merely incite further animosity and delay settlement. 6. On his side, King has given strict orders Arab Legion must respect truce and must not attack unless attacked. He believes his orders are being obeyed. 7. King said except for contact with Jews through Prince Abdel Majid Hyder, Transjordan Minister to London, and Sasson of Israeli Foreign Office, he had not requested anybody previously to convey his views to Jews. 49. The king did not even mention this démarche to his own Prime Minister or the British Minister, both of whom considered the suggestion premature and hoped that the British government would decline to act as a go-between if the US government should seek its advice or, alternatively, ignore the message altogether. 50. Abdullah could not be certain that the Americans would transmit his message, or, if they did, that the Israelis would take the bait of separate negotiations and refrain from attacking his forces in the Judean mountains round Hebron. So later in the day he phoned the regent of Iraq and said he wished to discuss with him defense against Jewish aggression, a possibility he feared would occur as soon as the Jews had polished off the Egyptians. Abdullah invited the regent, and through him the prime ministers of Egypt and Syria, to urgent consultations in Amman. On hearing of the conversation, Sir Henry Mack, the British ambassador in Baghdad, told Abdullah that he was glad to hear that Abdullah laid the emphasis on defense and advised him to adopt the line of complete solidarity with his uncle at the forthcoming meeting. Mack also urged that there should be no question of anything more than defense on Iraq's part. Abdullah agreed and said that indeed nothing more was possible in the absence of arms, equipment, and ammunition. He also confessed that he feared not just a Jewish attack but also the Iraqi army. The latter, if attacked, could not hold out for long and were liable to run riot in the event of being forced to withdraw before a Jewish advance through lack of ammunition. Abdullah therefore renewed his appeal for equipment and ammunition. 51. The regent, the prime ministers of Egypt and Syria, and their military advisors arrived in Amman on October 23, but nothing was achieved in their two-day summit meeting. The discussions sound like a scene from Alice in Wonderland. At the first meeting, Lukrashi Pasha took the wind out of everybody's sails by saying that the situation in the Egyptian army was excellent and that it was moving forward to further victories. This was rather a surprise because Azam Pasha had previously issued an appeal for help to all the members of the Arab League in the name of Lukrashi and his defense minister. At the second meeting, which included the military chiefs, the Egyptian premier totally reversed his position by tabling a complaint that no one had come to the assistance of the Egyptian forces when they were attacked and demanding that plans should be made to ensure that this unfortunate occurrence was not repeated. The Syrian premier, Jamil Mardam, then produced an offer to capture Nazareth and Safed if the Iraqis would move up to Afuli. This offer left everyone speechless once more, but it did enable the Iraqis to decline on the grounds that they could play a more useful role by taking over the Latron area from the Arab Legion and so freeing Legion units to move to Hebron and Bethlehem and fill the gap there. The meeting ended without any decision being taken on any subject at all. 52 The Israelis were in a buoyant mood as a result of their victory over the Egyptian army, and the spectacle of Arab disunity only added to their joy. The new mood was reflected by Gideon Raphael in a letter to another Israeli diplomat suggesting that the rift between Egypt and Transjordan is now so deep that Abdullah and his British wire pullers prefer an Israeli victory over Egypt than Egyptian occupation even of a small portion of the Negev. We are now not engaged at all with Abdullah and have our full freedom of movement. I personally feel that Abdullah has missed the bus for getting an overall understanding with us, and therefore we have to look for other forces in the Middle East which are less dependent on Great Britain. 53 A day after this assessment was penned, Dean Rusk of the State Department conveyed Abdullah's 6-point message offering separate peace talks to the youthful and ebullient Abba Eban, who had recently been appointed Israeli ambassador to Washington while continuing to serve as representative to the UN. 54 But before this message could reach Tel Aviv, Moshe Sharett ordered Elias Sasson, who was still in Paris, to make a protest to Abdullah about Arab Legion interference with Israeli food supplies to the enclave on Mount Scopus and counsel him to learn from the Egyptian experience and show reasonableness in time rather than repent uselessly later. The king was to be told that so far the Israelis had left the Arab Legion alone, but unless the convoys to Mount Scopus were allowed to operate regularly, they would be constrained to take effective and comprehensive action. 55 Sasson made these points, though not so bluntly, in a telegram to Abul Huda, concluding with the hope that the Transjordanian authorities would take the necessary measures in order to maintain quiet in the Holy City and facilitate the efforts of those seeking a peaceful solution. The reply from Amman stated that the agreement reached in the presence of the UN observers was still in force and that the Arab Legion was under standing orders to observe it. 56 The next day, to the surprise of the UN observers in Jerusalem, Israeli convoys were allowed unrestricted passage, and the local commander of the Arab Legion waived his earlier demand for the withdrawal of the Israeli policemen 5 who had remained on Mount Scopus under the terms of the original agreement. Nevertheless, the Israelis' 5 response to the American offer to mediate between Abdullah and themselves remained non-committal. Rusk was informed that Israel's general policy was to refrain from attacking the Arab Legion so long as the Legion did not start. The problem, however, was complicated by the Iraqis who, under the same command, allegedly kept attacking at various points. Rusk was asked whether Abdullah's undertaking applied to the Iraqis as well. 57 Eban also showed Rusk the exchange of telegrams between Elias Sasson and Amman. In Eban's view, this exchange illustrated the value of direct contact between the parties, the possibility of effective action if the UN mediators' services were dispensed with, and the necessity of direct negotiations in working for a settlement. 58 In Amman, however, it was far from clear whether the Israeli telegram was intended to further a peaceful settlement or provide an excuse for an offensive action against the Arab Legion. 59 This tiny army was dangerously overstretched following the collapse of the Egyptian front and the Iraqi army's refusal to extend its front to take over Latron and thereby release Legion units for the defense of Hebron. Meanwhile, the Israelis had reduced the Syrian army to impotence in the north, knocked Khashoggi's Arab Liberation Army out of the fight, and, not content with banishing the Lebanese army from the Galilee, chased it across the frontier and captured 14 villages in southern Lebanon. Thus, by the end of the month, the tide had changed very dramatically and menacingly against the Arabs. Kirkbride received a letter from King Abdullah asking him to draw Bevan's attention to the critical situation of the Arab Legion following the recent military developments in the south. Abdullah claimed that although it was fully extended before, the Arab Legion had been compelled to send detachments into the Hebron district to prevent panic among the local population, which would have resulted in a new wave of refugees that Transjordan simply would not have been in a position to cope with. Abdullah also pointed out that with nothing but ammunition for small arms the Arab Legion would be unable to deal with a Jewish attack in force, and that if the Arab Legion broke, the whole Arab front in Palestine would collapse and Transjordan would be overwhelmed by a flood of refugees and disbanded soldiery. He therefore begged once again that Bevan reconsider the decision to withhold supplies of arms and ammunition from the Arab Legion. He also asked, with less insistence, that Transjordan might be given financial assistance in the form of a loan from Great Britain to meet the cost of creating and operating an administration in the Arab areas of Palestine. 60 Abdullah also convened a special meeting of his Council of Ministers, on the night of November 2, to discuss the position of the Arab Legion in Palestine. Glub Pasha was asked to report and gave the opinion that, after the withdrawal of the Egyptian forces, the Arab Legion would be unable to maintain its positions if attacked by the Jewish forces. He added that, in his view, the supply of artillery and mortar ammunition would not alter that fact, as the preponderance of strength on the Jewish side was now too great. The meeting also felt that in their present state of nerves, the Iraqi forces would do nothing to assist the Arab Legion if the latter came under attack. As a result of this meeting, the Prime Minister went to see Kirkbride to put through him a question to Bevan. Abul Huda prefaced his question with an oblique reference to the secret understanding he had reached with the Secretary of State in London prior to the outbreak of the war. The Arab Legion, Abul Huda stated, was stationed only in areas of Palestine allocated by the United Nations to the Arabs and in the Arab quarters of Jerusalem. It had no intention of doing more than defending itself. Under these conditions, if attacked by Jewish forces, would the provisions of Article 3 of the Anglo-Transjordanian Treaty of Alliance apply and the United Kingdom come to Transjordan's aid? He went on to say that if the reply was that the treaty only applied to the defense of Transjordan's territory, the Transjordanian government would have to consider the alternatives of withdrawing the Arab Legion from Palestine or of negotiating with the Jews. He added that the final choice would have to rest with King Abdullah. 61 Bevan was alarmed by the reports of the military situation in Palestine. It was not just the partition scheme that he had so carefully worked out, but Transjordan, the Arab Legion, and the credibility of Britain's commitment to her allies that were all in danger of collapsing under the hammer blows of the Israeli army. Bevan left the American Secretary of State, George Marshall, in no doubt about the gravity of the situation and the danger of war between Britain and the Jewish state, with the defeats inflicted upon the Egyptian army and the present position of the Jewish forces. Abdullah's Arab Legion might become exposed to annihilating attacks on the part of the Jus. Bevan said he was under great pressure to let Abdullah obtain at least some arms in order to permit the Arab Legion to survive. He dwelt in some length on the importance of the Arab Legion as the only disciplined Arab force for the implementation of any Palestine partition solution. He made it quite plain that Great Britain could not stand by and see Transjordan and the Arab Legion placed in a position where it would be unable to defend itself against possible Jewish attack. He went so far as to state categorically that if the Israel forces should attack Transjordan proper at any time, the Treaty of Assistance with Great Britain would be immediately operative. 62 Though Bevan was actively considering British military intervention in Palestine, he carefully refrained from making any definite promises to the King and Prime Minister of Transjordan. In his reply, Bevan mentioned some practical measures that were under consideration, such as the sending of a sloop to Aqaba and the dispatch of war materials to Amman to be held by the RAF pending further instructions. He also repeated the assurance of British readiness to help, under the terms of the treaty, in the event of an attack on Transjordan's territory. But he could give no assurance that British troops would be sent into Palestine to repel a Jewish attack on the Arab Legion, if one were to take place. 63 This latter contingency was not covered by the treaty, nor had it been addressed by Bevan and Abul Huda at their secret meeting in London, because at that time both parties to the collusion had expected a peaceful, not a violent, partition of Palestine. The upshot was that the king and his ministers could not be sure what the British reaction would be if the Israelis chose to round up their victories in the south and the north of Palestine with an attack on the Arab Legion. The practical steps mentioned by Bevan were too puny and too grudging, and his reply to the key question regarding help in Palestine was too evasive to deflect the king from pursuing the alternative of negotiating with the enemy. Thoughts about peace talks. The weakness of the Arab Legion and the prospect of its annihilation in renewed fighting in Palestine gave Abdullah a powerful incentive to negotiate with the Israelis. The road to negotiations, however, was strewn with pitfalls and obstacles. So while proceeding along this road, Abdullah could not afford to ignore the views of his own government, the obligations imposed by membership of the Arab League, the feelings of the Palestinians, or the advice of Great Britain. Unilateral action by Abdullah in opening talks with the Israelis could bring down on Transjordan the wrath of the Arab world and even lead to her expulsion from the Arab League. Since the king started talking openly about negotiations with the Jews, the Prime Minister felt he had to point out that if these negotiations became necessary, it would not be possible for the Council of Ministers he headed to undertake the task. This attitude, Abdullah emphasized, was not due to the belief that the policy of negotiations would necessarily be wrong but to personal reluctance, in view of their past statements on Palestine, to change their grounds so drastically. However, he went on to say that he was aware of Abdullah's contacts with the Jews, and that while a few weeks previously he would have asked that they should cease, he now felt that they might be useful. He even offered to send a telegram to Transjordan's minister in London, Abdul Majid Hyder, instructing him to stay in touch with Elias Sasson in Paris, and this telegram was in fact dispatched. 1 Although Abdullah was prepared to resign so that a new government could undertake negotiations, and even made it clear that he and his colleagues would remain neutral and not hamper the work of their successors, the king felt that nothing would be achieved by such resignations unless the other Arab governments resigned at the same time. Palestinian opinion had shifted perceptibly in favor of merging the Arab parts of Palestine with Transjordan, partly as a result of disillusionment with the Arab governments. The misfortunes of the Egyptian army in the Negev and the hasty withdrawal of the Egyptian-backed All-Palestine government from Gaza diminished such slender dominion as that government had succeeded in establishing over the Arabs of Palestine. The political tremors in Palestine concluded that the prospects of an independent Arab state were receding, while union with Transjordan appeared more probable and perhaps more profitable. Among the more educated Palestinians the dislike and mistrust of Abdullah persisted. Musa al-Umma, for example, doubted whether any Palestinian whose mind rose above petty politics would find scope in a unified kingdom, since Abdullah intended to treat Arab Palestine not as the second element of a dual monarchy, as in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, but as a straight colony to be administered from Amman. The upshot, however, was to present Abdullah with an opportunity of rehabilitating himself with the Arabs of Palestine. The logic of events had spoken in favor of the king's realism as opposed to the bombastic self-deception of the other Arab countries. 2 A number of delegations of Arabs from Palestine approached the king requesting that he undertake negotiations. Some even said that if he would not negotiate with the Jews, they would. On October 3 Abdullah sent a personal message to King Farouk informing him of the desire of many Palestine Arabs to end the war and reach a settlement, and of his belief that the matter should be seriously considered. Abdullah added that he could not take such a step on his own and therefore wished to consult with his colleagues. No reply was received, and this was a cause for disappointment to Abdullah and concern among his advisers that the message might be used to embarrass Transjordan. 3 days later the Arab League Political Committee met in Cairo. Transjordan's delegation had received instructions to explore, without committing itself, the attitude of the other members towards a settlement in Palestine. Once in Cairo, however, the delegation followed the lead of the other members in reconsidering the question of a unified command for the Arab armies operating in Palestine. Abdullah received a telegram from the delegation requesting him to send 2 senior Arab Legion officers. He was annoyed by the disregard shown for his instructions but nonetheless sent 2 officers to Cairo. 3 Meanwhile, to combat rumors that Amman was contemplating separate negotiations with the enemy, the Transjordanian delegation issued the following communiqué in Cairo: "The policy of the Transjordanian government has always been, and will continue to be, in complete harmony with the policy of the Arab states on the question of Palestine, and past events have proved that the Transjordanian kingdom has consistently adhered to this principle. The Arab armies entered Palestine to restore peace and liberate her people from the aggressions and atrocities of the Zionist gangs. Because of this, the government of Transjordan must of necessity condemn any such fabricated reports that it intends to conclude a separate peace with the Zionists. 4 The Zionists for their part were in no particular hurry to enter negotiations and under no pressure to make any concessions. Whereas the cockiness displayed by the Arabs before the Negev offensive had given way to a willingness to face facts and seek an end to the conflict, the Israelis, in the words of one British observer, were cock-a-hoop. Militarily they could do whatever they wished, and there was a great deal more that some of their leaders still wished to achieve. Ben-Gurion was sufficiently emboldened by the capture of Galilee and the banishing of the Lebanese army and Khashoggi's irregulars to start making plans for rolling back the Hashemite armies across the Jordan. His plan was to start with the triangle by applying pressure on Jenin and Tulkarem and then, if Nablus could be captured, to proceed from there to Ramallah. He was at one with the IDF commanders in preferring the strategy of the indirect approach to frontal attacks on the positions of the Hashemite armies. His orders were to prepare for a two-pronged attack on the Iraqi army in the triangle, from the north and the east, and then move south to engage the Arab Legion. Some pitched battles were fought between the IDF and the Iraqi army, and interception of a message from the Iraqi chief of staff to Baghdad provided precise information on the vulnerability of the Iraqi army's flanks. What next, was the question posed by Ugail Yadin in a top-level military consultation on October 31. Ben-Gurion replied that they had to wait a few days to assess the likely reaction of the UN General Assembly then in session in Paris. Yet, it was not the UN but Bevin who was viewed by Ben-Gurion as Israel's most sinister enemy and the chief manipulator of the Arab armies. If Bevin could act on the basis of rationality alone, without anti-Semitic emotions, he would have been bound to conclude that the Arab army is worthless, that we are now the only military power in the Middle East, and hence that he has either to find immediate and effective means to destroy us or to accept us as an important power. But it is not clear whether he can reach a clear-cut conclusion. In the meantime Ben-Gurion favored action to liquidate the Egyptian force encircled at Fallujah but without too blatant a violation of the truce. Provided nothing serious happened in Paris, Ben-Gurion planned by the end of the week to deploy 4 brigades to attack Jenin, Al-Fahim, Tulkarem, Beit Nabila, and Tubas. His final observation was also the most revealing about the high stakes for which he was now playing. If we reach Nablus, Ramallah will fall by itself and Jerusalem will be liberated, the Legion will flee to Transjordan and the whole country will be in our hands. 5 Something serious did happen in Paris on November 4. The Security Council passed a resolution calling on the combatants in the Negev to withdraw their forces to the lines of October 14 and threatened to take unspecified further measures if either party failed to comply. Eager as he was for further conquests, Ben-Gurion re-evaluated his policy in the light of this vague threat of international action. In a further meeting with Yadin and the Chief of Staff, he explained that the stand of the Security Council, and America's tendency to follow the British Foreign Office, raised doubts in his mind concerning the planned campaign in the Triangle. From a military point of view he still considered that the best way to capture Jerusalem was by launching a concerted attack on the Triangle from the north, the east, and the west. He realized, however, that in order for this operation to succeed and bring the desired result in Jerusalem, the flight of the Legion, the time available to us must be unlimited. This is doubtful and we may possibly have to stop the operation after a short time, when the Legion may have received help from the Iraqis for intensified pressure on Jerusalem. For this reason it seems to me necessary to ascertain whether it might not be possible in a shorter time to act in the area around Jerusalem in the direction of Ramallah on the one hand and in the direction of Bethlehem on the other. 6. International pressure thus helped to switch Ben-Gurion's support from the big plan for capturing the Northern Triangle and Jerusalem to a smaller plan for enlarging the territory held by Israel in and around Jerusalem. Ben-Gurion presented the dilemma to the Security Committee of the Provisional Government in the form of a hypothetical question, assuming they were going to resort to military action against the Triangle, which alternative would they prefer, the northern one or the southern one? Yitzhak Grunbaum, the Minister of the Interior, who had lost his son in the battle for Jerusalem, was afraid to take action against the Triangle because that would constitute the greatest blow against Britain. He suggested that they seize only Hebron, Bethlehem, and the railway station in Jerusalem and leave Sheikh Jarrah and Latron alone. Ben-Gurion pointed out that a war on Hebron meant a war on the Arab Legion, that the Legion would extend the war to its entire front, and this, from the British point of view, would be the hardest and most dangerous blow. Eliezer Kaplan, the Minister of Finance and a leading dove in Mappé and in the cabinet, doubted whether they could take any action at all without stretching the line too far. But if they were going to act, he preferred the northern plan because a blow against the Iraqis would finish off the last dangerous enemy and lead Abdullah to make peace with Israel. 7 At the end of November, Ben-Gurion summed up the lessons he had drawn from the previous year's experience and the fundamentals of his own policy in what he termed non-military remarks to the General Staff and the field commanders. It has been said that war is the extension of policy by other means. This is not always true. Our war, initially, was a defense against an attempt to destroy us. In essence it has remained so until the present day, but since the first truce, June 11, 48, our military action has contained a kind of political act. This is true to some extent of the 10 Days' War, and even more so of the campaign in the south and the 60 Hours of the Galilee. A debate was due to take place in the assembly, and there was a necessity to change the facts, so that the fate of the Negev and the Galilee will not depend exclusively on the outcome of these deliberations. And the operation in the Negev necessitated the operation in the Galilee, because with the Negev in our hands there was a political danger to the Galilee. There is another objective, Jerusalem, which means the corridor, Latron, the railway station, Batir, Sheikh Jarrah, and the environs of Jerusalem to the north and south, and the Old City. The Galilee was decided by virtue of the military operation and is almost settled from the political point of view too. In the Negev the military position will be largely, if not wholly, decisive. The fate of Old Jerusalem will be decided not by military force but by political religious considerations. And whether we are allowed to operate in other areas will depend on many circumstances. A final non-military remark by the Israeli war leader related to the prospective end of the war. Whether or not the war was renewed, he said, would depend not on truce resolutions or paper agreements but on the historic reality. What is our reality? The Arab nations have been beaten by us. Will they forget that swiftly? 700,000 men have beaten 30 million. Will they forget this insult? It has to be assumed that they have a sense of honor. We shall make efforts for peace, but for peace two sides are required. Is there any certainty that they will not want to have their revenge on us? Let us recognize the truth, we won not because our army is a performer of miracles but because the Arab army is rotten. Is this rot bound to persist? Is an Arab Mustafa Kemal not possible? 8. The reference to Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, the founder and first president of the Turkish Republic, was highly revealing. For having led the nationalist struggle against both the Ottoman Sultan and the Allies 7 Ibid November 11, 1948. 8 Ibid November 27, 1948. AFAREWELL to ARMS. And achieved Turkey's independence after the First World War, Ataturk embarked on an ambitious program of transforming the country into a modern, westernized, secular state. He not only had an enduring impact on the evolution of Turkish society and politics but became a model for leaders of many developing countries. Ben-Gurion's greatest fear was that Arab society would undergo a similar transformation under a leader inspired by the ideas of Kemalism. By a curious touch of historic irony, at the very moment when Ben-Gurion was articulating this fear, surrounded by Israeli troops in the enclave of Fallujah, there was a young brigade major who would later emerge as an Arab Mustafa Kemal Gamal Abdul Nasser. 9 Ben-Gurion drew two main conclusions from his analysis of contemporary Arab society and his expectations of the thirst for revenge that would grow out of the Arab defeat in Palestine. First, that Israel's peace efforts would encounter strong psychological and emotional resistance, and, second, that even after the termination of hostilities Israel would have to maintain a large and effective defense force. To a far greater extent than Ben-Gurion, Moshe Sharett saw war as the extension of policy by other means. Whereas the former attached overriding importance to the military factor in Israeli-Arab relations, the latter, in a true Clausewitzian fashion, insisted that military policy must be subordinated to a clear and well-defined political purpose. The two men had worked very effectively in double harness during the early stage of the war, but now that military ascendancy had widened the scope for political choice, differences between them began to emerge just below the surface. The most significant difference concerned the use of force against the Arab Legion and the future of the West Bank. If the Prime Minister's idea was to spur the cabinet on to order the capture of the Triangle, Sharad demanded that three factors be taken into consideration. A. It would preclude the option of an Arab state in western Palestine, or even a rump state for annexation to Transjordan, and this would stretch to the absolute limit the departure from the UN Partition Resolution of November 29, 1947. B. It would facilitate immeasurably the pressure of the Western powers on Israel to concede the Negev. And, C. It would give the problem of the Arab refugees catastrophic proportions. 10 Differences at the top greatly complicated the task of the officials responsible for the implementation of Israel's Middle Eastern policy. The conflicting pulls and the consequent confusion were laid bare by Yaakov Shimoni, the deputy head of the Middle East Department at the Foreign Ministry. In a letter to his boss, Elias Sasson, Yho continued to maintain the contact with various Arab quarters from Paris. Shimoni began by recalling that Moshe Sharad had ordered them to encourage the inhabitants of the Arab part of Palestine to form an independent government of their own or to rebel against the extremist Arab line by concluding a pact with Israel. A number of emissaries were accordingly sent to the Arab parts, and especially to the Triangle, and their reports painted a rosy picture. According to these reports, the Arabs of Palestine had despaired of the Arab League, the Arab countries, the Arab armies, the Mufti, the Gaza government, and Abdullah. They craved for peace and were ready to start talks to see if a basis could be found for understanding and cooperation with Israel. A number of prominent people offered their services as go-betweens in bringing the rest of the Palestinian leadership to peace talks with Israel. These reports gave rise to a welter of reactions and considerations, some of them contradictory. At the receiving end, what shall we ask of them? An open Palestinian government? With Abdullah? Against Abdullah? A government in exile with us? An underground? An uprising and rebellion? Preparation of the ground for our conquest? And what about the borders, a problem that is bound to surface and come up in every discussion of this kind? And in the meantime our army is in any case doing its duty from the military point of view and is creating important and surprising political facts, without taking into account our own political thoughts, which are becoming more outdated day by day. For what happened yesterday in the Galilee and the day before yesterday in the Negev, is liable to happen tomorrow in Hebron and the day after tomorrow in the Triangle. And B.G. Ben-Gurion altogether treats with severe skepticism, almost dismissively, such political plans, and one has the impression that he seeks to solve most of the problems by military means, in such a way that no political negotiations and no political action would be of any value. In a discussion with Sharad, Shimoni expressed the opinion that the Palestinians could not seriously be expected to form an open government in defiance of the entire Arab world, or alternatively to go underground, and, consequently the most realistic suggestion that Israel could make to them was to reach an understanding with one of the Arab states and cooperate with Israel in reaching an agreement with that state. As far as the Triangle was concerned, the obvious party was Abdullah, although other considerations called for steering the main effort towards a settlement with Egypt. In relation to any agreement with Abdullah, Sharad voiced the fear that if Iraq were to swallow up Transjordan following the annexation of Arab Palestine to Transjordan, Iraq would be sitting right on Israel's border. Shimoni disputed this argument for the same reason that he disputed Ben-Gurion's argument against the annexation of Gaza to Egypt. There was only one way to prevent the annexation of Gaza: Israeli conquest. If Israel did not conquer, then it was only to be expected that Egypt would take her bit and Abdullah would take his bit of Palestine. Moreover, the practical possibility for creating an independent Palestinian state diminished with every successive Israeli conquest. Yet, while accepting these arguments, Sharad still valued the tactical advantage of the threat to help in establishing such a state for future negotiations either with Abdullah or with Egypt. It was clear that if the Israeli intention in approaching the Palestinian leaders was to get a tactical advantage and a bargaining asset for herself, without any intention of remaining faithful to the independence of Arab Palestine, her approach to the whole matter ought to be different. No firm conclusion was reached on this occasion on how to proceed. Sharad simply promised to give further thought to this problem and to consult with the other policymakers. 11 By this time, however, Ben-Gurion's skepticism had hardened into outright opposition against any plan for organizing the West Bank into a separate political entity. He gave very short shrift to Ezra Danan, a leading expert on Palestinian affairs. To judge from the latter's account to Sasson, I met with DBG, again telling him of our thinking about attempts to put out feelers, about the advisability or not of establishing a government dependent on Abdullah or completely independent. I also told him of our thinking about Syria and about the fact that most of its army, and a sizable proportion of the heads of its administration are from the country's ethnic minorities. To this he replied tersely, "We will not embark on any new adventures. The Arabs of the land of Israel are left with just one role, flight." With that he rose and terminated the conversation. I merely wished to share with you my gratification over the encouragement we get here. 12. 346. Peace overtures. Just as the attempt got underway at the Foreign Ministry in Tel Aviv to resolve the contradictions in Israel's Arab policy, Elias Sasson was approached in Paris with a message from the Egyptian royal court. The messenger was Kamal Riyad, who had once before approached Sasson with peace feelers, prior to the launching of Operation Yoav. Now he contacted Sasson again on behalf of the court to say that Egypt was prepared to sign a fully fledged armistice with Israel which would remain in force until a final political settlement was reached. Egypt's conditions for signing the armistice agreement were that Israel would withdraw from all captured areas in the south that were not within the boundaries of the State of Israel, and would agree in advance that the entire coastal strip from Israel to Rafah, including Gaza, as well as the inland strip from Rafah southeast along the border, would remain in Egyptian hands. On the other hand, Riyadh was confident that Egypt would agree not to budge in the event of renewed warfare between Israel and any other Arab state. Although Transjordan was not mentioned by name, it was clear enough from the context that provided the price was right, Egypt was now prepared to sell out her erstwhile ally. Transjordan, after all, had been first to abandon Egypt to Israel's tender mercies during Operation Yoav. Egyptian neutrality in a war between Israel and Transjordan would thus simply even the score. Secondly, Riyadh was confident that a way would be found to recognize Israel de facto. He explained that the proposed armistice negotiations would be military in character and conducted by military men, but, if successful, they might be followed by political talks. He also offered to arrange for Sasson a meeting with Mahmoud Fawzia, Egypt's delegate to the United Nations, so that Fawzia would confirm the offer officially. 13 A special meeting of the Israeli cabinet was convened to discuss the Egyptian peace feelers, and Sasson was authorized to meet Fawzia in order to give the talks a more official and binding character. The Egyptians were to be told that the government of Israel was not favorably disposed to the annexation of the Gaza area by Egypt because it feared Egyptian expansionism and believed that the future of Gaza should not be decided upon until there was some decision on the future of the Arab section of Palestine, but that it would probably agree to Egyptian control of the desert area from Rafah southeastwards, which under the November 1947 resolution was to be part of the Arab state. Within the cabinet there was a dispute in progress on whether to initiate peace talks with Egypt first or with Transjordan first. News of the Egyptian peace overture momentarily boosted the position PF the Egypt firsters. MAPAM, the left-wing party which counted among its members some of the ablest field commanders, favored Egypt, claiming that Abdullah was a British puppet and Egypt the only independent Arab country. MAPA, the ruling party, tended to prefer Abdullah on the grounds that he was more reliable and realistic. 14. Sharad, Number 2 in the Mappé hierarchy, was uncertain as to whether the decisive element in Egyptian policy was opposition to Israel, which might lead to compromise with Britain and Abdullah, or resistance to British bases in the Negev, leading to compromise with Israel. 13 Before any progress could be made in settling Israel's official order of priorities, increasingly clear signals were received from King Abdullah via Paris about his desire to restore cooperation and enter into negotiations with Israel. On November 9, Abdul Majid Haidar, Transjordan's minister in London, visited Sasson in Paris bearing a message from the king. Firstly, His Majesty hoped that the Israeli side appreciated the arrangements that had been made for free passage through the area held by the Arab Legion to Mount Scopus. Secondly, he assumed that with the advent of winter, the Burma Road, which had been hastily constructed during the first truce to carry supplies to Jerusalem, would become impassable, and that if the Israelis were therefore to request free passage along the main road in Latron, the request would be granted. Thirdly, he was worried by the situation in Jerusalem, where the Israeli troops were being aggressive, and he suggested that both sides issue orders to cease firing. Fourthly, he urged restraint on the Iraqi front, where Israeli aggression was liable to provoke attacks. Fifthly, he resented the slanderous attacks made on him by Kol Israel, the Israel Broadcasting Service, which undercut his efforts to bring public opinion around to conciliation, and he urged that Kol Israel should neither attack nor compliment him. Finally, the king did not object to Israel negotiating with Egypt but, on the contrary, thought this would pave the way to an understanding between Transjordan and Israel, provided his interests were safeguarded. He was definitely against Egyptian annexation of Gaza, which he claimed as his outlet to the sea. Sasson reassured Haidar on this point and then wrote to him to say that Moshe Sharad was most satisfied when he heard about their conversations. 16 The next day another royal emissary visited Sasson in Paris, Abdel Ghani al-Karmi, King Abdullah's private secretary, who had frequently carried messages in the past between his master and the Jewish agency. Those who had met him remembered him as an amiable and loquacious individual, perpetually short of money and prone to exaggerate his own importance and the value of the services he could render. His anti-British sentiments went down well enough with the Israelis, but his partiality to alcohol raised some doubts about his reliability as the conveyor of sensitive messages. Absent-minded though he was, Karmi rarely forgot his hip flask of whiskey, and his Israeli hosts generously provided water for his favorite tipple. Karmi told Sasson that Abdullah was under pressure, from the public as well as the government, to terminate the war and save what could still be saved from the Arab parts of Palestine. But the British would not allow him to begin immediate, official, and direct negotiations so long as the Israelis had not agreed to concede a part of the Negev to meet the strategic needs of the British Empire. The Iraqis, too, wanted to end the war so that they could withdraw part of their army before the onset of winter. It appeared that the Israeli army had struck terror into Arab hearts, and the Iraqis preferred to leave Palestine before it could get the chance to demonstrate its superiority over them too. Karmi had come to Paris in connection with some land deals, but the king had instructed him to begin negotiations for a final solution to the Palestine problem. He even brought a signed letter from the king to Abdul Majid Haidar, indicating Transjordan's maximum and minimum demands and empowering the two of them, Haidar and Karmi, to start negotiations immediately. Karmi was reluctant to give details of these demands until he had spoken to Haidar, except to say that the king was pressing for the return of the people of Lydda and Rami to their homes, but not all of them, only the good ones among them, that is to say, those who were loyal to him and accepted the creation of the State of Israel. Karmi related that the relations between Tawfiq Abul Huda, Fawzi el-Mulki and the king were rather strained. The Prime Minister and the Minister of Defense showed themselves to be cowardly and vulnerable to threats from the Husseinis. More than once they had tried to persuade Abdullah to recognize the Gaza government and to extend military and political support to Egypt. They even tried to influence him through the British. When they failed, they made efforts to organize demonstrations of solidarity with Egypt in Amman and other cities. In Karmi's estimate, these two ministers would not stay in power much longer. Like Haidar on the previous day, Karmi conveyed the king's request that Israel cease its attacks on him, attacks which he considered harmful to the common cause. Instead, Karmi recommended, propaganda about British intrigues regarding the Najaf should be stepped up, stressing the threat they carried for Arab independence in Iraq, Transjordan, and Egypt. He also suggested directing special broadcasts at the refugees to prove to them that the Arab states were delaying their salvation and bargaining at their expense. Such broadcasts, according to Karmi, could lead to an uprising of refugees and the downfall of the political bosses of the Arab world, Jamil Mardam, Mahmoud Nukrashi, Riyad al-Sulh, and others. 17 The two messages from Abdullah arrived just when the generals were lobbying Ben-Gurion for a massive attack to liquidate the Egyptian enclave in Fallujah. Ben-Gurion was in favor of such an attack, not least because it could release some of the IDF units now tied down in the south for a future operation in the Triangle. But Moshe Sharett strongly opposed the plan because it entailed a flagrant violation of the truce on top of Israel's refusal to return to the lines of October 14. Ben-Gurion therefore sent Yigael Yadin to Paris to coordinate Sharett's political action there with the military action plan net at home. Sharett was persuaded to give his consent to a military operation in the south, but he persevered in his opposition to any action on the Eastern Front. So the plan to capture the Triangle had to be shelved, at least for the time being. 18 Ben-Gurion now felt able to respond to the royal overture from Amman. He favored negotiations with Transjordan and agreed to an immediate ceasefire in Jerusalem. He was not interested in the offer of free passage through Latron because the Burma Road was adequate, but he was definitely interested in acquiring Latron against territorial compensation elsewhere. He favored a general straightening of the lines, with the Arabs shifting eastward on the Central Front in return for Israeli movement westward in the Hebron area. His first reaction was strongly against ceding Gaza to the Egyptians, preferring to give it to Abdullah after it was captured. But he had not made up his mind yet on the method of communication between Gaza and the rest of Abdullah's territory. 19 By this time, however, British influence was being brought to bear to dissuade King Abdullah from embarking too precipitately on separate peace negotiations with Israel. On November 12, the attention of the British cabinet was drawn to Israeli violations of the truce in Palestine, and it was agreed that steps should be taken to ensure that Britain could carry out her treaty obligations to Transjordan if the latter was attacked. On the other hand, there was great reluctance to consider the dispatch of British troops to support the Transjordanian forces operating in Palestine. It was recalled that when it was decided to withdraw from Palestine, the general understanding had been that British troops would not be called on again to operate there except as part of a United Nations force engaged in carrying out an international settlement, and it was felt that there should be no departure from that policy. In the course of the discussion, the suggestion was made that the best means of securing a settlement might be to encourage direct negotiations between Israel and Transjordan. The general view of the ministers, however, was that this would be a blow to the prestige of the United Nations. Moreover, it was argued that the great discrepancy in the military strength of the two sides would preclude the possibility of equitable negotiations. In the circumstances, it was thought that the right course was to give full support to the efforts of the Security Council to achieve a settlement. 20 Prime Minister Attlee summoned the American ambassador, Louis Douglas, to Chequers to inform him of the cabinet's conclusions, to underline the dangers of further Israeli advances, and to state that Britain was determined to uphold her treaty obligations to Transjordan because otherwise the whole British and perhaps Western position in the Middle East might be lost. 21 Sir Orm Sargent, the permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office, specifically invoked the lessons of Munich when discussing with Douglas the prospects of Israeli-Arab negotiations. Sir Orm's personal view was that to enjoin negotiations would be tantamount to holding the ring and telling the contestants, between whom military equilibrium had been destroyed by the preponderance of Israeli arms, to thrash out their problems in their own way. He expressed the belief that such an action would amount to a cowardly avoidance of responsibility. He feared that another Munich would be in the making if the powers were to ask the United Kingdom to tell Abdullah that if he should refuse to settle with Israel, the Anglo-Transjordanian Treaty would no longer be operative. To sell Abdullah down the river for the sake of a spurious peace, easy consciences, and the greater good would in Sir Orm's view, be a reenaction of the Czech tragedy. 22 The Americans rejected this historical analogy, casting Israel in the unlikely role of Hitlerite Germany and Transjordan in that of Czechoslovakia. They had no intention of putting pressure on Transjordan or turning her into the victim of a Near Eastern Munich, but they saw no reason why they and the United Kingdom should not consult with the parties to try and bring about a meeting of minds. In essence, the Israelis wanted direct negotiations and no Bernadotte plan, while the British wanted the Bernadotte plan and no negotiations between the parties. The US policy was to try to bridge the gap between these two extreme 0-3 positions. From entering into negotiations and indirectly sided with Abul Huda against King Abdullah on this question. Abul Huda was disturbed to learn that Abdal Ghani al-Karmai had discussed the possible terms of a settlement with Sasson. Considering that the talks with the Israeli representative in Paris had gone too far, Abul Huda sent a telegram to Hyder instructing him to restrain Karmai, and he also asked the king to recall his personal emissary. 24 Abdullah himself was upset by a defiant speech that Moshe Sharett made on November 15 before a committee of the United Nations. In this speech Sharett stated that the Provisional Government of Israel refused to relinquish the Negev, would never accept loss of its share in the Dead Sea, was uncompromisingly opposed to being debarred from the Gulf of Aqaba, demanded the permanent inclusion in Israel of New Jerusalem, and claimed all of the Galilee. So while the general tendency in Amman was to backpedal, Kirkbride was sure that the king, who was a great believer in reinsurance, would maintain contact with the Jews either against the wish of his prime minister or without his knowledge. He also felt certain that Hyder's visit to the Foreign Office had been made on Abdullah's instructions and not on those of the prime minister. In view of the prime minister's attitude, Kirkbride's advice was not to encourage further talks with the Jews for the time being, not even for the purpose of discovering what the Jews had in mind. 25 Accordingly, when Hyder called at the Foreign Office again, he was informed that Britain was about to circulate a resolution for the adoption of the Bernadotte Plan in the United Nations Political Committee. He was asked to wait a little to see the results of this initiative and told that further discussions by him with the Jews at that stage could only cause confusion and misunderstanding. 26 In the light of the British maneuvers to delay negotiations, it seemed all the more important to the Israelis to preserve the direct channel of communication with Amman. Elias Sasson wrote to Tawfiq Abul Huda on November 10 expressing Israeli readiness to cooperate in preventing hostilities in Jerusalem and asking that the local commander of the Arab Legion should establish direct contact with the Israeli commander. Sasson also asked that steps should be taken to control the Arab irregulars who were causing all the trouble. The necessary orders were sent to the Arab Legion in Jerusalem and every precaution was taken not to give the Israelis an excuse to attack. 27a. Week later Sasson sent Abul Huda a telegram dealing with the protection of the Rutenburg works by the Arab Legion during the approaching flood period of the Yarmouk River. Abul Huda replied that the Transjordanian government was continuing to ensure the passage of Israeli convoys to Mount Scopus and at Bab el-Wad but could not offer much assistance in relation to the Palestine Electric Corporation because Naharaim was the responsibility of the Iraqi army. 28 Sasson's next message referred to rumors that the Arab Legion was planning an offensive in Jerusalem and expressed the hope that these rumors were not true. The Prime Minister replied that unless attacked, the Arab Legion would not take the initiative in breaking the truce. 29 Towards the end of November, the Jews formed the impression, as Nahum Goldman, the moderate American Jewish leader, told Hector McNeill, that Abdullah wanted to negotiate but was prevented from doing so by the British. McNeill denied that Abdullah was under any pressure from Britain not to enter into negotiations. Neither Egypt nor Transjordan, opined McNeill, could open negotiations in the face of opposition from the other Arab states. At this point Goldman inadvertently gave the game away by saying that he knew that the Egyptians and Abdullah would fall out in any joint negotiations because each of them had separately tried to bind the Israeli government to agreeing that they should have Gaza. It was therefore clear that the Israelis had been discussing this major point of substance with both the Egyptians and Abdullah. Goldman declined to say what the Jews expected to get in the Negev and merely referred to Ben-Gurion's recent declaration that we could win much with our arms but we are prepared to take less if we can have peace. 30 Ben-Gurion said this in an interview with Kenneth Bilby, who had prominently reported in the New York Herald Tribune Abdullah's determination to end the war and to begin peace talks. When Bilby had finished giving a first-hand account of his meeting with the ruler of Transjordan, Ben-Gurion said slowly, "I believe in Abdullah's sincerity. I think he really wants peace. Now if he will just translate his words into action. We are willing to meet him halfway. For the sake of peace we'll take less, even though we might get more. Abdullah has always gotten on well with some of our people. Shertok was friendly with him. I remember once they even played Hatikva, the Jewish national anthem, in a theater in Amman when a group of us were visiting there. We've always been willing to talk with Abdullah and we are now. 31. A sincere and absolute ceasefire in Jerusalem. Jerusalem, the most explosive flashpoint along the entire Israeli-Transjordanian front, provided the starting point for talks between the two sides. Ben-Gurion was ready to offer a real ceasefire in Jerusalem as the bait to draw Abdullah into comprehensive peace negotiations. This represented a reversal of Ben-Gurion's earlier strategy of bringing the whole of Jerusalem under Israeli sovereignty. From September onwards there was no doubt that the IDF's superiority over all the Arab armies placed this goal within Israel's reach, and all Ben-Gurion's military plans had this as their ultimate goal. But by the end of November Ben-Gurion had quietly set aside this goal in favor of the much more limited objective of dividing up Jerusalem with the Arab opponent who had the best credentials for becoming a partner in peace. Signs of a more conciliatory attitude on the part of the Israeli authorities had the effect of allaying, without eliminating entirely, Abdullah's fear of an all-out offensive in Jerusalem. When Glub Pasha asked him his opinion on the Jewish advances for a real ceasefire in Jerusalem, the king, with a twinkle in his eye, invoked a Turkish proverb, "If you meet a bear when crossing a rotten bridge, call her dear auntie." 32 There was a certain similarity in the way that Abdullah and Ben-Gurion approached the talks on the future of Jerusalem. Neither could admit to his own followers or partners that the real purpose of the talks was to reach a compromise with the enemy. Both presented the talks as relating merely to truce matters while personally directing them from behind the scenes on account of their broader political implications. Both worked through young and assertive army officers whose direct manner masked considerable political deviousness. The king was represented by Abdullah al-Tal, whom he had promoted from major to lieutenant colonel for the part he played in the battle for Jerusalem and later appointed him as governor of the city. Since Tal had established a reputation for himself as a radical Arab nationalist and an outspoken critic of British control over the Arab Legion, he was an unlikely choice for such a sensitive political mission. Yet the king must have reckoned that he could control the young officer and use him to reduce to a minimum British influence over the talks. Tal's opposite number in the talks was Lieutenant Col. Moshe Dayan, who had impressed Ben-Gurion during the war as a tough and aggressive combat officer. By his own account, Dayan ascribed little importance to the idea of negotiations with the Arabs on assuming the command of the Jerusalem. He planned for and expected military decisions. He viewed the problems through fortified posts and trenches and their solution through fire and assault. But when the ceasefire had put an end to the fighting, the struggle passed from the battlefield to the negotiating table and he became deeply involved in political work that brought him into direct contact with the Prime Minister. 33 Although Dayan was no more successful as a military planner and organizer than his predecessor, he was a more astute and skillful politician. And it was Dayan's skills as a politician and negotiator that the Prime Minister exploited to the full in furthering his new aims of reconciliation and partnership with Transjordan. The lines held in Jerusalem on the eve of the talks were extremely awkward for both sides, with enclaves, bulges, and criss-crossing lines of communication. The fighting had cut the city into two, but the line of demarcation was unnatural and troublesome. Israel held the western part of the city, with an enclave in Mount Scopus. Israel also controlled part of the Jerusalem-Bethlehem road, forcing the Transjordanians to use a longer, secondary route. Transjordan held the eastern half, the Old City, including the Wailing Wall, the Temple Compound, and the Jewish Quarter and the Latron Salient, midway between Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. The first meeting between the two military governors of Jerusalem was held in Government House, the former residence of the British High Commissioner, on November 29, in the presence of United Nations observers and the three-man Consular Truce Commission. Tal found his opposite number unexpectedly friendly and forthcoming, and tentative agreement was reached on a ceasefire extending from Beit Jala and Bethlehem in the south to Ramallah in the north and Latron in the west. On the following day, a formal agreement was signed for an absolute and sincere ceasefire covering the entire Jerusalem area and reaffirming the earlier agreement for the supply of the Israeli enclave in Mount Scopus, see Map 10. On Dayan's initiative, a direct telephone line was established between the two commanders, ostensibly for dealing with local incidents and smoothing misunderstandings but basically for eliminating third-party intervention. Since both sides aspired to direct control in Jerusalem, the bypassing of the UN observers, whose main task was to supervise the ceasefire, helped to clear the decks for the eventual partition of the Holy City between Israel and Transjordan. A number of subjects were raised in the course of the meeting. Tal offered free passage along the Latron-Jerusalem road, without UN supervision or passes, if the Israelis in return would allow free movement along the Latron-Ramallah road. Secondly, in exchange for restoring the supply of electricity to the Old City, he was willing to grant the Jews free access to the holy places. Thirdly, he proposed that the Jews would be permitted to return to their homes in the Jewish quarter of the Old City if the Arabs could return to their homes in Kataman in the south of the city. Dayan raised the question of the convoys to Mount Scopus and the railway line to Jerusalem. Regarding Latron, he expressed an interest not in the right of passage but complete evacuation of the Arab Legion. Tal replied that he must consult the king on this matter and a time was fixed for the next 34 meeting. William Burdett, the American consul general in Jerusalem, felt that the atmosphere during the meeting was indicative of a definite desire on the part of both parties to terminate the fighting in Jerusalem. Both commanders advanced practical suggestions for achieving this objective. Dayan's statement about broadening the accord was particularly significant since he was acting on instructions from his government. In contrast to previous meetings, the ceasefire was approached as a first step to lasting peace rather than in an effort to obtain tactical advantage prior to the resumption of fighting. 345.3 After the ceasefire agreement had been signed, Ben-Gurion suggested that at the next meeting Dayan should take Tal aside to discuss the railway line and Sheikh Jarrah, through which lay the road to Mount Scopus and Latron. If arrangements could be worked out, wrote Ben-Gurion in his diary, CTHE Jerusalem question will be solved. 36 This was indeed indicative of a fundamental change of attitude, but it remained to be seen whether arrangements could be worked out peacefully. In a report to his colleagues on MAPE's Central Committee, Ben-Gurion defined the minimum requirements for rendering secure the economy and communications of Jerusalem, Israel's possession of the area between the Old Road and the New Road, and of the entire railway line, the removal of the Arab Legion garrison from Latron, free access to the university on Mount Scopus, and a solution to the problem of the Old City. Some of these problems, said Ben-Gurion, might be solved amicably, but there was no certainty that all of them could be solved without resort to war. Israel was capable of carrying out a military operation to expel the Arabs from Latron, to capture the last railway station in Batair, and to capture the northern part of the city, all the way up to the university. But the debate on the Israeli truce violations in the Security Council had begun, and Ben-Gurion feared UN sanctions and hostile actions on the part of Britain in the guise of enforcing UN resolutions. 37 Elias Sasson, who had originated the idea of direct negotiations between the military commanders in Jerusalem, regarded the ceasefire agreement as a good omen. In a telegram to Transjordan's Prime Minister he wrote, "We welcome the agreement signed recently by our respective commanders in Jerusalem. I hope that just as we overcame the difficulties involved in reaching this agreement, we will likewise resort to logic and reason in order to find a way to reach a general and enduring peace." 38 Abul Huda, however, preferred to proceed with caution and with due regard to the attitude of the other Arab states. The Jews were showing a real desire for an accord with Transjordan, but he did not think that the time had come to meet as governments to consider political matters. Having always felt safe as regards the king, the Jews were now evidently trying to involve the government. Abul Huda thought that Abdullah's contact with the Jews through personal emissaries might prove useful when the time came for direct negotiations. If they became known in the meantime, they could be repudiated by the government. The publicity surrounding the talks in Government House was not harmful because they dealt only with truce matters. But if the king chose to undertake negotiations, Abul Huda had no intention of standing in his way and was always ready to resign and make way for a government of negotiation. 39 Rather than change his government, Abdullah preferred to empower Tal to shift the talks from the strictly military to the political plane. At a meeting on December 5 held in the Armenian monastery in the Old City, Tal stated that he had been authorized by the king to offer a partial withdrawal of troops from Latran and their replacement by a mixed Arab-Jewish police force in exchange for permission to a small number of refugees to return to Lydda and Rami. Tal also asked that the ceasefire covering Jerusalem should be extended to the entire front between the Arab Legion and the Israeli army. Dayan replied that he had not been authorized to do this, but a gentleman's agreement was reached to extend the ceasefire for the 10 days until they were to meet again. In response to Dayan's earlier suggestion for reopening the Tel Aviv-Jerusalem railway line, Tal agreed but wanted in return permission to use the road from Bethlehem to Jerusalem up to the Jaffa Gate. These proposals fell short of what Ben-Gurion had defined as Israel's minimal requirements. He considered Latran not as a question of traffic arrangements but of the division of territory. Basically he was opposed to partial arrangements, and the reply he gave Dayan to transmit to the king via Tal was that they would not continue discussions merely on the basis of the truce. They were ready to negotiate the conditions for a real peace with a political representative, and only in such negotiations would they find solutions to the specific problems of supplying electricity to Jerusalem, opening the railway line, the road to Bethlehem and so on. 40 For Abdullah, peace negotiations with Israel posed not so much a question of principle but a problem of timing. He needed Israel's agreement, whether formal or tacit, for his plan to annex the Arab parts of Palestine. The Second Palestinian Congress, held in Jericho on December I, was an important landmark on the road to annexation. It was attended by some 3,000 delegates, including the mayors of Hebron, Bethlehem, and Ramallah, military governors of all the districts controlled by the Arab Legion in Palestine, notables from Transjordan, Syria, and Lebanon, and former supporters of the Mufti. The promoters of the Congress had been encouraged and assisted by the king and government of Transjordan. Their original idea was that this Second Palestinian Congress would pass resolutions pressing for an urgent settlement of the Palestine problem and so strengthen their hand if they undertook direct or indirect negotiations with the Israelis. In the event, the Congress did indeed proclaim the union of Palestine and Transjordan and acknowledged Abdullah as the king of the united country. But it went astray, through the influence of some radical delegates, in calling on the Arab states to complete the task of liberating Palestine. At Abdullah's insistence, a drafting committee reformulated the resolutions. The new resolutions expressed no confidence in the Arab Higher Committee or the Gaza government, called for the union of Transjordan and Palestine under the Hashemite crown, and gave Abdullah power of attorney to solve the Palestinian problem to the best of his ability and as swiftly as possible. These resolutions were ratified by the government of Transjordan on December 7 and by the parliament in Amman on December 13.41. The Jericho Congress constituted a turning point in the evolution of Abdullah's attitude towards negotiations with the Zionist state. Prior to the Congress, Abdullah had been deterred by the failure of the Arab world to accord legitimacy to political talks with Israel aiming at a final settlement. After the Congress there were increasing signs that Transjordan was ready for a separate deal with Israel, even at the price of creating a rift within the Arab League. The decline in Egypt's political standing following her military defeat no doubt made it easier for Abdullah to choose between the two unwelcome alternatives of isolation in the Arab world and the loss of territories he had occupied in Palestine. He chose the former as the lesser of the two evils in order to preserve most of his gains in Palestine. 42 Another reason for beginning peace talks as soon as possible was the unfolding of Operation Lot. At the end of November, Jewish forces which had been pushing eastwards and southwards from Beersheba set up a post between the Dead Sea and the Red Sea and sent patrols into Transjordan. The operation was designed to remove the siege on Stam, at the southern tip of the Dead Sea, where the works of the Palestine Potash Corporation were located, and to prevent the Arab Legion from penetrating across the northern part of Wadi Araba or into the Judean desert from Hebron. Britain drew the attention of the Security Council to these incursions and to her own obligation under the terms of the Anglo-Transjordanian Treaty. But since there was nothing that Britain could do immediately to preserve the territorial integrity of her ally, it was not surprising that Abdullah tried a diplomatic approach. At their meeting on December 5, Tal suggested to Dayan recognition of the mandatory Transjordan-Palestine frontier as the border between their two states up to Husub and a ceasefire arrangement down to Eilat or stabilization of the existing lines along the entire front. Dayan promised to look into this matter and orders were subsequently issued to all IDF units to observe the ceasefire not just in Jerusalem but along the entire front with the Arab Legion. 43. 360. Talks with Transjordan and the second offensive against Egypt. A new stage in the talks between Israel and Transjordan began with the return of Elias Sasson from Paris. Sasson, who had been first to suggest direct talks between the two military governors, saw more clearly than anyone else the potential for moving beyond the discussion of technical issues to full-scale peace negotiations. He had always been a great believer in direct contact with Arab leaders and in bypassing third parties in general and the United Nations in particular. He was also one of the leading proponents of the tacit alliance with Transjordan. Upon his return home, he gave Ben-Gurion a comprehensive report on the various talks and contacts he had in Paris and on the political situation in the Arab world. Sasson argued that their aim should be to terminate hostilities and hasten the departure of the Arab armies from Palestine. At a recent meeting in London, Sasson had asked Abdul Majid Haidar and Abdel Ghani al-Karmi whether Transjordan would evict the other Arab forces from Palestine herself or, in the event of agreement with the Jews, prefer the latter to undertake the task. He pressed in particular for the denial of Transjordanian territory to the Iraqis, adding that the Iraqi army could be defeated without difficulty by the Israeli forces and that the talks between Israeli and Transjordanian representatives should continue whatever happened elsewhere. To secure Abdullah's cooperation in expelling the other Arab forces from Palestine and reaching a final settlement, Sasson was in favor of giving him Gaza as a free port. 44 On December 10 Sasson wrote a letter to King Abdullah to announce that he had returned from Paris for a brief visit and was anxious to meet someone close to the king to discuss matters of mutual interest. The letter was handed by Dayan to Tal for delivery to the palace at China. Tal called Dayan on their direct telephone line the following day to say that he wanted to meet the author of the letter in order to give him Abdullah's reply. With Dayan's help, Sasson and Abdullah al-Tal met in no man's land and conversed in Arabic for nearly half an hour. After conveying Abdullah's warm regards, the young officer stated that His Majesty was ready to start peace talks but wanted to wait 10 days to see if he could persuade the other Arab rulers to join in the talks. If they refused, he would go ahead on his own. He wanted to be sure that the Israelis were serious about opening separate negotiations with him and he planned to raise the following subjects: Jaffa, Lydda, Rami, Bison, Jerusalem, and the Negev. Sasson replied that the king was free to raise any subject he wanted and that they were willing to wait 10 days, but that what they wanted to discuss was not a truce but an official armistice. Sasson also wanted to know whether Abdullah would maintain his neutrality in the event of a clash between Israel and one of the other Arab countries, Iraq for example. Tal stated that as far as he knew the Iraqi army was also interested in a ceasefire, and that the king had told him that the Iraqis knew and approved of his contacts with the Israelis. Tal was given advance notice that Dayan had been instructed to say at the meeting with the UN observers that Israel saw no point in continuing these talks without the official agreement of Transjordan to begin armistice and peace talks. Tal suggested cancelling the meeting scheduled for the following day with the UN observers, but Dayan preferred to have the meeting and say his piece. Tal said that the king was aware of Sassan's talks with other Arab parties and that he requested that these talks should not be taken too far so as not to complicate matters unduly. The meeting ended with Tal's promise to return with Abdullah's answer to the idea of starting either armistice or peace talks. 45 Colonel Tal made a full report to the king and on December 13 called Sassan to convey the following message. First, the king agreed to a general armistice and to peace talks, but, secondly, he needed a week in order to consult the regent of Iraq and in order to find out whether Abul Huda would undertake the task himself or make way for a braver man. Thirdly, he urged that Sassan should remain in the country for a week to await his final reply, which promised to be satisfactory, and, finally, he was curious to have Sassan's views on the steps that were being taken by Transjordan to implement the resolutions of the Jericho Congress. Sassan dictated his reply and a number of additional points which Tal took down in writing to present to the king. 1. If the king was determined to implement the Jericho resolutions, the Israelis had no objection and Sassan thought this ought to be done swiftly in order to present both friends and opponents with a fait accompli. 2. When the king proceeded with implementing the Jericho residential resolutions, he should make no mention of the Jewish side either for good or for ill. He could simply state that he was taking steps to save what could be saved and to restore peace and happiness to the people of Palestine. 3. In carrying out the Jericho resolutions, it would be undesirable for the king to stake a final position regarding the fate of Jerusalem, old or new. The United Nations had passed a resolution a few days previously regarding the internationalization of Jerusalem, but Sassan considered that such a fate would not be in the interest of either Jews or Arabs. It was preferable, G thought, to work together for a solution that would satisfy both sides. Here Tal interjected to say, "Will you agree to the partition of Jerusalem between you and us? Wouldn't that be the ideal solution?" Sassan replied that the subject should be reserved for negotiation and that in the meantime the king should not say anything so as to avoid further complications. 4. Sassan advised the king to consent to a general armistice before proceeding to implement the Jericho resolutions. Such a move would enable him to withdraw his troops from Palestine and employ them on other fronts, the Egyptian or Syrian, for instance. If the current circumstances in the Arab world did not permit him to proclaim an official armistice, a secret armistice agreement could be signed. Here Tal interrupted again to ask whether Sassan really thought that Syria or Egypt were about to attack Transjordan. Anything was possible, replied Sassan, and Transjordan had to be prepared for every eventuality. 5. Sassan advised the king to act expeditiously in securing the withdrawal of the Iraqi forces from Palestine, and especially from the Triangle, and their replacement with Transjordanian forces. If he did so, the Israelis could assure him that they would respect the current lines in the Triangle until the end of the peace negotiations. But if the Iraqi forces remained in their present positions, it was not impossible that the Israelis would clash with them and try to evict them by force. At this point Tal interjected for the third time to reiterate the king's request to refrain from a clash with the Iraqis and leave it to him to talk to the regent. "What will be Transjordan's attitude in the event of renewed hostilities between us and the Egyptians in the south?" inquired Sassan. "Hit the Egyptians as much as you can. Our attitude would be absolutely neutral," was Tal's prompt and devastatingly frank response. 6. Sassan advised the king to make efforts to obtain the withdrawal of Egyptian forces from the south of Jerusalem and Hebron so as to save himself from the difficulties and political trouble that their presence was liable to cause. 7. Sassan advised the king to avoid, as far as possible, foreign mediation for the settlement of matters between themselves and to opt, as they did, for direct negotiations. 8. If the king acceded to the last 7 points, Sassan could promise him the services of the Zionist propaganda machine, locally and internationally, in mobilizing the support of the enlightened world for the implementation of the Jericho resolutions and in weakening the resistance of his opponents. At the end of the conversation, Tal asked Sassan once again not to stray too far in his talks with the other Arab states. Sasson himself reported to his superiors that in advising Abdullah to make haste in carrying out the resolutions of the Jericho Congress, he intended to encourage the king to face up to any rift or conflict that might develop inside the Arab League and to create the impression that he could rely on Israel's friendship. 46. Abdullah was indeed heartened by this message and wrote his comments and observations on the message for transmission to Sasson. 1. This is a good suggestion. 2. This is our long-standing plan. 3. Old Jerusalem for the Arabs and New Jerusalem for the Jews. The question be postponed for negotiations. 4. I approve this secretly on condition that it applies to the Iraqi front. 5. For discussion with the regent of Iraq. 6. It is possible after we have settled the problems between us and Egypt and the Arab League. 7. For secret discussion with the Pasha, Dr. Shokat As-Sathi, and he will inform you of my opinion. 8. Yes. 47. Sasson was now convinced that negotiations with Abdullah were the most promising avenue for bringing about a termination of hostilities. Inside the army, however, there was reluctance to make concessions to Abdullah and considerable pressure for further military operations to gain more land before the war came to an end. General Yadin and Colonel Dayan felt that Sasson had gone too far during his talks with Abdullah al-Tal in signaling Israel's tacit agreement to the annexation of the Arab parts of Palestine by Transjordan. 48. Ben-Gurion was not ready to come down decisively on one side or the other. At a meeting of senior officials at the Prime Minister's office in Tel Aviv on December 18, Sasson spoke in favor of opening peace negotiations with Abdullah. Ben-Gurion stressed that while two further military operations, in the Negev and in the Triangle, were under consideration, the primary aim now was peace, and he warned against being flushed with victory. He added, "Immigration demands that there be an end to war. Our future need is peace and friendship with the Arabs. Therefore I am in favor of talks with Abdullah, although I doubt whether the British will let him make peace with us. But we should make it clear at the beginning of the talks that apart from the truce there is NQ agreement between us, and the talks would have to be conducted without any prior commitments. To the annexation of parts of Palestine to Transjordan we cannot agree easily for the following reasons. 1. Israel's security. An Arab state in western Palestine would be less dangerous than a state linked to Transjordan, and maybe tomorrow to Iraq. 2. Why should we annoy the Russians unnecessarily? 3. Why should we do it in contrast to all the Arab states? This does not mean that we would not agree under any circumstances, but only as one element in a comprehensive settlement. There is the Jerusalem question, Latron, Sheikh Jarrah, and the Old City. We cannot agree to the return of the Arabs to Kataman. On his side Abdullah would raise the questions of Lydda, Rami, Jaffa. The great problem would be the Triangle. It would be difficult to acquiesce in the narrowness of our strip of territory in Samaria, and I do not believe that this can be changed by peaceful means. 49. Ben-Gurion spoke in a similar vein at a cabinet meeting on December 17 devoted to discussing the campaign in Negev, the possibility of military action in the Triangle, the political status of Jerusalem, and the relations with Abdullah. In his opening statement, he emphasized that, apart from the two operations that lay ahead, they should devote all their efforts to making peace, or at least ending the war. For many years to come security would remain the central question, and this could not be guaranteed by military power alone. Security entailed mass immigration and settlement on the land in addition to acquiring sophisticated weapons. The only solution, perhaps, is Abdullah. In the debate ministers expressed very diverse views. Some ministers were opposed to military action altogether, while others questioned the logic of directing it against the Egyptians rather than Abdullah. Ben-Gurion summed up the discussion with the following policy guidelines: for the time being we do not change the status of Jerusalem, we carry out the operation in the Negev, we enter into talks with Abdullah. If the talks reach a turning point, the matter would be brought before the cabinet, and the cabinet will decide on changes. 50. The decision to renew the offensive against the Egyptians while opening peace talks with Abdullah fitted in with Ben-Gurion's tactical preference for fighting only one opponent at a time. Yet opening peace talks with Abdullah did not rule out the resort to force. On the contrary, as Sasson reported to Sherrod, it seemed that Ben-Gurion had some military plan he wanted to carry out before the start of serious official talks with the king. That is why he refused to agree even for merely tactical reasons to Abdullah's scheme for annexing Arab Palestine. 51 And that is why he instructed Dayan to insist on peace negotiations in his talks with Tal and to settle for nothing less. Dayan told Tal that unless Transjordan was prepared to talk business there was no point in continuing the contacts, and the Israeli government would in fact be compelled to break them off. He said Israel was anxious to negotiate but, if the Arabs refused, would consider herself free to take any action she wished and was in the fortunate position of being willing and able to engage in both war or peace talks. Tal said that he would have to refer back to his superiors, then Dayan telephoned him 3 times pressing for an answer most insistently. 52. The ball was now firmly back in Transjordan's court. Abdullah's game of playing for time, of protecting his position in the Arab world by not embarking formally on peace negotiations with the enemy, had been rudely interrupted by what amounted to an ultimatum from the Israeli side. And the inevitable consequence of meeting Israel's demands was to exacerbate the antagonism between Abdullah and his Arab partners. Egypt's reaction to the Jericho Congress destroyed any chance there might have been of a common front with Transjordan in the matter of negotiating a settlement. Egypt, followed by Syria, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen, bitterly denounced Transjordan for pursuing an independent policy in Palestine. The Arab League seemed to be falling apart, its individual members placing their individual interests over those of the Arab world as a whole and hastening to save what they could from the debris. Lebanon as well as Egypt and Transjordan offered to conclude a non-aggression pact with the Israelis. Furthermore, each of the 3 made it perfectly clear that she was willing and anxious to sign such an agreement even though Israel might continue to attack other Arab forces. Their only interest was to get out of a situation which had taken a disastrous turn for the Arabs and which could only lead to further military defeats and, quite possibly, internal disturbances at home. In Amman the ostrich-like policy of the Arab states caused general resentment and widened the circle of politicians who were ready to countenance an independent line. Abul Huda certainly changed his tune. Previously he had maintained that he could not have anything to do with negotiations as his policy was based on unity with the Arab states. Now he decided to remain in office and even informed the UN representative in Amman that he was willing to consider an armistice plan and suggested that the Israelis should submit an armistice plan in writing for consideration by the Transjordanian government. 53 The tendency to take an independent line gave rise to some difference between King Abdullah and his British advisers since London still hoped to maintain some kind of pressure on the new Jewish state. Ironically, Abdullah was suspected of being ready to come to terms with the Jews even on the basis of giving up any claim to the southern Negev, an area which London had sought strenuously to have assigned to Transjordan. As for the Arab parts of Palestine, Foreign Office advice to Abdullah was not to announce their annexation but wait for a more propitious time to carry out the merger. Meanwhile, the British thought that Abdullah should play for time and keep open the discussions that had begun with the Jewish representations, that he should ascertain their intentions and prepare the ground for the final settlement that would give him at least the greater part of Arab Palestine but without making any binding commitments or risking total isolation from the Arab world. Another reason given by the British to Abdullah for stalling related to the Israeli elections that were scheduled for January 1949. MAPE leaders were claiming privately that a settlement should be made before the elections because this would help the moderates to win. To the British, however, it seemed that no final settlement involving Israeli concessions could be made before the elections because any party making such concessions would be vulnerable to extremist attacks and criticism. This was a reference to the ultranationalist Herut party led by Menachem Begin that was agitating for the liberation of the entire land of Israel all the way to the Jordan River. Consequently, it was felt that Abdullah's object should be to keep the Jews in play until after the elections and the arrival of the Palestine Conciliation Commission appointed by the United Nations. 54 When the Truce Commission called on Col. Dayan to suggest secret armistice negotiations as a means to breaking the deadlock between Transjordan and Israel, he replied that his government had been ready to negotiate armistice and peace either publicly or secretly, but that after a promising start Tal had received new orders and held up the progress of the talks. Dayan believed that King Abdullah, after sponsoring the Jericho Congress and reaching the point of direct talks with the Provisional Government of Israel, had stopped short because of adverse Arab reactions. Recalling that Abdullah was known to be a wily fox, Dayan attributed to him the order to stall and also accused the British of discouraging him from proceeding with the talks. He stressed that his government would brook no delaying tactics and implied that it would resume hostilities if the stalemate continued. There was no doubt at all that the Israelis could quickly terminate the war by pushing to the Jordan River, thereby ending the drain that prolonged mobilization placed on their economy. 55 When Israel did resume hostilities on December 22, it was not against Transjordan but against Egypt. The objective of Operation Horeb was to complete the destruction of the Egyptian forces, to drive them out of Palestine, and compel the Egyptian government to negotiate an armistice. Conflicts between the Arab states and poor coordination between their armies in Palestine gave Israel the strategic freedom to choose the timing and place of this second offensive. Egypt appealed to her Arab allies for help, but her appeals fell on deaf ears. Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, and the Yemen all promised assistance but failed to honor their promises. The Iraqis shelled a few Israeli villages near their front line as a token of solidarity with their embattled ally. King Abdullah did not even bother to reply. Without exception, the Arab states were either afraid to intervene or did not wish to intervene. The Israeli troops surged forward, expelled the Egyptians from the southeastern flank of the Negev, brought strong pressure to bear on the Gaza Strip, but failed to liquidate the Egyptian enclave in Fallujah. In the course of the fighting, a column commanded by Gen. Yugal Alon penetrated into Sinai, attacked Abu Ajla, and reached the outskirts of El Arish. 36 At this point Britain intervened by presenting an ultimatum to Israel, under the terms of the 1936 Anglo-Egyptian Treaty, to withdraw her troops from Egypt's territory. The ultimatum was communicated by the Americans together with a severe warning from President Truman. Under this combined Anglo-American pressure, Ben-Gurion caved in and issued the order recalling the Israeli force from El Arish. On January 4, 1949, Egypt announced her readiness to begin armistice negotiations, and on January 7 the undecreed ceasefire went into force, marking the formal end of the First Arab-Israeli War. A few hours before the ceasefire took effect, an incident occurred which brought Israel to the verge of that nightmare of Israeli strategists, a war with Britain. When RAF planes flew a reconnaissance mission from the Suez Canal zone to check whether the Israeli troops had really pulled back across the international border, 5 of them were shot down by Israeli planes. The British government demanded an explanation and compensation and sent reinforcements to Aqaba in response to a call for protection from King Abdullah, who invoked the Anglo-Transjordanian Treaty. But this time President Truman came out strongly against Italy and Bevan, as did the British media and Parliament, for taking perilous and needless risks in the Middle East. 567-5 Operation Horeb ended without fully attaining its aim. The Egyptian enemy remained in the Gaza Strip and in the enclave at Fallujah. Pressure from the United Nations and the great powers forced Israel to call off the operation and thereby also reduced her bargaining power in the forthcoming armistice negotiations. But the operation was successful in compelling Egypt, the strongest Arab state with the best claim to lead the others, to open negotiations with the State of Israel and thus to bring the war to an end. Another consequence of the second Israeli offensive against Egypt, and of Transjordan's strict neutrality from the beginning to the end of that offensive, was to exacerbate inter-Arab suspicions and recriminations and all but destroy the possibility of a coordinated diplomatic effort to end the war. Abdullah's readiness to come to terms with Israel and his refusal to break the truce by sending the Arab Legion to help the Egyptian army in the Negev raised not just wrath but the possibility of reprisals from that quarter. Relations between the two Arab monarchs reached their lowest ebb on December 24 when an unidentified aircraft dropped 6 large bombs near Abdullah's winter residence at China. No damage or casualties were caused, but 2 bomb fragments were found which bore the message from King Farouk to Chertok in Arabic characters. Abdullah was infuriated by this attack and by the insinuation that the Israeli foreign minister was a frequent visitor to Shana. But there was some evidence to suggest that the air raid had been carried out by an Israeli plane with bombs captured from the Egyptians, probably with the objective of deepening discord among the Arabs and ensuring that King Abdullah would remain neutral to the end in the war against Egypt. Dayan had called Tal on the morning of the raid to say that Israel had reliable intelligence that the Egyptians were planning to attack from the air the Arab Legion and other Arab armies and pretend that these attacks were carried out by the Israelis so as to drag the other Arabs into the fighting. In retrospect, this accurate forecast may have pointed to Israeli authorship of the insulting message delivered by so unconventional a method to Shana. 58 Relations between Iraq and Transjordan were also strained as a result of the latter's refusal to go to the aid of Egypt and readiness to come to terms with the Israelis. The ceasefire agreement covering Jerusalem, and its extension to cover the entire Arab Legion IDF front, left the Iraqi front dangerously exposed. Iraq's prime minister therefore sought an assurance that the Iraqi forces in Palestine could count on the intervention of the Arab Legion in the event of an Israeli attack. King Abdullah replied on December 15 that the Iraqi army was the apple of his eye and that he would not excuse himself or anybody else who tried to harm it. Abul Huda also replied in the name of the government to say that they would help as far as they could. But it was made clear that no help would be forthcoming if the Iraqis themselves were to recommence hostilities. 59 Renewed fighting on the Central Front was not a purely theoretical possibility. There was considerable tension along the northern sector of this front with occasional outbursts of fire from the Iraqi positions. To Gen. Shlomo Shamir, who came to report on these incidents, Ben-Gurion said that they must exercise restraint, that they must not allow themselves to be drawn into fighting in the triangle against their own decision, but that after the operation in the south was completed they would reconsider the possibility of attacking in the triangle. This, said Ben-Gurion gravely, would be the final and the most dangerous stage of the war, for it would carry the risk of British intervention. 60 Precisely how far Britain ought to go in supporting Abdullah was the subject of a lively debate among British Arabists. Sir Alec Kirkbride maintained that the other Arab rulers were no better than Abdullah, that time was running out, and that Britain should nail her flag to Abdullah's mast and disregard the protest of his Arab opponents. Britain's representatives in Egypt, on the other hand, argued that if Britain identified herself too closely with Abdullah's policy and ambitions, the result would be to disrupt Arab unity, play into the hands of the extremists, and weaken the Arab bargaining position vis-a-vis Israel. By supporting Transjordan in a separate peace with Israel, Sir Ronald Campbell conceded, Britain might gain a/WR/ZA/Judeo-Arab peace, but he feared that the end result would be to prevent a general Judeo-Arab settlement. Would it not be better, he asked, to discourage unilateral action by Transjordan and work for joint, peaceful action between Transjordan and Egypt? Kirkbride retorted that the policy of all the Arab governments other than Transjordan was to prevent or delay any official settlement of the Palestine problem in the hope that future events might provide them with an opportunity of turning the tables on the Jews. Transjordan, on the other hand, could not afford to let the matter drift, whatever the reactions of the other Arab states might be. When the other Arab states talked of Transjordan cooperating with them, they meant that Transjordan should do nothing, and Kirkbride thought it would be absurd to urge the Transjordanian authorities to follow such a policy. The policy formulated in London on the basis of these conflicting views from British legations in the Middle East was to strengthen Abdullah's hand by moving additional equipment and supplies to Amman and placing a unit of land forces on alert in Aqaba. These measures, it was hoped, would enable him to spin out things, resist Jewish pressure, and negotiate an armistice rather than a final settlement. 61. Shiloah, Dayan, and Al-Tal. Ben-Gurion, having decided that peace was now the basic objective, remained uncertain as to the best means of attaining it. He believed that of all the Arab rulers Abdullah was the only one who would dare to defy internal opposition and Arab public opinion and come out in favor of peace with Israel, but he was also convinced that even if Abdullah could be squared, Britain would not allow him to conclude a separate peace agreement with Israel. 62 Ben-Gurion was also skeptical about the possibility of gaining possession of the routes to Jerusalem and broadening Israel's narrow waistline by peaceful means. After all, he wrote in his diary, the most natural border is the Jordan. 5 If the West Bank had to stay in Arab hands, Ben-Gurion was not sure whether its annexation to Transjordan would be the best solution, because that would bolster Britain's position in the Middle East and antagonize the Soviets, who regarded Transjordan as a client state of the British Empire. For a mere armistice agreement, at any rate, Ben-Gurion was not prepared to give up the option of extending Israel's border to the Jordan by military action. Only real peace was worth the sacrifice. Significantly, when Ben-Gurion decided to put Abdullah to the test and compel him to choose either peace or war, it was not the gentle and accommodating Sasson who was sent to deliver the ultimatum, but two hardliners, Moshe Dayan and Reuven Shaloah. Reuven Shaloah was destined to play a vital part in developing the relationship between the Zionist movement and King Abdullah. Born in Jerusalem in 1909, Shaloah had specialized in Oriental studies in Baghdad and later served as a liaison officer between the Jewish Agency and the British administration in Palestine. During the Second World War he had liaised with the Allied forces in the Middle East and helped Moshe Sharett to organize the recruitment of Jewish volunteers for the British Army, to send agents into Nazi-occupied Europe and to prepare plans for guerrilla warfare in the event of a Nazi invasion of Palestine. With the establishment of the State of Israel, Shaloah was appointed as political advisor to the foreign minister. Shaloah disliked the Anglo-Saxon clique at the foreign ministry, both because he felt that they placed form and ceremony above substance and because they had little knowledge of the Middle East. The foreign ministry was rather small and tightly knit in those days, whereas Shaloah was a loner and an independent political operator. Much of his work was shrouded in mystery, and even to Sharett he did not always report all his clandestine activities. Shaloah's colleagues regarded him as a strange character because he used to take large quantities of stimulants in order to keep himself alert and dynamic, and sleeping tablets in order to sleep, and ended up ruining his health. But most of them also recognized that he had a brilliant and fertile political mind and tactical virtuosity in the conduct of negotiations. Although Shaloah remained very close to Sharett at the personal level, in his outlook on the Arab world he was closer to Ben-Gurion and the senior members of the defense establishment. With his background in intelligence, Shaloah was one of the few Zionist officials who combined a profound grasp of the country's security problems with a natural talent for diplomacy. And it was this ability to see problems simultaneously from the diplomatic and military angle that carried Shaloah into the inner circle of policy making and made him an indispensable coordinator between the diplomatic and the security agencies of the new state. 63 Shaloah was accompanied by Moshe Dayan, a close personal friend, to his first meeting with Abdullah al-Tal and Dr. Shokat as-Sathi. The meeting took place in no man's land in Jerusalem on December 25. Dr. Sathi noted with disappointment the absence of Elias Sasson, to whom his monarch had sent warm personal greetings. Abdullah, declared Dr. Sathi, wanted peace with all his heart and ardently hoped that the ceasefire in Jerusalem would last. Shaloah replied that his government, too, wanted peace, but that it did not believe that a mere truce could lead to peace. Dr. Sathi said that he was ready to start negotiations for an armistice, but that in view of the king's delicate position in the Arab world it would be desirable to keep these negotiations secret. Shaloah rejected the offer, saying that the Israelis were now interested only in negotiating peace, and if it was not to be peace, it would be war. If the Israelis showed willingness to discuss the return of Jaffa, Lydda, and Rami to the Arabs, observed Dr. Sathi, Abdullah's position would become stronger and it would become easier for him to make peace. Shaloah said he would report the king's request to his government, but that since all the problems were interrelated it was a mistake on the king's part to single out this question. What they should do is to have proper meetings in a conference room, with maps, to discuss all the questions. Before parting, Shaloah asked whether the British were aware of the discussions in Jerusalem, and both Shokat and Tal promised an early reply. 64 After seeing King Abdullah, Tal called Dayan to say that the king had entrusted him and Dr. Sathi with preparing a peace plan and representing him at the talks. When their proposal was completed, the King would present it to the government. If the government rejected it, he would replace the government. Tal proposed that they should meet alternately in Arab and Jewish buildings rather than standing in no man's land, that they should wear civilian clothes, and bring with them papers and maps. On hearing the news, Ben-Gurion drew up a list of issues for discussion: the border in Wadi Araba, restoration of the potash works on the south of the Dead Sea, Jerusalem, Sheikh Jarrah, the Old City, the railway line, Latron, the borders in the Triangle, annexation of the West Bank or the creation of an independent state, the Etzion bloc, compensation, Naharaim, and the release of prisoners. 65 To discuss in more detail the forthcoming peace talks, a group of officials convened in Ben-Gurion's office on December 30. The participants at this preparatory meeting were Walter Eiten, Elias Sasson, Reuven Shaloa, David Horowitz, and Shabtai Rosenay of the Foreign Ministry, COL. Moshe Dayan, and Gen. Yaakov Dori, the ailing Chief of Staff. The deliberations revealed a great deal about the motives, aims, tactics, and strategy that lay behind the initiation of peace talks with Transjordan. Elias Sasson gave a comprehensive survey of the situation in the Arab countries, underlining that internal instability in the wake of failure in Palestine could end up by making the regimes in these countries more dependent on foreign powers. Two very different courses were outlined by Sasson in the light of this situation. They could take the line that a Jewish state had been established and that it was capable of continuing the war until it had repelled Egypt, Transjordan, Iraq, and Syria and consolidated her borders. Though located in the east, they could say that they were a Western state with no interest in developing any economic or political links with the East. This was one possible course. But there was another, whose starting point was that Israel could not turn her back on the Arab world, primitive and in need of development though it was, because she herself was part of the East, and if she wanted to be strong, the Arab world had to be strong, and if she wanted to be free of foreign influence she had to help the Arabs to rid themselves of foreign influence. Sasson himself was not only driven by logic to prefer the second course but also feared that the opportunity would be missed unless they acted promptly. The objective as he saw it was not to drive the Arabs into Britain's arms, and the key was that stable country called Transjordan. In concrete policy terms this meant encouraging the early annexation of the remaining Arab parts of Palestine to Transjordan while striving at the same time to engage in peace talks with the other Arab states. By seeking to confirm the annexation to the Arab parts of Palestine and opposing the Greater Syria scheme, a basis could be established for the talks with Syria. Whereas hostilities could be terminated immediately, peace would take a great deal of time and effort, said Sasson. He therefore suggested proceeding in stages, to end the war, to develop de facto relations, and eventually to establish formal links with the Arab states. A further reason given by Sasson for favoring the annexation of the rump of Arab Palestine to Transjordan was that it would facilitate the settlement of the Palestinian refugee problem. There were around 200,000 refugees on the east and west banks of the Jordan, and if agreement on their resettlement could be reached with Transjordan, the refugees in Syria and elsewhere would give up hope of returning to their homes and become more amenable to other solutions. Ben-Gurion wondered whether annexation of the Arab part to Abdullah's kingdom and prevention of his entry into Syria by means of an Israeli-Syrian pact would not lead either to Abdullah's annexation of Iraq or Iraq's annexation of Transjordan, the upshot in either case being one large state stretching from the Soviet border to Nablus. Sasson replied that Abdullah's kingdom would not be able to survive without Israeli support, and that in Iraq there was deadlock between those politicians who looked to the Soviet Union and the politicians in power who looked to the West. As long as Abdullah was alive, said Sasson, union between Iraq and Transjordan was out of the question. And Abdullah was utterly dependent on Britain because the entire budget of Transjordan did not exceed £70,000–£80,000, whereas the British subsidy amounted to £2.5 million. David Horowitz, the Director General of the Ministry of Finance and a prominent moderate, elaborated on the reasons for Abdullah's dependence on Britain. He was dependent because he had no hinterland, no industry, no large cities, and just a small Bedouin population that could not constitute a state. With the annexation of the Arab territories, argued Horowitz, the situation would grow worse because Abdullah would be getting the hilly part of Palestine, with no industry, not much arable land, limited possibilities for taxation, and the added burden of maintaining the municipal services set up under the British Mandate. As Abdullah grew poorer, he would also become more dependent on Israel, especially as a market for wheat, vegetables, and fruit. To maintain stability in his own kingdom, Abdullah would need Israeli help. The standard of living was low, there were no political parties and no democracy, and all this, explained Horowitz, stemmed from the country's still being at a pre-capitalist stage. In Israel, on the other hand, population, national revenue, and industrialization, and with them the country's military potential, were likely to grow at such a pace as to rule out the possibility of Transjordan ever catching up. General Yadin interrupted these learned disquisitions to say that the question of the border was paramount in any approach to Abdullah and that it was unlikely that even their minimal requirements could be achieved by diplomatic negotiations. Minimal requirements, as defined by Yadin, included Israeli possession of Wadi Ara, Al-Fahim, Tulkarem, Kaukalia, and a border along the first mountain ridge. And Yadin thought that they should not waste time in elaborate negotiations but present their demands to Abdullah and insist on an unequivocal yes or no. If they could not get what they wanted by such diplomatic means, they should seek a military solution. He went even further and suggested that they should not talk to Abdullah at all until after they had extended their line further east into the triangle. The way to play the game was to provoke the Iraqis, take the triangle from them, and pretend that all this had nothing to do with Abdullah. Here Sasson interrupted to complain that Yadin was ruining his entire conception because for him annexation of the West Bank to Transjordan was the key. Ben-Gurion did not come out decisively in favor of either the political solution urged by Sasson or the military solution urged by Yadin. His own contribution to the debate consisted of pointing out, firstly, that Abdullah could not agree in advance the border demanded by Yadin even though he might be compelled to accept it later and, secondly, that it was convenient to drag out the talks with Transjordan until the operation in the Negev had been completed. 66 The second meeting between Shiloah, Dayan, and Colonel Tal went rather well though they did not get down to substantive talks. Shiloah suggested that both sides should bring formal letters of accreditation from their governments and that a summary should be written down at the end of every session. He insisted on confining the talks to the areas held by the Arab Legion and listed the points of interest to the Provisional Government of Israel. For the second time he tried to find out whether the British were being informed but again met with evasion. Tal indicated that the king was thinking about the division of Jerusalem and the division of the Negev and listed several other points of interest. All these subjects were listed as the agenda for the next secret meeting to be held in Jewish Jerusalem on January 5, 1949.67. Another consultation was held in the Prime Minister's office in preparation for this meeting. Ben-Gurion succinctly recorded in his diary, Sasson proved that the key to peace with the Arab world is our agreement to the annexation of the Arab part by Abdullah and the prevention of Greater Syria. 5. He does not see the difficulties of the agreement with Abdullah, territorial questions, and its dangers, British penetration. 68 The detailed guidelines given by Ben-Gurion, following a discussion with Sherrod, to Shiloah and Dayan for their third meeting with Colonel Tal were intended to keep all Israel's options open. They were to continue the talks, even if they were unproductive, for as long as the fighting with the Egyptians continued in the south. Secondly, they were not to commit Israel on the annexation of the West Bank by Transjordan, but nor were they to express opposition to it. They were to explain the international difficulties, express sympathy, and say that their government had not reached a final decision. Thirdly, they were to insist that the eastern border of the Negev should remain as it had been during the mandatory period up to and including Eilat in the south. Fourthly, they could mention the possibility of offering Transjordan rights in Gaza with access to it through Israeli territory. Lastly, they were to reject the king's requests regarding Rami and Jaffa and leave open the question of an Arab return to Lydda, but not to enter into any discussions concerning the Negev. 69 To the third meeting, Shiloah and Dayan brought a letter of accreditation signed by the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister. Tal brought a letter written in King Abdullah's own hand. After the exchange of letters, Tal reported that the king did not view these talks as armistice talks following a war. He did not treat what had happened in the last few months as a war but as a fatna, an unfortunate quarrel. He recalled the talks that they had held before this unfortunate quarrel and during it, in Paris, and regarded the present talks as a direct continuation of the long-standing contact between them. Shiloah replied that they too recalled this link but that they could not disregard what had happened in the meantime, and whether it was termed war or an unfortunate quarrel, the fact was that they had been attacked, that blood had been spilt, and that a certain military and political reality had emerged. When Tal outlined Abdullah's specific proposals, it became clear just how wide was the gulf separating the two sides. In the Negev, the king wanted a strip of land connecting his country with Egypt. He assumed that Israel's main interest in the Negev was oil, and he was agreeable that Israel should have the oil region southwest of the Dead Sea. Tal was told that this assumption was utterly mistaken and that Israel's interest in the Negev included access to the Dead Sea, an outlet to the Red Sea, land and settlement. In response to a question about the reasons for the king's interest in the Negev, Tal mentioned three reasons: access to Egypt, the 100,000 Bedouins living there, and strategic needs. He laughed when asked whether he meant Transjordan's strategic interests or those of the king's allies, remarking only that if agreement was reached it would be the Israelis who would become the king's allies. Abdullah's conception of the division of Jerusalem was that he should have the old city, Kataman, the German colony, and all the quarters in the south of the city while the Jews kept the rest. He also wanted to include in the Arab part Talpiot and Kibbutz Ramat Rachel, in exchange for the Arab suburbs of Lifta and Romima that were already in Israeli hands. International rule was to be confined to a road passing between the Arab and Jewish parts and including the King David Hotel and the YMCA. Dayan said that this entire approach was out of touch with reality, since Kataman, Lifta, Romima, and the other suburbs in the south of the city were in Israel's possession. What Tal was proposing was to take areas that were in Israel's possession and offer in return other areas that were also in her possession. He proposed instead that areas in the south of the city might be exchanged for Sheikh Jarrah to link Israel with the Hebrew University. Tal replied that this was out of the question because it would drive a wedge between Arab Jerusalem and Ramallah. Shiloah and Dayan stressed that world opinion would be satisfied with nothing less than international supervision of the old city and inquired as to the status of the Jewish quarter under the king's plan. Tal replied that they were prepared to hand it over to Israel and provide access to it. At this point the talks were ended and it was agreed to resume them a week later. Before taking his leave, Tal said that the British knew about the talks and that they were in favor of a peaceful solution but that they were not kept informed of the details and they were not the ones who had put forward those conditions. 70 Shiloah and Dayan reported back to Ben-Gurion and said that there was obviously no point in going on with the talks. We must probe every possibility of achieving peace, he said. We need it probably more than the Jordanians, though no doubt they are losing more than a little, becoming more and more subservient to the British. A subsequent report of a flare-up of fighting with the Iraqis near Kfar Saba found Ben-Gurion in a cautious mood. He ordered that the utmost restraint be exercised on the Eastern Front and saw to it that a senior officer was sent to ensure that this order was obeyed. 71 Developments on the Southern Front deeply worried Ben-Gurion. He thought that the British reconnaissance flights, the shooting down of the British planes over Egyptian territory, and Egyptian violations of the ceasefire were all connected in some sinister fashion. Egypt's eventual disengagement was not enough to dissipate Ben-Gurion's suspicions of British plots. On January 9, he was apprised by Yadin that there was information from Transjordan and Iraq pointing to an Anglo-Hashemite plan to conquer the Negev. Apart from the landing of British forces in Aqaba, there were naval maneuvers, RAF reinforcements, and advice to British subjects to leave Israel. Whatever Britain's intentions might have been, a show-offery, intimidation, or the preparation for a fight, Ben-Gurion felt that it would be a grave mistake to provoke Egypt. Rather, since Egypt was not working hand-in-hand with Britain, and since it was extremely important for Israel to keep it that way, Ben-Gurion endeavored to start armistice talks with Egypt, to break up the Arab front, to weaken Britain's influence in the Middle East, and to deny Bevin ammunition for his campaign to discredit Israel in Washington. The Iraqis took the initiative in sending a message to Ben-Gurion, relayed via Tal and Dayan, to say that it was the Israeli troops who had provoked the clashes near Kfar Saba and that in any case they had no intention of starting a war. King Abdullah and his advisors wanted time to consider the outcome of the last meeting with the Israeli representatives, and another meeting was fixed for January 14. While on the phone, Dayan decided to say to Tal what he thought of his earlier proposals and to express his personal view that if there were no change in Transjordan's approach, they would bring about war, not peace. 72 In a conversation with an American official in Amman, Glubb Pasha said that progress in the talks with Israel was too slow due mainly to the fact that Abul Huda was not supposed to be informed in the matter. Since the government was not officially involved, it was difficult to present concrete suggestions. In Glubb's view, unless both parties ceased fencing and started discussing definitively what each one wanted and what each was prepared to give, the talks themselves might end in failure. Glubb thought that the Israeli-Egyptian agreement to start armistice talks under UN auspices could make it easier for the king to bring the current Transjordanian-Israeli talks into the open. His hope was that Israel would not use these talks to play one Arab state against another. 73 Ben-Gurion was not ready to stop fencing and clung to his view that Britain was the chief obstacle to success in the talks between Israel and the Arabs. The Americans were exerting influence to restrain Bevin, yet Ben-Gurion feared that if Israel defied Security Council resolutions, Bevin would take drastic measures and start rearming the Arabs. Moshe Sharett wanted to prepare a peace plan for the forthcoming talks with Egypt in Rhodes. But Ben-Gurion thought that it would be sufficient to declare their general desire for peace and wait for the other side to state its terms first. He was inclined to agree with Sharett that it would be preferable to let Egypt rather than Abdullah take Gaza, because giving Abdullah Gaza and a corridor leading to it would not only antagonize the Egyptians but enable Bevin to re-enter Palestine through the back door. He could not agree, however, with Sharett's suggestion that they should undertake in advance to permit food supplies to the Egyptian brigade in Fallujah, arguing that they had already demonstrated their goodwill by withdrawing from El Arish. 74 On the evening of January 12, Chief of Staff Yaakov Dori brought Ben-Gurion copies of 3 telegrams. The first was from the Egyptian HQ to the Egyptian commander in Hebron instructing him to prevent passage by Arab Legion troops to Hebron even if it meant war. The second was from the Egyptian commander to his HQ reporting that he had started mining the road to Beersheba and asking for anti-tank weapons to enable him to deal with the Legion. The third was from Transjordan's HQ, placing its front-line units on alert. From all this intelligence, Ben-Gurion concluded that there was a combined Anglo-Transjordanian plan to attack Israel in the Negev and that the Egyptians were so estranged from the British that they were prepared to go to war against Transjordan to prevent her from capturing the part of the Negev that Egypt herself had lost to Israel while Transjordan stayed on the sidelines. It was certainly not too soon now to start talking to the Egyptians in Rhodes. 75 As Glubb had predicted, the armistice talks between Israel and Egypt, which opened officially on January 13 in Rhodes, gave King Abdullah the impetus to get down to the real business of peacemaking. On that very day, a day before they were due to meet again at the Mandelbaum Gate, Tal called Dayan to say that the king was inviting them to come and talk with him at his palace in China so that he could personally demonstrate his sincere desire for peace. 76. There were a number of ingredients that characterized this renewed cooperation. First, on the Transjordanian side, Abdullah consolidated his rule in the areas of Palestine captured by the Arab Legion. This process reached its climax with the Jericho Congress, which opened the road to eventual annexation. Second, in order to secure his rule over the West Bank, Abdullah intensified his contacts with the Israeli side, concluded a ceasefire agreement to cover Jerusalem, and initiated peace talks that would make it more difficult for Israel to initiate hostilities. Third, while Abdullah was consolidating his rule over the West Bank, the Israelis carried out a series of military operations which destroyed the power of King Farouk, his chief rival in the Negev, thereby enhancing Abdullah's position in the Arab world as well as in Palestine. Israel's military operations also forced the Mufti's All-Palestine government to flee to Cairo, thereby facilitating Abdullah's task of mobilizing Palestinian support for the merger of the West Bank with Transjordan. Fourth, because the king recognized that Israel's expulsion of the Egyptian army from the southern part of Palestine would rebound to his advantage, he ordered his army not to join in the fighting. By not lifting a finger to help the Egyptians, he made an important contribution to the Israeli victory in the Negev. Fifth, the destruction of Egyptian power in the Negev ironically enabled the Israelis to concentrate most of their military power against their secret ally to the east. The Israeli ultimatum of either peace or war was the direct result of the collapse of the Egyptian army. Finally, the Israeli leadership was inclined to forego at this stage further strategic conquests on the Eastern Front, but this self-restraint was contingent on continuing cooperation on the part of the Hashemite king. Failure to realize a number of minimal strategic objectives was liable to tip the balance in favor of exploiting the new balance of forces to Israel's advantage. 77 Although Israel's territorial achievements at the end of the war greatly surpassed even the wildest expectations of May 1948, some important groups in Israel considered it an unfinished war, unfinished in the sense that the military balance of forces would have enabled Israel to take the whole of mandatory Palestine up to the Jordan River. In other words, it was political choice rather than military necessity that brought the war to an end. Another sense in which the war was unfinished was its failure to settle once and for all Israel's place in the Middle East. This was closely connected with another question, namely, the fate of the Arab part of Palestine. Partition, as formulated by the international community in the UN resolution of November 1947 and accepted, at least formally, by Israel, involved the creation of two new states, one Jewish and one Arab. Throughout the second half of 1948 various plans were considered by the Israeli policymakers for helping to organize the Arab part of Palestine into an independent unit. Foreign Minister Sharett was particularly instrumental in keeping this option open and at times seemed to genuinely favor it. On August 8, for example, he formulated policy guidelines which called for the initiation of talks with various Palestinian groups on the establishment of self-rule for the Arab part of Western Palestine. While the possibility of annexation to Transjordan was not ruled out, all the emphasis was to be placed on Israel's preference for the creation of an independent Arab state in Western Palestine. 78 One of the reasons for Sharett's own preference for an independent Arab state alongside Israel was that this solution was closer in spirit to the UN partition plan than the alternative of annexation to Transjordan. Sharett saw the UN plan as a basic point of reference because he wanted to facilitate Israel's acceptance into the comity of nations. One of the principal reasons for Sharett's support for the military operations in the Negev and resistance to seizing the West Bank by force was that the former was included in the boundaries of the Jewish state whereas the latter was not. 79 By the end of the war, however, and with the emergence of Transjordan as a serious partner for peace talks, Sharett's Palestinian option became a tactical lever and a bargaining card rather than an operational goal of Israel's foreign policy. With the elimination of the Palestinian option as a serious contender, two other options were open to Israel with regard to the future of the West Bank: to seize all of it by force, or to seek to realize Israel's minimal strategic objectives through diplomatic negotiations with Transjordan. With the benefit of hindsight, it is possible to discern two rival schools of thought, based on their preference for force or diplomacy for finishing the 1948 war. The first school advocated the exploitation of Israel's military superiority in order to expel all 5 Arab armies from western Palestine. Virtually all the generals in the high command supported this activist approach, the military logic of which was not easy to fault. This approach also found adherents across the entire political spectrum, especially on the extreme left, Mapam and the Communists, and on the extreme right, Herut and the smaller offshoots of the revisionist movement. On the long-term future of Western Palestine, however, there was no consensus. The disciples of the left, with some notable exceptions, supported either the creation of an independent Palestinian state or the conversion of Israel into a binational state based on political equality between Jews and Arabs, whereas those of the right trumpeted the idea of a large Jewish state across the entire length and breadth of Palestine, or the Land of Israel as they preferred to call it, with its Arab citizens permanently relegated to a minority status with limited autonomy in educational, cultural, and religious matters. The other school, which actually directed Israel's strategy, was less activist. This school was not so clear-cut in its aims, nor did it develop a coherent doctrine on how the war should be terminated. Among its supporters were most of the leaders of MAPE, the centrist parties, and the religious parties. The spokesman of this school was Moshe Sharett, but its real leader was David Ben-Gurion, though the latter frequently cloaked his real position with uncompromisingly activist rhetoric. The question posed by subscribers to this school of thought was roughly as follows: what would happen to the state of Israel if she sent her army to banish all 5 invading armies and to take over the whole of Western Palestine? The answer was that despite the impressive military victory, a Jewish community of about 650,000 people would find itself in charge of a Palestinian population of about 1 million, concentrated largely in the hilly area between the Jenin-Nablus-Tulkarem triangle in the north and Hebron in the south. The nationalist political leadership which this population had supported since the 1920s had acted with uncompromising hostility to the Zionist enterprise, employing violence, guerrilla warfare, and even terror. If Israel decided to impose its sovereignty and its rule over this population, the result, it was assumed, would be permanent unrest and rebelliousness. Looking at the Jewish side of the Great Divide, the subscribers to this school further reflected that this small community, which had suffered 6,000 casualties in the War for Independence, was now duty-bound to absorb immigration from the survivors of the Holocaust in Europe, around 300,000, and the Arab countries, another 300,000. Other priorities included economic reconstruction, the building of industry, settlement of the land, education, housing, and related tasks that lay at the heart of practical Zionism. If Israel became immersed, at the end of a long and exhausting war, in military government and a prolonged struggle against 1 million Palestinians, would she really be able to fulfill her Zionist mission? Turning their attention to the Arab circle around Palestine, the members of this school noted that to the east they had a relatively powerful neighbor, Transjordan. It was true that Transjordan had joined in the invasion in order to take a share of the spoils at the expense of Palestinian and Israeli independence, but like the other invaders she had failed. The rulers of Transjordan, and particularly King Abdullah, were now displaying commendable pragmatism and willingness to come to terms with Israel on the basis of the new status quo. On the other hand, this Hashemite regime regarded the Mufti, the Arab Higher Committee, and Palestinian nationalism as enemy forces with whom no compromise was possible. It made sense, therefore, to leave it to this regime to deal with the rebellious Palestinians provided a political arrangement could be worked out between Transjordan and Israel based on de facto recognition. From the Zionist point of view, it was argued, this would be the best settlement and it would be worth striving for it even if it involved the division of Jerusalem between the two countries. For if Israel were to expel the Arab Legion and capture the whole of Jerusalem, there was the danger that the international community would compel her to accept the internationalization of the city. In other words, partition was preferable to internationalization. In strategic terms, the political analysis outlined above called for the expulsion of all the regular Arab armies from Western Palestine except for the Arab Legion. And that is what the Israeli army actually achieved in the final phase of the war. The withdrawal from El Arish and leaving the Gaza Strip in the hands of Egypt when the armistice talks began provoked a bitter controversy between the leaders of the activist and of the moderate schools. The activists were undoubtedly right in claiming that the IDF's superiority and international support would have enabled Israel to complete the expulsion of the Egyptian army from the borders of Palestine. Finishing the war in such a way would have made it much easier for the Ben-Gurion Sharett school, the most realistic school at the time, to maneuver Abdullah into a peace settlement by offering him the choice between sovereignty over Gaza and a free passage to it in addition to the Triangle, East Jerusalem, and Hebron, or, in the absence of peace, the conquest of all these places by the IDF and the ejection of both the Hashemite armies from western Palestine. Without the possibility of offering Gaza, the objective capability to bring Abdullah to a peace settlement with Israel was significantly reduced. Meir Pale, the military historian who analyzed these rival conceptions and recognized the realism that governed Ben-Gurion's approach, was nevertheless critical of Ben-Gurion for the way in which he terminated the war, or rather for his failure to terminate it satisfactorily. It was the old charge of the unfinished war pressed with an original argument. Ben-Gurion did have a conception for ending the war, but it was incomplete. This shows that he was not a great statesman, unlike Stalin, who towards the end of the Second World War developed and imposed a firm political conception on the post-war order in Eastern Europe. The Hashemite conception was the most realistic conception at the end of the War of Independence. But in order to realize it, it was necessary first to complete the defeat of Egypt. Only if the Egyptians had been forced back to their side of the border with Palestine would it have been possible to do business with Abdullah, either peace with concessions from him or else the capture of the entire West Bank by Israel. 81 Failure to capture Gaza and use it as the bait to lure Abdullah into a separate peace agreement was not the only flaw in Ben-Gurion's strategy for bringing about the termination of hostilities. His entire attitude towards the Arab world was ambivalent and contradictory. Most fundamental was the political contradiction between Ben-Gurion's socialist convictions and his choice of Transjordan, one of the most economically backward and politically reactionary kingdoms in the Arab world, as Israel's principal partner in laying the foundations for the post-war order in the Middle East. A Hashemite orientation in foreign policy, however compelling the security arguments for its adoption, was at odds with the ideology of socialism and egalitarianism practiced at home. Nor could Ben-Gurion's avowed anti-imperialism be easily reconciled on the ideological plane with the partnership he sought to cultivate with Abdullah, the closest ally and most dependent client of the British Empire in the Middle East. Ben-Gurion's attitude towards the progressive forces in the Arab world was highly ambivalent, combining fear of potential power in the long term with a residual hope that cooperation with them might yet be possible. Typical of this ambivalence was his reaction to the emergence of the Ba'ath or Renaissance Party on the West Bank during the period of transition from war to peace. After summarizing the platform of this party in his diary Arab Unity, Freedom from Imperialism, Individual Liberty, Modernization, and a Relentless Fight Against the Jewish State, Ben-Gurion adds ominously, "This is the road for the Arabs, and all the time I fear that an Arab leader would rise to lead the Arabs along this road. They ignore the internal and external obstacles and the time required to attain Arab unity. And woe betide us if we fail to exploit this time in order to grow, to entrench ourselves, to acquire a position in the world, to move closer to the Arab world, and to prove to people of this kind that the Arabs' road to unity, freedom, and progress lies not in war with us but in alliance. The question is whether our people will understand this adequately and in the available time." 82. Another question to which this highly revealing diary entry gives rise is whether Ben-Gurion himself was aware of the contradiction between his hope for an understanding with the progressive forces in the Arab world and the actual road he chose of collaboration with Abdullah. The emphasis on the time dimension suggested that he was. At this stage, the new forces spurred on by the Arab military defeat were not yet dominant, so the emphasis had to be on reaching a modus vivendi with the existing ruling classes and governments of the Arab countries. And if the quickest way to achieve this was through collaboration with Abdullah, then the end justified the means. 83. Roads. Armistice negotiations between Israel and the neighboring Arab states got underway with the help of the UN acting mediator, Dr. Ralph Bunche, on the island of Rhodes in January 1949. Israel negotiated bilaterally with each of the neighboring Arab states, beginning with Egypt, and concluded a separate armistice agreement with each of them. The roll call was impressive. The agreement between Israel and Egypt was signed on February 24, between Israel and Lebanon on March 23, between Israel and Transjordan on April 3, between Israel and Syria on July 20. Each set of negotiations had a distinctive character, conditioned by the specific military and political circumstances peculiar to that front and, in no small measure, by the personalities of the negotiators. What all the negotiations had in common was that they were held on the basis of the Security Council resolution of November 16, 1948, and under the auspices of the United Nations. 1 The Arab states were going through a very difficult and frustrating period. They had learned the hard way that it is easier to get into a war than to get out of it, and they were unable to close ranks against the common foe and the bitter consequences of defeat. Defeat on the battlefield led to mutual recriminations and all but shattered cooperation within the Arab League on the Palestine question. Disunity was compounded by rumors of secret exchanges and secret meetings between some Arab governments and Israel, and by the general disillusion with the Western powers and the United Nations. Far from presenting a united front, the Arab governments dealt with Israel independently from positions of terrible weakness, and the selfish manner in which they pursued their national interests was utterly at odds with the commitment they still professed to the cause of Palestine. Israel emerged from the War of Independence economically exhausted, but with superior organization and morale, a tremendous sense of achievement, and a confident outlook on the future that formed a solid foundation for the development of parliamentary democracy. The first general election for the 120-member Knesset or Parliament was held on January 25. MAPA won some 36% of the votes, the left-wing MAPAM 15%, the United Religious Party 12%, the right-wing Herut Party 11.5%, the General Zionists 5%, the Progressive Party 4%, the Communists 3.5%, and the Sephardim 3.5%, the rest of the votes being divided among a number of smaller parties. Following the elections, David Ben-Gurion formed a coalition government consisting of MAPA, the religious, the progressive, and the Sephardi parties. The three senior posts remained unchanged, with Ben-Gurion as Prime Minister and Minister of Defense, Moshe Sharett as Foreign Minister and Eliezer Kaplan as Finance Minister. MAPA thus retained a virtual monopoly in the defense and foreign affairs sphere, and it succeeded in excluding the extreme left and extreme right from power. The election results also had some influence on the country's external orientation. With strong international support from Russia and continuing dependence on arms and immigrants from Eastern Europe, the prospects for extending communist influence in the Jewish state were thought to be considerable. But the swing to the left did not materialize. There was strong American influence pulling the other way, and there were also strong trading and economic links with the United Kingdom and Western Europe. Formally, the new government subscribed to a policy of non-alignment, but in practice it looked increasingly to America for economic, military, and political support. The Israeli government saw Britain, long after its departure from Palestine, as still all-powerful and irreconcilably hostile. Britain was the invisible enemy standing behind the Arabs and encouraging them to continue their resistance to Israel. It was widely believed that Britain had deliberately provoked the RAF incident as part of her war of nerves against Israel, and in order to demonstrate to the Arabs that if the armistice talks failed, she would be prepared to lend all-out support for a renewed Arab war effort. Even when the talks got underway in Rhodes, the Israeli leaders were seriously concerned with the danger of British military involvement and British moves to reactivate the Transjordanian or the Iraqi fronts. Ben-Gurion in particular was certain that London was weaving dark plots to maim or even strangle Israel, and his hatred of Bevin knew no limits. Years later, during a visit to England, he sought out Bevin's burial place and stamped on the grave. Bevin himself gave a rather different account of British aims in a memorandum to the cabinet: "We have not opposed the creation of a Jewish state, and, by supporting the Bernadotte proposals, we recognized that the existence of such a state was an accomplished fact. Our policy has been based on the desire that the state would be set up as soon as possible in reasonably homogeneous territory and in such a way as not to cause a continuation of chaos in the Middle East, i.e., we have sought a settlement including the existence of a Jewish state in which the Arabs could reasonably acquiesce and which they will not bend all their energies to undo." We have made it clear that we will recognize and establish normal relations with the Jewish state as soon as it is properly set up with defined frontiers. Point 3. This was undoubtedly the best possible construction that could be placed on Britain's policy towards Palestine, yet it does faithfully convey the essential pragmatism of that policy. Britain's aim was not to sabotage the armistice talks, but to keep up the pressure on Israel and redress the balance in favor of the Arabs. The guiding line for Britain was to make the most of a bad case and to safeguard as far as possible her own vital interests in the area. American influence was brought to bear to end the war of nerves waged by Britain against Israel. The British were urged to close the RAF incident, to take positive steps to liquidate hostilities in the Middle East, and to abstain from hindering Israel's negotiations with Egypt. A significant shift had taken place in America's attitude to Israel, making the former increasingly wary of being maneuvered into underwriting Britain's position in the area. The American Joint Chiefs of Staff had come to view Israel as an independent state and a military power in the Middle East second only to Turkey. It was hoped that the United States, as a result of its support of Israel, might gain strategic advantage in the Middle East that would offset the effects of decline of British power in that area. 4. Too close an association with Britain was liable to cause friction and loss of influence in Israel. Some sort of a balance had thus come into being by the time the armistice talks began, with Britain backing the Arabs and America backing Israel. The formal talks were held on the island of Rhodes, which had the merit of being neutral and isolated yet within easy reach of all the Middle Eastern capitals. Over the proceedings presided Dr. Ralph Bunche, the distinguished member of the United Nations Secretariat, who had been Count Bernadotte's principal assistant. One wing of the spacious Hotel de Roses was used by Dr. Bunche and his staff as their headquarters and living accommodation. The other wing was reserved for the Israeli and Egyptian delegations, with the former occupying one floor and the latter the floor immediately above. It was a perfect setting for negotiations and informal contacts, with all the participants gathered under one roof. Dr. Ralph Bunche, with his impressive range of skills and talents, proved to be a perfect mediator. A black American and a former professor of government at Harvard University, he was bright, articulate, and immensely resourceful. Unlike Count Bernadotte, he was also a realist who not only preached but also practiced the doctrine of one thing at a time. After Egypt had broken the ice, Transjordan and Lebanon informed Bunche that they too were ready to join in the negotiations, but he replied that they would have to wait until the agreement between Israel and Egypt had been concluded. No one grasped more clearly than he that separate negotiations between Israel and each of the Arab states were the condition for success. As a draftsman and a conjurer of compromise formulas, Bunche had a talent that verged on genius. When the parties had reached an understanding, he could record it in clear and incisive prose. Difficult issues on which no agreement could be reached he would circumvent with vague formulations which each party could interpret in its own way. Personal charm and a sense of humor were also great assets to Bunche in carrying out his duty as a mediator. But he knew when to be gentle and mollifying, when to be firm and uncompromising, and when it paid to be hectoring and intimidating. Dr. Walter Eiten, the head of the Israeli delegation, relates that Bunche had the pleasant notion of ordering from a local manufacturer 2 sets of the decorated ceramic plates for which Rhodes is famous. Each member of the 2 delegations and of his own staff was to receive such a plate, inscribed Rhodes Armistice Talks 1949 as a memento. At one point they floundered in what seemed insuperable difficulties. Dr. Bunche took them to his room and opened a chest of drawers. "Have a look at these lovely plates," he said. "If you reach agreement, each of you will get one to take home. If you don't, I'll break them over your heads." 5. The negotiations between Israel and Egypt lasted 6 weeks. The advantage enjoyed by Israel by virtue of her victory in the war and military control over most the Negev was offset to some extent by the force of the UN resolutions that worked in Egypt's favor. The main bones of contention were the Gaza Strip, Beersheba, Burislaj, El Aja, the armistice demarcation line, and the level of forces in the northern Negev. On some of these issues the Israeli delegation was internally divided, the military representatives led by General Yadin feeling that the government's position was too accommodating, and the foreign ministry representatives led by Dr. Iten warning that the government's line was not flexible enough. Parallel to the military talks, there were informal discussions between the Egyptian political advisors and Elias Sasson, in which mutual trust was swiftly established and thorny problems found their solution. These talks went well beyond the technical issues relating to the armistice and dealt with broader political questions such as Israel's relations with Egypt and the other Arab states. On February 24, the armistice agreement formally terminating the state of belligerency between Israel and Egypt was signed. Both sides had to move a long way from their opening position to make this agreement possible. Israel had to agree to Egyptian military presence in the Gaza Strip, to the release of the Egyptian brigade from Fallujah, and to the demilitarization of El Ajah. Despite these concessions, the agreement carried significant gains for the Israeli side. On the military plane, it secured Israel's control over the northern Negev and left her freedom of action to capture the southern Negev. On the political plane, it strengthened Israel's international position and helped to establish her credentials for membership of the United Nations. The conclusion of an armistice with the largest of the Arab states paved the way to similar agreements with the other Arab states and gave rise to the hope soon to be dashed that armistice would lead to a peace settlement. It was because of these gains that Ben-Gurion regarded the signature of the agreement as the greatest event in a year of momentous events, after the establishment of the State of Israel and the IDF's victories on the battlefield. 6 On the day the armistice agreement was signed, Elias Sasson summarized for Sharett the main points of his discussions with Abdel Munem Mustafa and Omar Lutfi, the political advisors to the Egyptian delegation. The Egyptians repeatedly stressed that for their country the military armistice was only the first step towards political peace, and that Israel's observance of the agreement would therefore constitute an important test of her future intentions. Secondly, the Egyptians expressed the hope that the negotiations with Transjordan would deal only with the military problems. They did not rule out the annexation of the Arab part of Palestine to Transjordan, but they appeared to prefer the setting up of an independent Palestinian state with an indigenous leadership associated neither with the Husseinis or with Abdullah. No clear conception was advanced by the Egyptians on the future of the coastal strip round Gaza. Sasson gained the impression that they would have been glad to be rid of it altogether, but were reluctant to hand it over either to Israel or to Abdullah. They were certainly receptive to Sasson's idea of demilitarizing the area with a joint Israeli-Egyptian guarantee of its security and internal autonomy for its inhabitants. On all these problems, the Egyptians invited constructive suggestions from Israel as a basis for future peace talks. Their main aim was to find an honorable way out of the Palestine imbroglio, and they were therefore ready to explore any reasonable proposals. 7 And they hoped that Sasson would participate in all the armistice negotiations in Rhodes, continuing with the Lebanese and the Syrians the same role that he had performed so successfully with Egypt, building confidence in Arab hearts about Israel's good intentions. Negotiations between Israel and Lebanon began on March I and lasted 3 weeks. In secret talks with Sasson, the Lebanese had intimated that they could not be the first Arab state to negotiate directly with Israel, but they expected to be the second one. The talks were held in Ras al-Naqoura, alternately in the customs house behind the Lebanese line and the police station on the Israeli side. The footpath linking the two buildings passed through a minefield but offered a magnificent view of the Mediterranean. The atmosphere was much more relaxed and informal than in Rhodes, with the UN chairman, Henry Vigier, nicknamed CTHE French Fox, playing a much less active role than Ralph Bunche. Privately, the Lebanese said to the Israeli delegates that they were not really Arabs and that they had been dragged into the Palestine adventure against their will. When the talks began, the Israeli army was occupying a narrow strip of Lebanese territory containing 14 villages. It soon became clear that there was no fundamental problem, as both sides expected that the international border would become the armistice line, and that with the signature of the armistice agreement the Israeli army would withdraw from Lebanese territory. The negotiations nevertheless took 3 weeks to complete because Israel tried to make her withdrawal conditional on Syrian withdrawal from Lebanese territory and, much more importantly, from points that the Syrian army still held in Israel, along the Jordan River and on the east bank of the Sea of Galilee. The Israeli argument was that her entire northern border from Ras al-Naqoura to the Sea of Galilee constituted one geographical unit and that the principle of withdrawal to the international border should apply to all of it. The rejection of this condition provoked bitter arguments between Israel's soldiers and diplomats. Light Col. Mordecai Makelf, the chief of the Israeli delegation, refused to give way and protested that Sasson was too preoccupied with developing personal relations, speaking Arabic, and sending regards to his many Lebanese friends, and that he did not understand how to negotiate with a powerful army behind him. To Ben-Gurion, Makelf said that in 12 hours the Israeli army could reach Beirut and in 72 hours they could set up a Mappé government in Lebanon for him. 8 Ben-Gurion had his own pet scheme for annexing the area up to the Litani River and turning the rest of Lebanon into a Maronite state, but on this occasion he apparently made no reference to it. General Yadin complained to Dr. Eitan that the foreign ministry did not understand the problems of the northern border and failed to grasp that the military problems were of paramount importance compared with the political ones. 9 The UN observers also rejected the Israeli conditions. Bunch applied heavy pressure, threatening to blame Israel for the failure of the talks. In the end, a high-level decision was taken to abandon the attempt at linkage between Israeli withdrawal from Lebanon and Syrian withdrawal from Israel. Ben-Gurion felt that an armistice agreement with Lebanon would strengthen Israel's international position, place her in a better position to negotiate with Transjordan, and facilitate a military operation in the triangle should one become necessary. He also thought that it was in principle undesirable to link one Arab country with another, preferring to deal with each one separately. 10 Accordingly, he ordered that the armistice agreement with Lebanon be signed and the 14 villages evacuated, even though all Israel's conditions and proposals for minor border changes had been rejected. Prelude to the Israel-Transjordan armistice talks. The armistice negotiations between Israel and Transjordan were dissimilar in almost every respect to the preceding negotiations with Egypt and Lebanon and the negotiations with Syria that were to follow. The character of these negotiations was decisively shaped by the unique features of the Transjordan front, by Iraqi control over part of the front, and by the special political relationship between King Abdullah and the Zionist movement. The Transjordanian front consisted of long and tortuous lines dissecting Arab and Jewish population centers. The northern part was held by the Iraqi army while some points in the south were held by Egyptian units. In Jerusalem, the front line divided the city into two halves, separating the two populations, see map 11. Intertwined with the barbed wire was the heart and core of the Arab-Israeli conflict. The truce lines at the end of the fighting diverged considerably from the UN partition lines, shaping a new military reality in Palestine, the western Galilee, Lydda, Rami, Jaffa, parts of southern Judea and the northern Negev, including Beersheba, all of which had been assigned to the Arab state, were now under Israeli control. The Gaza Strip was cut off from central Palestine and was held by the Egyptian army. Only in Samaria had the Iraqi army succeeded in capturing a small piece of territory that had been assigned to the Jewish state. Two major military matters complicated the armistice negotiations between Israel and Transjordan, the Negev and the Iraqi front. The future of the southern Negev was a bone of contention between Israel and Transjordan. Transjordan, with very active British support, sought to incorporate this area in its domain, while Israeli leaders saw it as a vital part of their country and hoped to give effect to their claim by political means. The question of the Iraqi front was rather more complicated. The truce line in this sector of the front left only a narrow Israeli corridor in the coastal plain, with the Iraqis holding Wadi Ara and the chain of hills overlooking Israeli territory to the east. From a security point of view, this line, which extended across part of the Haider-Ofuli Road, was extremely vulnerable. Consequently, ever since the fighting had come to an end, the Israelis had been looking for ways of changing the line. Various plans for military action had been considered, but all were shelved on account of more urgent military operations in the Negev. Yet the defense experts held to their assessment that military action offered the only solution and repeated their fears that negotiations with King Abdullah would jeopardize Israel's military option. During the preliminary armistice talks with King Abdullah's representatives in late December 1948, no substantive agreement of any kind had been reached because the starting points of the two sides were very different. The king wanted a settlement based on a combination of the UN partition plan with the Bernadotte plan, while Israel maintained that the existing situation be taken as the basic foundation for the settlement. Point 11. These preliminary talks were overtaken by the inauguration of the Israeli-Egyptian armistice negotiations in Rhodes. Not wanting to be left out in the cold, Abdullah issued an invitation for further talks to pave the way for official negotiations. Elias Sasson was recalled from Rhodes, and on January 16 he and Moshe Dayan, disguised in foreign uniforms, were driven by Col. Abdullah al-Tal to the Winter Palace at China. This meeting did not yield any tangible results, but it enabled the king to convey to the Zionist leaders his sincere desire for peace talks, and it provided them with some useful clues as to his thinking. He declared that he had no use for the Arab League, that he was determined to act alone, and that the fate of Palestine was a matter for discussion only between Israel and Transjordan. The British, he said, knew of his intentions, and they not only raised no objections but were pressing him to begin armistice talks in Rhodes. In connection with the Israeli-Egyptian armistice talks, Abdullah expressed the hope that the Egyptians would be made to withdraw altogether from Palestine. Sasson replied that he himself had just come from Rhodes, that the talks there were of a military nature, and that it was possible that the Egyptians would stay in Gaza. On hearing this, the king grew rather anxious and urged his visitors in the strongest possible terms not to give Gaza to Egypt. He himself needed it as an outlet to the Mediterranean. "Take it yourselves," he said excitedly, "give it to the devil, but do not let Egypt have it." Before leaving the palace, Dr. Shokat As-Sathi, the king's faithful physician, took Sasson on one side and told him to buy al-Tal and then everything would be all right. Point 12. The subtle hint was well received by Sasson, who saw in Abdullah al-Tal a potentially valuable figure in furthering the Zionist cause on account of his senior position in the Arab Legion and his closeness to King Abdullah. It was with some difficulty, however, that Sasson persuaded Dayan to hand Tal what amounted to a bribe in return for help in securing the release of the 700 Israeli prisoners, most of them from the Etzion block and the Jewish quarter of the Old City, held by the Arab Legion. An opportunity arose 2 weeks later when King Abdullah invited Sasson and the 1I5 for another talk and a sumptuous meal. On the way to the palace, Sasson concentrated on winning Tal over. He said that if the king should agree to the release of the Israeli prisoners, he hoped that buses could be provided without delay to transport them to Israel, and that the Israelis would meet the expenses, whatever they came to. Tal remarked that it would be more convenient if payment could be made in British currency. At this point Sasson signaled to Dayan, who handed over the money. After pocketing the money, Tal added that there was no need to trouble His Majesty. 396 negotiatingthearmisticeagreement with the operational and logistical details, as he himself would make all the necessary arrangements. Point 13. King Abdullah and Dr. As-Sathi received the party graciously in the palace. The king began the meeting by stating that all the Arab governments, Transjordan included, had decided to send representatives for armistice talks in Rhodes, but he himself preferred to negotiate separately and favored prior agreement between Tal and Dayan as well as direct contact during the negotiations. Sasson then raised the question of the Iraqi front and Iraqi representation in Rhodes. The king replied that he was unable to force Iraq to withdraw its army from Palestine, but that he would strive to remove the Iraqis from the border zones and replace them with Transjordanian police, and that he himself would assume responsibility for the remaining Iraqi troops. While expressing sympathy for the king's predicament, Sasson made it clear that they would raise the matter in Rhodes and insist on total Iraqi evacuation. The king was determined to start negotiations for a peace treaty immediately after the conclusion of the armistice. This would be done publicly, not in secret, in Jerusalem, without UN involvement, and with an opening ceremony at his palace in China. Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and Yemen had already given their consent, he claimed, to the opening of political talks with Israel. Lebanon's reply was expected to be positive, while Syria and Egypt would have no choice but to agree. Britain, he continued, was in full accord with his line but had advised him to insist in the peace negotiations on 2 points which he was unable to divulge. Sasson assumed that these points related to the southern Negev and pressed for freedom of movement to Eilat as part of the armistice. Abdullah was non-committal, holding out a vague prospect of an amicable arrangement in the future. Towards the end of the conference, the king inquired about the progress of the Israeli-Egyptian armistice talks. He expressed the insistent hope that Israel would not allow the Egyptians to stay in any part of Palestine. When Sasson pointed out that Egyptian police forces might be allowed to stay in Gaza to ensure internal security until the final peace settlement, he retorted that the Egyptians had no business being in Gaza any more than the Syrians in North Galilee. The ejection of the Egyptian troops from Gaza would serve to liquidate Egypt's conquest and the Mufti's government. During this part of the talk, the king begged to inform Ben-Gurion that Transjordan saw Gaza as her only outlet to the Mediterranean. He realized the difficulty of recovering Jaffa and therefore counted on Israeli sympathy for his needs in Gaza. To keep this hope alive, Sasson said that Ben-Gurion constantly bore in mind Transjordan's interest in Gaza and that it was very probable that a satisfactory arrangement could be worked out. During dinner the conversation turned on events in the various capitals of the world. The king was pleased that the Israeli elections had disclosed such slight communist strength, adding that Transjordan had no need for elections as he ruled and parliament carried out his will. There were endless expressions of goodwill and the king sent his respects to President Chaim Weizmann, David Ben-Gurion, and Moshe Sharad. Against Golda Meir, however, he had nursed ill feelings ever since their last meeting before the war. According to his version, by presenting him with a choice between submitting to an ultimatum delivered by a woman and going to war, she had forced him to join with the other Arab states in the invasion of Israel. When he was told that Golda Meir had been posted as Israel's minister in Moscow, he remarked with a twinkle in his eye, "Halu hahunak, halu hahunak. Leave her there, leave her there." 14 Sasson was so well versed in Arab customs that he did not feel out of place in the entourage of the royal court. One of the rules was to meander at leisure over pleasant irrelevancies before getting down to brass tacks. King Abdullah played chess, wrote poetry, and his spoken Arabic was elegant, even ornate. Whenever a visitor came to the court he enjoyed displaying his wisdom and wit by posing riddles to his advisors on Arab literature and history. Another rule of etiquette required them to pretend that they did not know the answers so that the king could answer the questions himself. Moshe Dayan, whose command of Arabic was inadequate and who was mystified by this elaborate protocol, lost his patience and started nudging his colleague to come to the point. Sasson ignored Dayan's elbow and after midnight whispered in his ear, "When I get up to go, follow me." Dayan was dumbfounded by this failure to even mention the subject they had been instructed to press. Sasson, accompanied by the king, walked towards the door, and when they reached the door the king embraced him. At this point Sasson slid his hand under the king's silk sash. Abdullah gasped because Bedouin tradition dictated that if a man placed his hand under the sash of a sheikh, the sheikh had to grant his wish. Sasson's victim raised both his hands in a gesture of surrender and said, "Ya Elias, please ask what is possible." Dayan looked on incredulously, wondering whether Sasson had taken leave of his senses. When Sasson pleaded for the release of the 700 prisoners of war, the king turned to Al-Tal and asked for his opinion. Al-Tal replied that some of the prisoners were women and children and nothing but a burden for the Arab Legion. He also assured the king that the British would have no objection to the freeing of the prisoners. "Taib. Good," said Abdullah. "Let them go and may they be blessed." 5 On hearing these words, Sasson removed his hand from the king's sash and the two men embraced. Most of the prisoners were released the next day. 15 Abdullah also contacted the Iraqi regent and arranged to meet him for a discussion on Palestine on February 2 at H3, the last pumping station of the Iraqi Petroleum Company on the Iraqi side of the border with Transjordan. The royal party from Amman included Fawzi el-Mulki, the defense minister. From Baghdad came Abd Abdullah, Prime Minister Nouri al-Said, Defense Minister Shakir al-Wadi, and the Chief of Staff, Soleh Saib al-Jabari. Abdullah's first request was that the Iraqi forces should hand over their first line of defense to the Arab Legion in order to put an end to the clashes between the Iraqis and the Zionists. He also asked to be given permission to negotiate an armistice with the Zionists on behalf of Iraq. Nouri agreed to start withdrawing the Iraqi troops gradually, but he was evasive about empowering Abdullah to represent Iraq in the armistice talks. While raising no objection to Abdullah accepting Bunch's invitation to start armistice talks at once, Nouri stated that Iraq would reply to this invitation by saying that she would follow the arrangements to be agreed by the other four states. The Iraqis found Abdullah anxious to declare himself as early as possible king of Arab Palestine and to start negotiations for a final settlement. They urged him to defer both declaration and negotiations in the hope of getting a united Arab front for the negotiations. Abdullah did not tell them of his contacts with the Jews. They guessed that there had been such contacts since he informed them that the Jews were asking him for an assurance that Iraqi forces would not attack. Abdullah's second request was that Transjordan be allowed to set up a civil administration in the parts of Samaria occupied by the Iraqi army. Realizing that this request was part of Abdullah's policy of creeping annexation, Wadi and Jabari said that this area was unsettled and insisted on keeping it in Iraqi hands. Despite this understanding at H3, Abdullah and his government subsequently sent numerous letters pressing for the creation of a Transjordanian civil administration and the appointment of district commissioners for Nablus, Jenin, and Tulkarem. The letters claimed that the Palestinian leaders themselves favored a union with Transjordan, but the suspicious Iraqis doubted this claim and pledged to respect the wishes of the Palestinian majority. 16 Although Abdullah had nothing very new or important to report as a result of the meeting at H3, he sent his doctor to the Israelis with a long message. Dr. Safi and Colonel Tal met in Jerusalem with Moshe Dayan and Yaakov Shimoni, Sassoon's deputy, who had been and remained a fervent supporter of the secret alliance with Transjordan. The message covered familiar ground and was couched in very general terms. Basically it outlined an armistice basic phone the existing lines but envisaged Israeli concessions on Lydda and Rami and implied Transjordanian retention of the southern tip of the Negev. The message also said that Abdullah would be responsible for the Iraqi front, without indicating whether he had obtained power of attorney or whether the Iraqi forces were going to withdraw. At the end of the meeting, Dayan therefore suggested that if the king wanted to proceed quickly to official talks, he should provide a map showing the exact front line in the southern Negev and a letter from the Iraqi government authorizing him to negotiate in its name. 17 Whether deliberate or unintentional, Abdullah's vagueness caused the Israeli leaders not to take him seriously. They suspected that these contacts were merely a public relations exercise, as Abdullah was not master of the situation in relation either to Britain or to his own government. For some time Ben-Gurion had been having doubts about the practical utility of these exchanges. Abdullah reminded him, he said, of the loquacious Zionist politician and journalist Nahum Sokolov. He speaks pleasantly but without a grasp of the issues and without authority. 18 On the other hand, Israel was in no hurry to begin armistice talks with Transjordan. Only by military action, it was felt, could she secure an outlet to the Red Sea and foil British designs. The tactic adopted by the Israelis, therefore, was to go slow on the talks with Abdullah and to expedite the negotiations with Egypt. 19 At Rhodes, Gen. Ugail Yadin and Light Col. Yitzhak Rabin were already planning what was soon to become known as Operation of de fait accompli, to extend Israel's control over the Negev down to Eilat. Yadin privately informed Gen. Saif el-Din, the head of the Egyptian delegation, that Israel would only agree to the demilitarization of El Ajah on condition that the reduced forces zone would extend to the Beersheba-Eilat line and not apply to the triangle east of that line. Saif el-Din understood perfectly that this arrangement was directed against Transjordan, and only after he agreed to it did Ben-Gurion authorize Yadin to sign the armistice agreement with Egypt. Operation Fait Accompli. The official armistice talks between Israel and Transjordan opened in Rhodes under the chairmanship of Dr. Ralph Bunche on March 4. The head of the Israeli delegation was Reuven Shaloa. The other members of the delegation were Light Col. Moshe Dayan, Light Col. Dan Lehner, and the legal advisor of the foreign ministry, Shabtai Rosenay. After a while, Yaakov Shimoni also joined the delegation. Two other Israeli officers, Yehoshaphat Harkabi and Shaul Ramadi, were attached to the delegation but without becoming official members. The Israeli delegation went to Rhodes with a set of clear and detailed instructions approved by the cabinet. Israel's position had already been presented in the preliminary talks, but it was now elaborated and defined much more precisely. The principal guidelines were the moving of the front line in the Iraqi sector in Samaria eastward, adjustment of the front line southeast of Wadi Erez so that the entire Afuli Hadera road would be under Israeli control, evacuation of the Latron salient, fixing the international border as the armistice line in the Araba, in Jerusalem free access to Mount Scopus, to the cemetery in Mount Olives, and to the Wailing Wall, use of the railway line to Jerusalem, free access to Naharaim and the reopening of the electricity generating station, resumption of the water supply to the Dead Sea potash works and free movement in the Dead Sea for its sailing vessels, as well as transport of its produce in Israeli vehicles to Jerusalem. The delegation was instructed not to agree to any reciprocal concessions, whether in territorial exchange or the return of the refugees, without express orders, as well as to ensure the inclusion of a clause in the armistice agreement clarifying that Israel's signature did not constitute recognition of Transjordanian sovereignty over territories west of the Jordan. 21 The Transjordanian delegation to Rhodes was headed by Col. Ahmed Sidki El-Yundi and included Light Col. Muhammad Al-Ma'ayada, Capt. Ali Abu Nawar, Maj. Radi Hindawi, and the legal advisor, Riyad al-Mufli. These men were all East Bankers with very little understanding of land values, water resources, or conditions in the villages on the West Bank. Tawfiq Abul Huda had resisted the inclusion of Palestinians in the delegation with the argument that the talks were of a military nature and it was not proper to raise political claims until the final settlement had been reached. 22 In Rhodes it soon became clear that these relatively low-ranking army officers lacked the authority to decide on major issues and were unequal to the task of conducting complex armistice negotiations. They looked helpless and lost and kept referring every minor question back to their capital. So inferior were these East Bankers to all the other Arab negotiating teams as to give rise to the suspicion that they had deliberately been chosen to ensure that no serious negotiations took place in Rhodes and that everything was referred back to Amman where British representatives could have their say. 23 King Abdullah after all was an autocratic ruler who believed in keeping a close watch on developments and keeping political decisions firmly in his own hands. Now that he was facing one of the most critical decisions of his career, it was all the more important that he personally should remain in charge. It was not long before Abdullah indicated that he could not rely on his delegation to negotiate on his behalf and that he wanted to conduct the negotiations himself, privately and secretly at his winter palace at China. The tragicomic talks in Rhodes were to provide an official facade while the real bargaining was being carried on elsewhere. Only the king's closest confidants were to know. The rest of the world was to go on watching the puppet show in Rhodes. 24 The show lasted a month and was divided into 4 phases, 4 to 11 March 12 to March 18, 18 to 23 March, and March 24 to April 3. The opening session in Rhodes raised a storm in a teacup. It had been agreed with Bunch beforehand that he would formally present the leaders to one another, but when he came into the conference room Colonel Yundi was already seated and he declined to stand up and shake hands with Shaloa. It soon transpired that there had been no malevolent intent but a simple misunderstanding. Yet Sherrod pompously cabled Shaloa, "Notify Bunch that if the Jordanians continue to behave in this boorish manner, we shall stop the negotiations and announce that they will be renewed only after we are satisfied that they have learned the elementary lessons in civilized deportment." 25 The first phase of the deliberations on the armistice lines was immediately plunged into a crisis by the unfolding of Operation Fait Accompli. This operation, designed to capture the southern Negev, was conducted, in accordance with Ben-Gurion's precept of one war at a time, between 5 and March 10. Ben-Gurion was afraid of upsetting the armistice agreement with Egypt, afraid of wrecking the armistice talks with Transjordan, afraid of provoking all-out war with the Arab Legion, and, above all, afraid of a direct clash with the British forces stationed in Aqaba. Strict central control and severe political constraints were accordingly maintained throughout the operation. The plan was that 2 brigades would depart from Beersheba towards Eilat in a pincer movement, one going through the middle of the Negev mountains and the other through Wadi Araba along the border with Transjordan. The order to the brigade commanders was not to engage in any fighting and in the event of encountering enemy forces, to break off contact. Ugal Alon's creative interpretation of this order from HQ, for the benefit of his 2 brigade commanders, was that they should defend themselves all the way to Eilat. The 1st Brigade did not encounter any enemy forces, but the 2nd Brigade came across Arab Legion units who tried to block its advance. The most serious clash occurred in Garandal. The Arab Legion also took up positions in Ras al-Naqb, near the Egyptian-Israeli border and near Rashrash, Eilat. But on orders from Glub Pasha these positions were evacuated during the night between Q and Io March, and on that day the Israeli brigades reached Eilat. 26, see map 12. Amman made frantic attempts to halt the Israeli advance by diplomatic means, through an official complaint submitted to Bunch, a personal message addressed by Abdullah to Sharad, and through the British government. The latter communicated the Transjordanian protests to the Israeli government and even threatened to open fire on the IDF forces if they attacked the British forces stationed in Aqaba or crossed the border in that area. Abdullah's message of March 8 warned that the IDF forces were liable to clash with his units at any moment and begged Israel to refrain from further advance towards Aqaba pending a settlement in Rhodes. It also pointed to the contradiction between Sassan's nice letter from Paris and Israel's military actions and asked for an explanation. Sharad replied that he did not understand His Majesty's concern and assured him that Israel's forces had not crossed and had no intention of crossing the border. If the king ordered the Arab Legion to refrain from crossing the border into Israel, no clash would occur. Sharad ended with the hope that the armistice negotiations would be successfully concluded, based on the territorial integrity of both parties. 27 Sassan was not surprised to learn that the king felt that the behavior of the IDF contradicted his promises. The king, Sassan explained to Sharad, was under the impression that when the time came it would not be difficult for the 2 friends to find a common language. He did not realize that the negotiations with Transjordan would be more difficult and complex than with any of the other Arab countries. At times he forgets his allies and their intrigues. Sassan's advice was to treat the king fairly, to be patient with him, and to explain things to him in the language of friends seeking the common good and not in the language of politicians insisting only on their own interests. This was what they themselves had led Abdullah to expect in the past, and Sassan had no doubt that continuing to behave in this gentlemanly fashion was a sure way of attaining their objectives. 28 Although Abdullah was clearly disturbed by the new patterns of Israeli behavior, he did not break off the talks. The Israelis' tactic of delaying signature of the ceasefire agreement until they had completed their advance to the Gulf of Aqaba had worked. Operation Fait Accompli had indeed created new facts which neither the UN nor Transjordan nor Britain had the power to change. On March 11, a general ceasefire agreement between Israel and Transjordan was signed in Rhodes. UN observers were sent to the Araba region and shortly thereafter certified the location of the Israeli positions in the southern Negev. Nor was this the only example of the coercive diplomacy practiced by Israel during the armistice talks. The ripples created by the Aqaba affair had not died down before the Israeli leaders once again spoke to Abdullah in the language of politicians with a victorious army behind them. The second phase of the armistice talks was confined essentially to the Transjordanian front since the position of the Iraqi front remained unclear. The Iraqis refused to send representatives to Rhodes or to let the Transjordanians negotiate on their behalf. It was a question of principle for them, as well as one of national honor and prestige, not to enter into any negotiations with the Zionists and not to recognize the Zionist state. The Iraqis did agree, on March 10, that the Arab Legion should take over their forward positions and that the handover should be completed within 15 days, freeing the Iraqi army to return home with its honor and commitment to the Palestine cause intact. but the Transjordanian government seemed hesitant about taking over the Iraqi front stage by stage, and Gulub Pasha seemed to be dragging his feet. Gulub had never favored replacing the Iraqi army in the triangle for fear that his own little army would become too thinly stretched. He would have preferred the Iraqis to sign an armistice agreement like all the other Arab countries and to stay put, and he regretted that Abdullah had asked the Iraqis to retire quietly from the field in favor of the Arab Legion. These prevarications gave rise to the suspicion, forcefully expressed to General Jabari by Fadl al-Jamali, the new prime minister, that there was a Transjordanian Zionist plot afoot to force Iraq into negotiations with the Zionists. 29 In Amman there were also fears that the radical pro-Palestinian elements in the Iraqi army might get out of hand and turn against the Transjordanian regime for its failure to stand fast against the enemy. Having to conduct military operations under severe political constraints had a frustrating and a radicalizing effect on the Iraqi army. Regardless of rank, many Iraqi officers were of the opinion that they were capable of accomplishing the mission for which they had been sent to Palestine, but that they were being made to fight with one hand tied behind their backs as a result of political interference from above. Some of the younger Iraqi officers, their political consciousness heightened by the experience at the front, indeed began to talk among themselves about the need to get rid of the British and to replace the regime subservient to the British in Baghdad and Amman. 30 Some of these officers were also under the influence of the Egyptians and the Syrians, but General Jabari knew of nothing to indicate that there was an actual plan to overthrow either the Transjordanian or the Iraqi branches of the Hashemite monarchy. 31 However, on one occasion when Colonel Goldie was in temporary charge of the Arab Legion, he received a message from Gulub saying that their allies, which could only mean the Iraqis, were plotting something, such as a sudden rush with armored cars to Amman. Gulub did not believe that there was a serious threat but suggested that Goldie might take some precautions. After consultation with Sir Alec Kirkbride, Goldie moved a battalion to guard the entrance to Amman. It was a false alarm, but one which was symptomatic of mutual mistrust between the British and the Transjordanians on the one hand and the Iraqis on the other, and of the prevalent fear that the Iraqis would stab their allies in the back. 32 In the more serene setting of the Hotel de Roses, the negotiations dealt with the Israeli demands for including the Latron salient on their side of the line, for free access to Mount Scopus, for reactivating the railway to Jerusalem, and with the Transjordanian demand for free access to Bethlehem. But in the protracted deliberations on these subjects, Bunch was unable to induce the two delegations to soften their stand. He tried to break the deadlock with a compromise proposal of his own which called for the demilitarization of Jerusalem, and joint supervision, with UN participation, of the contested roads and railway. Both sides rejected this proposal. The Israeli delegates regarded it as a ploy to take advantage of the dispute between the parties in order to put into effect the UN resolutions on Jerusalem. They concluded that it would be preferable to deal with Jerusalem and its environs in direct talks outside roads and to sign an armistice agreement based on the lines of the sincere truce that Dayan had previously concluded with Al-Tal. The Transjordanians concurred, and this item was consequently removed from the agenda. The discussions now turned to the reduction and deployment of forces and other military matters. 33 Upon completion of Operation Fait Accompli, the Israelis received intelligence that the Iraqi army had agreed to hand over its forward positions to the Arab Legion. King Abdullah had assumed all along that Israel would welcome the transfer. It was Elias Sasson who had first urged him to take over the Iraqi positions. But now Israel seized on the proposed transfer as a convenient excuse to press for the modifications she had long desired in the Sharon and Wadi Arrow lines. In the General Staff, plans for capturing the Triangle, or the whole of the West Bank, including the Old City of Jerusalem, were under constant discussion. The generals were convinced that the strategic value of controlling central Palestine up to the Jordan far outweighed any temporary inconvenience and diplomatic embarrassment that another military operation would entail. 3 brigades were moved to the Central Front and preparations for military action began in Q4 earnest. At this point, however, Israel's political leaders paused to consider the possible consequences and international repercussions. They feared that an operation, such as the one insistently advocated by General Alon for taking over the whole West Bank in 3 days, might sway world public opinion against Israel and against Israeli membership of the United Nations, as well as aggravating the already enormous Arab refugee problem. They were much less ready, therefore, to tempt fate in the triangle than they had been in the Negev. Ben-Gurion felt that with Israel still in the dock over its advance to Aqaba, it would be a mistake to launch another major military operation. He was especially reluctant to push Britain too far and to risk her re-entry into Palestine and a possible clash with the IDF. Bevan, he assumed, was looking for an opportunity to take revenge on Israel for the humiliating defeats inflicted on him in El Arish and in Eilat, and a premature move could provide him with just the opportunity he was looking for. 35 The question was how to obtain the vital piece of territory without fighting for it. In the end it was decided to use the preparations for what was codenamed Operation Shintaf Shin as an instrument of coercive diplomacy. The 3 brigades were ostentatiously shuffled around in broad daylight as part of the new war of nerves being waged against Transjordan. The Israeli government protested to Bunch that the contemplated redeployment of forces on the Iraqi front would be a violation of the existing truce and that it reserved all its rights. Israel was now in fact claiming that she had no less of a right to occupy the positions to be vacated by the Iraqi army than the Arab Legion. And the well-publicized maneuvers near the Iraqi front were designed to leave no doubt in Abdullah's mind that if Israel failed to secure these positions by diplomacy, she would take them by force. 36 With constant reports of fresh Israeli advances, the stonewalling in roads, the Iraqis beginning to pull back, and the 11,000-strong Arab Legion facing an army 10 times bigger, Abdullah's anxiety grew too deep to contain. On March 14, he sent an urgent message to Foreign Minister Sherrod. "It is reported that you have declared that an Israeli army unit has reached the shore of the Gulf of Aqaba in territory considered to be included in Palestine. That, I know, is correct. It is further reported that in your declaration you went on to say that any part of Palestine which is evacuated by the Iraqi army will be captured by Israeli forces to ensure defense stability. Is this true?" On the next day, Walter Eiten sent a reply in the name of the Israeli government. "Foreign Minister Sherrod is abroad and I am acting in his place. I have the honor to thank you in his name for your kind letter, which was received yesterday. As to the evacuation of Iraqi forces from the areas they now hold and their replacement by Arab Legion forces, we have already notified the UN acting mediator that we regard this step as a flagrant violation of the truce and we shall not recognize it so long as our agreement has not been secured. However, we have no intention of capturing this territory nor threatening its Arab inhabitants, since it is our wish to reach a peace agreement in this area too. It is our view that a discussion of this matter falls outside the purview of the armistice talks at Rhodes, but we are prepared to recall Colonel Moshe Dayan from Rhodes for a talk with the King's representative in Jerusalem on the arrangements acceptable to both parties for the territory to be evacuated by the Iraqi forces. We shall be grateful to your Majesty if you would let us know if it is your wish that we invite Colonel Dayan for such a talk in Jerusalem. We are convinced that this will be agreeable to you, for you, no less than we, would prefer a solution by peaceful means. 37. Abdullah agreed and Dayan said goodbye to the Hotel de Roses and to the butterflies in the woods to return to dark of night talks in the no man's land of Mandelbaum, the gentleman whose name and Waravajed house between the Transjordan and Israeli lines had entered history as a unique gate of Jerusalem. When Dayan met Abdullah al-Tal on March 18, he felt no need for lengthy preliminaries or for gentle treading around the subject. He told Tal directly that Israel wanted the Wadi Ara defile and the heights overlooking the narrow coastal plain. Tal replied that in his view such a concession was not possible both because of the stand of the Iraqi army and because of public opinion at home. In that case, said Dayan, there were 2 alternatives: either the Transjordanians would not replace the Iraqis at all, or they would reach an agreement with Israel which would be implemented gradually to avoid publicity. Tal favored a secret agreement but reserved the final decision for the king. On the following day the king sent the following message to Walter Eiten: "Know you will agree with me on the question of our taking over the Iraqi sector of the front, since this arises out of the talks I had with Mr. Sasson and Col. Dayan. I myself talked to the Iraqis when I met them at the border and persuaded them that I would take over the entire front. If you and Dayan could meet me, I hope the results would be what we all desire. 5 Dayan asked the general staff for an interpreter who spoke good literary Arabic and for a map, and promised that in talking to the king they would not ask for a mountain in order to settle for a mouse 5 in the manner of Oriental hagglis, but would tell him what they want and stand by it. Maj. Yehoshaphat Harkabi, Tadi 5, a staff officer who was to become the director of military intelligence and later a leading expert on the Arab-Israeli conflict, accompanied Dayan to the meeting at China as the interpreter. The meeting did not last long. 5, wrote Dayan in his memoirs. We greeted, dined, explained, and departed at IOPM, leaving the king to digest our proposals, which were just, though by no means modest, and to consult with his ministers. 538 For Harkabi, whose Arabic was fully equal to the occasion, this was the first meeting with an Arab potentate, and it made a strong impression on him. What surprised him most was the ease with which Abdullah seemed prepared to grant Israel's demands. The huge stumbling block he had expected turned out to be scarcely a pebble. From the mature vantage point of some 35 years after the event, Harkabi has conceded that the Israeli approach was crude and little more than a series of improvisations directed at seizing every possible extra bit of land. In fairness, he added, it may have been felt that favorable conditions would enhance the prospects of peace. The aim was to secure as favorable an armistice agreement as possible, because it was believed that the terms of the final peace settlement would closely correspond to those of the temporary armistice agreement. This was in line with the basic Zionist conception that peace is not a goal in its own right but a function of the prevailing conditions. Hence the dynamic approach to negotiations, hence the preoccupation, verging on obsessive Zion, to do everything possible to gain more land and to improve Israel's strategic conditions. Harkabi had nothing but praise for the way in which the 34-year-old Dayan presented Israel's demands for Wadi Ara and the rich southeast of it. With the Iraqis, said Dayan, we are there as enemies. With you we shall be there as friends. Not understanding precisely what was involved, Abdullah turned to Colonel Tal to ask for his opinion. Makal, he asked, is it reasonable? Makal, replied Tal. And thus was reached the basic understanding that was eventually translated into detailed provisions in the armistice agreement. In his memoirs, Abdullah al-Tal presents himself as the fervent supporter of Palestinian nationalism, as the only man who tried, and failed, to rescue the king from the clutches of the wily and rapacious Jews. But Harkabi testifies that at the meeting itself Tal was helpful and instrumental in promoting the accord. 9 No doubt the British communication telling Abdullah that Great Britain did not regard her treaty obligations as extending to anything that might happen outside the borders of Transjordan itself also helped to place the king in a receptive frame of mind, as did the growing impatience of the Iraqis. In any case, the main point that emerged from the meeting was that he was willing, in return for Israel's consent to the Arab Legion replacing the Iraqis, to give her Wadi Ara, the ridge to the southeast of it, and the first line of hills on the northwest side of the Wadi. By agreeing specifically that Tulkarem and Qaqiliyah with their large civilian population would not be involved and would remain purely Arab areas, Dayan made it easier for the king to yield on the territory that was strategically vital for Israel. The king wanted the agreement to be kept secret and to include a clause for face-saving purposes in case the agreement ever leaked out, to the effect that Israel had handed over to Transjordan comparable areas elsewhere. He also preferred the agreement to be implemented in stages over a period of 4 to 6 months. Dayan indicated that in general the ideas propounded by the king seemed sound, and it was arranged that the following day Tal would obtain the consent of Glub and also fly to Beirut to inform the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister of the King's tentative decision. Tal was to give Dayan the final word of approval by 6 p.m. on March 21. After consulting all these parties. 40 Various meetings were hastily arranged with ministers, officials, and military commanders in Amman to discuss the latest developments. Although the strip to be surrendered included some of the richest land still in the possession of the Arabs, it was assumed that the object of the Israeli demand was strategic rather than economic. The sparing of Tulkarm and Kokhalia was greeted with a sigh of relief. Glubb calculated that the total area demanded by Israel was some 400 square kilometers, whereas the whole area defended by the Arab Legion and the Iraqi army amounted to some 6,000 square kilometers. The area to be ceded, therefore, represented just over 6% of the whole. In response to the letter from the Prime Minister, Glubb replied that if the Israeli demands were rejected and hostilities were renewed, the Arab Legion would not be able to hold the line after the Iraqis had gone. Moreover, if war recommenced, the Israelis might well seize more territory than they had asked for. At the most, 2,000 Transjordanian troops could be mustered to replace the 10,000 Iraqi soldiers, and as the latter proposed to withdraw forthwith regardless of what everybody else did, the Transjordanian government had no choice but to accept the Israeli terms. There was some loose talk from junior officers about fighting on, but the leaders knew that the game was lost and the forfeits had to be paid. It was finally suggested by the Prime Minister and agreed by the King that a special ministerial committee should be appointed to conduct direct and secret negotiations with Israel while the shadow boxing continued in Rhodes. Fala al-Madada, who was Minister of Justice and acting Defense Minister, was appointed as head of the delegation. Abdullah's advice was to accept the Jewish demands and reach agreement with them whatever the cost so that they might settle the Palestine problem once and for all. We have many strategic positions in the mountains in Tubas and Jericho, he added. What can we lose if we give them some hills to protect their lands? When Tal intervened to suggest that something should be asked in return for those hills, the king's anger was only deflected by Education Minister Muhammad Amin Shankatai, who said, "The Arabs in Palestine have fled their villages, left their homes to the Jews, and His Majesty, may God prolong his life, is now their only protector, so there is no room for arrogant self-exaltation. It is best to negotiate with the Jews, whatever the cost." During lunch Abdullah was in a maudlin and self-pitying mood. "I am ready to give up my throne before renewing battle with the Jews," he mused. "But the question is, who would assume power after I had gone? In the name of God, I love Transjordan and its people, not out of personal interest, as the country is poor. If I left the country, I wouldn't have enough money to pay for even a single dinner." After lunch he ordered Tal to invite the Jama'eh, by which word he meant the Jews, to dinner. 41 Carrying out the royal order, Tal informed Dayan that everyone on his side was willing to sign an agreement on the basis that had been outlined 2 evenings earlier at Shana, and asked that an Israeli delegation appear in the no man's land near the Mandelbaum Gate at 7 p.m. on the evening of March 22. 3 nights at Shana. The Israeli delegation consisted of Walter Eitan, Yugal Yadin, Moshe Dayan, and Yehoshaphat Harkabi. Before the meeting, Yadin prepared a map with 3 lines representing Israel's maximum, minimum, and intermediate demands and obtained Ben-Gurion's approval and instructions. 42 The arrangement was that the party should set out from Jerusalem after dark and return before dawn so as to minimize the chances of anyone seeing them cross the lines. A jumbled mass of debris and half-destroyed houses, with minefields on either side. The party had to pick its way through several hundred yards of this dangerous shambles in pitch darkness, stumbling over planks, twisted iron, and cement blocks until it came to a clearing on the other side. There Colonel Tal stood waiting with a car in which he conveyed the party across the Allenby Bridge and other heavily guarded checkpoints to Shana. For Eitan this was a journey into unknown country, an enemy country at that, but he was the king's guest and had no qualms. Soon after crossing the river, they reached Shana, where the Winter Palace struck him as not so palatial after all. It was a reasonably comfortable country house with a very large oil painting, curiously enough, of the Battle of Trafalgar, a gift to King Abdullah from King George V. 43 Abdullah received the party with exquisite courtesy. In attendance were Fala al-Madada, Hussein Siraj, the Under-Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, and Abdullah Tal. Some of the dramatis personae were away in Beirut at a meeting with the UN's Palestine Conciliation Commission. The king opened the proceedings with a long speech, studded with many Arabic sayings, such as, "Your neighbor who is near is dearer to you than your brother who is far away," 5, and similar words of proverbial wisdom. After Eitan had made a suitably courteous reply, the king retired and the two delegations got down to business. They talked for 6 hours, although the atmosphere was not friendly as the Israelis took a very strong line. With the help of a map, Eitan presented Israel's demands for territorial adjustments in the 60-kilometer-long front line held by the Iraqis, see map 13. A cursory look at the new line drawn by Eitan revealed the unexpected depth of the area demanded by Israel. Within the area in question there were several Arab villages, and the Transjordanian delegates were concerned about their future. A long discussion ensued about the size of the area, the fate of its inhabitants, and the possibility of reciprocal Israeli concessions. By 1 a.m., however, the two sides had agreed on a line and on a draft text for the agreement. It was finally arranged that the map and the draft should be taken to Amman for the king's final approval, as according to Tal the Hashemite ruler had never realized that he would have to give up so much territory. The line finally agreed upon apparently left some 30 villages, including a number of large ones, in Israel's area, and Tal thought that the king might be rather appalled when he saw this. Tal was to telephone by QPM the next day to inform the delegation of the king's acceptance or rejection of the scheme, but they made it clear that they would negotiate no further and it was now a question of take it or leave it. Tal duly telephoned at the appointed hour to report that the king agreed and invited the delegation that evening to Shana to feast and sign the agreement. 44 What Eitan had presented was an ultimatum, nothing more and nothing less. He left no room for doubt that unless the agreement was signed within 24 hours, Israel would take that whole area, and possibly more, by force. Abdullah had to pay a price, a very heavy price, but once again he felt that he had no alternative. 45 To the American charge in Amman, well Stabler, Abdullah confessed that he felt that if he refused to sign the agreement, Israel would recommence hostilities and the whole area might be lost. It would in fact be better to sacrifice another 15 villages with an additional estimated 15,000 refugees than to lose what little was left of Arab Palestine. On the other hand, if he did sign the agreement and then an armistice, it might be difficult for the Israelis to make further excessive demands. Stabler, whose sympathies were entirely on the king's side, only wished it were possible to believe that the Israelis would present no further demands. In a cable to Secretary of State George Marshall, Stabler described the Israeli demands and the 24-hour ultimatum as being in the nature of blackmail, adding for good measure that it appeared to be rank injustice for the United States government to stand by while Israel was forcing Transjordan into such an agreement at gunpoint. 46 On the evening of March 23, the same Israeli delegation proceeded by the same route to Shana to meet a much larger team than on the previous night. The team that the king had now assembled included a large ministerial component, several members of the royal court, and a British officer, Light Col. Charles Coker, who served as Glubb's chief of staff and head of the survey department. The king had invited Glubb himself to attend, but the latter had apparently excused himself, saying he did not want to see the Jews' faces. It suited the Israelis not to see Glubb's face either because they did not want it said in the Arab world that this agreement was the product of British Zionist collusion. 47 Walter Eitan felt that he could write a small book about this experience, about the queerness of passing through Jericho and over the Allenby Bridge, about sitting down at the king's table with a British officer, and similarly unusual impressions. In his report to Sherrod, Eitan gave a vivid account of the general atmosphere, of the principal personalities, and of the strange proceedings of that very memorable evening. The king, who appeared to be in excellent health apart from an affliction of the bladder which makes him take uridonal and run out to the lavatory every quarter hour or so, is surrounded by the most extraordinary types. His acting prime minister, whose name is something like said Pasha Mufti, is to all appearances mentally deficient, though this does not prevent him from being at the same time Minister of the Interior and acting Minister for Foreign Affairs. Our friend of the previous night, Fala Pasha el-Madada, who is Minister of Justice and acting Minister of Defense, had little notion of what the whole thing was about, and signed the agreement, which was in English, without understanding a single word of what the document contained, though I presume it had been conveyed to him that it was good thing for the king. Abdullah Tal, who is an outstanding figure in that crowd, maintained an attitude of utter cynicism throughout the proceedings, though he helped actively to get the agreement concluded. He seems to be wholly disillusioned about the Arabs, about the British, and about everything else, and speaks about the king, even in the king's presence, in a way which can only be described as contemptuous. As, however, he appears at the same time to feel some affection for the king and to be sincerely anxious to safeguard his interests, I can only assume that there are things in the Arab character which I simply do not understand. We reached China at about 8:00 p.m., bringing the king a present consisting of 2 silver candlesticks and a badly printed Tanakh Bible encased in a heavy silver binding. In return I received a murderous-looking dagger. We stood around in the drawing room smoking, while someone kept a lookout for the king's approach, the signal for putting out cigarettes quickly. The sight of His Excellency, the Minister of Justice and Acting Minister of Defense, trying like a schoolboy to conceal a cigarette which he did not have time to put out was one I shall not quickly forget. After we had been introduced and said a few polite things, the king led us in to dinner, at which I sat on his right and Yadin on his left. The dinner was excellent, as we had all expected. Conversation was a little difficult, but whenever it failed the king put things right by extending his hands and grasping Yadin and me by the arm, apparently as a silent gesture of friendship. After dinner we all went back into the reception room. The king sat down at one end with the acting prime minister sitting opposite and the rest of us grouped in between. The king then started a long speech about friendship between our two countries, the past, including Deir Yassin, the future, naturally not so specific, his relations with Britain and the United States, as well as many other things, including what he thought of the Mufti and solicitous inquiries after the health of Mr. Ben-Gurion, Mr. Sherrod, Mrs. Meyerson, Sayeda Golda, Mr. Sasson and Mr. Ruttenberg. In the end, after the king had gone, saying he usually went to bed at 9 o'clock, it was by this time nearly 11, we got down to business. The agreement was finally signed at 2:00 a.m., as were the maps which go with it, and we left China at 2:30 a.m., reaching Tel Aviv just over 3 hours later. A copy of the agreement itself is attached to this letter. I have already told you by cable of how the new line runs, and the only additional thing worth saying about it is that Glob's chief of staff helped to draw it and finally sign the maps together with the members of the Transjordan delegation. At first, when Abdullah Tal told us on the way to China that a British officer would be present, we raised objections, but Abdullah Tal said that the members of the delegation and the various ministers at China had no more idea of map reading than the king had, and that it was essential for a military man to be present and see to the side of things. As all the good Transjordanian officers were away at Rhodes, they had asked Light Col. Coker to help them. In the end both Yadin and Diane thought it was a good thing that this officer was present and certified the line, as this would make it impossible for the Transjordanians afterwards to say that we had tricked them. Col. Coker's presence means, of course, that the British know about the arrangement and presumably give it their blessing. In a sense, this agreement is too good to be true, and I shall not believe in its reality completely until I see what happens when the time comes for it to be implemented. It gives us in respect of territory nearly all of it highly strategic, far more than we should ever have contemplated taking by military action. In conclusion, I should like to emphasize once again the need for secrecy. We have guaranteed, under Article 11, not to publish the agreement, and it is obviously in our interest to get its provisions implemented before they become generally known in the Arab world, where they would be sure to produce an outcry, perhaps on a scale that might make their execution impossible. 48 Yadin's most vivid memory was of King Abdullah's extraordinarily long opening speech, giving his version of the events that had led to that bizarre gathering. Though addressed to the Israeli delegation, much of this speech was really directed at the king's own advisers and took the form of a reprimand for their having failed to heed his warning that the Arabs, a weak and backward people, had no chance of defeating the Jews, who were a united and advanced people. In a nutshell, Abdullah claimed that he had always wanted peace and that it was the other Arab rulers and his own advisers who had pushed Transjordan into war. The British, he stated, had misled him from start to finish and had even supplied him with shells stuffed with sawdust instead of gunpowder. Turning pointedly to his advisers, he said, "I now want to tell you a story in the presence of our guests. As you know and they know, I am a Bedouin, and there is an ancient Bedouin saying that I first heard from my father, and it goes as follows: if you are fleeing from your enemy, with your tent and all your possessions loaded on your horse, and you see that the enemy is getting closer, you have two alternatives, either to fall into your enemy's hands with all your goods or to throw to him parcels as you continue to flee. And I want you to know that I have invited our Israeli friends in order to throw parcels to them." 49. At a certain moment in this long and devastatingly frank speech, when the king explained how heavy were the sacrifices he was being called upon to make, Dayan could not restrain himself and told him that the three military members of their delegation, Yatan, Harkabi, and himself, had each lost a younger brother in this war, a war which they had not wanted and which would not have broken out if the Arab states, Transjordan included, had not attacked them. The time to have talked about concessions and compromise was before the war, in order to prevent it. Now one had to bear the consequences and pay the price. 50. Nevertheless, the Israelis did make some minor concessions which made it easier for the Transjordanians to sign the agreement. Yatan's original line was slightly redrawn and an article was inserted into the agreement, to save Transjordan's face in the Arab world, stating that Israel, for its part, made similar changes for the benefit of the Hashemite kingdom of Jordan. 5. Another article safeguarded the rights of the inhabitants of the villages to be surrendered to Israel. Thirdly, Israel undertook to pay Transjordan the cost of building 20 kilometers of first-class road in compensation for the road between Tulkarem and Kokilya. The agreement laid down a timetable for the transfer of the territories over a period of some 4 months, see Appendix 1, and incorporated a map signed by the representatives of Israel and the Arab Legion indicating the new line. The king reappeared when the agreement was signed. Seeing sad, tired faces all around him, he gave an order to a servant who returned with a bunch of roses. With a weary but sincere smile, Abdullah gave each of the Israelis a rose as he blessed their homeward journey, saying, "Tonight we have ended the war and brought the peace." 51. Although the agreement was signed on March 23, it required the ratification of Transjordan's prime minister, who was still in Beirut. The final date for its ratification was therefore set for March 30, with the delay giving Abdullah more time to consider its implications, to elicit the views of Britain and the United States, and possibly even to secure their intervention to stop the agreement being ratified and to take steps to protect Transjordan for reneging on the agreement and against further military threats from Israel. It was in fact Sir Alec Kirkbride who had suggested using the Prime Minister's absence in order to gain time. Kirkbride hoped to achieve two things: first, to alert the British government to the gravity of the situation, and, secondly, to urge Abdullah to appeal personally to President Truman to exert pressure on the Israelis to modify their position. In order to convey to London the strength of his own feeling, Kirkbride described the last meeting at China as taking place in circumstances strongly reminiscent of Hitler and the late Czech president. However, it seems that Kirkbride was more alarmed than the Transjordanians themselves by the terms of the proposed agreement, and his appeal to the Foreign Office yielded nothing more substantial than a note to the State Department stating that the proposed deal would endanger Transjordan's internal security as well as her position in the Arab world. Abdullah's direct appeal to President Truman for help was equally unproductive. All it elicited was a general statement about the disfavor with which America would view any attempt to violate the provisions of the secret agreement. Both Kirkbride and Stabler were greatly disappointed with what they saw as the apathetic attitude of their respective governments. Unfortunately for the king, they could not offer any practical alternative to the ratification of the secret agreement, nor could they guarantee any external support for a policy of defiance. 523.5 The king reported on the disappointing results of his appeal to Britain and the United States to a special meeting of the Council of Ministers in China on March 26. He then turned to Glubb and questioned him about the extent of the Arab Legion's preparedness for renewed warfare. Glubb replied that the army was very small and that it only had ammunition for 2 or 3 days of fighting. Tawfiq Abul Huda, who had returned from Beirut, was critical of Britain for leaving Transjordan in the lurch, and the council resolved to invite the Israelis to another meeting and to accept their demands but amend some of the terms of the secret agreement. Following the council meeting, Tal informed Harkabi that the Prime Minister approved the agreement in principle but that the king would like them to come again to Shana to discuss a number of points that had arisen. He stated specifically that instead of the provisions of the agreement remaining secret, the king now wished them to be included in the general armistice agreement being negotiated in Rhodes, that the timetable which governed the handing over of territory in the original agreement might now be deleted and all the territory handed over as soon as the Iraqis evacuated it, and that certain changes would be suggested in the border. Harkabi replied that they were willing to come to Shana, but only on condition that no changes in the border were proposed or discussed. This condition was accepted and they duly proceeded to Shana on the evening of March 30. The party consisted of the same four who had gone on the two previous occasions, together with Reuven Chaloa whom it was thought wise to take because Colonel Yundi, the head of the Transjordan delegation at Rhodes, was going to be there, and because in any case the provisions of the secret agreement were now to be incorporated in the general armistice agreement which Chaloa was negotiating at Rhodes. On arrival at Shana they found that with the exception of Abdullah Tal and Colonel Coker, all the participants on the Transjordanian side had been changed, so they were now faced with new and much tougher, shrewder and more experienced characters. The protagonists on this occasion were Prime Minister Tawfiq Abul Huda, Defense Minister Fawzi El-Mulki and Hamid Farhan, the Secretary to the Cabinet. This represented a distinct rise in level as far as both personal rank and individual ability were concerned. The king on this occasion did not go to bed when the actual proceedings began, but stayed up until 4 o'clock in the morning, in the company of a ravishing black-haired sheik, sitting on the terrace of his house, until he was sure that the agreement had been reached and that he could safely see his visitors off the premises. Abul Huda opened the proceedings with a long speech aimed at placing the current negotiations in the context of the original accord between the two sides on the partition of Palestine. Transjordan, he said, was pushed into a war which we strenuously tried to avoid. The only serious clash between our forces and yours, however, occurred in the old city of Jerusalem. Other than that, we kept our forces within the boundaries of Arab Palestine. And this was according to the policy which both of us agreed on. We are very anxious to reach a final and permanent settlement with you. 54 The negotiations centered on the disposition of the villages and towns in and around the strip of land 5 kilometers deep and 60 kilometers long that under the secret agreement was due to be handed to Israel. Iten was amazed that the king D yielded so readily on Wadi Ara when he must have realized that he could have demanded a very high price in return. But during the conversation on this occasion, he began to understand, or thought he understood, Abdullah's approach. In the whole of the Wadi Ara area there was not a single Arab town or even a major village. There were 6 or 7 small villages, of which the largest was Al-Fahem, and others called Ara, Arara, and other names unknown in the Arab world. King Abdullah had no great interest in these villages, and the road that the Iraqis had cut led from nowhere to nowhere as far as he was concerned. So he was not losing anything, and it would pay to make Israel a gesture. It was quite a different story when they came to discuss the fate of and future of the 3 Arab towns, the names of all of which were very well known, Tulkarem and Qaqiliyah in the Triangle, and Beit Jibrin in the south, near Hebron. The ceasefire had left the first 2 in the hands of the Iraqi army and the last in Israel's hands. The Israelis were interested in obtaining Tulkarem and Qaqiliyah, while the king was equally anxious to secure possession of Beit Jibrin. The king had one reason and one reason only for refusing to withdraw the legion from the 2 northern towns. At any rate there was only one reason he gave, and Iten did not doubt his sincerity. He could not allow it to be said throughout the world that he, an Arab king, had surrendered Tulkarem and Qaqiliyah into the hands of the Jews. Ara and Arara were not important because no one had heard of them, but these were cities with familiar names, so it was impossible for him to hand them over. The Israelis, for their part, were unwilling to yield Beit Jibrin. Their reasons had to do more with security than prestige. To hand it over would have meant redrawing the lines in the Hebron region in a way that could imperil their lines of communication between Jerusalem and Beersheba. Their refusal was made easier by the king's own refusal on Tulkarem and Kokhilya. So the three towns remained in the hands of those who held them at the end of the fighting, and this particular match ended in a draw. 55 The other match, more vigorously contested between Mulki and Yadin, was over the future of the villages. Mulki and Abul Huda buttressed their case for improving the terms that had already been accepted by their faint-hearted colleagues with two powerful arguments. In the first place, they argued, the king did not really understand the implications of the secret agreement, and the surrender of the villages could bring about his downfall. Secondly, the surrender of the villages to Israel could set in train another wave of some 40,000 refugees and was therefore out of the question. Abul Huda left before the hard bargaining began, saying there was no ed for his personal involvement in the technical details. The king, however, now wearing a long white nightgown, said he would not go to sleep until the business had been completed. Mulki pleaded with him to go to sleep, saying there was no need to worry and that they would finish the business in the end, however long it took. Yadin explained to Mulki that Israel was not interested in the villages but only in the lands that the villagers used for farming, and that it would be inconceivable for the villages to be on the Transjordanian side of the border while their lands were on the Israeli side. Mulki's reply was, "General Yadin, the world does not know about lands, the world knows the name of villages. I don't care a damn about the lands, but give back some of the villages." Although he saw the strength of the argument, Yadin stood his ground and refused to let Transjordan have even a single village. The only concession made by Yadin was to keep his troops out of the villages so as not to frighten their inhabitants, and it was a very minor concession since his only concern was with obtaining the strategically important high ground. 6 In the end the new line remained unaltered in spite of the determined efforts made by the Transjordanians, supported by the king's most winning smiles. It was to be incorporated into the Rhodes Agreement, see Map 14, with the help of Colonel Yundi and Reuven Shiloah, who were both present, though for the most part as silent observers, throughout the proceedings. Article 4 was amended to read, Israel, for its part, has made similar changes for the benefit of the Hashemite Jordan Kingdom in the Hebron area, as delineated in blue ink in the map annexed thereto. No such change was actually effected, and this article was merely a fig leaf to cover Transjordan's nakedness. To Article 8 was added the stipulation that neither Israeli nor Transjordanian forces were to enter or to be stationed in the villages to be evacuated by the Iraqis, and a local Arab police was to be organized there for internal security purposes. As already noted, Yadin felt able to make this concession because he was not interested in the villages anyway, but concerned only to place his men at strategic points in the hills. Finally, it was resolved that both parties should keep the fact of the direct meetings at Shana and the existence of these two agreements absolutely secret, though the content of these agreements was to be made public once the armistice was concluded at Rhodes. For the text of the agreement, see Appendix 2. The bargaining and drafting went on until 4 o'clock in the morning. As there was no English typewriter in the palace, the agreement was written by hand. The Israelis kept the copy written by Eitan, the Transjordanians that written by Shiloah. Throughout the proceedings, coffee, orange juice, chocolates, and cigarettes were handed round at intervals to fortify the negotiators. They were much appreciated by the Israelis, as on this occasion Fawzi Mulki, ably supported by Hamid Farhan, proved to be a tough customer. 57 When Moshe Sharad had heard of the original agreement concluded at Shana on March 23, he could hardly believe his ears, acclaiming it as a tremendous diplomatic victory. So at the end of the report to Sharad on the cosmetic changes made to that agreement during the long night of March 30, Eitan added a little piece by way of a personal reaction, a piece which as far as he was concerned qualified some with the foreign minister's accolade. The upright and humane Director General of the Israeli Foreign Ministry, molded in the best tradition of the British civil service, clearly had a sense of guilt arising out of the agreement, both towards the Transjordanians who had been so moderate and reasonable all along, and towards the Palestinian victims of the cynical deal that he himself had so ably helped to clinch between the Hashemites and the Zionists. I do not know how Shiloah and Dayan felt about this, but certainly Yadin and I had qualms, and if you like moral scruples, about what we were doing. Although the Transjordanians had agreed that there would be no further discussion of the new line, we discovered soon after we got to Shina that they in fact wanted to change the line to the extent of leaving on their side of it the largest villages in the area to be evacuated by the Iraqis, for example Al-Fam, Baika Garbaya and Tabiya. We resisted this claim for all we were worth, and resisted it successfully. But both Yadin and I were acutely conscious of the Transjordanians' right to take up the position they did. We were, after all, discussing the future of villages which were wholly Arab in population and situated in territory under Arab control. They were not villages we possessed, but villages we would possess if the deal between us and the Transjordanians went through. In spite of all guarantees and fine phrases, it was as clear to the Transjordanians as to us that the people of these villages were likely to become refugees as soon as the Iraqis withdrew, and possibly even before. The people who are letting these Arab villagers down are of course the Transjordanians, but that does not make it any more agreeable for us. We are partners to this deal, and it is we and not the Transjordanians who will be blamed for its results. 58 There was a final twist to the drama that featured so much discord as well as collaboration between the Zionists and the Hashemites during the 3 long nights at Shina. On the third and longest night, after the agreement was signed and the king was finally free to retire to his bedroom, Abdullah Tal, who had been hovering around in the palace, came forward to drive the Israeli party back to Jerusalem. Once they were in the car, Tal began by saying that he hoped to be the first Transjordanian officer to enter Syria, and that in any case, he was due to go to Damascus in a day or two to carry King Abdullah's good wishes to Col. Husni Zaim, the Syrian chief of staff who had overthrown the regime headed by President Shukri al-Quwatli in a bloodless coup on March 30. Tal asked what Israel's attitude would be if the king marched on Damascus, hinting that Israel's air force might play a useful part. Nothing would be easier than to paint Israel's aircraft with the colors and markings of Transjordan. If they were interested, he would be able to let them know in 2 or 3 days whether Abdullah intended to carry out his plan. The plan provided for the unification of Syria and Transjordan under a single government whose seat would be in Damascus. The king would rule from Damascus, while his elder son Talal would remain in Amman as the Prince of Transjordan. Tal hoped that the Israelis would not take advantage of Abdullah while he was engaged with the bulk of his forces elsewhere, and asked point blank what their attitude would be, to which they replied that they should not interfere. Tal believed that even if marching into Syria meant killing fellow Arabs, the king would not hesitate. He was anxious to rid himself of the British, and the overthrow of the regime in Damascus provided a golden opportunity. 59 Needless to say, Abdullah Tal makes no mention of this conversation in his lengthy and convoluted account of the tragedy of Palestine and of the part played by the Hashemite king and his British masters in engineering this tragedy. What Tal does say on the subject of Colonel Zaim's coup d'état, is that it was a hopeful sign for the plot that he himself had been hatching, together with other patriotic officers and young Palestinian nationalists, for a military coup in Transjordan. Tal's case for overthrowing the regime in Amman was allegedly based on the inactivity of the Arab Legion during the war on Egypt and on the contacts with the Zionists, going back to Elias Sassoon's letter of December 8, 1948. According to Tal's account, he had succeeded in turning to his own advantage the goodwill mission on which the king had sent him to Damascus by enlisting Zaim's, and Egypt's, support for the cause of the revolution he was planning to carry out at home. 60 Whether Tal's real purpose in going to Damascus was to blaze the trail for a greater Syria under the Hashemite monarchy, as he told the Israelis, or to seek the support of the new military regime there for the overthrow of this monarchy, as he was later to claim in his memoirs, is difficult to say. What can be established with reasonable certainty on the basis of the documentary record is that no Israeli help, aerial or otherwise, was forthcoming for the plan to exploit the fall of the civilian regime in Syria in order to bring the country under the Hashemite crown. When Ben-Gurion learned of Tal's request, he rejected it instantly, telling Eitan it was out of the question. The Zionist leaders, of course, were well aware of Abdullah's long-standing scheme to make himself the ruler of Greater Syria. They knew about his family history, his thwarted dynastic ambitions, and his longing to break out of Britain's tutelage. They knew of his dream to make Damascus his capital and his feeling that Amman was no substitute, a springboard at best. Not only did they understand all this, but they also professed themselves to be sympathetic and supportive. No doubt Abdullah's preoccupation with bringing Syria into his domain suited and was exploited by the Zionists as a means of diverting him from the equally burning preoccupation with bringing Palestine into his domain. Nevertheless, the Jewish Agency had always led the Emir of Transjordan to believe that it looked with favor on his ambition to conquer Syria, and this was indeed one of the props of the unwritten alliance between the two sides. The agency did not pledge its active support for the realization of this particular ambition, but it did promise not to stand in his way. 62 An appeal by Abdullah to Israel to lend him military support for the long-awaited march on Damascus was therefore not as bizarre as it might seem at first sight. But in the general confusion that followed the overthrow of the parliamentary system in Syria, there was little chance, as the nocturnal passengers in Tal's car had predicted, that their government would wish to extend anything more than passive support for the king's plan. Zaim's coup was the curtain raiser for a comedy of errors in which everybody suspected everybody else of being the new military dictator's secret backer. The British and the French were the most widely suspected of being the villains of the piece. In fact, it would appear that it was the American CIA that had helped Zaim to plan and execute his coup. 63 In the course of his checkered career, when he lived as an exile in Paris for his sins of embezzlement, this brave and capable soldier had also come in contact with Tuvia Areza, one of Elias Sassan's assistants, and he did not emerge any poorer as a result of this acquaintance. 64 But all the intelligence that reached Ben-Gurion after the coup pointed to British involvement designed to remove from power the anti-British President Kiwadli and Prime Minister Khalid al-Azam. Gen. Edward Spears was specifically mentioned as the chief British instigator of the coup. So Ben-Gurion mistakenly chalked up the change of regime as another victory for his great enemy, Ernest Bevin, writing in his diary. So in Iraq Nouri al-Said, in Transjordan Abdullah, in Syria Spears and Zaim. Bevin rules the Middle East. 65 Given this perspective on the events in Damascus, Ben-Gurion understandably had no desire to become embroiled in plots by one British Middle Eastern puppet against another. The Israeli-Jordanian Armistice Agreement. The fourth and final phase in the negotiations between Israel and Transjordan started with the initial approval of the agreement with Abdullah and ended with the signature of the General Armistice Agreement, see Appendix 3, in Rhodes on April 3. Officially Bunch had not been notified about the direct talks that had been taking place between the two parties elsewhere, but he knew that such talks were taking place and he patiently awaited their outcome. Meanwhile, the representatives on the warm and hospitable Greek island discussed minor technical matters such as the reduction of forces and their distribution in the various sectors. Disagreements on these matters did not constitute a serious obstacle to the successful conclusion of the talks. When Colonel Yundi and Reuven Shaloa flew back to Rhodes with the approved maps and told Bunch that their countries were ready to sign an armistice agreement, he was surprised but delighted. All that remained for him to do was to dress up the provisions of the agreement in the appropriate legal phraseology and to place them within a formal UN framework which was faithfully copied from the Israeli-Egyptian armistice agreement. In a more festive mood, he also presided over the final session at which the Pound agreement was signed. The signing of the General Armistice Agreement represented an important landmark in the history of Transjordan and in the development of the relations between Transjordan and the State of Israel. The agreement was signed in the name of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. It was the first time that this title was used officially. Palestine and Transjordan gave way to Israel and the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, and the official nomenclature reflected the new reality. The name Palestine disappeared, at least from the map. Arab Palestine, or what remained of it, was officially designated as West Jordan, or more colloquially as the West Bank, while former Transjordan was known from now on as East Jordan or the East Bank. In a very real sense, therefore, the ceremony over which the distinguished representative of the United Nations presided with such abundant charm and good humor marked not only the birth of a new phase in the relations between the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan and the State of Israel but also the official demise of Arab Palestine. The General Armistice Agreement itself delineated, with the aid of maps signed by the two sides, what was officially called the Armistice Demarcation Line but to all intents and purposes became the border between the two countries until 1967. In the Araba, between the Dead Sea and the Gulf of Aqaba, the Armistice Line coincided with the international border. On the Iraqi front, it corresponded to the agreement with Abdullah, in the Jerusalem sector to the Sincere Truce Agreement of November 30, 1948, and in the Jerusalem-Hebron Dead Sea sector it essentially followed the ceasefire line of July 18, 1948. The agreement did not tackle the complex problems of Jerusalem, Bethlehem, Latrun, and the economic enterprises on the Dead Sea and in Naharaim Karat, but under Article 8, it was agreed to set up a joint committee, without UN representatives, to deal with all these and other questions on which, in Dr. Bunch's optimistic phrase, there was agreement in principle. In the event, however, except for the resumption of the railway service to and from Jerusalem, these questions remained unresolved throughout the 18 years during which the armistice between Israel and Jordan remained in force. The agreement did not formally signify Israeli recognition of the annexation of the West Bank to Jordan. It was explicitly stated in Article 2 that the provisions of this agreement would in no way prejudice the rights, claims, and position of either party in the ultimate peaceful settlement of the Palestine question. In other words, the armistice demarcation lines were only temporary lines, dictated by military considerations, without prejudice to future territorial settlements. Like the agreements with Egypt and Lebanon, as the identical preamble made clear, the armistice agreement between Israel and Jordan was not a final peace settlement but a provisional measure designed to facilitate the transition from the truce to a permanent peace in Palestine. Despite its shortcomings, the armistice agreement with Jordan represented a major victory for Israeli diplomacy. Considerable territorial and strategic gains in the Wadi Era area had been secured without any further bloodshed and without endangering Israel's position in the international arena. The whole of the Little Triangle, as this area was popularly called, to differentiate it from the Big Triangle that stretched from Nablus to Jenin and Tulkarem, was added to the territory of the State of Israel. The newly born state had achieved its objectives through a highly effective combination of diplomatic moves with limited military moves. Through Operation Fait Accompli, which was limited in scope and conducted under strict political constraints, Israel had extended her border down the Gulf of Aqaba. By resorting to military threats during the negotiations for redrawing the line in the triangle, Israel had achieved a much improved line of defense in the center of the country, which was also its soft underbelly. Only in the Jerusalem sector were the Israeli objectives not achieved through negotiation and the temporary armistice arrangements became frozen. But at the time when the decision to postpone the resolution of this set of problems to a later stage was taken, a peace settlement with Jordan looked not only attainable but almost the inevitable next step. For King Abdullah, too, despite all the concessions he had to make, the agreement represented a major diplomatic triumph. Another military confrontation with the large and battle-hardened Israeli army might have wiped out all his territorial gains in Palestine and even cost him his throne if the Arab Legion were crippled in the process. Abdullah bought an armistice agreement with parcels of land taken from under the feet of the Iraqi army and then used this agreement to get the troublesome Iraqis to go home quietly. Moreover, by concluding the agreement, he secured de facto if not de jure Israeli recognition of his control of Palestinian territory not formerly his. In one diplomatic swoop he had restored the special relations that he had always had with the Zionist movement and at the same time quashed the hopes of other Arab quarters of setting up a separate state in Arab Palestine. After Jordan came Syria's turn to negotiate an armistice with Israel. Of all the Arab countries, Syria proved the toughest nut to crack. The negotiations were the most protracted, lasting nearly 4 months, and the most difficult. In the course of the fighting, the Syrians had entrenched themselves on the Israeli side of the international border, and the attempts to push them back across the Jordan were unsuccessful. The course of the negotiations was also affected by Hosni Zaim's coup, which set the pattern for military intervention in Arab politics and for the overthrow of the old order, which was held responsible for the loss of Palestine. Although Zaim had promised his co-conspirators a fight to the finish against Zionism, once he had captured power he made a determined effort to come to terms with Israel. He offered to meet Ben-Gurion face to face in order to conclude a peace settlement. Zaim wanted to skip the armistice talks altogether and proceed directly to the conclusion of a peace, with an exchange of ambassadors, open borders, and normal economic relations. As an additional incentive, Zaim offered, in the context of an overall settlement, to settle 300,000 Palestinian refugees, nearly half the total number, in Syria. But since he was offering a separate peace agreement, Zaim wanted a modification of the border to give Syria half of the Sea of Galilee. Ben-Gurion declined to meet Zaim and insisted that before Israel would discuss peace and cooperation, Syria must withdraw her forces from Israel's territory and sign an armistice agreement based on the previous international border. It was on this basis that Syria did eventually sign the armistice agreement on July 20. 3 weeks later Hosni Zaim was overthrown. 66 With the conclusion of the agreement between Israel and Syria on July 20, the Rhodes armistice negotiations were completed. The First Arab-Israeli War was officially over, see Map 15. Public opinion and the armistice. Bitter controversies about the armistice agreements, however, continued on both sides of the new border. In Israel, the government was subjected to criticism from the public, the press, and the opposition for what was alleged to be defeatism and appeasement. The public was in a more hawkish mood than the government. Having emerged victorious from a long and cruel war which took such a heavy toll in human lives, the Israeli public was in no mood for making concessions. Some 6,000 Israelis had died in the war, or 1% of the total population. The rational pragmatism that guided Ben-Gurion's government through the negotiations was not widely enough appreciated amid the clamor for total victory, the liberation of the West Bank, and the imposition of Israel's terms for peace on the enemy. In the Knesset the government came under fire from both left and right for its armistice with Jordan, though it won a vote of confidence at the end of the debate. Ben-Gurion's opponents charged that the armistice was tantamount to recognizing the incorporation of the West Bank and the Old City of Jerusalem into Abdullah's kingdom. The right-wing Herut Party, formed after the dissolution of the Irgun by Menachem Begin and his fellow revisionist Zionists, rejected the partition of Palestine and especially its western part. Begin had already invoked the specter of Munich following the agreement with Egypt and warned that the partition of western Palestine would divide not only the land but the soul of the Jewish people. In the Knesset, Begin demanded that the armistice with Jordan be made a test of confidence in the government. Ben-Gurion replied that it was preferable to have a Jewish state without the whole of the land of Israel than to have the whole land without the Jewish state. A Jewish state, he argued, was not possible over the whole land of Israel or even in its western part if that state was also to be democratic because the number of Arabs there exceeded the number of Jews. Did they want a democratic state of Israel in part of the land or a Jewish state over the whole of the land and the expulsion of its Arab inhabitants? Asked Ben-Gurion. For his part, he wanted a democratic Jewish state even if it did not extend over the entire land of Israel. Ben-Gurion's left-wing opponents, the Communists and Mapham, charged him with having opened up Israel to Anglo-American influence. If Abdullah were allowed to annex the Big Triangle, said Mapham members, Israel might as well invite back the British. Ben-Gurion retorted that possibly Transjordan was a puppet of Britain, but Israel seemed to have its own puppet parties serving outside interests, a clear reference to the Soviet Union. Mapham's opposition to the agreement with Abdullah stemmed not only from its anti-imperialist stance but also from a curious blend of military activism, a streak of territorial expansionism, and a commitment to Jewish-Arab coexistence. Half-heartedly, the party advocated the capture of the West Bank and the creation there of an independent Palestinian state under the leadership of progressive elements who would make peace with Israel. It even suggested mobilizing Palestinian fighters and supporting them in their struggle to establish their own state. This suggestion was countered by Ben-Gurion by observing that it was not Israel's responsibility to create a state for the Arabs of Palestine. "We are not contractors for the building of an independent Arab state," he said sarcastically. "We believe this is a matter for the Arabs themselves." 67. Although in his heart of hearts Ben-Gurion aspired to a Jewish state over the whole land of Israel, he regarded that as a task for future generations. In the circumstances of 1949, with the need to consolidate the country's international position and the overriding imperative of absorbing immigration on a large scale, he regarded the armistice agreements as a tremendous achievement and a very promising beginning in the quest for security. He was fully prepared to make peace on the basis of the new territorial status quo. He was encouraged by the signs that some Arab leaders accepted the new reality, and he was hopeful that the armistice agreements would pave the way to peace. 68 Initially at least, Ben-Gurion accepted the armistice agreements in their entirety. He was a purist in this respect. He saw the agreements as marking the definite end of the war, and he expected them to be honored to the letter by both sides. Nor was there any serious difference of opinion between the Foreign Ministry and the Defense Establishment on the subject of the armistice agreements. Some members of the latter believed that Israel had not exploited her military advantage to the full, that by maintaining the pressure on the Arab countries she could have compelled them to conclude peace agreements instead of a mere armistice, and that, in Yuval Alon's phrase, Israel had won the war but lost the peace. But this was very much a minority view. The predominant view of the Israeli establishment, the cabinet, the foreign ministry, and the defense establishment was that the armistice agreements represented a very positive step towards peace, and that peace indeed was just round the corner. King Abdullah also came in for some criticism for his part in the negotiation of the armistice agreement with Israel, though the full extent of his personal involvement was not known at the time. Nouri al-Said, Iraq's prime minister, regarded the Israeli demand for areas that were purely Arab as a ploy to discredit Great Britain, King Abdullah, Gulub Pasha, and Transjordan, and to spoil their relations with the other Arab countries. Accordingly, he sent a telegram to Amman urging Abul Huda to stick to the existing line and to refuse to budge. This advice was not well received in Amman. It was felt that Iraq's own refusal to negotiate had landed Transjordan in the situation in which they had to make either the best agreement they could or to run a very definite risk that a new Israeli attack would be launched against both the Transjordanian and Iraqi positions. 69 Iraq's military leaders regarded the agreement with the Zionists both as a betrayal of the Palestinian Arabs and as a perfidious act that placed their own forces in mortal danger. The Iraqis were convinced that the Zionists saw this agreement as a means of getting the Arab Legion out of the war, as a prelude to mounting an offensive to force the Iraqi army to leave Palestine unconditionally. Various messengers were sent and various arguments were used to dissuade Abdullah from signing the agreement, and his refusal to listen only confirmed the impression that he was acting out of selfish motives and left behind a legacy of suspicion. 70 The most scathing criticism and the strongest resentment was expressed by the Palestinians who were uprooted from their villages as a result of the agreement that Abdullah concluded with the Zionists. Lamentations, biblical in color and intensity, with women beating themselves and refugees starting to stream along the road from the plain of Sharon, was how one eyewitness described the latest developments in Arab Palestine. Under the terms of the armistice, 70,000 acres of land in the plain went to the Israelis. With it went the only means of livelihood and the hopes of thousands of Arab fellahin, because the new line cut them off in their villages in the foothills of Samaria from their land and crops in the plains below. The new line cut houses and schools in half and severed the only railway line at various places. At Bersiki it gave the village to the Israelis and the village school to the Arabs. At Zaida it left the Arab village without any wells, and in other regions it cut off entire villages from the only roads out of them. 71 The villagers of the Little Triangle who had defended their homes during the entire period of the conflict saw no possible justification for the surrender of their lands at the end of the conflict. They begged the Iraqis to stay, and they sent a delegation to Baghdad to plead their case. The clause permitting the villagers to remain and stating that Israeli troops would not enter the villages was scoffed at. It was pointed out that similar pledges to the villagers of Fallujah had been broken, and that once the Egyptians had withdrawn, the villagers were ejected from their homes by physical violence. And it was feared that once the Iraqis withdrew, the great majority of the villagers in the Little Triangle would be forced to leave and would end up as refugees. 72 The Hashemite regime's failure to consult the villagers whose homes, properties, and livelihood were most directly affected by the agreement with Israel gave rise to bitter recriminations. It was openly stated that in his haste to conclude an immediate peace and obtain a title to the Arab areas in Palestine, King Abdullah paid no heed to the wishes or rights of the Palestine Arabs. Amidst widespread protest and unrest, those whose lands were trapped on the Israeli side of the border in the Tulkarem and Jenin areas formed a committee to challenge the king's decision. A delegation of mayors also went to see the king in April 1949 to press him to arrange for free passage for the landowners. They challenged the accuracy of the maps that had supposedly been agreed upon by pointing to discrepancies that were liable to seal the fate of thousands of acres and hundreds of people. 73 But all the protests, arguments, and pleas were to no avail. Even if he had wanted to, the Hashemite king could not go back on the agreement that he himself had concluded with the representatives of the State of Israel. And as Walter Eiten had foreseen and the Palestinians had suspected, despite all the fine phrases and the guarantees written into the agreement, many of the inhabitants of the area ceded by the Jordanians to Israel became refugees soon after the withdrawal of the Iraqi army. Arab and Israeli stock-taking. One of the distinguishing characteristics of the armistice agreements signed at Rhodes was their temporary character. They were tailored to meet the needs of a brief transition period. It was taken for granted on the Israeli side that as soon as the armistice agreements had been concluded, peace talks would get underway with all the neighboring states. It never occurred to the Israeli negotiators that they were designing a permanent regime. Otherwise they would not have been likely to agree to the restrictive clauses and unnatural demarcation lines that were written into the agreements. They believed that what they had agreed to was a further provisional measure to facilitate the transition from the present truce to a permanent peace in Palestine, and that was precisely what the preamble stated. Ceasefire, truce, armistice, and peace were seen as a progression, with the armistice serving as the prelude to permanent and contractual peace treaties. It is possible that at the time of the Rhodes Conference, this expectation was not confined to the Israeli side but was shared, albeit with little or no enthusiasm, by the ruling classes, or at least the rulers of the Arab states concerned, King Farouk, King Abdullah, Husni Zaim, and Riyad al-Sulh. But soon after the Rhodes Conference was over, Arab political activists and the Arab press started saying that this was only a truce, that the conflict continued, and that the Arab world would never agree to the existence of Israel. After the end of the Palestine War, there was a general tension in all the Arab countries, a feeling which might be described as bordering on nervous breakdown. This came about as a result of the acute sense of frustration at the failure of Arab diplomacy and arms in the war with Israel and the fear of future Israeli aggression. The sense of humiliation and outrage, the deeply felt hatred of Israel, and the widespread fear of Israeli expansionism placed formidable obstacles on the road to reconciliation with the new state. Arab rulers could not remain impervious to the strong popular undercurrents of hostility towards Israel and Zionism. Half-hearted leanings towards accommodation with the new force were largely drowned by the clamor for revenge. The armistice agreements had been signed under the impact of military defeat, continuing military threat, pressure from the UN and the great powers, and division inside the Arab camp. But there was not the same urgency about making peace as there had been about ending the fighting and the bloodshed. It was possible to live in a state of no war and no peace. Under the impact of strong popular resistance, the Arab leaders began to regret what was widely described as their surrender to the Zionists at Rhodes. And the charges of surrender were accompanied by calls from various political quarters for closing ranks, mobilizing all the Arab resources, and taking up arms in a second round against Israel. 20 All the Arab leaders, King Abdullah, as usual, was least affected by the powerful currents of belligerence that were sweeping through the Arab world in the wake of the Palestine defeat. From his vantage point there were powerful countervailing reasons for seeking peace with Israel. As a result of the war and the new armistice demarcation lines, Jordan was cut off from the Mediterranean, and through peace with Israel Abdullah hoped to gain an outlet to the outside world. Peace with Israel was also necessary in order to enable Abdullah to consolidate his hold over the territories he had acquired in the course of the Palestine War. A second round against Israel would have provided her with the pretext to expand and could probably end with the destruction of the Arab Legion. In short, in Abdullah's view, the prosperity, the security, and the expansion of his kingdom all required a final peace settlement with Israel. Abdullah believed when the armistice agreement was signed that it would lead to a comprehensive peace with Israel, and he pursued this interest vigorously and involved some of his ministers. But it was not easy. For one thing, as Israel grew in strength, so did her appetite for land and lack of readiness for compromise. Point 3 And this time Abdullah could not count on either British or American support for any attempt to reach a separate agreement with Israel. Both the British and the Americans suspected, on the basis of recent experience, that if Abdullah was to embark on separate negotiations, he would be vulnerable to strong Israeli pressures and threats and might end up by losing more territory. Their aim was to explore the possibilities of a comprehensive peace settlement through the Palestine Conciliation Commission, PCC, that had been appointed by the United Nations for this purpose, and they accordingly advised the king not to forge too far ahead with separate talks until the Commission's own attitude was clearer. Abdullah was in favor of the Arab states being asked to send representatives to a joint meeting with the PCC, though he had no illusions about the chances of agreement. If the other Arab states declined to work through the PCC or tried and achieved nothing, Jordan would still be able to carry on direct negotiations with Israel, and they would be less able to criticize her for doing so. Point 4 The king's first minister had no independent policy of his own on the conduct of relations with Israel. Cautious and risk-averse by nature, he preferred to tread a middle course between Abdullah's policy of peace at almost any price and the equally determined opposition to peace with Israel that was surging up in the Arab world, including Jordan. As a Palestinian, Tawfiq Abul-Huda was particularly sensitive to his reputation inside and outside Jordan, a reputation that could only be tarnished through too close an identification with the king's policy. On being asked by Sir Alec Kirkbride whether he was clear as to how the armistice was to be converted into a peace settlement, he replied that the best method would be a direct settlement between Jordan and Israel, to which the PCC would give their blessing. Point 5 As the questioner once observed, in a classic British understatement, the difficulties of getting King Abdullah and his ministers to take into account considerations other than their own troubles are not slight. Point 6 The Israeli leaders had their own reasons for wanting to convert the armistice with Jordan into a final peace settlement. Such a settlement would not only break the circle of enmity round Israel's borders but might also encourage other Arab states to follow in Jordan's footsteps. Apart from these foreign policy considerations, social and economic problems made it necessary and urgent to start demobilizing and to cut down drastically on defense spending. But at the same time there were domestic political constraints on the government's ability to pursue a constructive peace policy. The internal struggle for power between center parties making up the coalition with MAPE at their head and the opposition on the extreme left and the extreme right curtailed the freedom of action available to the former. So as not to lose ground in popular esteem to Menachem Begin's robustly chauvinistic Herut party, the government had to appear as no less staunch in its defense of the national interest. The effects of this internal struggle for power on Israel's policy towards her neighbors and the great powers were very well explained in a report of the American National Security Council. The present government of Israel is intensely nationalistic in character, and maintains an internal policy of compromise dictated by the necessity of reconciling the demands of its extremist elements with the more moderate tendencies of the government party. The necessity of maintaining this internal balance makes it difficult for Israel's leaders to meet external demands for compromise with respect to relinquishment of territory and readmission of refugees, which are essential to final settlement in Palestine. It also results in further increasing Israel's isolation among the neighboring Arab states and in reinforcing the charges of intransigence and expansionism which have been leveled against Israel. In addition, Israel endeavors to pursue a neutral course in its relations with East and West. This position of neutrality is motivated by the desire to obtain further assistance from the United States, and to retain the diplomatic support of the Soviet bloc, to obtain military material therefrom, and to facilitate immigration to Israel of Jews from Eastern Europe. In view of the delicate nature of Israel's internal political equilibrium, the government will be subjected to increasing pressures from political radical and extremist groups to the extent that it makes concessions to the Arab states or otherwise follows policies contrary to the views of these groups. 7 In addition to the political constraints, potent psychological factors impeded the process of bargaining and accommodation with the enemy. Foremost among these was what might be termed the Holocaust syndrome, the tendency to view the Arab threat in the light of the destruction of Central Europe's Jewry by the Nazis during the Second World War and the consequent determination to base Israel's security not on the goodwill of outsiders or paper guarantees but on her own strength, on defensible borders, and on military deterrence. As one left-wing soldier politician remarked, from 1948 until today, there has been a conceptual blackout on the part of our leaders on the question of how to turn Israel into a living tissue and part of this region. There is a diaspora complex, and a Holocaust complex, and a complex that the Arabs want to destroy us, and as a result there is a conceptual barrier against taking political initiatives. The central question is how Israel should maneuver herself into becoming a normal state in the Middle East. And on this question there is despair from the beginning. The security consideration became paramount after the War of Survival of 1948. Security considerations were indeed paramount in the thinking and planning devoted to Israel's post-war relations with her neighbors. Intensive consultations were held in Tel Aviv with experts from the Foreign Ministry, the IDF, and the Treasury to formulate the strategy and tactics that should guide Israel's representative in the forthcoming talks with the PCC and the Arabs at Lausanne, and the talks with the Jordanians in the special committee set up under Article 8 of the Armistice Agreement. 4 meetings were held between April 12 and 22, with both the Foreign Minister and the Prime Minister attending the last meeting. At the first meeting, Ben-Gurion defined the bringing in of immigrants to expand the country's population as the top priority in the years to come. Borders, he said, were never absolute, and there was always the possibility of changing them later, and at that particular juncture immigration was more urgent and vital than anything else. It was within Israel's power, he observed, to capture the Triangle, the entire Galilee, and the Golan Heights, but such conquests would not strengthen Israel as much as would the doubling of her population. The fate of the state depended on immigration, because without immigration there could be no settlement of the land, and only settlement constituted true conquest. In foreign policy, Ben-Gurion wanted to support the independence of the Arab countries and to squeeze out the foreign powers so as to expand the scope for Israeli influence in the region. There was some debate on the orientation that Israel should adopt given the division of the Arab world into